Hello.
Hi, Brian. How you doing? You okay?
I didn't know whether it was going to work.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, luckily it did. You can hear me okay?
Yes, yeah, fine, thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just gonna change the view so I can see you. There we go. Yeah, pleased to meet you. I'm Paul. So yeah, I teach your grandson Jack.
Yeah, I know. He said he talked about you. Yes.
That's
yeah,
good.
Lovely.
All good things, I hope.
Yeah, nothing bad. Nothing bad.
He's a great lad. He's a great lad. So
yeah, he is.
He explained to me that you've been in the Navy. Is that right? You're in the service.
Yes, yeah. I did well, several things actually, but Navy was the first major part of it, and then the police force followed.
Oh, brilliant.
And the prison service, which I wasn't in uniform in the prison service, but I did work for them for 10 years. And then, of course, I became a magistrate as well.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's
I'm now retired, because at the moment, when you got to 70, you had to retire, but they've just changed the rules and you can go to 75 now, in which case I may be asked to go back.
Oh, right. Okay. To help clear like a backlog of cases or something like that. Oh, wow.
I'm not going to hold my breath though, but yeah. So the Navy was the first thing really.
What like a prestigious career you've had to go through all of those different experiences. So you know, by all means, if you wanna tell us you know, about how you started out or what inspired you to take that path.
Would you like me to go to the childhood or start from the Navy?
Yeah, you can start as you know, as early as you like. You know, we've got the time, so it's all good.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I was born in 1950 in Essex, and I was born at home, and I was one of 3 siblings. My sister is 10 years and 4 months older than me, but my brother is nearly 9 months younger. So we were never really that close.
Yeah.
But we do get on very well. With no problems. But I mean, when I was going to school, my sister was going to work.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but anyway, over the years, I mean, going to infant school, beginning of infant school, in 1955, my mother was always a little bit absent-minded, shall we say. So she got me up to school one morning, put my little satchel on my back. I go to school, get to the infant's front door, trying to get in, nobody answers. Can't understand what's going on. So I decided to walk home crying. And this lady asked me, what's the matter? And I said, well, I can't get into the infant school. And she said, you won't, because it's Saturday.
Oh.
So my mother had actually sent me off on Saturday. So I rushed off home, feeling a little better, and told my mother. She said, oh my God. She said, you better come with me then. She said, so I was lucky because she was just about to leave. So that was my mother, you know. She was, bless her, she was a lovely woman, but she was a little bit absent-minded.
Oh,
my dad was a carpenter, and he worked as a carpenter and joiner. So he was always working away wherever the work was, you know.
And did you always live down in Essex, or did you move around a bit?
No, well, I lived in Essex until I joined the Navy. Having finished, I went through junior school and then on to the secondary school. I found I had an ability to run. I was really into athletics. I enjoyed the sports that we had at the secondary school. And that all came about really because when I went to secondary school, there were some nasty pupils there really, and they used to get up to some horrible things, and I just didn't like it, in particular lunchtime. So my dad got me a bike, and I used to pedal off home. It was about 5 miles to home, have a sandwich with my mum, and then pedal off back. Well, that took away the little bit of tubbiness I had, and so I got a bit leaner. I realised I had an ability to run. So I really enjoyed the running, and I joined an athletics club. And of course, over the forthcoming years, particularly when I was at school, I did some district championships and won the cross country, won the half mile and the mile on the track, and went on. Actually, my running career lasted for 40 years in the end.
Wow.
So I was really, I really did quite a bit of running. But as far as school was concerned, I was always, when I was in the primary school, it was an ABC situation. And I was always the top end of the Bs, but I never got into the A's.
Yeah.
So when I got to the secondary school, I was okay academically, but I got to a point where we were going to take the GCSEs or CSEs, were they then? I don't know. And my dad said, "No, you've got to get out, earn a living." So
yeah, and you were pushed out to get a job. And how old were you then? Like 15?
15 and a half.
Yeah.
So 15 and a half, I left school, and having no qualifications, I hadn't got a clue what I was going to do. I didn't have any aspiration to do anything in particular. And for me, luckily for me, 4 doors down from our council house where we lived in Essex, was a chap who was working in a shoe factory. And he was like a cobbler, really. So he said to my dad, "Well, I'll take him on." He said, because I could do with a second person, So, okay, fair enough. I thought I'd give that a go. So I started in this shoe factory. Now, to save money, because I was only on about £3.50 a week, which doesn't sound an awful lot, but it was a little bit more than it is now, of course. Yeah. But it wasn't a lot then either. To save money and to do my training for the athletics, I used to run to work and back, which was 7 miles there and 7 miles back.
Wow.
So I'd get there early in the morning, have a bit of a sluice down in the sink, put my clothes on, and then go to work. And so it was just like being a cobbler, really, because the shoes would come in for repair, we would repair them and then send them back out again. And it wasn't a bad job, but it was away from the factory, the main factory. And at 15 and a half, when I used to go into the main factory, the women used to scare me.
Yeah. And this would be around like 1965, 1966, roughly around that time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so they used to scare me to death, really. I mean, they used to send me off to get things, and I thought I used to get a bit worried about going in there, But anyway, I got used to it in some respect. And I thought one day, well, how could I get them back? So I used to wear a white coat, and when they used to have some of these shoes that came in, they had little furry pom-poms on. So I got one of these pom-poms and I put some, well, they called it catgut then. I don't suppose that's PC now, but it was a plastic string anyway.
Yeah.
And I put it onto this piece of string, and I put it around the back of my lapels of my white coat that I had, and I put the pom-pom in the top left-hand pocket, and then I run the string down onto my hand on the right-hand side, and I put that in my pocket. So I went into the main factory and I found a victim, and I was talking to this woman, and I start pulling this thing out with my right hand, and it starts coming up from the left-hand pocket, where you should have seen her face. The trouble was there was other women that had seen it as well, and they were all in screaming, they were. Yeah. And I thought, well, I better come clean here, because I was getting a bit worried. So anyway, we had a great time, great laugh about it, of course, and then they never bothered me ever after that.
Yeah, because they knew you were cool. So
it was great. We all had good fun about it. But after about a year and a half, I was only on about £5. And so give me my mum money to keep me. I thought there must be more in life than this. And so I was still running backwards and forwards to the factory, and doing cross country races as well, because I was still in the club, And so we're doing Saturday, we're doing cross country races. And that training really put me in good stead, really, running back and forward 7 miles each way.
Yeah.
And one particular morning, I remember, I was going up, I used to cut through off a road through a graveyard, and I used to come out on the other side of the graveyard onto the main road and then carry on. And I was halfway through this graveyard one morning, and this black figure came floating towards me. And I thought, oh dear, what do I do? Keep on running? Or I was starting to panic a little bit. I thought I'll just run fast. And chap said, "Good morning." And it was the vicar.
Yeah.
But he was in a cassock. and it looked like he was floating, you know. So, so a short while after, when my heart returned to normal, I was okay. But that was a funny moment. That was when I was. But yeah. So anyway, I thought there must be more to life than this. You know, I know I haven't got any qualifications, but I'm sure I can do better than this factory. And a friend of my dad's knew that somebody wanted a dental technician, and that's orthodontics, making false teeth and all that sort of thing. And the apprenticeship was 7 years. So my dad told me about it. So I said, yeah, it sounds quite a good number, you know, so see what it's about. So he took me to see this chap whose name was John Ramsey. And he was I don't know if you know anything about the 1966 World Cup.
It's a bit before my time. I've seen the replays, but not much about it.
No, right. Well, Alf Ramsey was the coach of the 1966 World Cup. Yeah. Well, John Ramsey always used to declare he was a distant relative.
Like a relative, yeah.
Yeah. So he always used to like telling me that. But he had his own laboratory in the back of a dentist. And so he gave me the apprenticeship. And I was a little bit older than you should be, because I was about 17 and a half then. But I signed all the indentures, and that was it. You know, I was in. And I did that for a year and a half. And I used to go to Tooley Street in London and then do a day's course there. And I was going for the intermediate City of Guilds. But again, it wasn't much money when you finished after 7 years. It was only about £19 a month. I mean, they do make good money now, but you know, I wasn't to know that, of course. And again, I thought, well, there must be something more to life than this. And I'd always thought about the Navy because my mother had brought me up on it, really, because her father, my maternal grandfather, he'd been in the Navy for 35 years. Okay. And he'd had 6 children, because he used to go to sea for 3 years, and he used to come home once every 3 years. And he had 6 children, my mother being one of them. But yeah, so he had a illustrious career as a chief petty officer of torpedo coxswain, which is no such thing now. But chief petty officer, yeah, but torpedo coxswain went out years ago. Yeah. Which was more or less for the running of the ship. So I always used to hear all the stories about that. And of course, some of my Navy, some of my uncles who were in the Navy. So it was really a sort of a natural thing for me to do. So I never told anybody about it. I didn't tell my mum and dad, and I just applied. And I had to go to do the entrance exam at the local telephone exchange. Why there, I have no idea, in my hometown in Essex. And so I went and also passed that. And then he said, well, next thing you've got to do is go to London and have a medical. So they sent me a letter to say, go to London to have this medical. And off I went. And they passed me A1. And then I thought, well, I better tell my mum and dad something now.
Yeah, so, otherwise they'll be wondering where you went.
So I told them, and they were very supportive, a bit surprised, but very supportive. And yeah, so I get the thing to join, and I actually joined on the 7th of July, 1969, which is a date I always remember, but had been made a bit infamous because of the bombings of 7/7 a few years ago. Yeah. But you know, it's still my date for 7th of 7, 1969, so it's like 52 years ago, or somewhere around about that. So we go to Paddington, and I've got to catch the train. And I've always been a home-loving boy as well. I mean, that was another a surprise, because they thought I'd never want to go away from home. You know, I was always going to be there forever. But I thought I've got to do something in my life, and I just wanted to get away. So anyway, so we go to Paddington. My mum and dad come with me, and my dad's upset about it when I get on the train, and he turns his back on me, so I can't see him crying. Yeah. So, but I knew he was, and I never had, actually, all the years go by, I never mentioned the fact I knew he was crying, but he turned his back on me. And my mum, bless her, she gets a hanky out to wave to me, white hanky, as the train pulls out. So I sit on this train, and I think, what have I done?
Yeah.
Why I thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get off at the next stop and I'm going home.
Go back.
No, you mustn't do that. You know, this is my time. This is what I said I was going to do. Let's do it. So I convinced myself to stay on the train. And we get down to, I had to go to Plymouth. I get down to Plymouth and we have a naval patrol meetings, and I say we because there's other people on the train who obviously joining at the same time that I didn't know about. So they pick us up and they take us to Raleigh, HMS Raleigh, which is the largest training establishment the Navy has. And then it was the Nissen huts, like the semicircular huts, a bit like on the Great Escape things, you know.
Yeah.
And they had the red lino in it, and they'd just taken the stoves out the middle. So really like the Great Escape, really, you know.
Yeah.
But so anyway, we join. So I left there. The patrol take me down there, and then they get the first night they leave you to your own devices, and you've got to be in the guard room the next day and ready for action, sort of thing. And that started what I would call square bashing, which was 6 weeks. And 6 weeks was 2 weeks induction, so it showed you how all about your kit, how it should be pressed, laid out, and all that. And then 4 weeks of general seamanship, because you've all joined as a general service naval personnel at that point.
Yeah.
So over those 6 weeks altogether, we had to have kit musters, which you had to lay your kit out in a special way. Everything had to be sewn on, had to be on your bed. Your bed had to be properly laid out with clean sheets, clean pillowcases, and everything there for inspection. And one lad, he ran out of a pillowcase. He couldn't find a pillowcase. So he used what we used to wear, a white front, which is like a T-shirt with a blue collar around it, a little blue edging around it, square collar. So he thought, I know what I'll do. I'll put this on the pillowcase and it'll look fine. But it did look fine, but nothing got through that inspection team, I'll tell you. And they found it, and they charged him with incorrect dressing of a pillowcase. So that was his punishment.
What was his punishment for that? Did he have to do?
He got more cleaning duties, which you had to do. You had to do that before breakfast. And also, I joined as a backward swimmer because I was never a really good swimmer, and it was a bit annoying, really. I mean, I hadn't done anything wrong, but you had to pass a certain test, and the test was you had to go down to a swimming pool in the camp of Raleigh, jump in with boiler suit on or overalls, swim 3 lengths, then tread water for 3 minutes. Well, I jumped in with these overalls and I didn't think I was ever going to come up. And when I did come up, I just about managed to get the 3 lengths in, and then I started sinking. And they get this hook, they hook me out, they say, you're a backward swimmer. So, okay. But then I had to go,
So what did that mean as a backward swimmer? Did you have to swim backwards from then on? Or
No, it was just a classification that you're not good enough to be pass the test, and the Navy test. I don't know why they called it backward swimmer, but that was just the terminology, really. So it was so annoying though, because I had to do swimming before breakfast in the morning, and then when I eventually went to another establishment, and they looked at my form and said, "Oh, you're a backward swimmer. You'll have to take the test." And they said, "How did you take the test? Was it with overalls or not?" And I said, "No, we didn't have any overalls." So I jumped in, did the 3 lengths, treaded water for 3 minutes, and that was it. I wasn't as backward swimmer anymore, so I didn't have to worry. I think if I'd had to wear them overalls, I'd have still been doing it.
Yeah.
So, going back to the basic training, we had quite a few things to do during that time. I'd only been in for a week, I think, no, 3 weeks, when they didn't allow you out to go to have a drink in the NAFI for the first 3 weeks. But after the 3 weeks under training, they allowed you to go to the NAFI. And the night we went to the NAFI was a clear night. The moon was out, and that was the night they were landing on the moon. So it was the noon landing. And I was with my newfound friends, and we're looking up, amazed that somebody's walking on the moon. And so that was that. And that July I joined at Raleigh. It was a gorgeous summer. I mean, every day was seemed to be, I can't remember a rainy day at all. But as I say, we had lots of things to do. And we had, I was glad I was fit because we had assault courses to do. And assault courses meant you went over all sorts of obstacles, obviously walls and everything. You've seen them on telly, no doubt.
Yeah.
One particular thing was on a rope. You had to, with your feet and hands, holding on with your feet and hands, going across this supposed ravine. And I was waiting for this lad to get across the other side. And what they used then, and I don't suppose they'd use them now, were thunder flashes. Now, thunder flashes were like big bangers.
Yeah.
And they made a hell of a noise. And they wouldn't do you much good if you had them in your hand, I would have thought. But they used to throw these things at you. And this lad's in front of me, and they throw one, and it lands on his stomach.
Oh, no.
So, of course, he sees it on his stomach, and he's panicking. So he drops his feet off, and is holding on by his arms, and this thing drops off, and halfway to the ground, it explodes. So he just manages to stay on, get back on the rope, get across the other side, and I've never seen anybody so pale. But you can see
wow, that could have been the end of him. How high was the drop?
It was a good 12, 14 feet. It wouldn't do you any good if you fell off, really, you know.
Yeah.
But it wasn't tremendously high enough to hurt yourself, yeah. The other things we used to do, like firefighting, that was good fun. We used to fight all sorts of fires. This is all in the camp, you know, it didn't go anywhere, except for one thing I'll mention in a minute. And this was all decked out with all different things that they used to set fire to that we're going to put out. And we used to use chemical stuff, water, and they told you all about fires and how you could put them out and trained you and all this sort of thing. And this one particular day, our petty officer, who was in charge of us, he said, right, lads, he said, we're going to put a fire out in this gas oven. He said, it's going to be a big explosion. He said, it's going to be intense heat. He said, but I want you to get in there and put that fire out. He said, if it gets really bad, you know, don't worry, just do it. He said, are you ready? So we get all tensed up. Big explosion, flames leaping out everywhere. Heat hits you, you know, really, and we got protective stuff on, but you can really feel the heat. And we look around for the PO and he's nowhere to be seen. He's legged it. Yeah. I think he's still running. Yeah. He said to us, he said, if you see me running, it must be bad. Yeah.
And he was off.
He was off. So, you know, but it was good fun. And then we went to, they took us to Whale Island. Now, Whale Island is in Portsmouth. It's in the harbour of Portsmouth. And it's a very small island. And it's called HMS Excellent. And it's got the gun carriage there for all the state funerals. It holds the gun carriage that all the state funerals they use the gun carriage for. But we were there because of we were doing nuclear, biological, chemical defence, which is MBCD. But we were there also as a shoring party. Now, what this meant was, so when we go out to the island, we have to row ourselves out. They wouldn't let us go any other way, but we got in a boat, row ourselves out. And on the island is all I can say is a metal box. And inside the metal box is compartments, just like you get on a ship. So in one of the compartments, there's old mattresses, there's wooden struts, softwood wedges, all sorts of bits and pieces. And that's our compartment we're going to be in. But on one of the walls is a huge hole. So they say to us, right, you are the shoring party. You have got to save the ship. Okay. So I said, when we start, the thunder flashes will start your exercise. So they put 2 thunder flashes in the dustbin. They went off, so did the dustbin lid. That shut off. And we're off. And all of a sudden, this cold water is pouring out this hole as fast as you can imagine. And to make it more realistic, they're throwing thunder flashes in at us as well. So they're going off all around you. Yeah. And we've got these mattresses and wooden struts, and we're trying to stop the water coming in. And we're putting these struts up and putting softwood wedges in them. and one softwood wedge fell off, landing on this poor lad's head. Well, he didn't know where he was, so we had to usher these people over that were watching us, and they sort of give him a bit of treatment, and after a while it wasn't too bad, but it didn't do him any good. But anyway, we had to carry on, and we got the hole fixed, and that was our exercise. Soaking wet, freezing cold, thunder flashes all around it, but we'd actually stopped the water, so that was all right.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that what an amazing simulation to be part of. You know, you're in there and you're having all of the real experience, all of the real adrenaline. You know, so if it ever did happen later on, you're familiar with, you know, what's going on.
Yeah. And of course it was going to happen later on, but I wasn't going to be in the Navy because in 1982, of course, the Falklands War.
Yeah.
But I left in 80. So one of the other things we did under training was drill training. Lots and lots of drill training. You had to go on marching everywhere, doing all sorts of drill, all sorts of manoeuvres. And our gunnery officer, as far as I was concerned, he was God, because he was to be feared, this chap. And he used to march us everywhere on the parade. And we used to do, you know, going into threes, going into twos, doing all the things you needed to do that the Navy did then. And he used to turn us round. He used to turn around and leave us to attention and put his back to us. And he used to leave us like that for quite some time. Of course, you wonder what's happening, and you start twitching and moving yourself. And they go, stop moving. I used to think, how the hell does he know that?
Yeah.
But when we spoke to him after the course, he said, well, I knew somebody would be doing it. So
yeah. You know. So he just knew.
I didn't know I was moving my leg. But yeah, so that went all quite well. I mean, the other little thing we did before I move on a bit is the CS gas. We had to go into, march down to a little chamber, and they put CS pellets in, and you had to go in one at a time with your respirator. And if you had a beard, like you and I, a respirator was hopeless, because you can't get a seal.
Yeah, it has a lot of gaps.
In times of war, you'd have to shave off. I mean, Navy's renowned for beards, but in times of war, you shouldn't have one, because you can't have a respirator seal properly. So, but anyway, we used to go in one at a time, test the respirator, which was great, until they said, right, now take it off, and you got to say your name, rank and number. So you had to take it off, say your name, rank and number, come out absolutely spluttering, coughing, couldn't see, eyes was streaming. I don't know how we marched off, really. I don't know how we kept a straight line. But yeah, so that was my my first part of CS gas, because I came across it a bit later, of course, as well. So
yeah. So are you able to tell us the places that you visited, or any things that you saw in your travels with the Navy?
Yeah, I went to well, after the training, I went to 737 Squadron in Dorset, Portland in Dorset, and I was actually in the Navy for nearly 4 years before I actually went anywhere of any significance.
Okay.
But the 737 Squadron was a training squadron as well, and it was aircraft, helicopters. I worked on helicopters all the time. I never worked on any fixed wing. And 737 Squadron was what they called Wessex 3. They've gone well out of service now. So it was a training squadron, and of course I was working on them. And they had a ship that they used to go on from 737 Squadron, which was a Royal Fleet Auxiliary ship, not the Royal Navy ship, but the Royal Fleet Auxiliary was the supply ships for the Navy. This Royal Fleet Auxiliary ship, the Engadine, was a ship that the 737 Squadron used to use on a regular basis. And while I was there, we went on it twice. The first time was horrendous, because we were out near the Bay of Biscay, and there was a Force 9 gale, and my shift is on watch, the other shift is off watch, and they're in the bar. There was a little bar on board, and they've got about 7 or 8 pints lined up ready to drink.
Yeah.
And because it's a Royal Fleet Auxiliary ship, it's much more relaxed than the Navy ship. And I could go down to the galley anytime I liked, and I could get tea and coffee. So we got a bit of a lull, so I thought I'd nip down and get a cup of tea and a couple of bits of toast. So I sit in the galley, and the galley had long tables going for, from port to starboard, port left, starboard right. And at the end of the tables, they had like a couple of shelves with the holes at the top on the top shelf, so you put sauce bottles in, and they sat on the bottom shelf. And I was sitting right on the end, and the ship is really bad, it's tossing and turning. And they say the ship, they tannoy to say the ship is going to turn across seas and may roll heavily. That's all I remember. Because the next thing I know, I'm shooting that way as fast as possible, still sitting on my chair, still with a cup of tea in my hand, in a big heap. And of course, there's all sorts of things that are not tied down that are all around me. And all these sauce bottles, you imagine they came out, so imagine how far over we went. And the next thing, of course, we've got the anti-roll, and I'm on the way back. But as we were on the way back, we hit a side-on wave, which stopped it and slowed it down, and I managed to get up to my feet. But I thought the end of the world had come. I really did. I just thought, that's it. I couldn't believe it,
Wow.
how things were happening. And in the bar, because all the stuff smashed, all went everywhere. All the beer went everywhere. And the next morning, we were cleaning all this stuff up. It took us forever. And, it was...
That must have been terrifying. So did you...
I've been in lots since then. I was in lots of rough seas, but it was never ever anything like that. But of course, the Engadine itself was a smaller ship, and it already had a list to port anyway, about 7 or 8 degrees, so it wasn't always straight. So this storm made it worse. But I was absolutely petrified at that time. But after that, I would say lots of other seas.
Did you get your cup of tea in the end?
I still had the cup in my hand. Yeah. I had no idea where the tea went. Oh, God. It was lovely, really. I'll move on anyway, because there's lots of other things to go through. HMS Seahawk, which is Cold Rose in Cornwall. It's the biggest air station that the Navy has. I got into the Fleet Air Arm from doing the 6-week square bashing, because through that time they sent people out to talk to us from different departments, and they sent submariners out to tell you what it's like on a submarine. And it looked, I know I'm digressing a minute, but it looked like a wonderful life, the submariner's life, until you actually went on a submarine. On shore, they had all the best things you could possibly think of, wonderful, food and accommodation. But on a submarine, they had water rationing. They had bunk spaces they used to have to share. One would roll one bunk, roll their bunk space kit up, and then another one would go in the same bunk space and all that sort of thing. And of course, the nuclear subs could go all around the world, never surface. And the other thing that
trapped under the water for months.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that put me off doing that was at HMS Dolphin, you had to do a 100-foot water tank, and you had to come out with no respirator on or anything, and just come up to the surface. And I didn't fancy doing that.
Yeah.
So that put me off. So that's when the Fleet Air Arm came. I thought, well, that sounds pretty good. Aircraft carriers, working on aircraft. So I got into the Fleet Air Arm, and I only wanted 2, and there was only the 2 of us in our class that wanted it. So, I managed to get in. So that was it. I just sort of digressed there, I know, but it was just the way I got into the Fleet Air Arm.
And when you said before that you were working on helicopters, were you fitting them with weapons or working on their maintenance or
yeah, like I trained as an aircraft electrician. So anything electrical, all the electrical equipment on all the helicopters. I worked on most of the helicopters the Navy had at one time, but anything electrical I was involved in. When I was going back to Portland, I had a couple of hiccups. When you get an aircraft ready to fly, you have to do a before flight inspection. Each trade goes and does the before flight inspection. My trade as an electrician meant pushing a few buttons, making sure things illuminate and all this sort of thing. It wasn't too difficult. And one particular day they said to me, get out to that cab, they used to call the helicopters cabs. Get out to that cab, do the BFI as quick as you can, because it's going to go off flying. So I shoot out, it's pouring the rain, and I've got my foul weather gear on, and that time of day it was really stiff and hard, this stuff, but it was pretty waterproof. But I thought, to cut corners, I'll go into the cab and come up under the seat of the pilot's seat and then operate the buttons from there. So I came in, up underneath the seat, tried to operate the buttons, and my sleeve hit the fire button. Of course, the fire button exploded all in the engine, all the foam and everything. And unbeknown to me at the time, is a chap working on the sponson who's looking at the rotor heads, and he had to jump off because he scared him so much. So once I sort of realised what had happened, I knew he was on there, so I ran around to see if he was okay. He was all right, but he was obviously a bit upset about it. And then I had to go into the aircraft ready room and tell him what I'd done. So I walked in there, and I wasn't the flavour of the month. They made me work hard for it. I had to spend many hours after everybody had gone home with other people cleaning the engine, ready for the aircraft to be ready to fly tomorrow. But it was fair enough, you know.
Yeah.
It was my fault. The other BFI, or the before flight inspection I did down there as well, was a quick one. I did it, it was no problem. And every time you do work on an aircraft, you have to put it in an A700, which is the aircraft's logbook. So everything that ever happens to that aircraft is logged in, you know who did it and when. So I went in and I've signed up, off this thing went, and immediately ditched in the water in Portland Harbour. Oh no. And the flotation canisters are one on each wheel. As soon as the water creates the circuit and completes the circuit, it explodes them out, and these big balloons blow up. And so it sits on the water, bobbing about on the water. So there it is, ditched straight into the water. And I'm thinking, oh dear, what have I done?
Yeah. Oh no.
Time for that. And I was worried, I must admit. And I said, well, I've only done a few pressing the buttons. I haven't done anything major, but I still worried, because you would be, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And it turned out that it was a mechanical fault that nobody could foresee. And it was catastrophic when it happened. And they just had to ditch straight into the sea. So it wasn't anybody's fault in a sense. It was just a malfunction.
Yeah, that was kind of lucky. I bet you were really nervous before, when that happened.
I was absolutely, I was really worried. I suppose we get on to, well, when I was at Seahawk, I went to 814 Squadron, which was a squadron that was newly formed, and they decided that they wanted to go all to Prestwick. The whole squadron was moved to Prestwick. So I'd only been on the squadron, 814 Squadron, at HMS Seahawk in Cold Rose for a couple of months, and there we are, going to Prestwick. Now that was logistically quite a big thing to move a whole squadron all the way to Scotland from Cold Rose. And they brought in the RAF, and the RAF brought a Hercules, and they had, I don't know if they've got them anymore, but they had a loadmaster. The loadmaster was worth his weight in gold, because he was the one that's actually loading the aircraft with all the ground equipment, with all the everything that they can bring manually, they're going to bring, including us. But we were the last thought. So they load all this Hercules up, and then we sit round the outsides with the air defenders on, because it's a noisy thing. But all the aircraft, of course, have flown off to Lossiemouth, to Prestwick. And we take off, and I thought it was never going to get off this thing, because it seemed to be forever before it ever lifted. And off we went, and everything was fine. And of course, when we get to HMS Gannet, which is Prestwick, we have to unload everything and get ready. And 814 had two ships that were assigned to it, which was the Bulwark and the Hermes. And the Bulwark was a commando carrying ship, but the Hermes was an ordinary aircraft carrying ship. And then we did deployments from Gannet, from the Prestwick, onto the ships backwards and forwards. And we didn't go too many places. We did Amsterdam and that sort of place, but the best ones are going to come up a bit later anyway. So, you know, we were on and off, and where we were operating from at Prestwick was directly opposite. We're talking about 1973. We're directly opposite the main airport, Prestwick Airport itself, and our hangar is directly opposite the runway. So we could stand at the back of the hangar every night and watch the Concorde doing its trial runs. And that was when, do you remember the Concorde?
Yeah, I do. I was sad when it was decommissioned.
Well, it was a sad ending, really, but it was a wonderful, wonderful plane. But it was doing its trials at Prestwick, and you could see it shooting off the runway with the afterburners going, and then coming back to land, and it was doing trial runs at landing and taking off. And you could watch that all from the back of our hangar. So we had a lovely, lovely view. But going on to the bulwark, the first time we went on to the bulwark, it was for, we do lots of exercises in the Navy, lots of northern merger exercises because of Finland and Sweden and all that, and the Arctic area was the most vulnerable areas. And so we get on the bulwark for the first time, and so it's a commando carrying ship, and a lot of Marines come on board. So we've got seeking helicopters, which is a wow compared to the things we had before. The Seekings came in 1969. That was their first flight, and they took over from the Wessex. And they, for me as an electrician, they were a sensational thing. I mean, for starters, you didn't have any fuses. You had, you know, the old fuses, you used to put the screws in either side.
Yeah.
We had them in the Wessex, but now you've got nothing like that in the Seeking. You've got circuit breakers, you've got all this new equipment in them, and they're a joy to work on. So we've got Seekings on the 814 squadron. So we're on the bulwark. It's called the Rusty Bee for a good reason, because it is very rusty. It has seen better days. But so these Marines come on, and we're going up to far north, up near past Norway, and they're going to go off, and we're going to get them off, and they're going to do a 3-week exercise. And then we're going to come back and pick them up. So we get to where we want to take them off. Now, when you use helicopters to maneuver stuff, you do what you call an underslung load. And so the only thing you have to worry about is when they bring the stuff to you and you're taking it off, you've got to earth it first, because you get a horrendous amount of static electricity and it can be lethal. So you've got to earth it first. So we're getting them off, doing underslung loads as well, taking it on to shore, and everything's going great until it comes to the Vickers Land Rover. Now, a vicar is a chaplain in the Navy, and they call him the Bish. So that's the Navy term for a chaplain, they call him the Bish.
Yeah.
And this Bish's Land Rover, underslung load, fine, take off, 200 yards, or talking yards, 200 yards from the shore, fell off, never to be seen again. So I have no idea how the vicar got round that time, or the Bish got round, because he didn't have his Land Rover.
Yeah. Was he fuming?
I never saw him after that. I don't know what he did, but we did bring him back on board. But you know, it was a really funny thing to happen. But you know, it wasn't that funny for him, I know. But it's the last thing we were doing, and that was everything had gone fine, you know. But and a sad story really as well on the bulwark was we were up still up in Norway area. We've been into Norway in Oslo. I went into Oslo in that year, about 73. Such an expensive place even then, and it was £1 for a pint of beer in 73, and that was expensive. I mean, it's probably about £1.
How much would it have been back home?
So it'd probably been about 48 pence, somewhere around there. maybe
Yeah,
35,
so
40,
more
maybe.
more than
Yeah.
double.
Really expensive. So anyway, we're doing another exercise, and the helicopters we've got are now Wessex, and we're up a field, and on this particular evening, they had call signs, these helicopters, and they all had a number on the side, and they're all the numbers call sign, and it was all the phonetic alphabet. So Juliet is flying, it's got 5 on board, takes off, never to be seen again. Went straight into the sea, straight to the bottom of the field, and the field was very, very deep, and obviously we had to do something, and we got a deep sea diving team out from Norway, and they found the helicopter, and they found it, and the people were still all strapped in, but they couldn't take them out because it was so deep.
Yeah.
Then in the 70s, they didn't have the ability to bring the bodies out. So we had to mark the area. On the Sunday, we had a service, and, you know, sang for those in peril on the sea, and had a nice service, and that was it. 2 days later, after the service, Romeo gets in trouble. So we've had Juliet, now Romeo's in trouble, but that managed to limp back to the ship, but it was really suffering, and if it had not got on that ship at the time it got back on, it would have gone back into the water, the same as that, the same fate as Juliet.
Wow.
So it was like a Romeo and Juliet story, but it's sad.
And did they ever find out what caused it, or it was just a mechanical error or something?
Nobody, I mean, there was nobody to tell you. They may have done over the years, and I'm hoping for the families they did get the bodies out. Probably with technology as it moved on, they probably did, but I don't know, I never heard any reports about it. But going on from there, the second ship, the Hermes, that was 74. In the February of 74, there was a trawler. I don't know if you ever remember this one, but the trawler called the Gaul, G-A-U-L.
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, it was 36 men on board, the latest trawler that we had, and all the up-to-date equipment, and went off to sea, and should have radioed in. 3 days go by, no radio, never heard a thing, and so they presumed it was missing, and we had to search for it. So the Hermes spearheaded the search. There was quite a few other ships with us, but the seas were that rough, and I'm talking really rough, as bad as the Engadine, but really, really rough. And 9 days we search for this thing, and we go right up into near Bear Island in the Arctic Circle.
Yep.
And because the seas are so rough, when they're sending out the radar signals, it's bouncing off the water and bouncing back, so you're getting sort of false signals. So we're chasing shadows, really, if you like. So after 9 days, all we could do during those 9 days was go from our mess, where we used to live, up to the hangar to check the lashings on the aircraft are okay, and then to the galley if you fancy something to eat, and then back to your mess, and then at night time you strapped yourself in, put your anti-roll bar out your bed, and then you could hear when the ship come out the water, the propellers used to shudder, so you'd get a zzz, bang. Wow. And it just carried on like that all the time. All the time we were looking for these poor people in this trawler. 9 days. After 9 days, the captain came on the tannoy and he said, "I think the ship has pooped." That's a terminology for broke in two and sunk with all hands.
Yeah.
So we called off the search. And then, of course, over the years, there was major speculation because we were in the Cold War. The Cold War was from 1947 to 1989, 3rd of December, I think it finished. But I'm right in the middle in those dates. So they blamed Russia for everything then, of course. and they thought the Russians had had it because it was the latest thing and had towed it away. And then there was programs about it. There was a freshwater buoy found that was off the trawler, which they said had been there for at least 3 or 4 weeks, should have moss on it, but it didn't, and it was planted there. That was all they were in. In about 7 or 8 years ago, or maybe even longer than that, no, 1997, I think it was, they found the ghoul, and all it was the seas were that bad that they had no time to shut the hatches.
Wow.
And that's all it was. And they just perished.
It just filled up and just went down.
All that guff about Russia having it and everything was nothing at all.
What do you think of the latest issues with Russia in the Ukraine? Do you have any sort of opinion on that?
Well, yeah. Well, it's obviously very upsetting, very dangerous situation.
Yeah.
I feel sometimes that he may be testing everybody, see how they're going to react, see what firing power they got, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. But I mean, I'm just listening to it before we started, and apparently they're supposedly moving some troops away.
Yeah.
But America and others are saying, no, that's not right, because they're always moving people north. Yeah. So I don't know. I hope it doesn't come to that, because I can see a war in Europe. America would retaliate if there's anything, but I don't think he's going to be foolish enough to do it, to be honest.
Yeah, I hope not. It's there's a lot of allies against him if it did happen, and it'd be devastating. It'd be devastating for Europe if there was another war. So,
well, yeah, I mean, my poor old dad, he was he went off to war when he was 19 and a half. He'd married me mum, and they had a child. She was a couple of years older, and he went off and he was captured in Tobruk, was a prisoner of war, escaped, and made his way to Switzerland, and with another chap got across the border, and then was repatriated after the war. So I mean, he was a bit of a war hero, but we don't want any of those stories anymore, really, though, do we?
No.
You know, however wonderful they are, we've got to make sure that, you know, I don't understand why we can't get on with each other, to be honest.
Yeah, it's it's tricky. There's no, you know, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors between all these billionaires and all the, you know, all the politicians. That I'm sure they have a lot of things going on in private, and then they act certain things out in public, and yeah, it's odd.
It is, yeah. So I think he's not. To me, I don't think he'll be stupid enough. I think it's a show of strength, and hopefully, in the next week or two, things will get back to normal.
Yeah,
and we just hope and pray. Yeah, I don't know whether you're interested, but I mean, I've got a lot of things about the Navy. You know, I don't want to keep harping on all. I mean, you probably want to know. Would you like to know about the Ark Royal, the biggest ship we ever had?
I was wondering, Brian, if you want to keep this episode as like a Navy special, and then and then before you move on to like the next stage in your career, if we can rebook and come back on maybe later today if you're free, or tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah, that's great. No, that would be great, because it saves me rushing.
Yeah,
you know, because I've got a lot of things. I know. There's places I'm going to mention we've been, and there's things I'd like to show you as well, if I can show you on here.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, no, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and if you wanted to, you can even if you do have like digital pictures, you can send them to me by email, and as you're talking, I can put things up when people they watch the video.
When we get to that point,
yeah.
Okay, brilliant. No, that's lovely. Oh, thank you very much. No, I'll get back to the. I've got a couple of bits written down here. You might see because it's a long time ago. Yeah.
No, I'm very impressed. Yeah, I'm loving it.
I don't want to get the wrong sequence, and I don't want to leave anything out that I feel as though is amusing. I've got a few amusing stories. I say amusing. Some people might not think they are amusing, but you And of course, it's all of its time as well. I mean, it's a completely different world now. The Navy was in a completely different time.
Yeah,
Things were done different. I mean, we had no mobile phones, of course. When I used to go away to sea for 8, 9 months at a time, letters were the most important thing. You know, that's the only communication we had. And when I was if we went ashore somewhere, I used to find where the nearest telephone exchange was, and then I'd have to book a call, and then we'd go away, come back at a certain time. They'd put me in some grubby booth, and they'd connect me to my wife at home, so I could have a chat with her. And that was we communicate. But
technologically, it's a totally different world, isn't it? We take everything for granted now.
I'm watching that, what's it called, Warship. I've seen a couple of episodes of that. Somebody said to me you should really look at it, and it's quite interesting. But you see them on there, and they're all on their mobile phones, standing on the flight deck doing it, and I thought, wow, what a world that is. We had nothing. I say these letters were so important, but the Navy knew the letters were so important as well. And they used to, the letters used to follow us all around the world. So they'd be somewhere near to where we were or where we were going to be. And they used to make sure that helicopters would fly off, pick this mail up and bring it back. And when you're on the flight deck and you saw these mail helicopters come back and they were bringing out these silver bags with all these, you think, is a letter in there for me, great, and we used to number them.
That keeps the morale up, doesn't it? Like you know that somebody's out there and they care about you and they're thinking of you, and that's their message to you. Like, it's so important.
Yeah, extremely important. And when I was at Portland, I was in digs as well, because Portland was a general service camp, and of course the air station was Fleet Air Arm, so they couldn't accommodate all the Fleet Air Arm in the camp, so they put us out in digs, and I lived in digs in Weymouth. In same place twice actually, but the first time in 71 I met my wife out one Friday night in a very aptly named Weymouth Bars, and we met, and we're still married after 50 years this year.
Wow, congratulations. That's a hell of an achievement. 50 years, that's amazing.
Yeah, 50 years in July the 22nd. Yeah, so we weathered the storm.
And how many children did you go on to have? Because obviously I know Jack is your grandchild, but did you have a big family?
No, we only had the 2. My daughter came first, which is Jack's mother, of course. She's now 42, and of course you know where they live. And so she came first, and she was actually, that was really what spurred me on to come out the Navy. I was a Navy man through and through until I got married, until we had a family. Yeah. We started a family. When I first got married, we didn't have children for 8 years because I was always away at sea. Never, even if I was at a 9-month deployment, I may be going back to Cold Rose in Cornwall, and we were living, in the Midlands. So I thought, I can't have a child and be an uncle, feeling and coming back after so many months and pretending everything's okay, and you've missed the best part of them growing up. I didn't really want that. So when we had my daughter, she was only 6 months old when I came out of the Navy. So she didn't know any different. And then Adam, my son, he came 2.5 years later. So we had the 2. He's now 40, and he works for, he's in the university in Nottingham. So
nice, yeah. So Adam and I are the same age. I'm 40, yeah, as well.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
February the 1st he was 40.
Yeah, December the 1st I was. Last year.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Yeah. So we only had the 2, but so it was really a situation where I thought, well, I'd heard so many stories. That was 2 things really. I'd heard so many stories about people missing out on their childhood, the fathers missing out on the children's childhood, and them going back and trying to make everything as it should be, and it wasn't, of course, because you couldn't make up for lost time. Yeah. And the other thing was, you did 22 years for a pension, and I thought, I don't want to do 22 years and not have a house, because a lot of them would live in married quarters. Yeah. All of a sudden, those 22 years are gone, and you've got to get a house. And of course, you've got to start from square one. You're either going to go into try for a council house, or if you're lucky enough to have enough money to put enough deposit down on a house. But of course, it's a difficult time of your life as well, because you've got kids by then, and it's. So I thought, I don't want to fall in that same trap.
Yeah.
So what happened was, when I came off the Hermes, I went. Did you hear about? Do you know about the Fleet Air gun, the sort of gun crew? Sorry, do you know about the Fleet Air gun crew?
No.
Well, the gun crew were very famous in the day, and they used to run at Earl's Court, but they run with a cannon on a trailer, and they pull it along to. And the idea is it's a pretend canyon, and they're taking it over a wall, but they've got to dismantle it all, and they're going to put it together on the other side and run to the finish. And they always used to compete, Fleet Air Arm and General Service, and they always used to compete at Earl's Court, and then they used to go over to France to compete as well. But if you made the gun crew, you were, it was like a kudos, it was wonderful. You had the best treatment and fantastic time. And when I was on the Hermes, before I come off of it, I had the opportunity to do an eliminations at Portsmouth for the gun crew, and me and this other chap went down, and we did an all-day elimination. And we had. Do you know what grid sprints are?
No.
You stand on a line, and you go out so far to another line. You come back, then you get further and further away. So you might have 7 lines, and you go every line you have to touch, come back. So you do. They were quite grilling, and it's all sorts of different things to do. So the whole day was taken up with gym work. And the last part is you run 3 miles, and then you come back and you push 120-pound weight above your head 3 times.
Wow.
So get to the last bit, do the 3 miles. Great, because I'm in my element there, because I'm a runner, I'm doing the 3 miles. Come back in, grab hold of this weight, pull it up, and I've got a bit tired, obviously. And I went to push it up, and it fell off. The end fell off, and they hadn't put the stop on. It nearly crucified me. That did. So they put it back all on, and then they did help me the first one, and I did 3, and that was it. And they had me down for the wheelman. Now the wheelman, when you dismantled all that cannon, was the one that put it over his shoulder on a jackstay, swing across this canyon with it on your shoulder. When they get the cannon the other side and put it all together, because you're 2 wheelmen, but you're slamming your wheel on, and you've got to put a pin in to stop it falling off. Well, I heard some horrendous stories about people having to use their fingers because they couldn't find the pin. Anything to get it across the line. No finger left.
Yeah.
So it didn't put me off. But anyway, we were accepted. A signal came through to the Hermes to say that us 2 could join them at Leon Solon, which is a training camp, and they wouldn't let us go. So the air officer of the day, the air engineer officer, who was in charge of the squadron, he explained why we couldn't go, and we were upset, obviously, but we couldn't say, okay, we're going, because we're in the service, so we have to do what they say. So anyway, things move on, and I'm leaving the Hermes, and I applied, because we get drafted in the Navy. You get drafted. Because I applied to go to my next establishment, and I put in for the usual places: Portsmouth, Yeovilton, all those. And the air officer of the day, the air engineer officer of the squadron, who told us we couldn't go on the gun crew, he goes up to what they called drafting. Now, when you were drafted, of course, they were the headquarters that sorted out all the drafts, gave you your draft, and then they knew where everybody was in the Navy. So he goes up to drafting, comes back down, and I get drafted to a place in an RAF station that I'd never even heard of. I don't really like to say where it is, obviously. But
is it round here?
Where are you?
Kings Lynn.
Oh, yeah.
So we're not far from Marham.
Sorry, yeah, I don't know. No, it's up. Well, I can tell you it's in Rutland.
Yeah.
But that's not giving anything away really, but I went there from the Hermes, and we sort of fell in love with the area, so we stayed.
It's a shame that you did all of that hard work, like, you know, you put all of that effort in and then you couldn't go. I bet that was
very disheartening, yeah. But
Yeah.
the thing was, we'd made it. We were good
Yeah.
enough. They wanted us, and we would have been running with them. And I'm pleased that I was good enough to make it, although I didn't do it. So, you know, I accepted that, and I couldn't do anything else really.
Yeah.
So at the RAF camp, it was a lovely area. My running days were still on and off, because I say on and off because I ran when I could, but of course when you're at sea it's very difficult, so you don't do too much. And I thought, well, I've got to get fit, and I'm going to join the cross-country team. So I joined the cross-country team, and we ran every Wednesday, and we did cross-countries every Wednesday to different camps all around the area and beyond, really. And they said, we're going to have a marathon. And I think it was the first marathon that they had. And it was, this is 1975 in March. And they're going to go, it went to Swinderby in Lincolnshire. Swinderby was a 20 miler, and they changed it to 26 miles. But it was twice round a 13-mile circuit. So we did a lot of training. I used to do 6 miles dinner time with them at 6:30 because we didn't have much time. Used to dive back into the shower, have a quick shower, put my stuff back on. Time I got back to work, I was sweating. So anyway.
So did that remind you of your days when you were, you know, cobbling? It was the same sort of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, and we used to do 6 dinner time, 10 mile at night. And to be honest, it wasn't enough. We used to do a 20 mile on the Sunday, and then come the race. I hadn't done 26, and I was on for about 2 hours 45 minutes for the marathon. And I got to the 22 mile mark. I went through the 20 in about 1 hour 9, which I was really on for a 2:45, 2:50. Got to 22, and 22 miles are like in the second half of the marathon. They call it the wall.
Yeah. And
it was a drinking post, and there was a sponge and a cup of water, and I couldn't work out what to do with each one, because I couldn't work out. When I put the sponge in my mouth, I was wrong. And I kept on running, jogging more than like, and a van goes by, who's one of the team's vans. They said, "Oh, do you want to lift to the finish?" "No, thank you. I'm going to make it." You know, so they left me, and instead of 2 hours 45, I was 3 hours and 6 minutes. So a good time.
Yeah, that's not too bad though.
I was a bit disappointed after all that training, I must admit.
Yeah.
But so I didn't. When I got into the shower, the acetic acid in my legs, the build-up of acid was absolutely horrendous. I couldn't sit down, stand up. I didn't know what to do. That lasted for a long time. But there was 4 of us that did the race, and my wife had driven us there we had an old Toledo then, and we came back to the car, and the blasted starter motor had jammed. So there we are, 4 of us trying to push this thing down the road just after this marathon and get it going. And we managed to get it going. And then I sold it after that because I was so fed up with it.
Yeah.
But my legs were that bad. I gave up for 3 weeks. And we used to go and see my wife's parents when they were alive. And they lived in a little village just outside Banbury, about 8 miles out of Banbury. And we went there for the weekend. And I say it was a gorgeous weekend. On a Sunday, I was used to going for a long run. So that particular morning, it was really nice and sunny and warm. I had my kit with me, put it on. I thought, I'll go. I know what I'll do. I'll run into Banbury, 8 miles, quite hilly, turn around on the roundabout, run back, job done, 16 miles, no problem. So I put my kit on, felt quite good till I got into Banbury, got to the roundabout, halfway around the roundabout, all my legs seized up again. So there I am standing on the side of the road, trying to thumb it back. with a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and shorts on, and nobody would stop. So I had to limp all the way back, and nobody missed me, you know. They said, "Oh, you've been a long time, had a long run." So I gave up again. Yeah, so we had such a lovely time. You know, we decided we weren't going to go anywhere further, and that's why we bought a house and stayed in this area ever since. That made it difficult for me being in the Navy, because say I didn't come out until 1980.
Yeah.
So from 74 to 80, I was doing all the travelling. I had no driving license because I hadn't been anywhere long enough to take one.
Yeah, and you need one around here, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. And I just had to rely on good old, what was then British Rail, and they weren't that good. And of course, when you came off on leave and weekends and that, you always went back at the latest time possible. And they used to run things like milk trains, they called them. And you used to get on this milk train, and it was going to be like 3 o'clock in the morning where I was getting it from. And it was going to get into wherever I was at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was going to have to go to work, which they call turn 2, at sort of 7:30, 8 o'clock. And you get on this train, and it was full of sailors, full of matlows, as they call them, sleeping everywhere, sprawled across the seats, lying in the aisles. And you'd find a little tiny space to hunker down and try and get some sleep. And this milk train stops at every station because they're taking off newspapers and I suppose milk as well. But anyway, so you think, oh, it used to take forever. But you'd had a long week, you know, it made you home longer. But so we didn't, for the first 8 years, we hardly saw each other. But I was, when I was on, again at Portland, the second time, I was on security. Now that was totally different because I wasn't on a squadron, and that was a good job in the sense of being able to get home, because I did a week on and a week off. So the weeks that were days, you did 11 hours a day for 7 days. So you were doing like 2 weeks work in one, really. Yeah. And then for the nights, you did 13-hour nights. And the job was, you had to obviously make sure the whole air station was secure. You manned the front gate, which was a bit tedious in the night. You did a lot of rounds, checked a lot of premises, offices, hangars, and all this sort of thing. And they used to give you a pickaxe handle for something that used to supposedly keep you safe. And that was that was the only thing you got.
That's all you had, so you didn't have a rifle or anything like that?
No rifle. I wouldn't trust us with a rifle, I don't think. But yeah, so I did that, and that was just over a year or more. And we had an old chief, say an old chief, he was sort of the old Navy, he was just coming up to retirement. And he had me in his office one day, and he said, have a look at that on my desk. And I said, what is it? He said, have a look. And it was a poem. And the poem was assigned anonymous, but it's called Ode to the Indispensable Man. And I thought it was brilliant. And I wrote this poem down. I use it several times now. I've retired several times from things. So every time I've retired, I say this poem, but it's a lovely poem. I don't want to recite it now. Yeah, so it was him telling me. I didn't do anything about it for years and years. I just thought it was anonymous, but I found out with the onslaught of internet, a woman wrote it. I can't remember her name now. And she had to lay claim to it, but there are various versions of this. Yeah. So, but anyway, he served me well.
And so he showed you, why did he show you the poem? Just because it was good, or because he was retiring?
He thought that's the way. Yeah, sorry. He thought that was the way you should live your life. Yeah. You know, and not get too important about things, and don't think you're important, and don't think other people think you're important, and keep your feet on the ground. And that's what this poem's all about. And how much you'll be missed when you're gone.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I'll check it out between.
I'll let you have it if you want.
Yeah. I'll do a Google search for it. I'll have a read.
Indispensable Man.
So just quickly going back to when you were successful in joining the Navy, did you have like a passing out parade, and did your parents go and see you do that?
No. Unfortunately, when we did the square bashing and came to the every week, A class became the senior class, and
Yeah.
they were the ones that did the guard of honour. So you'd have a parade. Your class, if you were a top class, would have a guard of honour. You'd be in the front with the rifles and the bayonets, and that was your passing out parade. We had one, yes, but my mum and dad couldn't make it. My dad didn't have a car.
Yeah.
Dad wasn't there, so he was working away most of the time. So I had nobody to see my passing out parade.
Do you have any photographs from that time?
I probably, no. I did have a postcard showing you what it's like. I did try to find that, but I couldn't. So no, I've got a couple of photographs, a few photographs of yeah. No, I haven't got anything from that time. Sorry.
No worries. So Brian, do you think would now be a good time to take a break, and then we can come back later to follow up with the next part of your life?
Is that it?
That's it. That's the one.
This is my wife's MacBook. So I'm not used to. I have an iPad normally, and it's easier for me, but I have to remember that you've got a cursor on this and having to move it around.
All right. No worries. Yeah, that's fine. Good to see you. Good to see
you. Yeah. And you had a good day?
Oh, it's been so busy. Yeah, it's been good though. I've got loads done. I've been at work all day, marking and catching up with admin.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been fast. It's gone really, really fast, which is good.
Yeah, I've been quite busy as well, because my wife does a meet and greet down at a local museum here, and she's been on this afternoon. So we got rid of the other car some time ago because we weren't really using it. So I have to keep taking her backwards and forwards. If it doesn't come up very often, but we have to do that. But,
yeah, we had the same thing with the with the pandemic and the lockdown. I work and live very, very close to each other, and it just wasn't worth having the car, so we sold it not too long ago. So yeah, it was just better just to get rid of the car and have a bit of extra cash around Christmas. And
yeah. Well, we were the same, really. I mean, we'd had the other car for years, and it was 18 years old actually. I only had about 40,000 miles on it. But we'd have it sitting in the garage for some time, and we thought, well, this is silly, because the times it crops up that we both need a car at the same time isn't going to be very often now.
Yeah.
So we got rid of it. And
so what kind of museum is it? Does she volunteers there? Does she, or she works?
Yeah,
there?
it's a local museum for the town, and it has all sorts in there, from the history of the place and whatever. But they have people visiting, quite a few. You wouldn't believe it. It's quite a few people, around about 40 or 50 this afternoon, I think. So.
Wow, that's quite busy, especially for a Thursday, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. Yeah. It never stops. Never stops.
Wow, hectic.
Okay.
Yeah. So you said in your email that you wanted to go back over some stuff yesterday. That's totally cool. I thought. I was going to say I'm all yours. I'm all yours now. That's it.
I know. I mean, not being used to this sort of thing and talking to somebody on the screen is slightly different than talking to somebody in real life, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is, because sometimes
and I'm an arm waver as well. So.
That's fine. Yeah, so, me too. Me too. Yeah, sometimes if we were in the same room now, we'd be able to sort of interrupt each other a lot better.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we have this distance between us. We're kind of waiting for the other person to say stuff, and it takes a while to get used to. But yeah,
it does. Yeah, it's a little bit of a lag. That's just that little bit of a lag, and you can't interject.
Yeah,
and then you feel as though you're interrupting the person, and it almost looks like you're rude.
Yeah. Yeah, not at all. Don't worry.
It's tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought a couple of things I really wanted to cover really yesterday that I thought of was back at junior school, because when I went to junior school, I'd had a huge growth spurt, and although I'm not, you wouldn't think so now because I'm only 5'10".
Well, you sat down. I can't see you.
Well, you have to, take my word for it.
Yeah.
And I had this huge growth spurt, and I was head and shoulders above everybody in the school, and it made me a bit self-conscious, to be honest.
Wow.
And my dad said, "You're not going to go into long trousers. I'm not having you in long trousers." And my mum used to argue like mad trying to get me into long trousers. So there I'd be standing in the playground with everybody else with these short trousers on, feeling a bit of an idiot because I'm head and shoulders above everybody else. And eventually he succumbed and let me have these long trousers. But that tallness lasted all the way through my schooling, right through to the secondary school. And I was the tallest in the school right up to the last year. And then this lad turned up, and he was about 6'2", bigger than me, and he wanted to fight me because he wanted to see who was the best.
Yeah.
Bit of a dipstick, I thought. But anyway, we didn't fight. I'm not a fighting type.
No.
But yeah, so that was strange because I say I'm only 5'10" now. I've lost a little bit because I lost some cartilage with the running, so I'm probably down a little bit more. But when I joined the Royal Navy, they had me down to 6 foot.
Oh right, okay, yeah. So that would have been accurate, wouldn't it? They would have taken good measurement there. I
would have thought so.
Yeah.
So it was just a couple of things, and say in junior school that happened. But I just wanted to mention, I always remember a very nice teacher called Mr. Williams, and he was so nice to his pupils and so caring and thoughtful. And he used to do all sorts of things with us. And so we had this ABC system in school then, and this was the B class. And he used to bring chocolate in. And he'd say, right, we're going to test out your tongues to see where you can taste the chocolate on. And then you put it on one side, and of course that's where you taste salty stuff or something like that in. And he'd put them, and in the end he'd let you eat it, so that was the highlight of the day, eating his chocolate. But I remember a story that's always sticks in my mind was one day said, right, he said, we're going to make paper aeroplanes. And right, okay, he said, I'll show you how to make paper aeroplanes. And we all sat there, set to making these paper aeroplanes, and they were the dart type paper aeroplane. And he said, right, he said, now, he said, we're going to go out in the playground and we can have a go. So we go out in the playground, and it's quite a nice warm summer's day, and hardly any wind. And we're in the playground and trying these things, and most of them are just nosedive into the ground. So mine did a couple of nosedives, and I was close to the railings of the school. But where my playground was then, I mean, it doesn't exist anymore, over the other side of the road was a cinema. So you had the playground, railings, road, cinema. So I threw this dart, and all of a sudden it sort of wobbled a bit, and it just took off, and it just climbed, went over the railings, climbing and climbing and climbing, and I stood there in amazement. And it went over the road, climbed even higher, hit the roof of the cinema on the edge of the roof. Now down the side of the cinema was an alleyway.
Yeah.
And it sort of clipped this roof and then dropped down into the alleyway. Well, I was so excited. I got a friend of mine, and I was so busy telling him exactly what had happened. When I looked round, it's coming back. And this is like a couple of minutes later at least. So it comes hovering along over the road into the railings and stopped about 5 feet away from where I'd thrown it. And that must have been one of the longest flights in the world, but nobody ever really believe you, would they? But wow. I just something that I always remember. I don't know, a silly thing really, I suppose. I don't know, but just something that sticks in your mind. And because I was a lot bigger than others, I did have a good hand-eye coordination as well for games. And rounders, I don't know if they still play rounders, but we used to get in the playground, and of course you'd have a pitcher or a bowler, and of course I could whack this thing, and I always used to get round in one go because nobody else would get the ball quick enough. But, you know, it's just a bit, I had a bit more power.
Because you had those long legs as well. So
yeah.
you could
Oh,
get
yeah,
down.
super.
Yeah.
But he in his report for the annual report for me, he wrote works hard, plays hard, and I think, I don't know whether I mentioned that yesterday, but I mean that is me really. I don't know any other way. You know, I work hard and I play hard as well, and that's the sort of thing I've gone through all my life. I don't like to sit down and do nothing, and if I can do something now, I'll do it. Not leaving it for tomorrow.
You mentioned yesterday that you're retired now, but that you may be called back to do some work.
Yes.
How has the transition from working to retirement been for you? Because that's something that I'm concerned about. Like, I know it's a few years off for me, but I'm kind of thinking I go at like such a mad pace at work now,
right, yeah.
and I find it difficult to unwind. Like, it takes me a long time to get relaxed. How did you find it? What tips have you got for somebody who's facing retirement?
Okay. Well, you're a bit like my son, really, because he's the same. He has so much work on, and he says he has hundreds of emails he has to get through, and you know, and he's solid at it. And I feel a bit sorry for him and for yourself, really, in the sense that you're facing something I never had, and that was emails and the internet. But of course, I accepted it, and I still was using it long before I retired. How I cope? Well, I've gone on from there, but because when I got to the end of the Magistrates, and I just mentioned a little bit about that as well, is yesterday I filled in some forms to ask them to take me back.
Okay.
Because I can go to 75. It doesn't mean I will go back, but the forms will allow you to apply. So I've got till the end of March to find out, and I may be going back because, of course, I'm only 71 until I'm 72 in October, and I'll still have 3 years in October until the new age of 75.
Yeah.
So, and apparently, if they do accept me back, I only have to have half a day's training on the internet. I don't have to go anywhere. Just as a refresher.
Yeah.
So that, when I was doing that, that was keeping me very busy because I had 3 courts. We'll talk about this a bit more later anyway. But I was visiting 3 courts, so that all came to a grinding halt. So yes, it did leave a bit of a void, and I do like my gardening, but there's only so much gardening you can do.
Yeah.
I do like keeping really fit, and I like walking and all that sort of thing. But again, it's not really fulfilling as much as you'd like. But I've been doing schools appeals panels and youth offending panels, which is like a replacement for a magistrate's court, really. And the youth appeals panel is, I don't know if you know anything about it. It's if you want your son to go to a school and the school say, I'm sorry, you can't come here because it's full. You have a right to appeal.
Yeah.
So when the appeal goes in, the school admissions officer gives their reasons for the school why they can't take the child. The parents come on and they give their reasons why they want the child to go to school. And us as sitting as 3 and applying all the rules and codes that you have to, will come up with a decision, yes or no, for the child. So it's decision making. It's interesting, and it is, because of COVID, of course, they've been doing it online.
Yeah.
So it has been a little bit tedious because I'm on an iPad, stuck on an iPad all day long without very little breaks, because we've got so much to get through. So that takes up a fair bit of time. And the youth offending panel, of course, is the same sort of thing, because in the youth courts, they can refer a youth, instead of sending them to prison or giving them harsh punishment, they can send them to the youth offending team, which would be one of 3 again, and well, 2 really. But and then they would sort out we sort out what the youth is going to do, why it happened, how we can move forward, and it's legally binding. But you work out a contract, and the contract is for 3 months. And in that 3 months, they have to do everything that contract says. If they fall by the wayside or can't be bothered, you can send them back to court. So it's sort of trying to give them a helping hand.
Yeah.
Without, without sending them to prison. It could be quite a serious offence, but if the referral's there, then we deal with them.
Yeah.
So those the two things keep me quite occupied, and then, but to be honest, I sometimes think, did I ever have time to go to work?
Yeah.
When you look back, like we're going to talk about the Navy days and the police days and whatever, and I think sometimes I think, was I ever in the police, or was I ever in the was I ever in the Navy? It's really strange.
Do they feel
memories?
I was going to say, do they feel like not so much chapters in a book, but do they feel like completely different lives that you've experienced?
Yeah, it does. It does to a certain degree feel like a different life. And I think, getting back to your retirement, I shouldn't worry about it too much, because obviously we don't know what's down the road anyway.
Yeah.
But as you get older, you feel as though you're the same as you were, but you're not, because you do change, you do slow down a little bit, and things that were more important then are not so important now. And so your whole outlook changes, and so you fit your outlook.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think for 1 minute you'd ever be a person who sits in an armchair all day watching TV.
No, no, definitely not. Maybe in the evening, might watch a film or something like that. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, no, I don't want it. Well, my wife doesn't like films that much, but we like the odd one. But we find if we've got a half hour or 3/4 an hour in the afternoon, we'll watch a series of something. Like Shakespeare and Hathaway just started again, a light entertainment. It's nothing gory or grueling about it, and we have it just as a little wind down after lunch or something like that.
The wife, my wife Naomi, and I, we tend to watch quite a lot of things on YouTube now. There's interesting short programs on there. There's one about these chaps who design and build swords, and then they test them in a competition, and they have these forensic dummies that would be used, and when they hit the dummy with the sword, all the blood like splatters out, like it would, and it's kind of gross, but it's interesting to see. They do
those sort of things propel us forward, and science evolves, and you get different answers to different things, and a lot of things happen now that 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, were totally different.
Yeah. And they do like, all of the different swords and weapons from history as well. So it's fascinating to see how they work. And it gives you the background of like where those weapons originated from, what year they were used, who would have used them. So it's kind of, it's really, really interesting, fascinating.
Yeah.
It's called Forged in Fire.
I'll have to have a look at that.
Yeah, checked it out.
I never think about YouTube, to be honest. I mean, so many different things to look at now with Netflix, and there's so many ways of communicating. That's what amazes me. There's so many ways of communicating with people. Yet we still don't seem to be any better at communications, really. No. In fact, we're worse, I think.
Yeah, I think we're worse. Yeah. So I was another thing I look at on YouTube is videos from the late 1800s, when video was first invented, and the early 1900s, and looking at images of Victorian England or Paris or New York. And the one thing that is very common amongst like looking at that time period is just the number of people who are just out in the street living their lives, like not in cars. They're walking around, or they're at a cafe, they're outside, and they're all talking, and just talking and having a great time with each other. Whereas now we're all very, in these little digital bubbles, and we're separated, but not really. And
that's right. Yeah, we sort of might be able to see each other, but we're still insular.
Yeah.
And it's not like the contact with, because the thing is as well, when you see somebody for real, you pick on their body language as well, don't you? You pick up on their body language, and you, all those little incenses, you feel everything, and you notice more than you think. And they reckon that communication is about 7% is what you say. The rest of it is all down to body language.
Yeah.
So it's incredible, really. I've been doing the other thing that keeps me busy as well. because I had to, well, I didn't have to, but my dad said he wanted me to leave school, of course, at 15 and a half. So I had to make my own way in the world. I did, over the years, I felt a little bit cheated about education. So I've been doing sort of quite a few courses. There's amazing courses online now.
Yeah, there's tons.
I've done quite a bit on NLP, which is neuro-linguistic programming.
Okay, yeah.
And so I've done quite a few courses on that. It's fascinating, you know, it's about helping people getting over phobias or all sorts of things like that. And it's fascinating. So I sort of engrossed myself in doing all those sort of things and picking up. I've got a course now to do on British Sign Language. So, you know.
And yeah, learn a little bit of that.
Yeah, and again, another art of communication with people that obviously can't speak.
And what platform do you do these the courses on? Do you do them on FutureLearn or OpenLearn with the?
There's lots about. I do them on Udemy.
Okay, yeah.
But there's another couple out that I've been doing it on. Centre of Excellence. That's another one. And what I do is I don't spend a fortune on them. They come out quite expensive. But if you show an interest in them, I don't know whether it works or not, but I show an interest in them and they send an email back and say, are you still interested in this? And I just ignore it. And then all of a sudden it's down for a special price.
Yeah.
And it comes down from about £60 down to about £13.
Yeah.
I think I love that then.
Yeah. That's good. That's a great technique. Yeah.
So I don't buy anything really too expensive, but it's still the same course, and some of them are quite intense. You know, I mean, I've got a bit late in life really for me, but I've got a personal trainer course.
Okay. Yeah.
I always fancied doing a personal trainer course, and it's a diploma. And I thought, well, I'll give that a go. It's something because I've always kept myself fit, and I've always liked to know that side of things. You know.
Yeah. So a diploma, that's not easy. Like that's a complicated course to get.
Yeah.
So,
and it's exams. See how that goes. But so all that sort of thing, you know, and then we do like to go on holidays if we can. We've not been going too far because of COVID, of course.
Yeah.
I'm still not venturing or even considering going abroad.
When you did go abroad, what's your favorite place to go to?
We love cruising.
Okay.
We don't do we haven't done a huge amount of them, but if we can, we like to do some nice cruises. We've done ones in, the stateside and Caribbean, Mediterranean. Some of it a little bit of a busman's holiday for me because I've been to one or two of the places. Yeah. But even so, that was good many years ago. When we went back to Gibraltar, when I hadn't been back there for years, wow, I never even recognised the place.
Yeah, it was totally different. I haven't been there. I've never been on a cruise, but my cousin Amanda, she's on a cruise right now. I think she's around the Med with her family. So she sent me a couple of pictures this week of those guys having fun there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'd like to do that. I'd like to go on a cruise and see what that's all about.
Well, it is. I mean, it's not only just the places you visit. It's also quite a cultural thing as well, because you've got so much going on board, that goes on board. You can go to all sorts of different classes, cookery classes, gym classes. I always used to do the spinning classes because I do spinning every day, 6 days a week on a spinning bike in the shed. That was replacing my unable to run 20 years ago because my knees had got a bit dodgy. So I went to spinning and I've done it ever since. And I find it really works for me and it keeps me really fit, because I can do a lot of cardiovascular work on it as well. But so when I'm on board ship, I sign up for all those. So there's so many things you can do, and you might have stretches at sea between ports. You might have 5, 6, sometimes 7 days, depending on where you're going. And there is so much. They have a ship's routine and they send it to you at the end of the day for the next day. So you could sit there and have a look. I'll go to that,
I was going to say, Brian, you're probably going to have to update that letter to the magistrates and say, you're going to have to change this to 95 or 105 because there's no stopping you. Like you're spinning, you're not going anywhere.
Well, not at the moment. Yeah. You never know what's around the corner. Good job you don't really. But anyway, I do. I say I love to keep myself fit. And when I actually stopped running, I thought, what am I going to do? Because I'd had 2 cartilages, one completely removed and the other one partially removed. And in the 80s, this was, and I still kept running till I was to the year 2000.
Wow.
But I was really fortunate, really, on my right leg, because the knee slightly goes inwards. Else otherwise, I wouldn't be able to walk because there's no cartilage between the two bones.
Wow.
So it's bone on bone if I go over to the side. But it doesn't bother me at all, really. I can walk because I say the knee goes inwards a little bit, so I get away with it.
You don't have any pain now with that?
I have aggravation all the time, really, on and off, but it's not so. I think, to me, if it's going to stop me, stop me. If not, just leave me alone, and I'll just get through it. You know, I get on the bike and think, oh, God, man, it's a bit anyway.
After a while, like when you warm up, it sorts itself out. Yeah,
30 seconds is gone. You know.
Yeah.
And I must admit, I don't get the injuries nowhere near. Well, I don't think I've had a real bad injury at all. I've been doing spinning now for 22 years since I finished running. And I don't think I've really had a bad injury ever since I started it. But in running, I had so many injuries, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I wonder if that's to do with the duration or the surface, you know, that we run on. When I used to do, not for quite some time, but like 2012 was the last time, between 2012 and 2014 was the last time that I did any sort of serious running. And I used to run on the beach in bare feet, because I found like I didn't get any sort of injuries or strain or anything like that. It was harder, for when I first started out, because of the sinking in the sand as you go along.
Yeah.
But after a while, after a few weeks or a couple of months, I was flying. I was able to go further than ever before.
Yeah.
I didn't have any injuries, but as soon as I started back on the road, I hurt my hip and stuff like that when I was going. I think my shoes weren't great at the time.
You're exactly right. I did a bit. I never did barefoot, I don't think, beach running, but beach running is hard. It's hard, but it's very good for strengthening the calves and the quads. And if you can get away, of course the thing is as well, it's got more give than the tarmac.
Yeah.
So it soaks up a lot of the pressure that you're putting through your joints, because they reckon that if you when you run, every stride through your knees is 11 times your body weight. And that's a lot, really, for your old knees to take.
Yeah, for me, that's like probably about a ton, like on the knees.
Oh, surely not. Oh,
my poor knees. That explains it now.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, as well, with running, it's such an exacting sport. If you've got a good gait and a good style, you can get away with it many years. But if you've got a slight sort of roll, or you're pronate instead of supinate, that's either roll in or roll out with your feet, you're going to pick up injuries, and the tarmac's going to be one that's going to give them to you.
Yeah.
The grass would be better, but I never learned. When I started running, when I was about 12, I joined a club when I was 13. I had loved lightweight shoes, and I used to get as lightest shoes I could get. I used to do all the road running. I used to run on the Canberra, the road, and all that sort of thing, And of course, over the years, I paid the consequences, but I've got away with it fairly well. But there's still a lot of things you pick up that you. And the other thing is, as well, when you're young and you get those things, you think, oh, well, I've got rid of it. When you get older, it comes back again.
Yeah.
It comes back to haunt you. There you go. But no, I think, do you do any running still? Or?
No, I've still got. I get an on and off pain in my right hip and in my knee. So I'm at the minute, I'm just trying to lose weight through diet and exercise with weights. So past couple of weeks, I think I've lost like 4 or 5 kilos.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I've been mostly just eating meat and fat and cheese. So I've been on the keto diet, which is like the carnivore diet. So I've had like some vegetables, but all like really low carb, and I've been eating nuts and stuff like that.
But it's working for you.
Yeah, it works. I kind of I yo-yo a little bit. I go down to like 110 or 115, and then back up to 130 kg, which is it's too heavy. But like after Christmas, I thought I can't yo-yo anymore. I'm just gonna stick with it, get down, and then when I get down to about 100 kg, then I think I'm going to start running. There's a club near me. They do it every
Right.
Saturday. It's free. You just turn up and
Yeah.
join them. So I'll see what those guys say, because they look fit. I see them on a Saturday morning running around. I'm walking like I'm jealous. Like, and
all I would say is, if you get to that position, I think the biggest or the most important thing is your shoes.
yeah,
You know, you really want a good quality shoe.
will do.
Most shoes, even if they are good quality, after 6 months, they're starting to wear out if you're doing a lot of running.
Yeah,
but if you have a good quality shoe, and you can get these places you go to that you run across the mat and it shows what your feet do. And if if it's a reputable place, you know, not somebody who's just trying to sell you a shoe, they'll go through the ins and outs of what shoe you need because of your gait. And it's amazing. I mean, that sort of technology was nothing like that in my day.
I know, it's incredible how that's come along. And actually, about 6 months ago, I bought a pair of Adidas trainers just for pottering around in, not really for running or anything. And it came with an app, actually, and it said you can link this app to your phone, and then every time you go out walking or running, it counts the mileage that you do in your shoes. I thought, this is mad. Like, I am a cyborg now. I'm like a car almost. I'm checking my mileage on my wheels.
Yeah.
And it was
because I've got an iWatch.
Yeah.
With an iPhone, and that does heart rate and all sorts. You know.
Yeah, I've got the Fitbit. I've got that one. So yeah, similar to you. I'm always counting the steps and trying to keep it as high as possible.
Well, this has got 3 rings you have to close every day, and you can choose how many calories you want to burn.
Okay.
And then that's one ring. The other one is the exercise, and I do far more than that, but I always put it at 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the last one is the standing, because standing is important. Sitting around too long is bad for you. I read a book about sitting down, and if you had read the same book, you wouldn't want to sit anymore.
No.
You know, it is quite.
I do.
Especially as you get older.
Yeah, I do far too much sitting, especially because of my job.
Well,
all week I've been sat down on my backside. Just at a computer. It's that's the one thing that if I could change, I would love to have like a standing desk where I could stand and work, and just have a seat where I could go sit down when I need it. But I would change that.
Well, perhaps if you could get in the habit of, say, every hour, if you could spare 5 or 10 minutes to get up and have a walk round, that's as good as any, really, to keep you going. But
my watch every hour or 45 minutes it vibrates and it lets me know to get up and get moving.
Obviously.
Yes, that's all right.
We become slaves to these things, don't we? I find myself looking at on a normal day, doing the 3 rings doesn't touch the sides. I just do it, and it does it so easy, and I've got plenty to spare, at the end of the day. But sometimes I'm a little bit behind, and I think, I better do something here to get this ring closed. How stupid is that, really? It's only been my watch,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, sometimes I rebel, and I'm like, well, I'll take it off. I'll leave it there for a week and then come back to it when I'm feeling more up to it.
I'm the same. I say I do 6 days spinning, and I do 45 to 50 minutes, and I do a proper workout like you would do in a gymnasium, and I do climbing and sprinting and all this sort of business. But the one day I don't wear the watch, because otherwise he's telling you you've not done it, and I can't be doing with that, so I just wear an ordinary watch. Get away from it. Shall we mention about what we did yesterday? I just wanted to recap.
Yeah, you can do a quick recap for everybody.
It was yesterday we spoke a bit about my early life and my jobs. I've got a bit written down here because I didn't want to miss anything out, really. So, and then joining the Royal Navy, and we spoke about me going away, leaving home, and going to Raleigh, the training establishment in 1969. 6 weeks of square bashing, as I call it, and that all went well, and what was involved in that. But the ultimate prize was that passing out parade, and I think you've got a picture there that I sent you of the guard.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got that picture. What I'll do, I'll put that up as we talk about it now. I'll do it in post, in editing.
Okay, and then
or if you want, if you just give me one moment, what I'll do is I'll get it up now and share the screen, and then you can talk over it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll edit this little bit out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Oh. Don't matter if you can't find it.
No, I've got it. I just need to.
The trouble with all this stuff being, it's over 50 years ago. This is so. Well, I know my memory's quite good, but the thing is, when you start writing, I've written down a lot of bits and pieces about, and it jogs your memory, and then you start remembering all sorts of things. It's really amazing, really. It's things I've never thought about for years.
Okay, so you should be able to see.
I can see it. Yeah,
you can see my screen now. So
yeah.
If I click on this, it should make it bigger. I can zoom in a little bit.
All right. Okay.
There you go. So you're in here, right? You're one of these.
No, this is I would have been in real life when it was my passing out, but this is just a postcard because nobody took pictures then.
Yeah.
Well, I say nobody. I mean, there might have been somebody that took something, but I never saw anybody taking any pictures. But this is one of the guards that I did exactly the same when I got to my passing out, and that was be the top class, and all those ones you can see in the back are still under training, and they're coming along to be the top class to do what they're doing there.
And it says here, changing the guard.
Yeah.
HMS Rally.
That's it, and that would be changing the guard because they are changing. They're finishing, and the next lot will be the top class after them will be the next guard.
And these rifles that they've got, what are those?
They were normally 303s. I don't know. I can't see whether they've got the bayonets fixed there, have they?
It looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah. They would be allowed there. The only time you can actually fix bayonets when you're out of an establishment like that is when you're doing a freedom of whatever place you're doing a freedom of march for, and then you're allowed to do the fixed bayonets. But they would have fixed bayonets there. The webbing that they're wearing, the white belt and white gaiters, that was horrible stuff because it was like a canvas, and the belt would have brass fastener on the front, and of course you had to polish it up as highly polished as possible. And the gaiters kept your trousers in, and it fitted over the top of your boots, which again had to be highly balled up. But they were horrible things in the sense that you had to whiten them. Now to whiten them, they gave you this horrible cream stuff, and no matter how hard you tried, when you put it on, and then when you put it on your uniform, all the white came off on your uniform.
Oh no! Yeah.
So, and then you get picked up for that. Then you see. So. But that is exactly what we did at the end of my course in rally.
And there seems to be there's two gentlemen here. This fella, he's got a sword, and then there's another guy here. He's also got a sword.
Yeah.
And then there's this young man here. He's like a standard bearer. He's got, I think he's got the flag there.
And
So what position or rank would these two chaps have been?
Well, they probably the one you got this cursor on is probably the gunnery officer of that particular squad, because we had a gunnery officer that we kept with all the way through, who taught us all the manoeuvres, and he would present the squad. He would be the gunnery officer, and he would the other chap would probably be an officer. The gunnery officer is normally a PO or a chief petty officer, but the other one would probably be the chief gunnery officer, who's also presenting the squad. I don't know what the chap with the pole. I think the one in the front here, that one. This guy, I think he's just got he's the standard bearer, so he'd be bearing the flag of the establishment.
Yeah,
and they're just
these buildings here, are they for vehicles? Is that like a garage or something there? That
they were like a big hangar, and that's actually where we did our drill. Whilst we're on the subject of the drill, before you got to that point of being the guard, you had to do a drill exam. Now, the gunnery officer, your gunnery officer, was probably, say that probably that one in the front there, but for them lot, he took you through all the drill you could think of, you know, going into threes, going into twos from threes, turning round, and everything you see on television that people do, we had to learn. And the reason we had to learn that is because in those sheds at the back there, you just highlighted, that's where you took the drills. And it was quite a big shed, and you went in and there was about, I don't know, 25 to 30 different maneuvers that you'd do. And you had to pass the drill exam to become the guard. If you didn't pass it, you were backclassed, and you didn't want that. And when we did it, the day we did it, our drill exam was after lunch, and we were all worried about it because the chief gunnery officer, who was going to take it, who was probably the other chap on the other end, he was a notorious chap in the sense he didn't pass many people, and he seemed to pick holes in everything, and everybody was scared of him. And of course, when you're young and they've got this all big authority about him, it makes it even worse. And we were, I won't say petrified, but we were worried about taking this exam because this gunnery officer, this chief gunnery officer, he really had this reputation. And so we had lunch, which doesn't help, I don't think, because after lunch you don't really want to start doing the
You're probably a bit foggy.
Yeah, so we get down to that drill shed, and we're all lined up, and we're all sort of starting to shake a bit. And in comes our gunnery officer. And he said, right, lads, he said, I'm taking the exam. Oh, what's that then, sir? Well, the chief gunnery officer is ill. Okay. So he had to take us. Now, when he said ill, what he meant was, as story has it, that the gunnery officer had been down for a couple of beers at lunchtime and he'd had one too many. But we weren't complaining. I like to pat the chap on the back who's holding to him, you know.
Yeah. that was lucky. That
our gunnery officer took it and we all passed. So,
yeah.
Brilliant. And then we come to that guard, you know, like that.
So I'll just quickly share that image again.
Yeah.
So this I can see here there's like a hill
yes.
in the background, and are these your digs, or is that part of the village here?
No, that might be because it's an old photograph anyway, because it might be earlier than 1960. It wouldn't be much earlier. No, I'm in 1969. It wouldn't be much earlier, but I don't really know what they are. I can't remember them being there when we were there. Yeah. But what you can't see is this side, the other side. You know, if you look into this left. If you look at the back, that's all the camp there. Now our camp was our premises, or our mess. The mess decks were those corrugated semicircular. I mentioned yesterday. They were semicircular in shape. They were all corrugated iron, and they had this big red liner. And I say they had the stoves in the middle, but they had just taken the stoves out, and we had to polish on our hands and knees this red lino for rounds, because rounds was a big thing in the Navy, and cleanliness was a big thing in the Navy as well, and hopefully it still is. But you had to have everything stowed away properly. You had to be clean and tidy yourself, obviously, and everywhere that you were had to be clean. And that's why they used to have rounds. And then the officer of the day would come, and he would look round your mess deck and anything else you had that you belonged to yourself, and see if everything was okay. And if it wasn't, then you could be on a charge. So it was, you know, you're on your toes.
And what location is this?
This is Tor Point in Cornwall.
Okay. So that's a nice part of the country to spend.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, that year, when I joined, the July was a glorious summer. And
should we? I was just going to say, should we have a look at some of the other photos? Do you want to talk us through them?
Yeah, you can. Most of them are to do with the ark, which I'm going to come to on a bit later, but we can have a look if you like. That one is, sorry, that first one there, that is my class at Raleigh, and I bet you couldn't find out where I am.
Okay, let me have a look. Well, what I'm actually doing now is, see, I'm looking for Jack's face. You see, I'm
Oh, I
looking for that.
see.
Yeah, I'm looking for that family resemblance. So,
Oh, right. Okay.
let me see. Just looking at all these young men. um, there's this little cheeky chappy. Could be you. But you said you were quite tall, so they probably would have put you at the back somewhere.
I am standing up.
Is this you?
Close.
Close. Is it you? You're one of these guys, huh? This guy?
I suppose
No.
it could be, but no. If you go to the left,
This
one more.
this one? Or this
No,
one?
that's it. That's me.
That's you there.
That's me there. Yeah. You wouldn't believe it, would you?
You look very smart. I love this outfit. This is
Yes.
this is really nice.
Well, in the initial, to say the 6 weeks, the first 2 weeks were there to show you your kit, how you folded it, how you prepared it, how you looked after it, and steeped in history, of course. The collar that you see, which is the blue jean collar on the top, that was originally to stop the tar getting on the uniforms when the olden sailors used to tar their hair. And then it had 3 white lines, and they're supposed to represent 3 major battles, which is Battle of Trafalgar, and I don't remember the others, but so that was 3 white lines on the collar. That was you had to have it corrugated, so it was pressed in and out. So when you looked at it from the back, you had 3 lines, 2 in and 1 out.
Why would they tar their hair? Was it to keep it out of their face, or protect it from the salt water? Or
it was probably yeah. I mean, we're going back to when they had somewhat more things like diseases on board, and
oh, right, yeah. To protect them from like lice and stuff like that.
Lice, yeah. It's probably to protect them from anything that would get in the hair. I mean, probably not much would get in if you tarred it. That's what I used to do. So that would be the blue jean collar, and round the collar underneath is a what they call the lanyard, and you can see just the loop of it.
There's something there, yeah.
So that would be coming down, and in the centre of your tunic, and you'd have to take a loop round and put it back inside your tunic, and then the front of it was a bow that you'd tie.
Yeah, I can see. This chap has got like some strings or something coming down here.
That's the ribbon. It looks a bit too long, that one, to me, but that's the ribbon that tied up your tunic. And then on the edge, you can see the silk. It also comes down. That's it. That's the silk.
That one there, yeah.
That was originally a sweatband, but that was a silk that came down, and you all incorporated in that circle there where the lanyard is and the ribbon. They all came together there, and you had to have. The ribbon had to be tied in a bow with so much of the silk showing underneath, and the round part of the lanyard wasn't a certain size, but it had to incorporate that part of the silk. So it was all a bit tricky, but you got used to it. I mean, after a while, it started falling off the log, I suppose, really.
And how old were you here, Brian?
I would have been 18 and a half.
Yeah, because some of these lads look really young, don't they? Like this young fella, he's got like a really young face, and this little fella here.
They could have been quite a bit younger, because I'd had a few jobs before I left before I joined the Navy, so I probably predominantly the older one of the group, really.
It's pretty mad to think, isn't it? You know, essentially these young chaps, they're boys, you know, and if there was a war, these boys would expect you to step up and, you know, and go and do everything that a man would do.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
It's a completely different life choice and different time, isn't it, to be alive compared to, you know, I see like 17, 18, 19-year-olds like, you know, every day, and a lot of them don't have you know, they don't have responsibility, and they need that definitely in their life. I'm not suggesting that you know, a war is a way to get that, or to become a man, but you know, there's got to be a middle ground between this and what's happening now, where they spend most of their time on video games and stuff like that.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I did enjoy. I say enjoy is not the right word, perhaps, but it does install discipline into you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Because of course, you've got so many rules and regulations to adhere to, and so particularly with your uniform, you've got to present yourself in the right way.
So would you have shared your quarters with this whole
oh
team?
yes, yeah. When we get round to mess decks, you'll see how small they were really, and how much they crammed the men, because there was no women in the Navy when I was, you know, at sea, but you know, the mess decks were pretty cramped, and you'd share your life with a lot of other people, and you had to get on, and 99% of the time you did. And I was surprised that we never had, there were certain rules and regulations, you never had anybody that was a bit smelly or anything like that, because if they did, they'd be thrown in the shower.
Yeah, that's good. And this chap here, was he your
that's
gunner?
The petty officer.
Okay.
That's the senior rate, and he really nice guy. Of course, they're very strict with you when you're going through that course, but when you've finished it, they're a different person altogether. But he was only a little guy, but he was really nice and very helpful. Particularly when it came to the name on the hat band, HMS Raleigh, it would say, is tied round that, what we used to call the milk churn white hat. But when you tie it, again, it's got to have a bow, and the bow's got to be a particular size, and it had to be cut as a V at the end of each part of the bow, and it was a trickiest thing to put on. And he used to come round in the evening and help us out, and he'd tie a few for us. But everywhere you went, you had to change your cap tally, because you was some other place or some other ship, you'd have to put the other name on.
Okay, yeah.
And I kept my one from the Art Royal because, of course, it was the last commission when we'll talk about that a bit later. But that white front, you remember me saying about the white front? Looks like a bit of a T-shirt.
Yeah, this one here.
Yeah, it was a square neck with a little blue edging on the square neck. That was the one that chap tried to dress his.
Oh yeah, he tried to dress his.
Make it out. It was a pillowcase.
Yeah.
One of them. I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of them.
I've got. I was thinking I've got a similar story to that, where I was in that guy's shoes. And,
oh, were you?
Yeah. So I think I was probably about 18 or 19, and I was with my good mates, and we're going out around Nottingham on a night out, and I think it was Freshers Week. So you know, we're out trying to meet girls, and I think I travelled. Where did I travel from? I think I travelled from either from Loughborough, or I travelled from Blackpool, or somewhere like that. And I forgot to bring a pair of shoes. And you know, nowadays when you go out, you go to a nightclub, you'd look weird if you were wearing a pair of shoes. Everybody wears trainers, and they wear whatever they want. But like, it's not that long ago, early 2000s, you had to have shoes and a shirt, otherwise you weren't getting in. You weren't getting past that doorman. So I had everything except a pair of shoes. So I took an extra pair of socks. I had some black socks, and I put these black socks over my trainers.
Right.
And I went in the middle of the guys, and the doorman was like, "Whoa, what are you doing? You can't come in." And I was like, "Oh, how come? Like, why can't I come in?" And he went, "You're wearing your socks over your shoes, over your trainers." He spotted it straight away, and then he went, "Tell you what, like, go on, you can get in. Like, you know, you tried. Like, you know, he was impressed, you know, that I tried hard." And so yeah, he let me in the end. He was all right. He was all right about it. But yeah, same sort of thing. Like, this guy's trying to disguise his pillowcase. I was trying to just disguise some trainers. But yeah, I got off. Like, I was able to get in, whereas this guy got punished, didn't he?
Did you take your socks off when you got in?
Yeah. Yeah, I was all right. He told me to take them off. He was like, "Take them off. You look like an idiot."
A bit quite ingenious, really, of you. That was quite good.
It was the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, well, it worked in the sense that he thought he was quite good, so he let you in.
Yeah,
but he could have had somebody else that wouldn't let you in. But
yeah, or you know, the ideal would have been that nobody would have noticed.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
And it certainly would have noticed in the Navy, I'll tell you, because he couldn't get away with
yeah,
anything,
yeah.
especially in that lot and under their training. And the other thing about those white fronts was you had two. One was a sea jersey, which you had to wear in the winter. And I was issued a sea jersey or a couple of sea jerseys, and I'm allergic to wool.
Okay.
I can't wear wool against my skin, but they insisted you had to wear this sea jersey, same shape as the t-shirt, as the white front, but in this very tight knit wool. And the first time I went home on leave after I finished the training there, I gave these sea jerseys to my mum, and she sewed a t-shirt inside. She cut the t-shirt so it was a square neck, and then sewed it inside, and I could get away with it then. But fortunately enough for me, after about a year in the Navy, the sea jerseys became optional, and then another year later they became extinct.
Yeah,
So we never did have to wear them.
That's good. Yeah, and that's the last thing you want, isn't it? Like if you're out there and you're sweating a bit, and then you've got wool on your skin, especially if you're allergic to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember putting it on when I put it on in the mess deck, when they said, right, put your sea jerseys on. And I was standing there and I daren't move. My arms were out rigid, and I was just daren't move, because I knew it was so aggravating for me. It was like a torture. But of course they insisted you wear it, and so you do. I mean, I didn't worry about allergies then.
Yeah. Yeah, just put up and shut up and keep going.
That's it. Yeah. And say, do it first and complain later.
Yeah. Should we have a look at the next one, or you can tell me to move on? We've got this one.
Right, now this is to do, I think most of these left now are to do with the Ark Royal, which we'll talk about a bit later.
Okay.
But on the Ark, they had quite a few celebrities come on, and one of them was David Shepherd, the artist. Now, it doesn't say David Shepherd on it, but I know he did something like this. But if it isn't, I'm sorry, David, but he did do something like this, so it could well be a David Shepherd painting. I have got one myself, which was numbered, but there were so many ones that were not from his work, that were pretending to be. I don't know whether it is or isn't, but I've got one myself anyway. So that would be a Phantom, and that would be coming into on the Ark to land on it. And
what's this bit here?
Well, that's to slow them down. They open up the back so it's like a brake.
Yeah.
And you've got you can't see it on the painting or drawing or whatever it is, but there's 4 arrestor wires.
Yeah.
The Ark was the last of the arrested landing. So if you were a good pilot, you'd probably get the first or the second wire. If you were not so good, you might get the third or the fourth. And if you're really bad, you'd have to go back off again.
Yeah. So would there's some sort of like a hook or some sort of device here? Oh, is it that there?
Yeah, that's it. That's the hook. Yeah, he's lining up. And then on the left-hand side, it would have, see where in front of the aircraft nose, on the flight deck, there's there and a bit further up there the structure on the left.
Oh, sorry, this one.
That's it, yeah. That would be lights.
Okay.
That would be, so he'd be getting the green red light, so he'd know where he was. Yeah, it was a tricky thing to do.
I've seen this this sort of process only in films, like things like Top Gun or some other sort of films where the plane comes down and then it grabs onto the cable or the wire that goes across, and that's how they help it break. Yeah, this is a good painting.
Yeah, and I mean, when they landed on, well, not just the Ark Royal, but any aircraft that was fixed wing or aircraft carrier, when they landed on those, I mean, you're going from, I don't know what they would be doing the speed, but they would be pretty fast. You'll be going from a real fast speed to nothing in a matter of seconds. And I mean, it was, I would never have wanted to attempt it. because I mean it's not a flat surface either, because the sea's bobbing up and down, and
Yeah, that's something,
so
isn't it, to think
I
about.
take my hats off to them. I mean, they were marvelous.
And so you were on this ship then, this one?
Yeah, that's the Ark. That's the Ark Royal. That's it. I said a lot. That was the biggest ship we ever had until these new super carriers came out.
And how long were you on this one for?
I was on that for 9 months. I did well, actually, longer than that. I did 11 months on it in all, because I did the first tour was September of 1977 till December 1977, and then the last tour before they took it away to be scrapped was from the 5th of April to the 4th of December. So that was split by Christmas leave.
And how do they move these? What are they powered on? Is this like a nuclear ship, or do they have fuel source or something?
Yeah.
Is it run on diesel or something?
I'm not too technical on that really, because of course when you're at Fleet Air Arm, you fly on the ship, and you well, not necessarily. I mean, I'm not a pilot. I wasn't a pilot, but you fly or travel to the ship, and then you leave. When the ships are out at sea, the squadrons are not necessarily there all of the time.
Yeah.
So it was a different world to me, really, in a sense. But there would be a turbine, I would think.
And you see these little white cubes here. Are those like sort of like life vessels? Or?
Yeah, I think they're life rafts. Yeah, yeah. And that that they call that bit sticking up from the flight deck the superstructure.
This here.
Yeah. And inside there, there'll be the bit sticking out to the left, and that was the control tower.
Yeah.
So they would be doing all the tannoying from there and watching what's going on. But just inside that you can't see was the aircraft ready room, ACR, and they inside a lieutenant or a lieutenant commander would have a big. It was brass on the Ark, a big brass board in front of him, and he'd have a little pusher and little aircraft, and he'd be putting them all the places he wanted them to go, and he would be responsible for putting those aircraft away back in the hangar or parking them on the flight deck. So he had to be completely in control of that system all the time.
It's just it's amazing. Like to think that you could be out there on this for 11 months. It's crazy.
Yeah. So we're Christmas off, but I've got quite a few stories about the Ark. I think if we have a look at the other photographs.
Yeah, here we go.
I'll mention them now, and then I'll go back to the other things that I did before that, and then we can tell us stories about the Ark. But
so whereabouts is this?
Right, this is Plymouth Sound, and that's the Ark, the one in the background there.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, and the one in the front that's rusting away is the Eagle.
Is that the one that you said yesterday was the rustiest one?
Yeah, but no, that was the Rusty B. That was the Bulwark.
Okay.
But it's rusting because, of course, it's waiting to go to scrap.
Yeah.
And they don't scrap them in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Then they'd probably be out there. It might be 1 or 2 years before they decide to. And I think, if I'm right in saying this, companies like Gillette had so much percentage of the metal, so they made razor blades out of it.
Oh wow!
So so that's all the things. So people had interest in it, and they break it up because they take the sensitive stuff off first, and all the other bits are needed. But the general hull of the ship and the metal, of course, it would go other places.
Yeah, it all gets reused and repurposed into something else.
Yeah, and this is where the Ark is leaving the Plymouth Sound in April 1978, and it's passing its sister ship, and the sister ship has they've taken certain things off of that ship to service the Ark Royal. So it's not been all a waste of time sitting there rusting. They've taken bits off to put on the Ark to service the Ark.
Yeah. And these little ones here, is this like, it looks like a tugboat, or are these just fishing boats or
they'll be
something.
piloting. That some of them might just be hangers on, but that looks like a pilot boat on the. Because every time you went out, you needed a pilot on board, who obviously takes you out, shows you the way out, misses all the things that you might hit. But I mean, now they're so sophisticated compared to what they were then. I mean, I don't know whether they still have.
They have like awesome geometric shapes and stuff around the edge, don't they, to protect them from detection.
Well, when we go on those, when we go on the odd cruise, in real life now, I mean, those ships are so sophisticated. I mean, they can park on a sixpence. I mean, they've got all those little sort of propellers all the way down the side of the ship, and they can inch round and everything. Well, we never had any of that, And there's one time, in fact, while we're talking about it, when I did the first deployment on it from September till December in '77, when we came back in to go on Christmas leave, that couldn't dock because it was so foggy.
So, you couldn't find it. There was no lighthouse or anything like that to help the light. Get...
No, I mean it was just you couldn't come alongside. I mean they dared because they just haven't had the capabilities to be able to do it in the fog. So they anchored out, not too far out, but they anchored out, and they asked I think the Fearless was available, and the Fearless was an assault ship, and they had landing craft, which were flat bottom landing craft, and they brought those out to the Ark and got everybody off for leave, because otherwise we'd have been stuck.
Yeah, yeah, that wouldn't have been good. Should we go on to the next one?
Yeah. Now this is interesting photograph because
they're very close.
I don't want to talk about the little stories I've got. I'll just talk general at the moment because I've got a few stories about the Ark. Okay. Some amusing stuff. Well, I find them amusing anyway. And some of the things we did, but this is a RAS, which is a replenishment at sea. Now you can see all those ships are quite close to each other.
Yeah, very close.
Very, very close. And they would be steaming into wind. And of course, because they're close, the water between them is rushing. So it's much more of a force. Yeah. So you'll get much more strength from the water going between the two ships than you would if you weren't there. They would be, I'm not sure about the bottom one, I think that's a frigate, but anyway, the other two, there's the Ark there in the middle and the other one either side. They are
this one, that's the Ark.
Yeah, and the one on the top end and the one just below it, they're Royal Fleet Auxiliary. And they were the supply ships for the Navy, and one would be, say, food, and another one might be that one at the bottom end looks like it could be for fuel. And that was quite interesting, really, because when you came along, you would not normally have 4 ships. You'd probably have two of you, or 3 at the most. Generally 3, but when they came alongside you, one of the say if you were looking at the fuel side, there'd be a chap on the deck of the RFA ship, and he would have something like a 303 rifle, and he would have a rocket, a sort of a rocket-shaped tube thing stuffed in the top of it, and that would be attached to a piece of string, a long piece of string, right? And he would fire it across to us. I mean, I didn't get involved in this. I was just watching, but
yeah,
it was general service. I mean, let's say Fleet Air Arm didn't do that sort of thing, but you did it if you were asked. But you'd fire it across, and somebody would have to rush out and catch it. And once they got hold of it, they'd pull it. The string would become a rope. The rope would become something bigger, and the arm of that carrying the fuel would be pulled across to the place where it was going to be fitted onto our ship.
I think here I can see something here.
That could be a jackstay. A jackstay, or it could be, I don't know, it could be a fueling arm, yeah. They also put jackstays up. Jackstays were like for transferring people from one ship to another. I don't know if you've ever seen them on television. quite a strong wire
yeah.
between the two, and you put you put a harness and a little compartment underneath it, and then it'd ferry people across, or maybe sometimes goods or whatever.
Yeah, so you didn't have to shimmy across like you know, with the story with the guy with the firework, the flashbang or whatever.
No, because if they were doing a raz like that, and they say one of them's fuel and the other one's food and beer, because beer was most important.
Yeah,
he says, I've been a teetotaler for 25 years, so I've never you wouldn't believe it. I had my fair share in the Navy, I suppose, I must admit. But anyway,
did you ever get rum when you were in the Navy?
No, yeah. Say yes and no. Another story about that as well. You had to take you had to be 21 years old to draw your rum, and you got your rum at dinner time, and the rum was originally well, it went back centuries actually, but some of it was a gift from Jamaica a couple of 100 years ago, or even more now, and you had to be 21 to draw it, and some people didn't like it. So what the old and seasoned sailors would do, of course, they'd kid them up to put themselves down to draw it, and then when they drew it, give it to them.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I was at HMS Osprey, which was Portland, in August the 1st, 1971, and the tot, as they called it, went out, and they stopped it altogether, and they said. Well, I never got it, not officially, because when it went out in August of 71, I wasn't 21 until October of 71.
Yeah.
So I could never draw it, but I did have it later on, and I'll tell you the reason why later. But so I'm at Portland on August the 1st, 1971, when they stopped the top, and the Navy had funerals everywhere they were in the world. And at Portland, they had this big black coffin draped in a Jack Union flag. They had what they called fannies, like big brass containers for the rum. They had them standing on top of the coffin, and they had guys all dressed in black with black tall hats and carrying this coffin. And they did a proper funeral service for the tot. And the Navy said, now this is going back, this is incredible really when you think about it, but the Navy said, we're stopping the tot because we're fed up of ratings turning up in the afternoon drunk, because it was strong stuff.
Yeah.
And they said, we're going into a more technological age, and we can't afford people that are using equipment to be influenced by alcohol. And that was their reasons. And that's fair enough.
Yeah, it's a sound reason. It was probably maybe cost was something, you know, into it as well.
It could have been, yeah, anything really. I mean, they may have dreamt up a reason. I think somebody wanted to get rid of it for some reason, but it'd been around for hundreds of years, you know. And and the thing was, when you got your top, it was well, like this, a tumbler, and you'd have a third of it would be the rum, and you'd have 2/3 water.
Okay.
And they always said the reason they put water with it is because you couldn't store it. It went cloudy after a while, and it interfered with it. So that's the reason as far as I was told anyway, that's why they put water with it. So, but you had it lunchtime. I say you imagine a glass of that, half, a third of that with rum, and
that's quite a big portion.
Yeah, and some of them might have 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah,
you know. And I think, in all fairness, I think alcohol was much more accepted in the Navy then. You know, it was almost a way of life, and you looked after each other in those occasions. But it was more acceptable then up until that point, I think. You know,
and I think it's almost fallen out of fashion altogether, like in society in a way. You know, you don't have the communities of people getting together in the pubs and and stuff like they used to anymore. Every pub has turned into like a food eatery, and you don't. When I was a kid, and like my dad or whatever would go out, you go out like Friday, Saturday, and you'd have like your regulars, your locals, like all those kind of people who'd go out together. I don't see that anymore or experience that anywhere.
No. I mean, say what I said yesterday about a tradition, a long line of sort of sailors that I came from and that had gone before me. I mean, my grandfather, I mean, he would have been drinking rum all day long probably when he was going away for 3 days, 3 years at a time. Yeah, you can't believe that. 3 years at a time. It's incredible, really. And of course, even in the 60s, we were losing a lot of the Navy. We were losing a lot of ships, a lot of the flights. As a fleet air arm, I mean, if you talk to a general service person and you say to me, if I say to them, I was fleet air arm, they don't want to, but it's not quite true, but they didn't want to know you that well because to them, you weren't the proper Navy.
Right.
We did a lot of time on ships, and we did, because we were on shore base, looking after the aircraft, doing flying on a shore base, and then joining a ship that we were deployed to. We were still a Navy, but to them, it wasn't quite the same. And the other thing was, is you in those days, you never saw anybody with a tattoo unless they were in the service.
Yeah. Now they're everywhere.
Now they're everywhere. Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to the photos, and I've got. Yeah, no, it's cool. I've got a photo of.
I might turn the light on in a minute.
Yeah. Go for it.
Is that all right? Or is it too bright?
No, brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah. The pictures is improved.
Okay. Doesn't improve my looks, but anyway.
Here we go. So we got some handsome-looking fellas here. Yeah.
Now, can you see me there?
I'm not sure. I'm still not sure. Let's have a look at you.
You might go for the one I'm not.
This guy?
That's me.
Yep.
That's me. The other guy behind, he's a bit taller. See, I was tall at school, but of course, when I got away from school, I wasn't so tall because I was meeting people that, in general life, that were a lot taller. But that's me, as you've just pointed out.
Yeah.
This is up against one of our Wessex. I can't see the number. We had 2 Wessex ones that have long gone out of service, but they were number 4-6 and 4-7, and they were red and blue. Red at the front, red at the back, and blue in the middle. And they were search and rescue helicopters. And that's just a fun photograph, really, of.
You all look super happy.
Yeah, the guy that's almost sitting on the shoulders.
This fella.
Yeah, he was my chief, and he was a great chap, and he did me a real good favour when we were on the second deployment, the last deployment, that's when the photograph's taken there, and when we called into Athens, because I'll tell you that bit now. After 7 months in the States, going into the Med was a bit of an anticlimax, because we were going back to the places we've been many times before: Gibraltar, Naples, Athens, those sort of places. So it was a bit of a come down, really, from having 7 months in the States and enjoying. In the 70s, when I got to America, I couldn't believe their way of life.
Yeah.
The sailors' way of life, the general way of life, and the equipment they had, and the style of life, and it was brilliant, I thought. But I don't think they're as good now. I think we've all caught up a bit,
Yeah.
But then I just thought it was marvellous. So coming from there after 7 months in the States and being, we were there for the 4th of July, of course, and that's their Independence Day, so everybody has parties. But coming from there and going back into the Mediterranean, when you've been through the Caribbean and all this sort of thing, so it was a little bit of an anticlimax. It was a bit sort of slightly depressing, really. But we had some, some good times, and we had some funny stories I've got to tell you as well. But I don't know. I think when we got to Athens, I wrote, because it's only letters, as I said before, I wrote my wife to say, oh, we're in Athens for 10 days. And I said, well, why don't you come out? Because we didn't have any children then. And she'd finished her training as a teacher. I said, why don't you come out and book a hotel in Athens? And when I finish work, I'll get the Liberty boat. Liberty boats were the things that took you ashore.
Yeah.
So I said, I'll get the Liberty boats first as soon as I can after work, and I'll come to the hotel, and we can, you know, have a great time and see each other for a while, and then I'll have to come back at the end of the day, you know. So that's what she did. So I happened to tell that chap who was my chief, who we just pointed out, I just said, I've got my wife's coming out to Athens when we get there. So I'll be catching the Liberty boat as soon as I can after work. He said, you won't? I said, I won't? He said, no. He said, when we dock, which we didn't actually dock because we had to anchor out. He said, when we anchored out, he said, you can get the first Liberty boat and you can get on. And I don't want to see you for a week.
All right.
I said, how can you do that? I said, what about work? What about turn 2 when you go to work? I said, what about turning 2? I said, how are you going to cover? He said, when we turn 2, I'm you, and then I'm me as well. All right. I said, okay, well, you're the chief. So thank you very much, chief. And I really am appreciative of what you. So on that first night, we couldn't go ashore with, they were limiting you for so much money that you could take ashore.
Oh, right.
I'm now going for a week.
Yeah.
So what I did is, I don't suppose I should say this really, but I stuffed some money down my shoes, and
you'd have to, wouldn't you?
Just in case they searched me on the way out, because they were looking in your wallet and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Got the first Liberty boat, went to the hotel, saw my wife, and I stayed with her in the hotel all week. And I mean, I got the last Liberty boat back before we sailed. I mean, it's great. I mean, fancy somebody turning around and, you know, to say that to you. I mean,
yeah, that was good of him. That was really kind. What a present that was, you know, to have that week in Athens.
Yeah. I mean, there were 2,650 men on board that Ark, and there was 2,250, I think, roughly, before you had the squadrons come on. But when the squadrons come on, it was about 2,650. And I'm sure a lot of them would have loved to have done what I did.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was lucky. What, you know, I'm gonna put that photo back up.
Right.
There we go.
There he is.
What a chap.
I can't even remember his name now. David, I think it was. But
yeah.
And the guy his shoulder he's sitting on.
This fella.
Oh, he was a mechanic, a little guy. He got all sorts of characters, of course, in the Navy.
Yeah, he looks funny. Like he looks like, you know, he's up to no good, this fella.
Yeah, he does, but he was pretty straight laced, to be honest.
Right.
He was a bit more a bit more straight laced. He didn't see the funny side of things very easily. And I think when you're in a situation like we are, when you're in a mess deck where you're living your life, almost like there's all us standing there is about the same space as you get in a mess deck. You know?
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, you had to get on, and I mean, there was a lot of times when there was animosity and people got upset and angry, and but you all sorted it out, and nobody ever came to blows. Well, not where I was around anyway. And you know, it was always sorted out. But when the chips were down, when we were doing something which everybody was for looking after everybody else.
Yeah.
You know, so that, but I mean, you're bound to fall out with each other if especially.
Yeah, definitely. If you're living on top of one another, it's going to happen, isn't it? But yeah, you're a band of brothers, you know, at the end of the day.
And so that guy that whose shoulder he's sitting on, he was a chief,
This fella?
chief petty officer, and him and I and our two wives, when we got to, I'm sort of cutting a bit out here, but when we got to Jacksonville, we flew off because the ship was Mayport is Jacksonville Naval Air Station I'm talking about. our aircraft had to go in for a Matsu strip. Now, I cannot remember what Matsu stood for, but it was a really good number to be on, because the team would fly anywhere in the world that the airframe hours were up, as well as the engine hours. So the airframe had hours that they, once these certain amount of hours were up, it had to be inspected fully. Same with the engine. Once the engine had gone through the certain amount of hours that was allocated to it, it had to be inspected. Now, Matsu, I'll say, I can't for the life of me remember what it stood for, but they were generally technicians, you know, senior rates. And I say it was a really good number because they would fly anywhere in the world, and the Navy would fly them there to where those aircraft. I mean, they're going to do some work, and it's not all joy. And so when we went off to Jacksonville, they came out and they went over our aircraft and to check them.
So I'm just looking. How would you spell the Matsu? Is it M-A-R?
TSU.
TSU, Matsu strip. I'm just trying to see if I can find out.
I tried to Google it, but I got different types of Matsu. Shall we? Shall I bounce onto the?
Oh, it says it's an island group in the Taiwan Strait. Does that sound right?
No, that's nothing to do with. No, it would be something like air, I might be air, something obviously unit at the end of it, survey unit perhaps.
Oh, would it be marine? Yeah. Oh, we'll come back to it. We'll find it.
Yeah. So that was on the last part of our journey, going into
there's
Jacksonville.
There's one more photo here in this email.
Yes.
I'll just share it.
Okay. Yeah. Now that's our two aircraft. As I said, I call it red, but it's more like orange on there.
Yeah, it looks orange there, but
yeah, it probably is more orange than red, to be honest. But some of them always looked a bit redder to me. But anyway, that's 4.6 and 4.7. They're Wessex ones. Just a little bit about the starting the engine. They used to have cartridges that fitted in the side, and the cartridges were full of AVPIN. Now, aviation fuel is very volatile compared to the stuff you put in your cars, and it's very dangerous. And the AVPIN used to be stored at the bottom of the back end of the aircraft. And when you AVPIN to put in the cartridges, the ship used to have to turn out of wind. It would turn all the radar off and allow you to go down the back into the store, to the AVPIN store, open up the store, get your AVPIN and bring it back out and then go to the aircraft. So that's how much they valued, you know, that it was a dangerous ship. They believed it to be anyway. So when you put the AVPIN in the cartridge went in. When you were going to start the engine, the cartridge would be ignited. It was a bit like a piston, really. The AVPIN would turn the engine, and then it would spark the engine up into life. So it'd be like a piston of a car, I suppose, in some respects.
And I'm just looking here. Are the propellers on the helicopter,
yes,
are they folded upwards, or are they?
Yes, no, they're folded down the side.
Okay.
While you mention that, I might as well say, where shall I go? When we were doing at sea, all the time we were at sea on the search and rescue, there was only 22 of us altogether, by the way, which was one of the smallest units on the biggest ship. All those people in the front of that, the one in the middle is Lieutenant George. He was our boss, sitting right at the front.
This guy.
Yeah, and then I can't remember the one to his left. He was a great chap. He was, and they used to come ashore with us, where a lot of them wouldn't, you know. But they were the three pilots anyway. Most of us were leading hands or passed to be leading hand, and there was only about 2 of them that were able-bodied seamen. So the mess deck was a bit tricky, because when you were killick of a mess, you were the daddy of the mess, and what you said went, and what you wanted to be done was done. But when you've got all people that are the same rate as you, it wasn't easy to do.
Yeah, yeah.
So we took turns in being killick of the mess, and when my turn came round, we were fortunate, and it was nothing to do with me, but every rounds I mentioned earlier, about every rounds that used to come every night, at the end of the week, they used to give out cakes for the best mess deck, and we'd never won it. And I become killick of the mess, and a couple of weeks later, we win the cake. But I'm pretty sure it was purely political, because we had never won it.
Yeah.
It was certainly nothing I was doing different than anybody else. But, you know, it was a nice cake and it tasted well. But that's what, you know, that's the sort of thing they used to give you.
Which chap are you here? Is this you with the beard?
No.
No.
Oh, I haven't got a beard on this one. Near though.
This guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. And the 2 badges you see, every 4 years you got a good conduct badge. So you could get a maximum of 3.
On there.
Yeah, so that's 8 years worth of good conduct badges. And the senior rates in the front that you see, their arms have got 3 badges, and they've got their rate on above the badge.
Yeah, so I can see that these 3 chaps who are sat down, they've got the little bits on the shoulders. And
yeah, they're officers. They're the pilots. They're lieutenants and all lieutenants. They are.
And then these fellas, these have got like a slightly different uniform.
Yeah, that's the senior rates uniform.
And then
ours are equivalent to the ones we saw in the other photograph, but they're white. And they called them the duck suit.
Yeah, like Donald Duck.
Like Donald Duck. Yeah, I don't know why it called it duck suit. DUC, I think. It used to be called a duck suit. I have no idea why. I perhaps have to look that up.
And what was the occasion here? What was happening this day?
Well, because this is because you see we've got no hats on there.
Yeah.
We've got another photograph which is exactly the same, but with hats. And the photographers decided that we could have one on and one off. So that's what we did. But it was the occasion really was we were going to be disbanded and would be no more. So it was capturing everybody that was there on the last commission.
This chap here, it looks like, is he wearing sunglasses, or does he have an eye patch, or is there something?
He could be wearing sunglasses. There was no rules against wearing sunglasses, but of course you wouldn't wear them generally on a flight deck if it was flying.
Yep.
But people did have to wear glasses, of course, for the normal glasses. But it might be that they are glasses, and the reactor, I don't know whether they have sort of reactor light type glasses then, I'm not sure. But
yeah, it depends on the year, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really big, these, aren't they? Very big.
Yeah. Now if you can imagine, I'll go on to the routine that we did. When we were at sea, we used to do there was only 22 of us all together. We've got 2 aircraft, but we used to do long day, short day. The long day started at 3 o'clock in the morning. So you'd be at 3 o'clock in the morning till midday. Now, about 8 o'clock, they'd allow you to go down for breakfast. But because the queues would be very long, we used to get what we called pushing in chits. So we could go right to the front of the queue to get our breakfast, because we had to be at flying stations. The general service people hated it, because I mean they're waiting for their breakfast, and here we come bowling down from the flight deck with our pushing in chits.
Yeah.
I used to get some comments, but I mean, fair enough. And probably if I'd have been the opposite way around, I'd have done the same. But that's what we used to call them. So we start at 3 in the morning. Now, 3 in the morning, you might be really far up north, cold, horrible, wet, windy, and you would. There are 2 hangars on the Ark, one forward, one aft. and we operated from the forward because we were 3-spot, which is like they had about 8 spots. We were the third one back. Now, you'd get your aircraft on the lift, and you'd be up at 2:30 getting ready, and you'd be in the hangar, get the aircraft ready to go onto the lift. You'd push it onto the lift, and then as soon as we were ready, up came the lift, and then you're straight out into whatever weather was going to throw at you. So it was a bit of awakening, really.
Yeah.
So we push it off to the 3-spot, secure it, and then we had to unfold those propellers, unfold the blades that you saw down the side there of the aircraft. So the ship would very kindly turn out of wind. So to then, I mean, it was a bit of a task to unfold those blades, because the blades ran down the side of the aircraft and they were sitting in what they called saddles. And the saddle went over the top of the aircraft, or over the back of the aircraft, on the back of the aircraft, and had 2 pockets. So one blade would sit in the top pocket and the other blade would sit in the bottom pocket, and it'd be the same other side. Right at the back, the tail end would be able to fold back. So because of storage, you needed as much room in hangars as possible. They made them so that you could fold the tail back and latch it to the side of the aircraft. So you've got these blades in the saddle, and you've got the tail that's still folded. So you had to get 2 people. Normally the mechanics would do this. 2 people on the head who would have the pins and the big mallet ready to put them in when they're ready. You would then, as a team, work together. You would take a blade out, move it forward until it was square. When I say square, I mean it was, you could push it straight up.
Yeah.
It was on its side. And you had all ground equipment was yellow, and you had what they called a blade fold pole. And the blade fold pole, the top was like a crocodile head, and the pole itself had like a bolt in the middle that moved the crocodile head up and down. And the bottom part had 2 bars where you put hand, top and bottom. You had 2 men on that. The blade walker would make it square, push it up in the air. You'd come with your blade fold pole, put that head on, put the bolt in, and then you would hold the handlebars or the bars alternately, and the other chap would be on the other side. And then on the call of 2-6, because it was 2-6 heave, that was what you used to say in the Navy.
Yeah.
The call of 2-6, you would push it up in the air. Now you had to have somebody who was reasonably tall, because you had somebody short, they wouldn't be able to get that high. And you'd be really pushing this thing up in the air. And of course, even out of wind, the ship was doing all this business, you know, and you look around to the back end, to the stern, and you see it corkscrewing a little bit, you know, so you weren't static.
Yeah.
So you're stuck up in the air. And then this was where the people on the head came in, because they bang this pin in, and then they have a cap they put on and ratchet in, so it was completely solid. So that was that blade up. And then you go on to the next one on the same side, and then you go and do the others. So you had the 4 to put in, and then on the back, you'd take the tail off that was clipped onto the side of the aircraft, to push it so it was now in its proper place, and then you had a ratchet on the other side that ratcheted a pole down between the 2 hinges and locked it solid. So now you've got your aircraft with all their blades spread, and your tail rotors in the right place. And
how many did it have? Did it have 4 rotors on the top?
Yeah, four rotor blades on the top, and the tail was, I think, about the same. I think it's a lot smaller, of course.
Yeah. And how much would they weigh, the rotors? To, you know, would it be you need a couple of men to move each one?
the average person could walk around with a blade on their own. It wasn't easy. I mean, it wasn't easy, but of course you haven't got all the blade because it's attached to the top.
Yeah.
You've got the bottom part, but it's still quite heavy. And I used to sort of put my arms and fold it round the bottom of it. And because you're dealing with something that's worth thousands of pounds as well, you know, you've got to be a bit careful. But the average chap could walk around with it. But of course, when you came to the pushing it up the blade so they could get the blade pole on.
Yeah.
Again, you didn't want somebody who was too small either. But that was like a bit of a workout because you know, I think you probably, I don't know, 40, 50 pounds worth of weight there, perhaps. And it was something that you got used to it.
How often would you go through that process? Like, was that a daily thing, or would they? So getting back to the long day, 3 o'clock, aircraft up, spread, ready for flight. 8 o'clock, pushing in chits down to the galley. Get your. That's why I learned to eat fast as well. I still eat fast. I still eat too fast. What kind of breakfast would you have down there? What would they be on a plate?
You'd have a general bacon and egg. Well, you could have porridge and that sort of thing. You could have some cornflakes and all that sort of thing. But you know, when you've been up from 3 o'clock in the morning, you wanted something substantial. So I'd go for the fried breakfast, really.
Would you get things like black pudding and you know, and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, the occasional black pudding. Yeah, I mean, the chefs are always big people because they're always nibbling the food. Yeah. It ain't more than they put out, but anyway. But they, So the thing was though, when you got down to the galley to get your meal, it was almost like you were a prisoner because you know they give you these. They were metal trays. Yeah. They all had different compartments. Main one for the main food, you know, and one for your roll or something, and one for your cup. Because they were plastic cups, of course.
So you didn't have like you didn't have plates or anything. They put all the food in these compartments.
You went and got it. What was a good thing about the pushing in chits was when you got there, they were just about to open the hatches. Right. And when they opened the hatches, the presentation of the food, because presentation is a lot really with food. The presentation was very nice. Yeah, but if you were at back end of the queue, Tommy got been messed about a lot. It didn't look very appetizing.
You're getting the scraps.
It's the same.
The further back you are, the more likely you're getting the scraps, aren't you?
Yeah, really. I mean, it might taste the same, but it doesn't look so nice. So we'd have the first go at it, and it was very nice food. But they were on this metal platters, and they were horrible things in the sense that you had your knife and fork, or your spoon or knife and fork, and you would sit down and you're eating food with metal, off metal.
Yeah.
So you have that horrible scrapey noise, you know, and perhaps not doing you any good at all, really. I don't know, but so it was not the most pleasant. And in rough weather, you could sit there, and if you didn't have it on the mat, you'd probably end up with somebody else's breakfast.
You ever get like a sausage rolling off, you know, onto someone else's tray?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, there were lots of accidents. Yeah. Oh blimey, you know, get up and fall over, or have a quick, you know, the ship would do a jerk or something. And but generally we're okay. But so on the long day, that was your breakfast, and then of course you were working till midday, and then at midday you were back down a mess, and you had to get your head down because you were back on again at 5 in the afternoon. So our mess deck, which is obviously the place where you live, and I say it's a very cramped area, 3 bunks all the way around, and little lockers for all your stuff. Our mess deck was in permanent darkness because you were either sleeping or working.
Yeah.
And then get your head down at midday, 5 o'clock, you're back up on the flight deck till 3 in the morning. Not always did we go to 3 in the morning, depend on the flying. But the role of the SAR was to cover for safety all the flying that the ship did. So we would be the first ones to take off, and we would hover by the ship. And they would stay there the whole time until every aircraft is taken off. And they used to do call a sortie. They used to go for a sortie, and they might be doing an exercise of some sort. But so all our role was completely safety. As I said, search and rescue. If we needed to rescue somebody, if they ditched, we would be the ones that were doing it. So they would be hovering alongside that ship all that time.
So the reason you're already hovering the whole time as those boys are taking off and coming in, it's so that you're ready, that you can just be there like in a second.
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
okay.
When the fixed wing are coming in and that rest of wires we were talking about earlier, there, some of them sometimes didn't hit it right.
Yeah.
They might miss the first, second, third, might even miss them all together, and they're off. So of course now they're in a position where they might be getting low on fuel, or they're going to come round again. Things start getting a bit tense, but we're there. If anything happens, we're straight on it, and that was our role. So that's why we had to be up on the flight deck first and ready to fly, and then all the rest would come up after.
I've got another photograph here from a different email that you sent. Let's have a look at this one.
Yes. Now this is a very interesting photograph because that is the Ark on the left.
This one, yeah.
Now, considering that was the largest ship in the fleet at that time.
I can see now, yeah. It's looks like a baby next to this other one.
Well, I call it, I would say it looks like a frigate, because a frigate is a very small ship.
Yeah.
And considering we had 2,690 somewhere around there on that ship when it had its full complement. The other side, this is Norfolk, Virginia.
So on the other side, is that a Yankee ship? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a Nimitz. Nimitz.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was named after Admiral Nimitz. That's a Nimitz class aircraft carrier. They could just about get the Ark in the hangar of there. And we could only get 2 aircraft off at any one time. It doesn't really show it so well on that photograph, but if you look at the Nimitz, it's got angled deck on the side, on the right-hand side.
It's got this one here, and then it's got this one here.
That's it. That's an angled deck. Well, the Ark was the first aircraft carrier to have an angled deck fitted when it was commissioned. So what that meant is they built it with an angled deck. All the others that went before it didn't have an angled deck. But the Eagle, the sister ship we spoke about earlier, had one fitted when it was in service. But this one was built with it. So that's got an angled deck, and that our ship can get 2 aircraft off at any one time, but the Nimitz gets 4 aircraft off.
Wow.
And it was nuclear powered. And that could go to sea for 13 years.
Whoa.
Without refueling. So it was much more advanced than us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bigger, isn't it? So what year would this have been?
It would probably be a lot younger than because the Ark was 1950. It'd probably be 60s, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking like this. Looks like a school bus or something.
Yeah, it does look like a school bus.
Yeah, sort of a giveaway for the kind of era.
Yeah. Well, we're looking there. This is the last commission. So this is Norfolk, Virginia, and I'll tell you when we went in. That's October of 1978. And then, so that that Nimitz could be no younger than 77.
And would you have, when you docked here, would you have interacted with the crew from this ship? Would you have been allowed to go on that ship or anything like that?
We could do. I never did. I say I never did. 1 or 2 did, and there's a story behind that as well. That dockyard, as far as I can remember, was the largest dockyard in the world, 8 miles long and 3 miles wide. It's no longer a dockyard as it was before, but these concrete quays, as you can see, are huge. But compared to us, I say with the Nimitz, they had 5,000 men on there, and they had to have, according to what I've been told, they had to have anti-mugging patrols because when they got paid, people got rolled. Got mugged.
By what? By like fellow crew members? Or?
Yeah, it must be fellow crew members. Yeah.
Jeez.
And that seems incredible, really, doesn't it?
So I wonder, like, if there's an optimal number of crew where that feeling of brotherhood fades away. Like, you know, like if you've got like a small sort of, I mean, how many guys were on your ship?
Yeah, 2,000, on average, 2,600.
Yeah, so 2,600, you know, chaps on this one, and you're all pulling together. But here, if they had like double that or more, maybe, you know, you start to lose that sense of community, and that's when people start.
Yeah, quite possible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it could be. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I mean, anything like that. I mean, the more people, I suppose, the more problems you got, really.
Yeah.
But they used to be, and I think they still are, dry ships. Never had any alcohol. And that's where we came in, because they used to love coming over to our ship and having a few beers. And we used to swap things, you know, we'd have American hat for a beer, or, you know, those Zippo lighters.
Yeah.
Well, you could get loads of them because they used to give you a Zippo lighter for a couple of beers, you know.
That's a good deal.
Yeah. And that, so they were dry ships. They never had a drop of alcohol all the time they were at sea.
And did you do any sort of any sports or anything on your ship, or did you compete against these Americans in any way? Because I know that they're quite big on boxing on their ships. They do boxing and stuff like that. Did you guys ever do anything like that?
We didn't do any competition against them. Not on the ship. Funny enough, in Norfolk, Virginia. I mean, we did lots of sport on the ship. I mean, we used to get used to have a potted sports day, and each mess deck would have a team put forward, and there'd be all sorts of things to do. You know, you'd have an obstacle race, or you know, anything really they could dream up they could do on a flight deck. You did, and you sort of, it was very competitive. You did it for a prize of some sort, or maybe a cake for the mess or whatever. And so they did encourage you to keep fit, and there were opportunities to keep fit, but running was very difficult, because you can imagine, huge flight deck as it was, you're running on a ship when it's at sea, and 1 minute your feet are on terra firma, and the next minute you're down there. Not good. You'd
be falling all over the place. Did you ever get any men overboard or like anything like that?
Yes, there's another story. I could tell you this one now. Let me just finish on that one.
Okay.
With Virginia, they used to play football against the Americans, and they got this game up to play football in somewhere not far from the dockyard. And Norfolk, Virginia, actually is very much English looking. It's sort of countryside. It's very similar. Place I saw anyway. But they had a football game organised, and they said to me, "Oh, would you like to come along as a supporter?" So I said, "Well, I'm not really into football, and I'll never have been." And they said, "No, come on, you come along, and you know, a couple of tinnies and all that." So he said, "Oh, yeah, okay, I'm coming." So anyway, when we get there, they had a man injured, and they said, "Would I like to play?"
Yeah.
I resisted for about 5 minutes until they showed me the error of my ways if I didn't play, and I actually ended up playing. So anyway, I nearly scored a goal, but yeah. But anyway, that was that. But yeah, what did you ask me? Sorry.
Did you ever have any men overboard?
Yes. The Razzies we spoke about. We're doing a Raz on the Ark, and like I said, when those ships are so close, the water going through between them is very rapid, but it would be very turbulent as well, because of course you're forcing it into a smaller space, and if it's a little bit rough to begin with, you get what they call the waves were called goffers. That was a terminology in the Navy for a wave, is a goffer, because they used to have goffer machines that used to give you drinks on board, you know, soft drinks. Yeah. And they called them goffer machines. But anyway, a goffer was a wave. So you'll get this situation where you're steaming into wind, And I mean, the Ark could do probably 31 knots, and knot is 1.4 mile an hour, I think, somewhere around there. So it could be, I mean, it probably wouldn't be going as fast as that to do the RAS, but it would certainly be going quite fast. So you've got the two running side by side. Always, when they could, they used the helicopters to go over to the other ship to do underslung loads to bring back the beer and the food and anything else that they could do underslung. So it speed up the process. So on this particular day, they wouldn't use us because we're the SAR. We need to be standing by, obviously, for emergencies or if needed. So they're bringing this beer, and it was crates of beer. They were bringing back on an underslung load, and they were putting them by the front lift, and people were picking them up, putting them on the front lift. So they got so many, and then they'd go down on the lift, and other people would take them away and put them wherever they wanted to go, to store them. So this young lad picks up this beer, and he's quite close to the outside of the ship, and this goffer comes straight over the ship, picks him up, and he's got this beer crate in his hand, cuddling this beer crate, and he disappears. And of course, generally, it was a good drop, a huge drop, about 60 feet drop from the top of the Ark to the water.
Yeah, I can see that.
He's been taken by the huge goffer, and he's been deposited in between the two ships. So, scramble the SAR. That's what they pipe, scramble the SAR. Now, this poor chap, you imagine that we're going at a fair rate of knots. He's gone well behind the ship by the time we scrambled, but we were up in 3 minutes, and they found him. And he was about half a mile away. And all you're looking at is a little head bobbing in the sea.
Yeah, that was.
And he had a helmet on, but it wasn't a coloured one; it was a dark one. So I suppose in some respects he was lucky, but they wouldn't have gone without finding him. They would have gone.
Yeah.
But a ship like the Ark would take so long to turn round; it could be 5 miles away. So this day we scramble the SAR. Off they go, find this chap, and bring him back on board. So in the evening, we used to have what they called the round down. Now the round down was it was a closed circuit TV situation that we used to have monitors in our mess decks, and they used to bring us a program through the CCTV, and it might be the routine of the day, what they're doing tomorrow, what they expect we're going to do, all this, and give us news about where we're going. Perhaps things about being dangerous, don't do this, don't do that. So this particular evening, they're interviewing this lad who'd been taken over by this goffer. So he said, obviously he was scared stiff when it happened. And he said, when I found myself in the water, I was going back towards the screws or the propellers. And he said, so I let go of the beer, and I just didn't want to go into the propellers because of the ship. Because obviously that wouldn't do you any good. And he said, so it swirled around. I was left behind the ship. And he said, I was thinking, am I ever going to get back on board again? Because, are they going to find me? And this same lad, he had a bit of, they say everything comes in threes. Well, this same lad survived that. So I was the only one we ever had go overboard, as far as I can remember. And I probably would remember somebody else. This same lad, when I mentioned earlier on about the ship not being able to get it back into dock for Christmas leave because it was too foggy.
The
Fearless bring over their landing craft, and to get us off, they put scramble net over the side. And now we're going on Christmas leave. So everybody has got their suitcases, and in each suitcase, I can guarantee there were what you call rabbits. Now, rabbits are what people bought as presents for other people. So if you were going rabbiting, you were going shopping for presents for other people, and they were called rabbits. Where the rabbits come from, I have no idea, but that's what it's called. So it's Christmas. Everybody's got their rabbits in their suitcases, for their loved ones were scrambling over the net. And what they were doing was they take the suitcase off of you, tie it on a rope, lower it down to the landing craft, and they'd store it to one side. You'd scramble, not easy scrambling down these nets, I tell you, but you scramble down the net, and then you get onto the landing craft and onto the flat part of the, onto the flat part of the landing craft, recover your suitcase, and then stand back ready for the next one. So you get as many on as they possibly could. I'm in front of that lad who had a problem overboard. They put my suitcase on, lower it down. I scramble down the net, pick my suitcase up, watching everybody else come on. This lad comes ready to come on. They take his suitcase, they tie it to the rope. Now, because of the landing crafts up against the ship, of course, it's got the buoys out over the side, so it doesn't hit metal on metal. But of course, it loses, it gives a gap. And I mean, we're not static either, it's all over the place. So they lower this lad's suitcase down, and the suitcase fell off. It didn't just land in the landing craft, oh no. It had to go between the two. So it's in the water. Yeah. And the two are going like this, you see.
Oh no, crushing his stuff.
So the lad comes over the scramble net, and of course he's all panicking and worried. And on these landing craft, they had like these big long hook things. So there's this chap trying to hook it out of the water, and that's not easy, although it's fairly buoyant because it must have some air in it. And he manages to get it eventually, because as he pulls it up between the two, the ship and the landing craft, all the water's spewing out all over, something you see in a cartoon, And of course, I have no idea what this lad's got in it, but I mean, whatever he's got in it is ruined, because it's not only been smashed together, it's got all water in it. So that was the same lad. That's the second thing. He goes on leave, never came back. When we came back off Christmas leave to go on the second deployment, we didn't go completely straight away because we didn't go to April. But when we went back on the ship, he never came back, because when he was on leave, he liked to go out on his motorbike, and he fell off and broke his leg. So,
bloody hell! Wow.
I say some things come in threes, and some people have some awful bad luck.
Wow, that is a lot of bad luck, like for that to happen.
Swept off. I mean, that was something to tell your grandchildren, mine.
Yeah.
Being swept off of a ship like that and being saved by a helicopter. But I mean, the same lad off the ship, same lad, suitcase ruined, same lad, broken leg.
Wow.
You couldn't write it, could you? Really?
Oh, that's yeah. So would you ever, like, in the Navy, do they ever if you had somebody like that who seemed to have like bad luck at sea, would you call him a Jonah or something like that?
Possible, yeah. I mean, the banter could be cruel.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, it was clever. Some of it was very clever. But the thing is, to survive, you had to learn to give the banter back.
Yeah.
You went into your shell or took everything as gospel, you wouldn't survive. And none of it was malicious. It was just, but it could get at you. It was stuff that could get at you. If you wanted it to get at you, it could get at you. When you were killick of the mess, nobody gave you banter because you're the boss in the mess.
Yeah.
I give everybody else banter, but not you. But when you were not the killick, you were, fair game.
Yeah.
So you could have. I mean, it was cruel. I mean, we're talking about a different era now. I mean, I talk in the 70s, the whole of the 70s. I was in the Navy, and it was a different world. And I mean, as we said before, they didn't have any mobile phones now. We had no communication to the outside world apart from letters.
I wonder if they're allowed, mobile phones and stuff like that now, or whether things have to be secret, because a mobile phone would give you position away, wouldn't it? And you don't want young people coming on board, like taking pictures of stuff and leaking it onto the internet by mistake, or
Yeah, well, that program I mentioned, the warship, they were using mobile phones all over the place. But
Right.
I think it's possibly that they can't use them when they're on exercise, and they may have some sort of scramble situation. I don't know where they can. But if it was in dire need, they wouldn't be allowed to use them at all.
Yeah.
But of course, they have got them, and when they go ashore, they can use them to ring home. And I was watching them on that warship. One of the officers was ringing his wife because she was pregnant, due to have a baby, and he was talking to her as if she was in the next room. So there's obviously occasions when they could do it, but they are able to use their mobiles, which I say was obviously not in existence. So when we were talking about a long day, short day, that was 3 o'clock in the morning till midday, 5 o'clock in the afternoon till 3 o'clock in the morning, but not always 3 o'clock in the morning, depending on what happened. If you had something if the aircraft was unserviceable for something and you had to fix it before you went to bed because it was ready for the next morning.
Yeah.
And you might be there till the next shift come on. I'll say the mess itself was in permanent darkness until we're in the shore situation, come alongside somewhere. And then, of course, we stopped doing that and went ashore and hopefully enjoyed yourself a bit. But on that, I might as well tell you about the coming in. Well, I don't know. I should tell you the places we went to before we do that. I'm not sure, really.
How long are you comfortable? Do you need to take a break or anything, or we've been going for over 2 hours now?
Have I? Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, it's 6:10 now.
Oh, blimey! It's up to you. What do you want to do?
I wonder if should we take a break and then like the video is it's 2 hours and then we can come back on tonight or come back on tomorrow if you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, no. Oh, so you got your NASA t-shirt on?
Yeah, yeah. I love this one. It's yeah. The kids love it as well. They're always trying to pull on this badge.
Oh yeah, trying to rip it off.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. I've got a cup of tea. I've got a cup of coffee.
Oh, lovely.
So, how's the weather down your end then?
Well, earlier on about an hour or so ago, it was coming down like rapid, and then for the past sort of half hour, it cleared up. We had blue skies, like sun coming down, and now it's kind of clouded over again. So it's changing very, very fast, like very rapidly.
Yeah, very similar here, really. We haven't had those really severe winds. Time yet, I know, but it's been breezy, yeah, but we've had the same. We had a glorious sunshine for about half an hour, but you're right, it changes so fast.
Yeah,
it's now raining here a little bit.
It is very windy here. I'm kind of there's an old tree in my neighbor's backyard, and it's right on the fence with our place, and it's covered in this like creeping vine stuff, and I'm worried about how dead that tree is and whether it can take it. And yeah,
there was a warning for this weekend, really, not to go anywhere near woodland areas, wasn't there?
Yeah.
With this, but
well,
yeah,
the college is closed. They closed all 3 campuses.
Did they?
Yeah, sent out a warning. And said, work from home if you can. Because don't bother coming in because it's too dangerous, it's too risky.
Oh right. Oh, so Jack would have been in today, wouldn't he?
He's still on holiday.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, I've been trying to get them in. I've had a few people in this week. Yeah, Jack wasn't one of them.
Oh right, okay. Should he have been in then?
No. He's fine. Yeah, he deserves a rest. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we were talking about the Ark yesterday, the Ark Royal, the mighty Ark Royal, which was his nickname. So I suppose I'll probably finish off with that. Would that be okay?
Yeah,
although that was my last.
No worries. What I'll do, I'll pull up a picture of the Ark Royal just to refresh people's memories of what it looks like.
Yeah, but that was the fourth. That was the fourth Ark Royal. They said at the time they would never call another ship the Ark Royal, but they did. They built another one. The modern one was with the deck that went up in the air, the angled deck.
There we go. So that's the arc there.
That was the arc. Yeah, that was when we were in Norfolk, Virginia.
And
so it looks like a little frigate compared to the
yeah, it probably looks better on this one maybe, because it's this one here, isn't it?
Yeah, and you've got one there as well, I think, with it coming into port.
Oh yeah. With this one, you've got all of these jets on here, so that kind of helps to give you an idea of like the scale.
They were Buccaneers and Phantoms, all gone out of service, of course. And we also had a Gannet, or a couple of Gannets, which were twin prop and funny looking things to look at. They were early airborne warning systems. They go up and they could detect vessels, missiles, all sorts of things from the air. And they actually went out the day that the Ark Royal finished. They went out of service. But
I actually noticed that I missed a couple of photos yesterday. Like,
I saw one.
This brilliant one.
Yeah. Well, the thing was when we were on the SAR, the photographic people used to take lots of aerial photographs of places where we were going when we were coming in, and it was all from our aircraft. Yeah. And they used to sell they were all black and white, most of them black and white. They used to sell the pictures to the crew in the evening for 10 pence, but we used to get ours free.
Yeah,
because we were supplying them with
this is fantastic. One, yeah, whoever put this together, they
it was a saying. I mean, I'd clean it up a little bit, but it was the mushroom syndrome.
Okay.
You know, it was fed on muck, kept in the dark, and expected to pop up everywhere. I changed muck. I changed the word to muck. You know.
Yeah. There was also there was this one.
Yeah.
We saw something similar, but here you are. Look, I can
spot you now. And I'm completely different to the rest of them. And the reason being, I was going to mention that anyway, but that comes in my leadership course. And I'll just I won't say everything about it because I can cover it a little bit later. But the leadership course, 1975, 76, I think it was, down at Daedalus. And we all come together because we'd passed our PPE, they called it, a preliminary professional exam to become leading hands. They send you on a leadership course. So they sent me back to Daedalus, and they're all the motley crew that turned up that were all doing the same course. And we had further trade training and also a leadership course to do down at Chatham Dockyard, which is not too far away from where I originated from.
And what year would this be?
That was, I think that's 76, 75, 76, yeah.
Yeah, so plenty of these guys, they'll still be around today, hopefully.
Yes, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, well, I'd hope so.
Yeah, and
so I was one of the oldest ones there, I think.
If anybody watching, or if you recognize any of these gents, tell them. Just say, hey, look, you're here. There's a picture of you here.
Absolutely. Yeah. And there's I can remember Tom in the front there on the left because he was in the same digs as me in
this chap.
Yeah, I can remember him distinctly, but I can't remember a lot of the other names.
Yeah.
Couple up the back, third in and fifth in. I remember them.
These guys.
Yeah. They terrible with names anyway, but they'd probably remember me. But the reason I'm standing there, that dress I've got on is number 8.
This one?
Yeah, it's called number 8. That was your working dress. And I say we all came together to do this leadership course at Daedalus, and then we're going down to Chatham, and there's a few stories about being down there as well. But we're going down to Chatham to do this leadership course, and you had to take your number 1 uniform. So they give you the weekend off before you go down to Chatham. And I was going to go home to my mum and dad's, I think, and I didn't want to cart my number 1 uniform all the way to my mum and dad's and then all the way back down to Chatham.
Yeah.
The reason I was going to my mum and dad's because it was the nearest to Chatham, really. So I asked them to bring my uniform for me because they were going straight from Daedalus down to Chatham. a few at the back there had a car. Yes, that's okay. We'll do that, they said. No.
Did they forget? They forgot it. Oh no.
So, now, normally you would get in real trouble for that, but they weren't too bothered on the course. But they said we need a course photograph, and hence that one. So it's unique, really, I suppose, in a sense.
Oh, they've gone in a slightly different order. Actually, I jumped ahead. There's also.
No, that's okay, because they're not exactly in order. But if you bring that one up, you've got your cursor on there. That just shows you how severe the weather could be. I mean,
yeah, I thought that this looked like some sort of damage here, like it had been struck or something. But yeah, is that just a wave coming up over the top?
Yeah,
of it?
that's just a gopher, as we call them.
A gopher, yeah. That took that bloke away.
Yeah, something similar to that, you see.
Yeah.
But I think that's a gannet on the right hand side there.
This one,
a little gannet. But you see how it swamps the deck, so I mean, a bit further down.
Completely. You know, when that happens, is there any sort of like debris left, you know, after that? So like, would there be like a random fish or something, or any sort of, you know, stuff on there that you'd have to clean up and get rid of, or anything that you could use?
It's possible. I never saw any in particular, but yeah, I mean, it may be that sometimes something came loose and deposited other stuff all over the place. Like when I was at Portland at the Royal Naval Air Station there, which was HMS Osprey that we've mentioned, we had a major storm come over Chesil Beach, and that brought everything over and deposited. There was a coal yard a bit further down, and that deposited everything on the on where the helicopters operated from. And that was complete mess in the morning when it went down. I know it's a different story, but yeah, so it just reminded me.
Cold dust
that little trawler in the bottom right-hand corner on that.
Oh, on this one, I'll go back.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this one here.
Yeah, that little trawler, that's a Russian trawler.
Oh, right.
And that was our trawler in a sense. I say our trawler. It was the one that used to follow us everywhere. And it had on the back of it a rather big, large, square container, but it had a canvas over it. Now, there's a little story there, which I wasn't parley to, but I was told about one of our aircraft going over. Every time he used to fly off and go towards this thing, all these little chaps come rushing out, covering over this, whatever this thing was at the back. And it was just like a big, we never did see it properly, I suppose. But anyway, they'd put this tarpaulin stuff over it so you couldn't see what it was. So somebody had the bright idea that we'd make them consider, consider us a little bit more. And they got a dustpan, and they got a broom handle, and they put the dustpan on the end of the broom handle, and they wired it up to a light on the dustpan, and they put a little button at the top of the broom handle. And when they flew over, all these little men come rushing out to cover this thing over. They opened the door and they pointed this thing with the dustpan on the end and the light, and they kept flicking it on and off, just to worry them.
Yeah, so it was looking like you were taking pictures or something.
Yeah, it could have been a major incident, really. I don't know, but I mean, that's what they. You know. And all it was a dustpan and broom handle.
So they were like, tracking you basically, weren't they?
Yeah.
They had something dodgy in that container that they were trying to hide.
You thought, unless they were being a bit all bravado, I don't know. But yeah, there was a really weird situation when you used to fly over, or when the pilots used to fly over, they used to cover this thing over. But I felt, well, it was in the Cold War, of course. So, of course, Russia was tracking everybody. Like was different. But I used to feel quite sorry for them, because when in the weather you're looking at there, they would be on the top of a 15-20 foot wave, and then all of a sudden they'd disappear and you wouldn't see them, and you think, oh, they're sunk. And all of a sudden they pop back up again. They must have been hell on that thing. I mean, it's bad enough on the Ark.
I wonder what their stories are like, if there was anybody out there who was actually on that little boat, and if they if they got hold of this, if if they want to like come on and tell their side of the story of what was going on with that container.
Yeah, they will.
Cool. There's this one as well, which initially I sort of misidentified this lady as the Queen, and then I was like, oh no, wait a minute, I recognize this lady. It's the Queen Mum.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now this is jumping it forward a little bit. This is when on the second trip we call into Gibraltar for the last time. I think it's in October, or no, September it was, and September, yeah, October was Malta, I think. Anyway, we're in Gibraltar, and the Queen Mother comes out, and she actually launched the Ark Royal in 1950, which is my birth year. So
the ship was like the sort of the same age as you then, as you were there.
It was. It was exactly the same age as me. Yeah. Up until that point. But yeah, so she came out. You see the top part where she's on an open top Land Rover.
Yeah.
And she has a lady in waiting. Now, we didn't get anywhere near her, but we were watching her. But this Land Rover turns up. She jumps up on it as sprightly as anything. But they had to have a little help. The lady in waiting had to have a little help to get up on the Land Rover with her. Yeah, so I think it was just a day she spent with her. And of course, there's the clear lower deck, which is the people, the ship's company, they're mustered in the hangar. And the captain she's with there as well. But yeah, so she was saying goodbye to the ship.
Yeah, it says that the last visit to HMS Ark Royal by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother.
That's it, yeah.
And there she is.
Yeah, and there she's addressing the. I mean, we weren't because we were the flying side and we had to be available because of being on search and rescue. We had no part in any of that really, but we could see her where we were. But yeah,
I think our Queen is older now than the Queen Mother is there.
Oh yes,
sure,
yeah. I think she's probably late 70s, early 80s there, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, she did really well, didn't she?
She was over 100 when she died.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was ironic, really, that she launched it in 1950. I'm born in 1950, and there I am for the last commission. But
we saw this one yesterday.
Yeah, we saw that one. Yeah, that's
coming in.
Us.
And that's the Ark coming in past the what was this one called again?
That's the Eagle.
The Eagle.
And that the Ark that's leaving to go on the first tour of its last deployment. That's a sister ship.
And that's Plymouth, isn't it?
Yes, that's Plymouth. Yeah.
So I've got another one here.
Yeah. Now that I chose that one because that shows Procedure Alpha. Now,
is this Malta?
That's Malta. Yeah,
I recognise it.
We're coming into Malta. I don't know whether that's the first time or the second time, but because we went in twice, but it's definitely Malta. Now, I was taken aback really because I'm in the Navy, not really gone too far up until that point, so I'm visiting all these different places, and we're coming down through there to Valletta, to dock in Valletta. And
that's a beautiful place, beautiful part of the world.
And we another story about Valletta as well, but we're coming into Valletta, and you had to do, every time you came into a port, you do Procedure Alpha, and on the way out you do Procedure Bravo. And if you can see all the ship's company, not all of them, but a lot of the ship's company are lining the deck.
Yeah, I can see that there.
All the way around. Well, as far as I can get, because the other side was a superstructure, you couldn't get all the way around. But that was originally from the old days when a foreign ship may come into port, and to show that they were not coming in anger, they'd all stand on the deck and say, well, look, we're not armed, we're coming in peace, sort of thing. So I think that's where that comes from.
Yeah, and
to Procedure Alpha.
Give people a wave or something. So yeah, it's how long were you over there for in Malta?
We were only there well, I've actually been to Malta with the Navy about 7 or 8 times, but I think on that occasion we were only there a couple of days.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But
It's,
I was so taken aback when we were going down, because I mean, I'm probably, while Procedure Alpha's going on, I'm looking out at one of the portholes there, maybe on the other side. But so I'm looking at all the sand-coloured buildings.
yeah, the fortifications.
And I was so taken aback with all the TV aerials, because they look so out of place.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about in the 70s when they had, you know, those big old TV aerials.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they look most peculiar, really out of place. But
yeah.
But anyway, yeah, it's a lovely place, Malta. Very historic, of course. Was awarded the George Cross.
Yeah, I love it there. I went there once a couple of years ago.
Did you?
And here we've got this one. Oh yeah, the 4 Ark Royals. Yeah,
they said they'd never call a ship an Ark Royal again, but they did, and they made another one, and the deck wasn't such an angled deck. It was a curved one at the end. So because when the aircraft got the speed up, it shot up the curved part and then took off. Because jump jets came in, of course, and we had a jump jet land on the Ark just to see how it was, and I think it ripped up the back end a little bit, the jump jet Harriers.
Oh no, yeah, I remember being a kid and being super excited about those planes that they could just, you know, take off.
Yeah,
it was just amazing to see that.
Well, it was wonderful because I was watching it from the aircraft ready room, was just off on that superstructure, and you could see out quite clearly. And I was watching it, and it come along, hovered on the side of the ship. Was again in its own right just amazing that it's coming the same speed as us and just hovering there. And then it come across, of course, on the back, and come down. But I say the Ark wasn't really prepared for that sort of thing.
Yeah,
and it churned up the deck a little bit. I think it burnt it a little bit, but obviously that's because it wasn't built to take them. But,
yeah. It looks like this one, the second Ark. This looks more like an oil.
Yeah, they're all
ship,
flat. There's Swordfish are on there, I think.
It's got that really old plane on there.
Yeah,
well.
biplanes.
Yeah,
they were called Swordfish, I think. And they when they used to come into land, they used to sort of jump on them to stop them, you know.
so it wasn't really until here that we start to get that modern shape. And then it starts to extend even further with your ship here.
Yes, but that 3741 one, the Germans, why it was only a short time, because it was only 4 years, the Germans sunk it.
Yeah,
I used to have a German neighbour. And he came in for a couple of drinks and he saw this photograph and he said, "Oh, we sunk that." Yes, he did. Yeah.
Let's have a look. There's this is Rome.
Yes. Well, when we're in Athens, when we're in Naples, we'd go off and go to Pompeii, visit the ruins at Pompeii, and then we go to Rome and visited Rome a couple of times, but one particular time we just walked and walked and walked all day long.
Yeah,
visiting all the places
to do.
And this is not my photograph. This is a photographic section of taking it. But that's the top of the Vatican, looking across to Hercules Castle at the top end there, I think.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. My wife and I were there in 2018 or 2017, I think. We went for a couple of weeks, and we got an Airbnb, and it was literally, it's like just around here actually.
Right.
So we stayed there, and it was really cheap. It was only about 400 quid for 14 days.
Yeah.
So yeah, when we came out and we realized how close we were to everything, we spent 4 or 5 days exploring Rome, and then we went on a tour up to the north because we've got friends who live up in Piacenza, and so we went to like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Piacenza, and then Lake Garda, and then Venice, and then we went back down to Rome for a night, and then we went down to Pompeii, and we spent a day there, and that was absolutely huge. And
Yeah.
then we drove down to Naples, but we kind of got a bit scared with the traffic, so then we drove back to Rome and spent the rest of the time in Rome.
Well,
But
let me just tell you one of the many stories I've got. But Naples was a little bit of a sad place for me, really. I've been in Naples a few times, but that particular occasion, on the last visit, me and my mate Scouse. Now Scouse was Scouse Slater, his name. He was the diver for the SAR. We had two divers, but he was on my shift, so he was our shift diver. And we got very friendly, and we used to go all the places. Every time we docked somewhere, we'd go, and the idea was we wanted to see the culture and take in everything the place had, and then we'd have a few beers in the evening. We didn't want to get involved with some of them. Used to like have a bit drink straight away, you know, or during the day, and we didn't want that. So we'd go off and just explore, really. So from Naples, we go to Rome and Pompeii, and we come back, and we're coming along the main high street, which then the high street was had an island in the middle. So you got over to one part of it, and then you went over to the next part. So we're coming along, we heard a shout, and there was a few of the lads over the other side of the road. So we thought, oh, we'll go and join them. And it was about time we would have a drink anyway. So we crossed the road into the island, no problem. And of course, as you say, the traffic there is manic. It was then, even then. And they all drive on their horns. You know, they're horn crazy, aren't they?
Yeah.
So we're standing on the island in the middle of the road, making sure everything's okay. Bear in mind, you know, there's one going one way, one traffic going one way, one going the other, so they could be anywhere. And we decide it's all right to cross. Well, this white Fiat come out from the middle of that, well, from a side road, like a maniac, came straight over to my side of the road, came straight for me. And of course, I immediately put my arms up and landed up on his bonnet. And it took me about 20, 30 yards down the road. And I dropped off his bonnet.
Wow.
And then he reversed, came round the side of me, stopped. And then I had all these Italian people coming up and saying something. I presume they were saying, "Are you all right?" in Italian, but I hadn't got to do what they were saying. But you imagine that's something they would be saying. And I'm well shaken up. I was really shocked, you know. I mean, I'd had a new jumper. I just bought a new jumper, and it completely ruined the jumper. It was a big hole in the elbow. And while they're asking me, "Are you all right?" this bloke disappears. So, and although I was very shaken, but I couldn't say I was badly injured. My elbow was grazed, and I say where the hole in the jumper was. And of course, I said I just bought it. So we get across the road, and oh, you know, you're right, and we're talking to the lads and all that, have a drink and all that. Well, it shaken me too bad. I said, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go back on board. So I had one drink, and then I just went and got my head down, because it really took it out of me, really.
Yeah.
You know, when you start imagining what it could have been like, or what could have happened.
But you're lucky to survive, like, yeah.
Well, yeah, I was really, I suppose, but I don't suppose he wanted to kill me, but
yeah, well,
but he certainly didn't want to hang around.
Yeah, he probably thought, yeah, he looks alive, and just, you know, ran off.
Yeah. Well, I never saw a police officer anyway, so but I say it was just a bad time, really.
I when I was over there, we hired a car to do all that traveling, and I actually got a ticket sent to me for going too slow on the motorway.
Going too slow?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Like I was going, you know, as fast as I was meant to, but yeah, I got a ticket for going too slow, and I got a ticket for parking incorrectly in Florence. I parked too close to the cathedral.
Oh no!
Whoops! Everything's in Italian, like, and I was, you know, I just thought, oh, that's all right. You know, the sat nav said, yeah, you can park there. Yeah, got a ticket.
Problem is they don't give any allowances for not knowing the
language.
Do they?
No.
So, you know, that's the trouble, isn't it? You know, you easily get caught out and that sort of thing. So that was a bad time really for me. But
We've-
that
we've
first
got-
trip we did in 77 on the Ark, we called it Leith, Hamburg, Gibraltar, Malta. We did 2 exercises, one called Ocean Safari and another one called the Isles of Dior or something. And then we did the Naples, and then we did Gibraltar, and then we returned back to Devonport, which is Plymouth. And we came off there the 15th of December. And you remember me saying about we couldn't get in because of the fog?
Yeah, yeah.
That poor lad that had the beer problem. and that trip was, you knocked up a few miles on these things. I mean, that was 24,225 miles, that trip.
Wow.
So you imagine the circumference of the Earth. I mean, I don't know what it is, about 20,000 odd, isn't it? So it's almost like going around the Earth, really. But
yeah, let me Google that. Yeah, you I think you had a bit of a way to go.
oh, sorry, is it?
Yeah, it's massive. Let's have a look. Yeah, so it says it's 24,901,461 miles.
What, all around the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it would be, wouldn't it? Okay.
That's around the poles. So from around the top. Yeah.
Slightly out then.
I'm sure I've read that right.
Yeah, you're probably right. It sounds an awful lot to me, but
maybe I've read that wrong. Yeah, let me share my
well,
screen.
we'll worry about that later.
Here you go. Let me zoom in a bit. What's it say? What's that? Is that millions or it is, isn't it?
No, it says that's kilometers, 24,901.461 miles.
Okay. Yeah, so you did do it then. Yeah, so you were pretty much bob on.
Yeah.
I think it was just these extra numbers down here.
Yeah.
Me off.
Yeah. That's what it reads to me anyway. 24,901.461 miles.
Yeah, so you did
40,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
So that was about right then. That was the first trip. The second trip, well, we'll talk about the mileage in a minute. I'd like to talk about, continue with the Ark and the Navy in general, but they used to like to play pranks on people. Now, it wouldn't be PC, some of this, but anyway, it's nothing desperate, but it wouldn't happen now, I would hope. Anyway, one of the pranks they used to do is put up posters around the ship. And this particular poster they put up was to be coxswain of the splash target. Now, a splash target is something that the ship would tow about 300 yards or meters away from the ship, and it was there as a target for the aircraft to shoot at.
Okay, yeah.
So they wouldn't, they didn't want to destroy it, but it was an area where they would have to try and get their bombs
so they could practice.
So this poster goes up. Coxswain, obviously a coxswain is somebody who's going to be sitting in this thing. Coxswain of the splash target, and they get one name. Put your name here, sort of thing. So they get this one name. I see a young lad puts his name up. Yeah, that's fancy that, So when you requested anything, it was the same when you had any punishment. You had to go through the same procedure, and the procedure was you went to the officer of the day's table, as they called it, who then he listened to what you were saying or what your argument was or what you wanted to do, and then he would defer you to the commander of the ship or establishment, and the commander would end up deferring you to the captain, who would make a decision on it all. So that was a procedure he had to go through. So this young lad has to go through that procedure. So he goes to the officer of the day's table, who then puts him down to the commander's table, who then puts him to the captain's table. And every time you go in front of him, of course, you've got to wear your number ones. And this lad's really eager to be coxswain of the splash target. So when he gets to the captain's table, the captain listens to what he's got to say, ponders for a minute, says, "Well, son," he said, "I'm sorry, but your legs are too short." Oh dear. Used to get some real dipsticks very good. But they were always doing pranks. I mean, one of them wasn't, I will mention it, but one of them wasn't really nice, and they would never do it anyway. But in Malta, there were a lot of stray dogs.
Yeah.
They put up a poster for dog shooting, Maltese dog shoot.
Wow.
Which would never happen.
No.
But they had a few people put the names down, and then they trained them all up and given them these rifles and took pictures of them and all that before they told them there wasn't such a thing. Yeah. So, you know, I'd say it's not exactly what it never happened now, because of course, you know, but that was their sort of prank sort of situation the Navy used to do on ships.
That's a good screening technique, isn't it? To find those guys who are willing to shoot a dog. Like, you know,
I mean,
they're the real killers, aren't they? They're the killers of the crew.
I mean, well, I took the 70s, just a different world there, but you know, yeah, Maltese dog shoot. Yeah, I got about half a dozen, I think. Yeah. So that was that. Yeah, I think life on board the Ark or any ship really in the mess decks, which was your living space. I say it was very cramped, but it also things happened. Nothing ever runs smoothly. And when we were on the Ark and we went on Christmas leave, whilst we were away, this big FFO it was, I don't know what the FFO was, but it was like a crude oil inside it. And we used to have all these pipes running through the mess anyway, and cables and wires, and you know, it was not just us in there, cramped in there, there's all this other stuff as well. And when we came back off Christmas leave, this FFO pipe had split, and all this crude black oil had sprayed out everywhere, all in our living quarter.
Oh no.
And it was horrible, smelly, horrible. So over several weeks, we had to repaint the whole thing, try and mop up and clean up all this FFO as much as we could. And it took forever. And I don't think we ever really got all of it, because what happened was in the rec space, now the rec space was the recreational space of the mess deck. And during the day, when people were up, because you had somewhere to sit and a table or two to play cards or something like that, the 3 bunks high all the way around the rec space and everywhere, but particularly around the rec space, which was a sort of a square shape, would become seats. The bottom bunk would have a cover put over it. The middle bunk would go up and drop down, so it was a backrest.
Yeah.
And then the top bunk would be pushed up and clipped away. So you end up with seating. Now, the bottom bunk was rigid, solid. It was attached to something. You couldn't move it. But there was a sort of frame that things could get underneath. Well, this FFO seeped in under there. So after we'd painted all this poor mess deck up and made it livable again for us, every now and then when we were in rough seas, this black crude oil would come shooting out from underneath one of the beds. So we'd be rushing round, trying to mop up as quick, grab anything we could, mop this stuff up before it disappeared back in again.
How long did that keep happening for?
That was forever. As far as I was concerned, it was forever. It never did get rid of it. No matter how much we mopped it up, it was always more to come.
Yeah. So,
but I say, because the bed was rigid and on a rigid frame, you couldn't move it. You just had to wait for this stuff to appear. But it was really and smelly. As I say, it wasn't very nice. And then after that, again, so this is all mess deck life really. We had a flood in the showers. Now, to get to the showers, we came out the mess deck and there was a ladder, because the ladders are very steep. And they actually banned people from wearing flip-flops because one or two had killed themselves.
Right, well,
it's not an airship, but yeah. And so you used to get down this steep ladder to the shower area. Well, that got flooded out. So you'd walk down to have a shower and you'd get down there and you'd be almost waist deep in water. So you'd have a shower, which was ridiculous, really, and then come back out and try. I got rid of it eventually, but
so with the water on the boat, water that you would use for showering and toilets and stuff like that, would that be fresh water that you pick up somewhere, or do they have facilities to recycle the water and stuff?
Yeah,
like
they made fresh water out of seawater.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly how they did it, but it was made out. It was okay. I mean, it was fine, but but they used to have these accidents, of course, and this pipe would burst or something, And of course, it's all under pressure, so And then the other one in the mess deck was punka louvers. A punka louver is, I could say, the simplest one's the one you might get on a coach, where you pull it down and the air comes out.
Yeah.
You direct the air to yourself.
Yeah.
And on a plane, it's the same sort of thing. Well, on the board ship, in the mess decks, they've got big fan trunking, and the fan trunking goes all the way through the mess decks and to different departments. And as it passes through your mess deck, there's these punka louvers at the top of every bed, every bunk. So you would be able to lay in your bed and have this big punka louver by the side of you. So when you were in really hot conditions, they would blow air through these things, and it obviously helped to cool you down. So we're in a really hot situation, and these punka louvers are do or die for us. And because imagine all the men that you've got around you, I mean, there's hardly anywhere to put anything at all, bodies everywhere.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, these punka louvers stop working. Well, talk about getting friendly with a punka louver, trying to get as much air out of it as you possibly could. And all it was the couple of decks up was the regulator's office. Now, the regulators were like the police of the Navy. They were always picking you up for all sorts of things if they saw you wasn't shaving or, all that sort of. And the control panel for our punka louvers was in their office. And what they'd done, they'd come out, instead of turning the lights out, they'd turn the lights out and the punka louvers.
Oh, no.
And we were getting hot.
Yeah. You're probably running out of air and getting all sweaty.
Yeah, it was horrible. But that went on for about 24 hours before they found out what was wrong.
Man, it took them that long. Like they were punishing you. They were sweating you out when you were down there.
They probably were.
Yeah.
So that was mess deck life, really. I mean, we had some laughs and jokes, and say the banter was brilliant. Some of the banter was absolutely brilliant. Some of it was cruel. Some of it, you could take to heart if you were that way inclined. But yeah, generally we looked after each other.
And we've got a couple of more photos, so I'm gonna share again. We've got this really nice one.
Yes,
you spotted some dolphin or
they're dolphins, I think. Now it's such a shame now that sea life seems to diminish somewhat. When we were in the Caribbean, and when we went to Puerto Rico and the St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, the seas were alive with flying fish. And you would break the water and these flying fish would take off, some of them quite big.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't actually fly really, but they glided. But some of them glide about 200 or 300 meters before they drop into the water again. But there were shoals and shoals of them. And also you had the dolphins, and the dolphins used to love to go alongside the ship. So you could look over the front end of the ship, or the bow as it was obviously called, and you would see dolphins both sides, just following the ship.
And this is the anchor here. So would this be the front or the rear of the?
That's
ship?
the front. Yeah.
That's the front. Yeah. So they were probably they like going with it, maybe for security or the thrill of being next to this big thing moving in the water, or maybe because you're churning up the fish, like you're disturbing them, and it's a good opportunity for these guys to to get in there and grab some of those fish that are caught unawares.
Yeah, well, yeah, it could be anything like that. And it was so lovely though when you stood on the flight deck, and you had this sort of crystal clear water and deep blue colour, so a lot of it, and you'd watch as hammerhead sharks went by, turtles, and I say masses of flying fish. But since we've been back on a cruise to Caribbean, you see nothing like that.
You haven't seen them, no. That's a shame.
We did see the odd 1 or 2 flying fish because I was so keen for my wife to see them, and I didn't realise how much they diminished.
That's a shame. Yeah, let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, I just put that one on as part of my carpet round it, unfortunately. But
that's all right.
it's a small picture. Yeah, it was one of the Sea King squadrons that was on with us, and they're obviously doing an exercise of their own. I just wanted to show how busy it can be just with the Sea King.
It's a really good action shot, this one. You've got this chap in here.
Yeah,
and then he's either getting ready to take off or he's just landed. This one taking off, and this guy is commanding these ones. Or
he's burning and turning, as they used to call it, where he's ready to take off, and the other one's obviously wanting to come back on again. And the guy in the front there is controlling it all. He's got a couple of, I don't know if you can see, probably have a couple of paddles in his hand. He used to wave them on and off. And you can see the steam on the left-hand side coming from the steam cats, because those catapults, they were steam driven. And they used to launch the fixed-wing aircraft on those. And the chap, I don't know what the actual terminology was for him, but the chap used to be there with his flag, and when everything was ready and they were on the steam cat, he would wave his flag and start waving it on mad and get faster and faster and faster, and then go wham like that. Because as he went like that, they knew they were going to be shot off on this catapult. So they would hurt these fixed-wing aircraft off to the end of the angled flight deck. And of course, when they got to the other end, they were on their own. And you see some of them would dip a little bit before they came back up again. But
wow, I didn't know that. So they just like catapult them into the air.
Yeah, they were the last. There was the last ship that ever had those. I mean, they are steam driven, and when you had them on the catapult, a big plate used to come up, which was part of the deck generally, but that was to deflect the blast, because of course with the guy with the flag is getting faster and faster and faster, and the pilot knows he's going to drop it and he's ready. As soon as he drops it, he's already got up to full power, and that plate is taking all the full power. So you could see the back end of the aircraft glowing, and that was taking all the blast. So it was making it a bit safer for other people as well. But the noise, I can believe me, the noise is incredible. When you're on a flight deck with fixed wing going off and helicopters perhaps going off after, the noise was incredible, and it used to go right through you. You could feel the noise go right through your body.
Wow.
And you had ear defenders, yes, but they weren't particularly brilliant. Yeah. I have terrible tinnitus, possibly from doing, because I was on 1 or 2 aircraft carriers, so it's possibly all from that. But
yeah, could be. This is a fantastic photo. This one, there's so much action going on here.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. And that says 5-3, 5-4, and this will be 5-5.
Probably, yeah. It might be 89 squadron. I'm not sure.
It looks like it's got a swan or something on.
Yes,
here.
That's their emblem. Yeah. Yeah, they've all got the swan on. Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. There was we've got this one. Right,
now this one, I put these on. They're only small photographs, as you can see. They came from one of the chaps. This is on the Hermes, by the way. This is not the Ark. But when we're on the Hermes, and it's a sad, ironically sad, this, but if you look at the helicopter, that's the one we spoke about that ditched.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because it's got the J on the side, that's J Juliet. So I say I didn't know I had anything like that. These aren't my photographs, but this guy in our mess, he had a camera, And when you got the film developed, you had the main photograph and you had two small ones on the side. And I said to him, "Oh, I'd like some of the small ones if you don't want them. So just to remind me." So that's what he did. He gave me loads of them, and I just picked out these few. And I was looking for the one that shows the icebergs floating by, because we're way up north, past Norway, you know, and we're doing a northern merger exercise.
Yeah, this looks like Norway here.
Yeah, that comes in. What happened was, before I went on the Hermes, I had to go to Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton, and I had to do a survival course. And they gave you extra gear to wear in this climate. And you'll see me there with the Parker on, down in the third one down on the asset. That was a really special Parker, and it had the wire going through the hood, so you could push it right down, so you just have your eyes showing.
Yeah.
And it was a really good, you know, expensive piece of kit, I would have thought. And I also, in this survival course, they showed you what to do if you got your hand stuck on the side of the cab, because metal would be so cold that your hand would stick on it, freeze on it. But there was also, well, I'll tell you what they told you to do is get your best friend to wee on it.
Yeah.
Which was, I suppose, an emergency action. But they also got, I also got mucklucks. Mucklucks are still about. They're like just big boots, really. But they came from the Eskimo side originally, the mucklucks. And they gave us these special boots. You can't really see them there. You might be able to see them on the one to the left of it where we're walking down. Yeah. And they sort of...
I think you're like right in the snow there. Can't even see
right in the snow. Yeah. And I'm walking down there with another smithy. I think it was he's the chap I went for the gun crew with. We're just going ashore. But it was a bit embarrassing, actually, because we'd done all this survival, we've got all this stuff to wear, and we'd had this sad situation with Juliet there and losing all the crew, and we're all saddened by everything, whatever. So they decided that we would go ashore for a bit of a break. So they got to where that shows that little village at the bottom end there, the colour. We got to this place, and they said, right, we're going to let everybody go off who wants to go off and have a break. So they got us, and this is right up a field. I mean, those fields are huge and very deep, but they got us all ashore in these landing craft or something or other. And they said, it's very cold, of course, you've got to wear your stuff. So I put the Parker on, put my mucklucks on. So we get in this village, and there's a supermarket, and people are walking around almost in flip-flops and T-shirts. I felt a little overdressed.
For them, it's like their summer.
Probably their summer to them, yeah. I did feel an idiot. But anyway, I wasn't the only one. But
well, you were acclimatized, like, you know. Bless.
Let's say that was when we was on the Hermes in '74. That I thought I'd put on. I couldn't. I said I couldn't find the one. You stand on the flight deck and watching these half a dozen icebergs go by. You know, so it was pretty cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of our. I just put it on to just show it flying. Really, that was 4.6 because we had 4.7. And they were red at the front. I mean, that picture we showed yesterday has gone a bit orange.
Yeah, but perhaps the contrast just looked a bit off.
Yeah, I think it's because it's old as well. I mean, but they were red. Red at the, as you see at the nose at the front, red at the halfway mark, and then the rest was blue. And where you see at the back, where it says the Royal Navy, that's where you'd put the saddles on. They go over the top, so that when you fold those blades, you put them into those pockets.
Yeah, they go down there.
Yeah, and that from there, where the blue part starts on the back, where the tail rotor is, you can possibly work out the ratchet system there, and you'd undo the ratchet and then push that part round to the side of the cab and then lock it in place so it's ready to stow it. So when you stowed it, all of the blades were, of course, one side and the other side in their saddles, and then the rotor was stowed away, so it made it a lot smaller and a lot more compact, so you could put it away in a hanger properly.
So this looks like a little window here.
There's an air intake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a grill on a car, really.
Yeah. So the engine for this is here, is it?
Yes, it's all in there. Yeah, there's where it says 046. There's a hatch.
Down here, yeah.
Just no on the front of the.
Oh, sorry, there. Yeah.
That's the hatch. That would be an access hatch. They were all mostly a lot of them, and you had ones on the head as well. At the top, there'd be access hatches just at the back.
Just here, or
where it slopes down.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were access, and that's where the people would stand when we were putting the blades up and down.
Yeah.
But there's one thing I can point out there is on the wheels, on the main wheels, you'll see the canister in the front.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, that's the flotation canister. Now, if the aircraft ditched in the sea would complete the circuit, and it would blow those canisters, and they would blow out, and they'd have these huge balloons come out, and they would stop the aircraft from sinking, and they'd just float in the water, hopefully.
And how many chaps could you get in here? How many people could you get in there?
You'd probably get about 7 or 8 quite comfortably. They weren't that big. Generally, they would have a pilot, sometimes a co-pilot, but generally just a pilot. You'd have the diver. This is in the normal operation period. You'd have a diver and perhaps a navigation person, but there wouldn't be many. And that was my friend Scouse. That was his job, the diver. And I say we were there purely. That would be us hovering by the side of the ship when all the aircraft are going off.
It's it's another great image, and it shows it in action, and it's
yeah, they're well out of date, of course. Now they're museum pieces, or almost. I went to where was it? Down the A1. Anyway, I can't remember. Anyway, it was.
I saw some really big ones at the Manchester Museum of Manchester Industrial Museum, and they had a hangar across the road from the main museum, and they had helicopters and planes in there, and there were some really big ones.
Yeah, they had these when I went to this Duxford. That's it, Duxford Museum, Duxford Airport. Duxford Airdrome is. They have different museums here, and one of these was hanging up in not that particular one, but the same model.
Yeah. Was it good? Was it good to see it again?
Yeah, and they had a Whirlwind 9 as well, which is a funny shaped helicopter which went out before those, and they had one of those as well, and it makes you feel like you should be in a museum. Yeah, this is interesting. They produced this, and if you look, it says the HMS Ark Royal, 4th of December. It's an envelope, and it's the final disembarkation of the air group, and it's a stamp. I say with the 4th of December. That's when we all came off, with a stamp on it, and I see it was the philatelic. Was it philatelic office? Yeah, RN Air Station. That was Yeovilton, where I mentioned Yeovilton earlier. But it's quite a nice keepsake, really.
Yeah, it's very cool, and the stamp is really nice as well. It says oil here, and it's got the layers of the ground and oil.
Yes,
and then the Queen. It's got the
and
date on
it was obviously I don't know whether that would be a first class in them days or not, but it was obviously a stamp they were issuing then.
It's got your symbol on it here.
That's it. No, that's the Swan. So that was 824 Squadron we were looking at. See the Swan, that was their signature. We've got. I'll show you this one because we produced this.
I'll just stop sharing, and then there we go. Yeah,
that's a jacket badge. I've never put it on a jacket, but but it's
what's in the middle?
Snoopy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's our emblem with the SAR, and we had T-shirts made with a helicopter on and Snoopy on it, but T-shirts don't last very long, and a long goal. But that says search and rescue on the bottom there, and I'd say that was for putting on a jacket. But that was our emblem. But that was 824. Obviously, that Swan was 824. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. And 849, 892 and 809. Yeah, all the aircraft squadrons.
Yeah,
And that
it's
shows
good.
a Gannet on there, the little one at the bottom there, the one that went. We had quite a nasty little accident with the Gannet. We're in the aircraft ready room, I say, just off on the superstructure. The idea was when we got our aircraft ready and it was hovering, we would disappear into the aircraft ready room, and you could watch it on the monitor, and you could see all the flight deck and everything, and our aircraft hovering. And this Gannet was coming into land, and somehow it didn't catch the arrestor wire properly, and it shot off sideways straight for the superstructure on the side of the ship.
Oh no.
It hit they had a big crane that they used to use, which was part of the superstructure, hit this crane, spun it round, it spun round and round and round, took some of the wing off, and came to a halt. Of course, everybody went into action because you don't know what's going to happen after that. You know, it might explode or whatever. But it didn't, and the pilot, thankfully, was fine. But it was a bit of a hairy moment, I must admit. Even watching it from just inside the aircraft ready room was bad enough.
Let's look. I think this is the last one.
Now this is again, this is Gibraltar. Now the Ark was subject to a BBC series in 1976 called Sailor, and the signature.
Is that you there? I found you.
No, I'm way at the back
like
somewhere.
You're back here somewhere.
Yeah, if you look where the people are sitting dangling their legs,
around here.
You come to the right, keep coming to the right, around, drop there, stop there. I'm around about there somewhere.
Around here.
One of me, I can't recognise myself, but I'm there somewhere. Yeah, I think the guy with his head up there, with a beard, and the guy with his arm in the air.
Yeah.
I'm somewhere either next to him or behind him, somewhere around there. You probably can't see me. But yeah, so the Ark was the subject of this BBC series in 1976 called Sailor, and the signature tune was "I Am Sailing" by Rod Stewart.
Yeah. So
they adopted that, and it became very famous in America as well. The Ark. That's why they took us to their heart when we were in Florida for all that time. And anyway, we get to Gibraltar, and they're going to make a record, and they clear all the hangar, and they get as many people in as they can. And what you see at the front there,
it's a big microphone here.
Yeah, they put the microphone up, and it was BBC, and they brought on some singers to make it, to get near to the mic as possible, so it sounded okay.
Yeah, this guy.
I think he's the commanding. I think he's the commander of the ship. That chap with his civvies on. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's got a beer in hand, and this guy's got a beer.
Oh,
well.
yes, plenty of beer.
And there's quite a few beers here on the floor.
Yeah. Well, what happened there? When you were at sea, to take the place at the top, they used to give you 3 cans of beer a day per man.
Couldn't store them. You couldn't store them. You had to drink them. You couldn't save them.
Yeah. Some used to try and obviously get away with it, but if they get caught, it was quite a nasty charge. So you had to drink them every day. Now, because they were making this record, they clear all the hangar, and all the officers are involved as well, of course. Now, the officers were limited. Their beer wasn't limited. So they'd bring a few crates down. We'd bring our measly little tinnies of beer, and we combine the lot, you see. So there's plenty of beer around then, and plenty of beer to have. So they set it all up, and we're going to sing. It says in my paying off book, which I'll show you in a minute. I got that every crew member got, that we sang "The Last Farewell," which I think Roger Whittaker sang some many years ago. If you know Roger Whittaker, if you know who Roger Whittaker is.
I know the name, yeah.
He used to do a lot of whistling on his records. But anyway, it says in there that we sang The Last Farewell, but I can distinctly remember singing I Am Sailing. But whichever one it was, that was the A side, and on the B side, it was Land of Hope and Glory.
Oh, cool.
So they were all touchy about people coming in at the right times. And when we got to Land of Hope and Glory, I don't know if you know the tune, but there's quite a big intro into it.
Yeah.
And it goes, du, 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 land of, you know. Well, of course, you've got a few Matlows have had a few beers at the back there. And of course, it was like a pub singing contest, you know, and it gets halfway through the intro and somebody shouts, land of, cut, cut, cut.
Yeah. Start again, yeah.
They got really upset in here.
Yeah.
I think they had about 9 takes. But we got it eventually. Where the record came out, I have no idea. I never bought one. I can't even remember seeing one, but we were making a record there anyway.
Yeah.
That
looks like a great time. Everybody looks super happy to be there.
Yeah, well, it was a bit more relaxed time we got to there, because I mean it's the last commission, you know. We've done all the tough stuff, and it's time to have a bit more relaxation. And Rod Stewart wanted to come on board, but I don't think they let him on. I don't know why, but they wouldn't let him on. But he did want to come on board. But anyway, that was the record we made, and yeah, it was a brilliant time.
I'll see if I can find anything about it online. Maybe I can find it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I've never looked really. But say it said The Last Farewell was the first A side, but you know how things. The trouble is, I'm talking 50 years ago. Some of this.
Yeah.
And you know how your memory fades, or you change things slightly in your memory, and you think that happened and it didn't. And but I'm feeling really sure that we, at least if we didn't record it, I'm sure we sang it.
Yeah.
You know, it might have been that case that we sung Last Farewell, which they recorded, and then they, because of you know, old time's sake, they sang We Are Sailing, or I Am Sailing.
Probably. You probably sang all night, maybe after a few beers.
Yeah, we didn't care. As long as the officers were bringing the beer down, we were all right.
Yeah, so that's the photos there. I'm just gonna stop sharing those.
Well, we swapped around a bit, but you know, here, there, and everywhere. But we get them all in. Yeah, I think remembering our aircraft 4-6 hovering on the side there of the ship. Refueling was a dangerous time. What you can't see there is we would go down the side of the ship, which was just, if you're looking at, it'd be the port side, if you're going looking from it forward side. And there was the well there with all the refueling pipes and lots of other bits and pieces, but the refueling pipes were down there. So when the helicopter was ready for refuel, it would come back in and they would tannoy to say SAR 3-spot outboard, which was nearer to the side, for refueling. So you'd have to man the refueling hoses. And they were big, heavy things to lug around, but they had these big connection things on the end of them. So once it had come down, you would have 2 chockmen, which was chocks for both wheels, and they were just like wedges that you put one side of the wheel, one side of the other, and if it was going to stay long enough, you'd put the chains on as well to make it more secure. But you had to be careful, of course. You didn't go in straight at the wheel. You went in round the side because of those flotation canisters.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to say they weren't going to go off anywhere else, and you didn't want to go poof, or you'd be dead. So you would go around the side. So the chockman would go in first, make sure that was they put the chocks in okay, and then we'd run out with a fuel hose, and the fuel hose was on the other side of the helicopter, not on the outside, if you like. So you have to go out and round, but you have to keep low, come round, and you put on the what do you call it, the wire to stop the static. You'd put the static connection on first before you put your hose on, because otherwise you would be building up even more static. So you always had to earth it, as I was trying to think of. You always had to earth the aircraft first before you put it on, and then it was the reverse the other way around. And then you'd put this on, you'd swivel it around, and then you put your thumbs up, and somebody else where you'd just come from would deliver the fuel. And then the pilot would stick his hand out the window, say, yep, that's it. Then the eye goes, yeah, that's it. Off we go, back down again. And then at the command, they'd say to the chopmen to go in and take the chocks out, and off they go. But I say it wasn't an easy thing to do. But
and would you ever get like any spillages or anything like that? You know, coming out of the hose and.
You could do, yeah. We often had a spillage or two, but they'd have to deal with that straight away with special detergent and all that sort of thing. I can't remember us having a spillage on refueling our aircraft, but there was certainly many times they did have spillages. What was noticeable, and it shouldn't have been, was when we were doing NATO exercises, that's North Atlantic Treaty Organisation exercises. Supposedly, all the aircraft, because we are NATO, had the same refueling points, and we were we could interact with each other. So we had an American helicopter land on our ship for refueling, and we did the same process. Didn't work. The hose didn't fit, so it had to go off again. Now I assume, because that was the 70s, they've ironed anything out like that a long time ago.
Yeah.
But that particular day, it didn't fit. So all this interactiveness on NATO wasn't working, because you couldn't just land on another ship and get refueled, because the hose connection was different.
Yeah, that's weird. Somebody messed up there, didn't they?
They must have done, yeah. And this, I remember, this is a very small American. It was like a well, like a little, very small, just two-seater helicopter. You know, it wasn't a very big thing, but anyway, it wouldn't fit. Are you all right for time, by the way?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, right, okay. All right, you're not any. You got your children. You saw your children last night, did you?
Yeah, yeah. They're. I can. Hopefully you can't hear them, but I could hear them downstairs now.
Oh, can you? No,
yeah,
right.
I'm upstairs in.
Oh, you're upstairs, are you?
Yeah. They were.
I'm upstairs in the office as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah, they're at a really funny age.
Oh yeah. I remember it well.
Yeah. It's it's the best thing I ever did. Like being a parent. It gives your life so much direction and so much meaning.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so much happiness, like every day. It's great.
Well, the characters on it, when they get their own character, you know.
Yeah. They are two right little characters.
You probably get our two were like chalk and cheese, really. I mean, you hear that often, you know.
Yeah.
One's a lot different to the other one, but yeah, you know, but they're not babes for long, so enjoy it.
Yeah, I know. We are doing. They're very cute. I'll send you a couple of pictures over.
Yes, please. Yeah. Well, that'd be great. I'd like to one of my most memorable moments. I'd like to go back to just coming out of training, where we talked about rally, and then going. My first port of call, of course, was HMS Daedalus. Now, that was the training establishment, and that was where I was going to learn my trade of the electricians. Oh, well, the other thing before I forget is on board, on the flight deck, everybody wore different coloured bibs. So we were called greenies, and the reason we were called greenies is because we had a green bib. So electricians were greenies, and then you had mechanics that had brown ones on. Yeah. And you had the flight masters and the ones that were seeing the aircraft, they had white ones on and so forth. So if you looked on a aircraft flight deck, you could tell, oh, there's a greenie or there's a mechanic, and you might want one or the other, so you could get hold of them and you knew who was who.
Yeah, like on construction sites now, they have the different coloured hard hats, so you can.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah. I think white is the gaffer. So yeah, if you see somebody with white, he's generally the boss.
Yeah.
And then either black or yellow is like a regular guy.
Yeah. So it's the same sort of thing, really. But it was just so that you can see who was who. But getting back to Daedalus, what I'm talking about 69, 70, I joined Daedalus and we're doing the trade training. And whilst we're doing the trade training, they have the cross-country championships. And that was for the senior rates and the junior rates that were under training. Now, I don't think I mentioned this.
No, you said
about the marathon.
Just before we left yesterday, you told me that we were going to talk about this today.
Right, okay. So they have the cross-country championships, to say the senior rates and the people under training. And I won mine. And I think you might have a picture of me being presented with the medal. I'm not sure. I don't know whether I sent it or not.
No, I don't have that one.
Okay, never mind. So anyway, I quite easily won that one. There wasn't a great deal of competition, I must admit, really, because I mean a lot of them weren't runners, and I was still pretty fit, so I won it quite comfortably. In fact, I won it so well that when I finished, the photographer who took the pictures of me finishing, his camera didn't work. So I actually finished 3 times before his camera worked. So
he made you do it again. Yeah.
I had a bit of time for the next one came in. So anyway, so I got that, and that was great. A couple of weeks go by, and we're going to go to the Mendips potholing, and really looking forward to it. Whilst you're at the camp, you had to do various duties, and these duties were dreamt up by people to install a bit more discipline in you. And they were things like pot washing and all those tedious stuff, some of it, or sitting in an office guarding it for some reason, you know. So you had to do certain things, ringing at certain time, all that sort of thing, just to sort of instill a bit more discipline into your life. So I'm on duty this particular night, and one of the senior rates that was in the race, their race, comes over to me and he says, he said, you've been picked to go to the Naval Air Command Championships with us at Lossiemouth. Now, Lossiemouth was a naval air station at that time, but it's been many years an RAF station. But at that time, it was a naval air station, right up in Scotland, of course. Oh, so I'm highly delighted, excited, you know, everything about it. It was wonderful. I mean, I was speechless. I mean, you know, I was so excited. Unfortunately, I was supposed to muster. That's you know, come together at a certain place at a certain point. I was supposed to muster at 10 o'clock in the evening. With him telling me all about it, I was actually 2 minutes late. So the petty officer that was in charge of us, he says, why are you late? And I tell him that I've just been selected to go to, you know, didn't cut anything with this guy. Oh no. He said, right, you and me down the guard room tomorrow morning, you're trooped. Now, trooping was when you just reported somebody for whatever it was. So you see, it's called trooping. So you're trooped. So I have to go down the guard room the next morning. He troops me officially in front of the officer of the day. And then I have to go through the same procedure that poor lad did when he wanted to be splash target, coxswain splash target. So I have to go against the officer of the day's table, the commander's table, the captain's table, and I end up getting 5 days, number 9. Well, most of the punishments were numbers, and number 9 was extra cleaning. And extra cleaning could go on anywhere they wanted. It was all before breakfast, so it was very early in the morning, but you could clean anywhere and anything that they wanted you to. So that was, you know, obviously I didn't feel as I should have been punished, but I was late, and that was the rules of the rules. So a couple of days' time, we're leaving for the Mendips to do this potholing. So the 5 days break into the time that I'm going to go. So I thought, well, what do I do? They go, you know, they'll have to go without me. So they said, no, you'll have to go back onto the captain's table and request that you, forego your 3 days that are remaining. So I went on the captain's table and he said, yes, he said, you can go, but I'll ensure that the PO knows about your 3 days cleaning left and that you do extra cleaning whilst you're in the Mendips potholing. Okay, fair enough. So I thought, well, at least I'm going anyway.
Yeah.
So we get on the bus to go to the Mendips, and the PO comes over to me and says, don't worry about that extra cleaning. He said, we'll all be cleaning. He said, we'll be doing long days down there. So he said, just do not worry about it. You'll be okay. So he was just wiping it out, really.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was never, ever trooped again. I made sure I was never late, and I'm never late for anything now, and not of my own making. And yeah, so it taught me a lesson, but it was a good lesson, but it was a good end to the lesson as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So we ended up going to the Mendips, and we're doing this potholing, and it said we're there for, I think, about a week, and we're doing 2 caves, and we're doing a dry cave and a wet cave. And the wet cave came first, and we're going to go 500 feet down this wet cave, have a sandwich, and come 500 feet back up again. So we set off in this wet cave, and it's not for the faint-hearted. I must admit, I never went potholing again. You wouldn't get me in a cave after that. I didn't want it. And we had then helmets with lights on, but the lights were carbide chips. So they put the chips in the top.
Okay.
That creates a gas. And you light the gas. So they're a naked flame.
Oh, right. Okay.
So this PR, I think he did it on purpose, really, but he was telling us all these gruesome stories about how people had fell into these potholes and they couldn't get them out. And then when they died, they had to plaster them in and all this sort of business, And it was only to scare the young people, I suppose. I don't know what it was, but anyway. But there was a case. He showed us where they got through. Just before we got down to this cave, proper potholers had found a small opening, and it was only just big enough to get the average body through, but it was obviously big enough for them to get through. And how they got through this opening, and this opening was a tunnel that was apparently ended up about 200 meters or 200 feet long. And the only way they could get through was put their arms right underneath their body and shuffle like that with their feet and their legs and their arms till they got to the other end. Now, whether it was stupid or bravery, I don't know.
Yeah.
There was no way back. They got stuck. They couldn't go backwards. But they found a whole new set of caves. So they were revered, wonderful. So they just found his new set of caves. So he told us all about these. So anyway, we go down to the bottom of this cave, and then there's a water running at the bottom, and there's water everywhere because it's a wet cave. And we're coming back up, and I'm chosen to be anchorman. Anchorman was fine because I'm the M1, but we get to a point where we're going to go from one level to another. We've got a Jacob's ladder. You know what a Jacob's ladder is? It's like a soft, stringy ladder with a metal rungs normally. Yeah. Somebody's fixed a Jacob's ladder from this other level into another cavern down into this, what I can only describe as it's a waterfall, and it's dropping into a small pond. But the ladder's there, ready to climb up through it. So we all go off one by one, and as I'm anchorman, of course, I'm last. So as each one went up, we've got lights shining on them, and they can see what they're doing. So I'm anchorman, everybody's gone, my turn. So I get on this Jacob's ladder. The water is absolutely freezing, puts the light out in 2 seconds, because of course it's a naked flame.
Yeah.
So there I am grappling in the dark, trying to find the next rung on this Jacob's ladder. I'm soaking wet, freezing cold, can't get my breath, and I managed to get to the next level. And when I get there, they're all gone. all my lot are gone. I thought, oh no, I never thought panic could hit you as quick as that.
Yeah, because it's so dark, isn't it? It's like unbelievably dark in a cave.
And I've got no light.
Yeah.
And all I knew, I could fumble my way along this ledge and it split two ways. And I thought, which way are you going to go? And as it turned out, I picked the right one, and I caught up with them. I was a bit annoyed that the PO hadn't stayed, but
yeah, somebody should have waited for you. That was
yeah, he must have forgot about me. It was a scary time.
Yeah, I bet. I've been you know, the Blue John caves around Derbyshire. I've been in a couple of those, and sometimes when you go on a tour in one of those caves or mines, they'll do a bit where they turn the light off so you can experience like the total darkness. So yeah, it is it's unnerving, like even for 20 seconds or something, never mind being stuck in a pool trying to climb a Jacob's ladder.
Climbing through this waterfall and
yeah,
soaking wet, put your light out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I presume that was the only lamps they could get, but I mean, I think even then they were old-fashioned. But these carbide chips, you put them in the top of this thing, and I say it creates this gas, and you just light it up. They were quite effective, but of course, naked flame, water don't work. So
it's too risky. I can't believe they left you there.
I found them anyway. Are you right? Are we going to have a break, or do you? Because we'll go back to that photograph when I've not got my number 1 uniform.
Oh yeah.
When we got to the leadership part, we had 2 things to do. Yeah, no, that's it. When we got to the leadership part, we had 2 things to do, and that was all those people there, all those men there. We all split up into I don't know how many there, but it was like 5 or 6 in a team, and you had to take turns to take charge of these 5 or 6, and you had to move them from one stage area in a hangar to another stage area in a hangar without actually touching the ground. And they gave you all these things like oil drums, long planks, bits of rope. And so it was your idea to work out a game plan and put that game plan into being by making the chaps do what you wanted them to do to get them to the other side. The only thing was you only had 8 minutes. So to get from one side to the other, you only had 8 minutes, and you had to use all these things that you had to hand. I did it in just under 8. I think it's probably about 7 minutes and 50 seconds, somewhere around there. But at least I did it, and I think all of us managed quite well. And the only criticism he had of me was the chap in the front left-hand corner there, Tom, that was in my digs. He reckoned I called him Tom instead of by his surname, which he would address everybody by their surname. Maybe he was right. I couldn't remember it. Tom couldn't remember it, but I wasn't going to argue, obviously. But if that was the only criticism, fair enough. But the second part was they sent you down to the wilds of Kent, and you were in 3s, and you had to have a leader, and you were doing orienteering. Well, I can't find my way down the local town, let alone do orienteering. And I was the leader, and we had to make various points and take from those various points clues. And if the best team won, sort of thing, whoever made all the points and got all the clues and solved the clues and whatever, they got a prize. So we set off, and we didn't do too bad the first day. It was 2 days, well, a day and a half really, and we had to be at a certain place in this camp that they set up by about 6 o'clock in the evening. This is in winter. So we set off, and we're finding 1 or 2 places. We're not doing too bad, and you can't tell how anybody else is doing. But we might be trespassing a bit on 1 or 2 people's lands. I don't know, because we've got a compass, and and I'm doing my best, and we're getting in there, and I'm feeling okay about it. But when we get to the camp, we're one of the last teams in, and they're already tucking into their food and everything. And so we catch up, have our food, and the leaders who'd taken us there, the chiefs and the petty officers, they weren't staying where we were. Oh no, they were being put up in a hotel down the road somewhere, or B&B or something. So they see everybody's in and everybody's okay, and they were responsible for bringing the Arctic sleeping bags. Because it was so cold and so middle of winter, they were bringing the Arctic sleeping bags, and they would put up a few tents, and we were obviously sharing tents and sleeping in these Arctic sleeping bags. So off they went to leave us to our own devices till the next morning. One of the bright sparks in there is a local, and he said, I know where a pub is. He said, across 2 fields there, he said, yeah, I know where there's a pub. He said, why don't we all traipse across there and get a bit of warmth, have a beer, and exchange the points that we would find between us. So what we do is we traipse across to this pub. A nice little pub it was, and we sit there having a drink and a walk, and we exchange things that, you know, your team hadn't made this, I made that, and so cheating really, but you know, it was what we decided to do.
Working smart, that's what we call it.
Yeah. So we all got our heads together and got as much out of each other as possible, and then we traipsed back. Well, of course, we had a couple of beers, not too many, I mean, because we've got to be up early, but we had a couple of beers, and we get back to the tents to find out that they hadn't bought the Arctic sleeping bags, they'd bought the summer sleeping bags.
Oh no.
So we all decided, oh, we'll be all right. We'll get our heads down. You know, we're roughy, toughy sailors. We'll be okay. Wrong. About 2 hours into it, we're absolutely perished. And we were sort of cuddling up to each other, trying to keep warm, you know. And at about 5 o'clock in the morning, we decided that's enough. We've had it.
Yeah.
We all got up, built the biggest fire we could, and got a brew on, and had a cup of tea till our leaders turned up. But so that was a strange situation, but I always remember how cold I was in that tent. And then the next bit was, we weren't doing any more orienteering as such, but we had to make our way to a certain point to finish, and there we had lunch. And again, we took a shortcut. I thought it was a good idea at the time, and we went across this valley, and we were hacking our way through these bits of undergrowth and getting onto the main road again. And I don't suppose it was a bad idea, but it wasn't the easiest thing in the world to do. But we had to be at this certain point. So we had, our map showed where we had to be. And of course, we only had the compass and all that. But anyway, we got there and we managed, and we were in time. We had to be there for midday. I think it was about 11:45 when we got there. But we'd done it. And we survived that night. And obviously we got all the points and we put them all in, and some of them obviously we hadn't seen, but anyway. Yeah. And we still didn't win, because I think it was 1 or 2 of them that didn't want to take part in that because they knew they were good and they'd done which is fair enough. And somebody won the prize anyway, but it wasn't me, or wasn't our team. But the thing was, we'd survived, and I thought, well, that's not too bad considering somebody that can't even find a way around the local town.
It was a good.
I didn't have sat nav these days, I'd be hopeless.
Yeah, it was a good team effort.
So that was my introduction to orienteering. Oh, we went to, because it was Chatham, my sister didn't live too far away from there, and I rang her up and said, oh look, we're down here for a course, do you fancy a few of the lads back for something to eat and a drink? She said, oh yeah, great. So my mum and dad came over, I had my brother-in-law and my sister, and I brought one of them had a car, the one that should have been taking my uniform down in the first place. But anyway, so it was about 4 or 5 of us at the most. And we went over to my sister. We had a great night. She had a lovely spread on for us, and we had a couple of beers, and then back again. And so brilliant. It really split it up,
That's nice. Yeah, you don't want to be out in the wilderness like the whole time.
No, it's not my scene, I'm afraid. So a hotel and a warm bed anytime.
Yeah. So how are we doing with your life in the Navy? Have we almost, are we near the end of that?
Yeah, we just got. If you want to run through, I've got the second trip from the Ark Royal. We've mentioned 1 or 2 places. I can whiz through them actually and just tell a couple of stories about them, and that'll be about it really, if you want.
Yeah, cool. And then that's that sort of chapter done with, and then we can start fresh Saturday or Sunday whenever you
Yeah,
prefer.
we can start on the police force if you want.
Yeah, and
So
that'd be really interesting.
so the second trip, okay, yeah, that's good. And it won't take me too long if I'll run through. I've got a couple of notes to remind myself of it anyway. We spoke about one or two places anyway, but on the second trip, excuse me, on the second trip, we left on the Ark on the 5th of the 4th in 1978. And we weren't back until the 4th of December 1978, when of course that was when it was going for scrap. First place we stopped at was Roosevelt Roads, lovingly known as Rosie Roads, which was a huge American airbase, but it's Puerto Rico. And I always remember Puerto Rico looking from, when you're at sea, looking to San Juan, which was Puerto Rico's, or still is, the capital of Puerto Rico, all that shantytown down the front, all those corrugated iron shacks that people were living in. And it was so predominant along the shorefront there. I remember that. Probably not anything like that now, but that's what you could see. And that was the most predominant thing you could see from a ship when you're away offshore. But Puerto Rico, but the Roosevelt Roads, of course, itself was a wonderful air station. And I remember it was really hot. And we walked through the air station to the bowling alley, because the Americans had the best of everything, really. Went into this bowling alley, and it was like the temperature was about 21 degrees Celsius. They deal in Fahrenheit there, but it was equivalent about 21 degrees Celsius. And it was like a fridge. Now, that'd be a nice summer's day here.
Yeah, 21 is nice. Yeah.
It was like a fridge. We were glad to get back out because it was about 100 degrees or more. We got used to it, you see. And when we were in Jacksonville, I'm jumping about a bit, my wife came out because the Navy chartered a flight for all the families. So she came out to Jacksonville, and I'd shaved my beard off as well. Yeah. And she'd never seen me without a beard. So me and Scouse were having our wives out. So when we went to the airport, they turned up. I thought, I'll get a newspaper and I'll stand there as they come out, just pretending to read the newspaper. And when she gets close, I'll go, oh, hello, like that. So it worked out okay. I could see her coming. Got the newspaper. Hello. And she said, oh, God, can you write again? She said. That was nice, wasn't it? And I had sideburns as far as I could out here, because there was regulations about sideburns. You couldn't have them below the ear, but you could have them as far away as they come. You know, some people grew hair around here.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that. But anyway, I had sideburns. Anyway, she didn't particularly like it, but that was that. So we had 7 weeks in Florida before we move on from this one, and we did 2 weeks of touring around and did Disney World and all those places. So it was lovely. But anyway, she had to go back, and that was that. So getting back to Roosevelt Roads, the second stop was the Virgin Islands, which I mentioned, St. Thomas, lovely place. Wasn't there more than a day or two. We did a banyan. Now, a banyan is when you get together and it's a party on the beach, basically. A banyan tree, I don't know if you've ever seen them, but they've got loads of roots from the tree, hundreds and hundreds of roots come down, and the tree actually walks, very slowly, of course, but it walks. Okay. And it moves very slow with these roots, and that's called a banyan. And why they called that a banyan, I don't know, but a banyan in the Navy was a beach party. So here we are in the Caribbean on the beach with loads of tinnies. What could be better? Yeah. Clear crystal water, beautiful fish about, and it was absolutely glorious. But so we're only there a couple of days, and then we move on to Fort Lauderdale, and that's when the ship, we departed from the ship, and that's where Jacksonville comes in. We flew off from there, and you remember me saying about we had this Mark II survey.
Yeah.
Well, for several weeks, we didn't really have much to do. But all we had to do was turn too early because we were doing tropical routine, and we'd work from 6 till midday, and then we'd have the rest of the day off. And then we'd go down the enlisted men's bar. Now, I'm not talking about drinking here. This is enlisted men's bar. Is, to us, then, you had to pay $1 to get in. Absolutely fantastic. They're inside. They had every sort of food you wanted. They had bars with different types of food. They had soft drinks. I don't think they had any alcohol in there. Ice cream, and it was absolutely fantastic. And that was just for $1 on the air station for the enlisted men.
Wow.
Because we could,
yeah,
you know,
just like all you can eat, like
all you could eat for
yeah.
$1, all you could eat and drink. Absolutely incredible. I couldn't believe it. And they had a swimming pool in the air station as well, so we'd use that. But so it sounds like a holiday, and it was even more of a holiday, if you like to put it like that, when they decided, when the American airmen, American Marines came into the camp, that they couldn't accommodate us anymore. So they said, "I'm sorry, we're going to have to put you out in hotels."
All right.
Well, I went kicking and screaming, of course, you know, because I wanted to be billeted with them, you know. Anyway. So we were put in hotels, and me and my mate Scouts, we shared a place, and we had a double bed each, and at the end of the bed they used to have this little machine you could put a quarter in, and the bed vibrated.
Yeah, I've seen that in the movie.
They go to sleep. It was great. And when my wife came out, of course that's where we were, in the hotels. And then, like I say, off we went touring all around Florida and Disney World and all that. And then when we came back, they said, oh no, the Marines are gone now. You can go back. Oh, blimey. A bit of a come down that was. Having to go back onto the air station. But anyway, we had work to do. And what the Matsu had done has given us a huge amount of work to do. All the airframe had to be tended to in various ways, and all the corrosion had found. All the engine had been stripped. All had to be put back. So we were really working hard to get it back so we could get off and get on to the next station, or the next stop, which was Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, Norfolk, Virginia. Norfolk, Virginia. We've seen that shot with the Nimitz and the Ark. Are you bringing that one up, or you?
Yep.
Yeah. So I say it's the biggest dockyard. It would take you forever to get out there to go somewhere to see, because you had to either get a taxi or know somebody who's got a car. But I was very lucky, because Scous's next door neighbour had married an American sailor and moved to Norfolk in Virginia. So when he knew we were going there, he wrote her a letter and said, "We're there for 5 days," or whatever it was. "Love to see you." And they wrote back and said, "You're our guests." So when we got off that Ark Royal, there was he would retired by then, retired American naval officer, and he picked us up in his car and went back, and they treated us like lords. We had meals with them, and they took us back to the ship, and it was brilliant.
It's a hard life, isn't
it? Yeah. So it sounds almost like it's a wonderful thing, and it wasn't. It was really, but I mean, we were on the other side of the hard side, if you like. They're really working hard. I mean, remember those long days, short days? I mean, well, who would do that now? Working all those hours. So it
was you were working hard and playing hard, like you said.
That's right. That's all I ever did. And just a quick story. Simon Le Bon. Do you remember Simon Le Bon?
I know that name. Yeah.
A singer. He had a catamaran, and Scouse saved his life. The catamaran goes upside down. He's all in the rigging, stuck in the rigging. Scouse, I don't know how he got involved, Scouse, but they sent him down. He came up under the riggings, brought him back out, saved his life. And they did, there was a program years ago called This Is Your Life.
Yeah.
And they used to always do it on famous people generally, but they also had one on commoners. And he was one of the commoners. They did This Is Your Life. And he got the George medals for saving Simon Le Bon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I stayed with his parents, because when I was coming out of the Navy, you had what you called an EVT course, and that was extra vocational training. And I hadn't got a license, and I needed a license for going into the police. So I did an EVT course at Liverpool, which was 2 weeks intensive driving, and then you took your test, and then 2 weeks maintenance. And he said, "Well, my mum and dad will put you up." And they lived right at the top of a very high-rise flats, lovely view, and I stayed with them for the month.
Yeah. In Liverpool?
In Liverpool, yeah. Yeah, it was lovely. So that was Norfolk, Virginia, and then I think we've covered most of the other stuff. Oh, after Norfolk, of course, before we went into the Caribbean, before we went into the Mediterranean, we had 5 weeks at sea. And 5 weeks at sea is a long time.
Yeah.
You know, and tempers get afraid a little bit. But I used to do things like, the Navy used to do things like beard growing competitions. So you didn't have to put in to stop shaving, you just grew whatever came out your face. And there were some terrible sights, I must admit. And then they used to have a prize for the best beard. So that was the sort of thing I do. And then passing the equator, there was a special performance they used to put on for doing that. I mean, King Neptune, and you had to offer King Neptune, you know, presents so that it would allow you through and all this sort of thing. But everyone used to dress up in these sea stuff and mermaids and all that. You know, really, it was a wonderful thing, really. But so then we went into the Mediterranean. I think I'm just thinking, looking at it, we've covered probably most of the stuff now.
Yeah, we've done a lot, probably almost 6 hours, I think, coming up on in total.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. No, it's cool. It's you know, it's good. We've got it all out. It's yeah, I think it's almost 6 hours, maybe, or maybe a little bit over.
Right.
For that like chapter of your life, like, yeah,
is a couple more if you can stand it.
Yeah, keep going. That's fine.
Well, I don't want to mess you up. When we were in Malta, Valletta Harbour, St Angelo's was a naval station the other side of the harbour, long gone since, and we were offered a night out there. I don't know if you noticed, if you've been in Malta, the Daisos, the coloured boats. They're called Daisos. They look very colourful. They look like gondolas.
Yeah, yeah.
Very colourful. Well, to get to St Angelo's, you had to go on a Daiso across to the other side. So we go and have the evening, and great time had by all. And they just got to the point where they were having outboard motors on these things instead of rowing you across. So we get in, and some bright spark says, "No, you've got to row us across. This is more authentic." So this poor bloke's having to row us across in this Daiso. We get to the other end, and I thought, well, I've had a couple of beers. I'll just wait till everybody's off, and then I'll get up and I'll be okay. So where we were docked, they had a big wooden pontoon alongside the ship, and it wasn't well thought out because, of course, the toilets were emptying themselves onto this pontoon as well.
No.
I don't ever thought that one out. But anyway, I thought, no, I'll just sit here, let everybody get off. So I thought, yes, they're all off. I stood up on this Daiso. There was a little lad down the bottom end that stood up at the same time, and we went whoop, 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 and I went straight in.
Oh, no.
So I'm in Valletta Harbour, and all I could think about was my wallet. So I got my wallet out, and I'm swimming with one hand.
Yeah.
I got my wallet out. And then I managed to get onto the pontoon, trying to miss whatever came out the toilets. And I get up the gangway, and the officer day says, "You get down the medics." He said, "And get a tetanus injection."
Yeah.
I went down there, there was nobody there, so I just went back down to the mess and put my head down. And that was my little bit of swimming in Valletta Harbour. And then in November, on the way back, the officers' mess decided they were going to launch off the Cat the officers' mess piano. So they
off the catapult.
Off the catapult. Yeah. So they set it all up on the catapult, and they were pretending, with the flag and everything. And they launched this thing. It just about managed to get to the end of the Cat, and then sort of fell off the end, really. But yeah, they launched this thing. And Peter, do you know Peter Snow? Might know his son better, Dan Snow, who does all the war commentaries normally.
No, I'm not familiar with that name.
Well, Peter Snow is quite a renowned he does documentaries on war and warfare, and he was a newsreader for quite some time as well. but his son Dan has taken over the helm, really. If you look at Dan, he's done something recently, but Peter Snow came on board, and he was making a documentary about the Ark, and what he'd do is, in them days, he had to do the recording and then go on the flight deck and say the words, because it was so noisy. He'd say the words to fit the recording. So it looked like he was just talking normally on the flight deck. But I never met him then, because he was in the officers' mess, but I never met him then. But many years later, he does a tour not too far away from here. So I go to it, and he's promoting his new book. So I buy a book, and I go and see him, and I remind him of the time they launched the piano, and he remembered it very well. And I was buying this book for my dad, and I said to him, well, about my dad and about his escaping in the war and all this. And he said, oh, wonderful. He said, and he opened the book, and in the book he wrote, to a true war hero, Edward, which was my dad's name.
Yeah.
Signed it, and that was lovely. And my dad was chuffed to bits. So yeah, that was. But there was quite a few people that came on board. You know, I'll say that Shepherd guy that was the painter.
So would you ever have events like sometimes you see that you have these USO shows for the troops and for the Navy, for the Americans? Would you have anything equivalent to that, where you'd have celebrities come on and do shows for you or anything like that? Or if you went back to like a main base, would they put on musicals or shows for you guys?
No, we used to do our own shows on ship. They were, well, I actually called them Sod's Operas. That's what they were called. But
Sod's Operas.
But they had some quite good performances, and some weren't so good. But that's the only thing I can remember. That we didn't have anything with the Americans or anybody else. But yeah. But it's just one thing that's popped in my head, going back to when I was at Lossiemouth. I know I'm going back and forwards a little bit. When I was at Lossiemouth, so we won the Naval Air Command Cross Country Championships, and then when we went back, the captain put on a special spread for us at Daedalus. But one of the senior rates told me a story about when he was there, stationed there before, and an American airman or American pilot is coming into land, and he's running out of fuel. And he asked the tower if he could land. And a very refined male voice says, "I'm sorry, sir, you'll have to go around again because you can't land. We can't accommodate you." And he said in an American drawl, and I mean, this is a little swear word in it, but it's not an F word or anything like that. He says in American drawl, he says, "Listen, Sonny, I got 2 tons of steel strapped to my ass. I've got no gas. I'm coming in, drumsticks down and feathers ruffled." Oh, it was lovely. I just popped back in my head. I thought I better say that for you. Yeah. Oh God. Anyway, so moving on from there, then the last stop was Palma, and all the people at Palma that were on holiday knew the Ark was going to go back to be scrapped. So they were trying to grab anything and everything they could from the Ark, and particularly bits of clothing from sailors. And I was going to go ashore, and my mate Scouse said, no, I can't be bothered going ashore. I said, well, I've lost my hat. He said, well, use mine. He said, don't sell it. Okay. So I go ashore, and this woman kept pestering me all night long, wanted to buy this hat. And it went from £2.50 up to about £5.50.
Yeah.
So I sold it. And then I had to go back and tell Scouse. I gave him the money.
Yeah.
Or some of it. But anyway, yeah, so that was it. So, and when I got up the gangway, of course, normally you'd be in trouble if you hadn't got full uniform on. But I got up the gangway, and the officer said, I know, don't tell me, you sold your hat. I said, well, yeah, I did, so yeah, sorry. He said, you're lucky. He said, we've had worse sights than that, coming back almost in their underwear.
Yeah.
So anyway, and that was the last one, and then when I came off the Ark and I was drafted then down back to Portland, and I was in the battery room, and we were. It was quite a busy time, but because I was leaving and I'd put in for my 18 months notice scheme. I was serving it already, and the battery room was going to see me out. And I had one guy that I was in charge of, and we were responsible for having all the batteries ready for all the aircraft that needed it. So they was constantly on the go, one's coming in, one's going out. But we used to get a lot of games of Uckers in. Now Uckers, I don't know whether they play it still, but it's a wonderful game, and it's almost like Ludo, but it's got different rules. And you get blobs where you can't get by with your piece, and you have to throw so many sixes to get over it. Suck back as if they're up the tube to finish, and you can suck them back if you throw so many sixes. Hey, it's loads of different. It's a wonderful wonderful game, and it's all made out of broom handles. They cut broom handles up and colour them.
Right. Okay.
So they've got the disc, red, white, blue, red, blue, green, and yellow, whatever it is. And they've got the same board as a Ludo board, but so we got plenty of games of those in, because on nights there wasn't a great deal to do. And then I went to Nelson, and HMS Nelson, a land-based place, to do my 3 days of routine of leaving the Navy. And it was one of the most miserable times I ever had, because I didn't know anybody. Nobody wanted to know me. It was a thing you could do in a day, but they made sure you could only do it in 3 days. And then I left, and that was the 13th of January 1980, and I joined the police force 4th of February 1980.
Yeah, so you went from one to the next very quickly.
One uniform to another very quickly.
Yeah.
A totally different world.
Wow.
That's it. I think that wraps us up really about
life. That's awesome. Yeah.
I just remembered I missed a vital one out. I told you Jack was involved.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I just run through that quickly?
Yeah.
It was on the Ark coming off. We all come in 3 weeks before we come in. All the other aircraft had flown off, so it was only us 2 aircraft on the ship left. We had to be there because of safety, because we were search and rescue. Everybody else had gone, so there's only the 2 aircraft left on the whole ship. And we dock 4th of December. Hundreds of families waiting to come on to greet their dearest and nearest, and we're ready to go on the flight deck. We've got to fly off. I asked if I could go left-hand seat, which is by the pilot, because I'd been in many helicopters, flown many times, but never been left-hand seat. And they said, "Oh, I don't know about that. We'll find out." And later on, yes, you can. We found, yeah, okay, you can do it. Right. So we're on the flight deck. We're burning and turning, as they say. The boss is in the front of the aircraft. We're in the aircraft behind, and we're ready to go. So I'm saying to the pilot, "Why aren't we going?" He said, "Just hold your horses. Just hang on a minute." Okay. Over the Tannoy system, we hear our boss saying permission to take off, get clearance from the control tower to take off. And yes, they grant that clearance. Off he goes. And then off we go. So I said to the pilot, "Well, what was that all about then? We were ready for the boss to go." He said, "Well, you can now tell your grandchildren you were the last aircraft ever to leave the Ark Royal." Oh, right, great. Yeah, of course, yeah, because everybody else had gone. This was the last aircraft, the very last aircraft off the ship. And I'm on it, left-hand seat with the pilot.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So years go by. I told the grandchildren that story. They weren't that impressed. So there you go.
Oh,
I was impressed anyway.
Yeah.
I thought I must say that one.
Yeah, they just don't get it. There's no context for them, but
no, they might probably sinks in a bit as they get older.
Yeah.
Perhaps I should have waited till they were a bit older, really. I don't know, but yeah. So that's what he was waiting for. And you could say now that I was definitely the last aircraft ever to leave that ship, sitting in the left-hand seat you know, and it was a bit of history.
That is a nice story. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I nearly forgot that. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. That's great. Yeah, lovely. So yeah, so I'll sort this out for 10 o'clock Sunday, and I'll get this over to you now.
Okay.
And I'll see you then. So have a lovely day.
And yourself.
Yeah, I forgot. What day is it today? Today's Friday, isn't it? Yeah.
Friday,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, cool. So we have like a day gap, and then I'll see you on Sunday. So have a nice weekend.
And yourself, yeah.
No
Look forward
worries.
to seeing you again.
You too. See you later, Brian.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. Ah.
Hey, there he is. Good morning, Brian. You okay?
Thank you. I always think it's not going to work.
You have to have faith in the technology.
Well, yeah, quite. I had a bit of a panicky sort of morning up until now. I've just managed to throw my breakfast down because I did the bike first.
Yeah.
About 7:30, 7:45, and that was fine. And then I got this. So I'm on my wife's MacBook, and it keeps coming up with disk full.
Oh right, okay.
And we're not completely au fait with everything, but I'm not too bad. And you're probably a whiz boy, you know, compared to me. But but anyway,
you should you know, contact Jack and get him to sort it out. Yeah. I have a similar problem with my work laptop with the same thing. I have about 5 or 6 gigabytes left of free space on my C drive, but I'm unable to use Photoshop because it requires a certain amount of free space before you can start editing things, because it uses it like a temporary storage. So I can't access some of the files that I've been making.
Right.
It's a bit of a pain, but yeah, I also had a panicky morning. I kind of I woke up like later than I thought I would.
Right.
And then my wife brought me a cup of coffee, and so then I just it was at the right temperature to drink, and I just drank the whole thing. And then I got up and I did some reps with some weights.
Yeah.
And then I took a shower, and then I went back down, did some more reps, and then I had too much energy. I was like in a manic state, and I was doing like a million things at once. And then I was like, oh, babe, you need to bring me some warm milk. I need to settle down for this podcast.
Sounds a bit like me, actually.
Yeah.
Because nothing seemed to be going right either. You know, I looked what the disk said. I opened it up and it said, oh, we've got too many files and that. So I was deleting for all I was worth. And of course, with the MacBook, you've got the cursor like you've got, but with the iPad, it's just all finger touch.
Yeah.
And I keep having to try and remember not to touch the screen, but you use the cursor.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for you know, not just for you, but for young people, you know, people that I see every day. They think that, you know, regular monitors are touchscreen, and they try and touch it, they try and move icons around, they can't do it. Or if they've only ever been used to mobile phones and tablets, they have no idea how to access programs on a desktop computer, like where the start button is or how to find anything. They just don't have those IT skills, and they don't learn them in school either, because everything moved over from IT or ICT to computer science. So computer science is all about the theoreticals of like how a computer works and how to program and what makes the software and the hardware work, whereas they've lost their ability to actually use a computer. So they know how it works, but they don't know how to use it. It's
right.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm more or less self-taught, and Jack has helped me out a couple of times, I think, but of course he's way down in Norfolk, and I can't get hold of him that easy. And you know what it's like, if somebody's telling you online or over the phone, it's never as it
can be tricky. Do you know what you can do through Zoom? You can provide somebody with the permission to access your computer. So you could give somebody like Jack or, you know, whoever, desktop control. They can control your mouse and just do it for you from there.
Oh, right. Well, that'd be better.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when somebody says, press so-and-so, and think, what's that?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah, where is it?
And the dinosaur takes over then.
I'm sure it'll happen to me as well. Well, you know, yeah, even that, you know, I've been working with computers for about, well, since school, like over 20 years now, but yeah, I'm sure there'll come a time where I don't know how to use like whatever the current technology is.
No. Well, they change so fast, don't they? And, you know,
Oh yeah,
some of it's wonderful. I mean, the technology is marvelous. I do like to know what's about, what technology we've got, even if it doesn't interest me. You know, I don't like to sort of think. I mean, you look at people older than me, and some of them don't even know what a computer is, sort of thing. You know, and, I've got a friend who's 92, and he still writes letters, and he gets worried about the bank, and he writes letters to his bank, and I say, well, I can do it all for you online, you know. And so anyway,
And what I was going to say, oh yeah, have you heard of AR, augmented reality? Have you had a look at anything to do with that?
I've heard of it.
Yeah,
I haven't really done any.
That's quite a nice new technology where you have like they're calling it a mix of realities. So you have like virtual reality or digital reality and real life, and you might be able to hold your phone over. Say you go into your living room and you have the IKEA app on your phone. You can project like a 3D image of a piece of furniture into your living space and see how it would look in your living room before you purchase it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I've just written that down just to remind me.
Oh, right. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, good. Yeah. So, a couple of things I wanted to mention before we sort of really got going. Do you think it's okay for me mentioning places where I was in the police force? You know, I mean, I'm in Rutland. I was going to talk about Melton Mowbray and Oakham, but I didn't know whether that would be something. That's
fine. Yeah, I think you, like, naturally you are a really good storyteller, and I think that the more sort of detail about place and time and situation that you can provide, it really helps the listener to picture what's going on.
I feel, you know, it makes me, because I'm a bit cautious, of course, because of the jobs I've done.
Yeah.
And it's a long time ago, a lot of this stuff anyway. And there's a lot of people that probably wouldn't even recognise me, let alone remember me.
Yeah.
But you know, you're always a bit cautious about things. And
are you thinking like maybe like an old crim might try and get some sort of revenge or something?
I mean, I know we're going to cover the magistrate side, but when I started sitting in the magistrate, for the first 6 months, I had to sit out in the court to not take part because there was past customers coming through.
Right. Yeah.
You know, but that was a while ago as well. But so I don't want to feel sort of inhibited. That was what I was trying to think of.
Yeah. I mean, like definitely.
I mean, I'm not going to say my home address or anything.
Yeah. But make
sure
where
I actually live now, but it's not too far from where I was.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, make sure that whatever you do, that you're comfortable with it, and that you know that it's not gonna, you know, that I completely understand your concerns there. Yeah.
So I mean, if I mention, I mean, Oakham's this county town of Rutland, and that's where I started with well, actually I started at Melton Mowbray, which is 10 miles away. So those two are close to me now, but it's not where I live now.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say where I live now to anybody else.
Also, I guess presently I've only got 152 subscribers, so the chances of any criminal like checking out our videos are quite slim,
quite remote. I understand that, but you know, there's always that possibility, and you always. I mean, I've always been because of the jobs. I mean, the Navy was lovely. I mean, we've spoke a lot about that. This side is not going to be anywhere near as amusing or have so many variations. Yeah. Because once you're doing a job, you know, I should talk about a few murders, a couple of murders, and things that I did in the training and whatever. But I say it's not going to be quite, I don't know, entertaining, if you like. But I'll try and make it so.
Well, I guess this section of the podcast, or these episodes, these would cater to a different kind of audience, people who are interested in criminality or criminology, and that sort of stuff. So it's a completely different, audience. So if the tone is completely different, that's fine as well.
I mean,
I've also got my own personal family history that I could fill in. So I've got a lot of criminals in my family.
oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not one of them. Like, I managed to stay out of trouble. Have you been to Scotland before, or you haven't been there?
Well, I was stationed at Prestwick with 771 or 7814, and I do know we've been there quite a few times for various places. And my daughter, of course, when she was married to Jack's dad, they lived up in Scotland, near to Prestwick Airport.
Yeah, I love Scotland, and there's I used to spend a lot of time up in Edinburgh and Glasgow, working up by the airports, and I love Edinburgh. I think I'd love to live there one day. Yeah, such a beautiful place. Yeah,
it is a nice place. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you see 6:30 every day. Michael Portillo has train journees.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's only half an hour, but it's so interesting.
Yeah, I love that show.
All the way up the coast of Scotland.
Yeah, I haven't seen that show for some time, but yeah, that is really interesting. And one of the last episodes I saw, there was a lot of old train stations that were disused, and he was talking about the history of those and how important they were, and how it's a shame that they really should be reconnected, and
he was doing he had a historic book with him at one time, and he was saying what the writer would say about the place he's going to now.
Yeah, I think that's the series that I saw.
Yeah, this one is more or less just him going to the places and explaining about it. And he was actually at the Isle of Skye yesterday, and that's one place I want to go this summer. We're going to go to the Caledonian side. I found it's like a country club, and lovely place, tennis court, swimming pool, gymnasium. Gym's important to me, so that's great. So anyway, it's a lovely area, lovely place, but it was in some area that we've been before, but obviously you don't see everywhere when you go, so we still got places to visit. And then I wanted to go to Orkney, because we haven't been to Orkney, but to get there is a bit tricky, and I think you have to fly up to Scotland, then Scotland to the Orkney,
to the islands up there. Yeah.
But, so we were going to organise that, go to Orkney, have a couple of 2 or 3 days there, back over to Isle of Skye, which looks really lovely. I mean, he got out there yesterday in the bay in the Isle of Skye area. Oh, gorgeous. So I think I'm set on that one now.
Yeah.
And have a week there, and then come across a week in this country club in the Caledonian area. And it'll be a damn sight cheaper than this other cruise I was going to go on. Yeah. But I mean, the other thing is as well, when you fly, because it was flying to America, of course, the only other thing is when you fly to America, it's not so bad because you're gaining hours.
Yeah.
But when you come back, you're losing hours. And I remember the last time we came back, and I was a lot younger then, and we got in the car, and I just about managed to get to the first breakfast place, and that was it. We were actually zonked out. Oh, and because my mum and dad were still alive, because in Essex, I managed to get there, and we just got our head down for the night, for the afternoon.
Yeah,
that's all we could do.
I just had I think I might sneeze again. Sorry.
It's all right.
Oh. Sorry. I think I'll be all right now. Yeah, I just had a colleague of mine just came back from America, and she was knackered for like 2 weeks after she got back. It took her ages to sort of sleeping pattern.
Oh yeah, I found it dreadful. It's a horrible tiredness as well. It's not like, oh, you're tired and you want to go to sleep. it's that horrible mental exhaustion, a sort of a weird feeling, a jet lag they call it, don't they?
Yeah.
It's the weirdest feeling, and I didn't want to suffer from that again if I can help it. we had to drive from Heathrow to my parents in Essex, Grays, where I was born, and we had to have all the windows open because that's the only way
to keep you awake.
Not the best thing in the world, but that's all we could do. I mean, we were stuck otherwise. I mean, what were we going to do? We're in a cafe place, and can't stay there all day.
Yeah, yeah.
So we managed to crawl there and get a sleep in the afternoon.
Yeah, you can't comfortably, you can't comfortably sleep in a car at a rest stop.
No. No. So I always remember that, and I didn't fancy that. The only thing was, when we cancelled this cruise, we got a couple of friends that we met on another cruise quite a few years ago that we kept in touch with, and we Zoom from time to time, and they're 5 hours behind us in Virginia. They live in Virginia, and they come on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 7 o'clock in the evening to us, and we have a nice chat. And they were going on the same cruise were going on in Alaska. So I had to email them and say, look, I'm sorry, we cancelled it.
No.
They were good about it, It's all right when it's just you, isn't it? But if it involves somebody else, it's a more awkward situation.
Yeah. It's a shame. Like, I'm sure they'll be okay. Just excuse me for a second, Brian. I'm just gonna blow my nose. Sorry. Welcome back, everybody. We're here again with Brian Smith, and we're moving on to the next chapter of Brian's life. And we covered in the last few episodes Brian's life in the Navy. So if you want to check that out, go back and watch all of those, or listen to those episodes. And today we're talking about Brian and his experience in the police and the prison system and magistrates, if we've got time.
Okay. Right. Well, so thank you very much for that. I mean, I was 11 years in the Royal Navy, and when I came out, I had qualified to petty officer with accelerated promotion, but they sent what you call a B13 through to say you'd been promoted, and because of my family life and the circumstances and just starting a family, and that's the reason I was coming out, really. I didn't get promoted to petty officer, but I was qualified to it anyway, because that was a big decision for me coming out, because as I mentioned earlier, I mean, I left school so early, I didn't have any qualifications. I've never had any qualifications. Whatever I've done in life, I've done off my own bat and sort of worked my way up to learn what I'm doing. And this was a situation where I had no idea what I was going to do. And although I wanted to be out and with the family, I also was very concerned about obviously earning some money.
Finding a way to pay the bills, and I can imagine that, like, at that time it's quite confusing and almost worrying, thinking, what am I going to do next?
It is. I've always had that. I say I've never been. See, my wife, she was a teacher for 30 years. I mean, she had a calling, sort of like some people do have a calling.
Yeah.
But I never had anything like that. I didn't have a calling to anything. I mean, I just sort of have a look, see what I fancied, and tried to do it, and that's the way it's been. So, same thing with the Navy. It's been great 11 years. As I've told, the stories are wonderful. Well, I think they are. But at the same time, I've still got to earn some money, and we've got a mortgage and everything, like lots of other families. So anyway, I have no idea what I'm going to do. And I came home. I was in the battery room at Portland. That was my last port of call before I went to Nelson to do the routine to leave. So I'm in there, and I've got about a year to go, and I'm home on leave. And we're down in the town of Oakham, and I'm with my wife, and we're going to Boots the chemist, and she sees a chap in there that she knows who's a swimming instructor, and she's taken the kids from school to the swimming bars, and he's been one of the instructors, but he's also a police officer. So we have a word, and he says, well, you could do worse than join us. And I thought, well, yeah, I suppose you're right. Never thought about it, to be honest. So I went back off leave, and I kept on thinking about it, and thought, well, you know, it's a fairly secure job. It was then. Yeah, let's give it a go. So then I did obviously I put forward that I wanted to join the police force, and it was a Leicestershire police force that I was going to join. So I did I did all the forms that he needed to do and sent off, and it got to the point where I was going to take the entrance exam. So I had to go to the old headquarters of Leicestershire Police, which was in Leicester. So I went there, did the entrance exam, and which is basically maths and English. And I thought, well, have I done enough? And they weren't marking it until after lunch. And we had lunch. And there was about 24 or 5 of us, I suppose, doing the thing. And they came in after lunch. They said, well, I'm sorry, but 4 have failed. So I stopped and grabbed my coat, thinking I could make a quick exit out of here. And they named the poor people that had failed and said, well, thank you very much, but goodbye. And off they went. And I wasn't one of them. So I thought,
wow, yeah. Congratulations. Yeah, that's. I
was quite chuffed, really, you know.
Yeah, but that was a big relief. So did you have to do fitness tests as well at that time?
No, what did we do? Yeah, we didn't. Not exactly a fitness test. We had to go to do a medical, but it wasn't sort of exercise or anything. No, okay. Sort of, you know, blood tests and blood pressure and all this sort of thing. You know, it's basic stuff. And can you do this? Can you do that? Can you? Well, wasn't very difficult, some of it.
Yeah.
So yes, I've done that. And then the entrance exam, which is great because had I not, well, going on from there, I passed the exam, and then of course is a final interview that you get to. Then the final interview was, I think that was at Force Headquarters as well. And when I went along, that was strange, really. I went along to the final interview, a little bit nervous, of course. And there's 8 of us that are going for Leicestershire Police Force, or to join the police force altogether, really. But Leicestershire is where we're going to join. And I was the 6th one in. And none of them, all of the ones that went before me, none of them have got it. And I'm thinking, wow, again, I'm reaching for my coat, because I'm thinking, well, these guys were people, some of them were university, some of them, you know, are quite well qualified. So it's my turn anyway. So I go in thinking, oh, well, I'll give it my best shot. And as luck would have it, now I don't think this played any part in it, but it was a nice icebreaker. One of the panel that was interviewing knew one of my referees, because you had to have referees.
Ah, nice, yeah.
Right. And he was a police officer, the referee, and he'd been working with this guy on the panel in his early career. And he always obviously remembered him, and he asked, oh, he said, I know him. He said, how's he getting on? You know, and of course, I could tell him. And my referee was a friend of my wife's family. And they were lifelong friends, really, because they'd gone off to Australia to start a new life, found out it wasn't really for them, came back, and when they came back, so my wife's family put them up, and they never forget it, you know, and so they stayed lifelong friends. So he knew them. So I mean, the interview's going okay, but I'm still thinking, well, if you haven't given it to the other lot, what am I sitting here for, you know? So I asked you 1 or 2 awkward questions. I remember one of them said, he said, can you tell us your bad traits, bad habits? I thought, oh, blimey, I mean, nobody likes to admit to their bad habits, do they? So I said, well, I can't think of any off the top of my head. I said, but if you ask my wife, I'm sure she'd give you loads.
Yeah.
And they all laughed. And I thought, oh, that's brilliant. And that was really good. You know, I relaxed a bit more after that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that went down quite well. And then one of the ones I thought, the last one they asked me, a silly one, was because I had quite a big beard then. And they said, if you had to shave your beard off, would that make a difference? And I thought, I'll tell you what, I'll shave my hair off as well if you want. That's what I was thinking. But when I had any, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I thought, no, I said, of course it wouldn't. No. As Sergeant I said no, and that was it. So they said, well, can you take the seat out in the lounge? Oh, okay. And all the others are gone. I thought, well, this is looking quite promising. And they had the other two, and they came in and said, yeah, we'd like you to join. And what I think it was then, possibly not would be the same situation today, is they were looking for somebody who had a bit of life, had a bit of history of life, you know, because I'm looking at these people that I'm with, and they're all young, very young, not really done much more than being educated, university, this sort of thing. And I think that's what they must have been looking for, a bit of life. Anyway, they offered it to me, and brilliant. So I thought, you know, so I saw someone passing by outside.
That's all right. And they, yeah, I think it definitely helps nowadays as well that if you've got any sort of uniformed experience, they like that as well, because you know, they know that you can you understand like the sort of the inner workings, the system, the hierarchy, and all that sort of stuff. Exactly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, and because of being in the Navy and, you know, having a disciplined life already, I mean, for them, I was halfway there, wasn't I, really?
Yeah, it makes it easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, all we got to do is teach me the law.
Yeah. Yeah, I often wonder about that. Like, you know, the law is so so vast and complex, and you know, how much knowledge would a police officer need to have, you know, when they're out there on the street to try and enforce the law? They have to have a good understanding of it, don't they?
Well, they do, yeah. I mean, when after that, they send you to, I went to Brighton on Dunsmore, which is Coventry, and that's the police training college. And that was I can't remember, it was 10 or 13, I think it was a 10-week course, but it's a very intense course, completely different these days. But we were very regimented. We had to march from one class to another. We had to parade every morning and be inspected. But the law side was pretty intense. They taught you everything you should know. Obviously, they wouldn't go into great depths on some of the stuff because if you wanted to specialise in something, then you perhaps look into it a bit more. But you had to be in a position where you could be on the beat and you could apply that law to anything and everything you saw in relation to the crime side. And obviously the rest of it, you use common sense and logic. But very, very intense indeed, really, because we had 2 exams every week and we had to have an 85% pass mark. And there was an objective one. So you would have scenarios. So you'd have a scenario about a situation relating to a particular piece of crime, and then you'd have your answers, and you would have to work out which one was right, because you might have 3 or 4 to choose from. Excuse me. So you would have to choose the right one by applying the law to that scenario. So it's making you think, making you work, and then they were very easy to mark mine because you put a cross on the one you thought was the right one, which is a little box on the side of it. And then at the end of the exam, you could take them up, and then they got the pro forma type boy, whatever you call it, the master, and then they put it on and they bring this thing over like that, and you go, oh dear, my cross isn't in that one. Oh, no, oh dear. But no, I did fail one, and I think it was on traffic. Very tough subject, really. I mean, I always admired the traffic police officers. There were so many rules and regulations, EU regulations and all that sort of thing, and tacos, and it didn't interest me at all.
Yeah, it seems to be getting more and more complicated. I keep reading in the news that there's all sorts of new, weird and wonderful laws coming out about pedestrians having right of way and being able to just like walk out into the road. And,
the new highway code.
Yeah,
you have to give them the well, I wouldn't, not anyway. But yeah, and the tricky one I think is when the pedestrians are crossing over the road and you're turning left or something, and you're supposed to give them, well, you can't often do that because it's going to disrupt people behind you or be very dangerous. But anyway, food for thought. I mean, just wait and see how it comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I started at Right and Dunsmore. So those exams were quite intense, but they also, to equip you with the law, you have to do all the practicals and apply the law in a practical way. So they'd have people that were the stooges, and your turn would come to do the practical. And it was anything and everything, you know, from breathalyzers to arrests. And they said to us, when I joined, they gave you, it was like a black pocketbook, but it was flip over that way.
Yeah.
And a lot of things changed over the years when I was in, because I was in 22 years altogether. But to say the reason I was in 22 years was because when I came out of the Navy, the transfer of pension rights came out, and I had transferred over 8 years out of the 11 years. So that went with my 22. So after 22 years, I get a full pension.
Yeah.
So that comes in there. So anyway, back to this pocketbook, and we have an indelible pencil. So it's like you can write on it, and if it's raining, it shouldn't smudge or whatever.
Yeah, there's no worries. You can do it in all weather.
Can do it in all weather. So anyway, we one particular day, and they told us if you're dealing with motorists, don't approach them on the door of the driver's door, square on, because if you get one that's going to be awkward or wants to give you grief, they can slam the door straight at you. So you always come from the side.
Ah, okay.
And you just look into the window that way. I said, but the other thing is, don't ever drop your pencil or pen when you're talking to somebody, because 9 times out of 10 it's going to roll under that car.
Yeah,
and if it does, you look silly.
Yeah, you've lost it. Yeah.
Unless you've got another one. So I went to do my practical, approached the car perfectly okay, got my pencil out and immediately dropped it.
Oh no.
And guess what? Straight under the car.
Yeah.
I got all the class in front of me looking at me, and they're laughing and sniggering, you know, because we've got women and men are all, they're laughing and sniggering. I thought, oh God, I could feel myself colouring up.
Yeah.
So the instructor comes marching over to me and says, "Here, Pratt," gives me another pencil. Not one of my best times, that wasn't.
They should have had them on like a little bit of string attached to the book.
Yeah,
that would have stopped it.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, we went into pens not long after that anyway. Right. So I mean, I used to have at least 2 or 3. I thought, well, if I did drop one, I'd just ignore it and get the next one out. But I always remember that was a embarrassing moment, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I was going to be made class leader, but with the Navy, the way they march is slightly different to the way the Army march in some of the drills that they do. And so fortunately enough for me, because I didn't really want to be class leader, fortunately enough for me, there was an Army guy that was in my class. So he became class leader and I was deputy. So I was quite happy with that, you know.
Yeah.
I could manage that. And of course, I say we used to have to march everywhere and to the next class and do that. So we'd had the exams. You know, everybody was getting on well, and I was getting on well. It was just another way of life to me, another uniform. But I mean, it was interesting, and I'm you know, I did fail one exam. I just had a retake on that one, and that was fine.
And when it came to obviously previously we discussed the Navy and the uniform and the expectations and
yes,
like keeping it clean and you know, being prepared and how you would receive penalties if things were out of place. Mm-hmm. Did they have any sort of system like that in the police where was it similar? You had to make sure that your uniform was the same, it was on point?
Yes, yeah. It wasn't so much points. It was a similar outlook. I don't think it was probably quite as severe and as strict as the Navy, but yeah, they'd pick you up. I mean, say if you hadn't balled your boots up properly, or you know, they weren't shining enough, you'd have to go and take lessons from a chap who supposedly knew how to do it better than you, who would be a sergeant, and he'd show you how to do it. or if you hadn't pressed your uniform properly, you'd have to take your uniform down and they'd show you how to do it properly. So yeah, you got pulled up and all that sort of thing. I was quite fortunate really, because I've been always good at keeping uniforms. You know, I mean, the uniform, the police uniform, was a far easier thing to put on than you've seen that sailor's uniform.
Yeah, the sailor's uniform,
pieces to it,
especially with the white canvas belt and having to apply that white lacquer to it. You know, and then you get that on your blue uniform.
Yeah, that was when you in special times when you're in the guards. I mean, irrespective of that, I mean, even those trousers in the Navy, you had to have creases lengthways. So you had crease that way, that way, that way, and then you could roll your trousers up like that, you see. So you had all those creases to worry about. In the police force, of course, just a pair of ordinary trousers, really, and a tunic. So that was simple enough, really. And we always wore, they wear some funny stuff now, the police, but we always had to wear collar and tie.
Yeah. We'd
have white shirts, and we went from blue to white in Leicestershire, but with white shirts, and you had a clip-on tie, of course.
That's what I was going to ask you.
To strangle you with it.
Yeah, that's right. I was just going to ask you that. It wouldn't be a real tie, would it? It'd have to be a clip-on because...
it was lovely, really, because you just do your shirt on clip, you're done, you know, instead of doing all this tying up business. But yeah, you wouldn't have a proper one because I said they'd throttle you if somebody would. So that was a lot easier to look after. And so, we were doing very well. We got to about 7th week, I think, out of 10. And I had a major problem. I'd had trouble with my right knee for some time, and I knew it was something wrong with it, but it was coming and going, and I was getting by with it anyway. And we're in PE, and I call it PE anyway, and we got the trampets out, and the idea was you run up to the trampet, bounce on the trampet, do a somersault, land on this soft surface. My turn, run up, bounce. As I bounce, the pressure of going down and the force of coming up, and the knee just completely shattered. It must have been hanging on this cartilage, and it just completely disintegrated, I think, at that point. So I come down, I'm in agony, and can't move. Everybody's obviously concerned about me, and I get off the mat, and they get me to a chair. I had to go to Coventry and Warwick Hospital, and because of the circumstances, I see a specialist straight away. And he says, you've had this for a while, haven't you? I said, yeah, I have actually. I said, it's been quite painful. He said, yeah, he said, I can feel there's compensatory cysts at the back of your knee. He said, and that's because your cartilage is damaged. He said, now it's completely damaged. He said, come in tomorrow, I'll take it out. Oh. I thought, well, that's good service. Yeah. I said, I'm sorry, but I've got another 3 weeks left of a police course. Can I, would you strap it up for me? She said, well, it's most irregular. I said, please.
Yeah.
He said, okay, we'll get it all strapped up for you. He said, but as soon as your course is finished, you're in and we'll take the cartilage out. Okay, thank you very much. So he strapped it all up. He sent me back to the police college, and I told them obviously what was happening. And they said, right, you'll have to go into civvies. So I couldn't wear the uniform after that. So the last 3 weeks were me in civvies, going to all the courses, to all the classes, not doing the swimming, which I wasn't worried about at all. Couldn't do the swimming, but I had to obviously go to all the classes. I could do the practicals as well. And that was brilliant. I could finish the course. And I didn't do the passing out with them. I just watched. Yeah. But at least I've managed to do that.
So, like after they did the passing out and you watched them, did you then go back and get the cartilage sorted out?
Yeah. Done the passing out parade. Oh, they did. Straight into Coventry and Warwick. Had the cartilage out, and they stuck me in a geriatric ward. And there was I remember an old chap coming around, kept pinching me biscuits, And he'd wander around in the middle of the night, you know, doing all sorts of weird things. And I thought, well, I can't have this.
Yeah.
I said to him, and I was in for it because, I mean, the first cartilage I had out, I was in for a week. You had 3 days bedridden, and then you were on crutches, and they were teaching you how to use the crutch going up and down the stairs and all this. I mean, it wasn't a wonderful start to a new career. I mean, you know, I've only just come out of training, and I can't even go to my next station because I've got this bastard cartilage problem. So anyway, I told them about the problem in the ward, and they moved me, and it was like a big, huge ward, but it was partitioned off at the bottom end, and there was another ward then. And in the other ward, that was brilliant. They say they wheeled me in there, and it was all young lads with injuries, sports injuries, and they'd probably had a cartilage out or whatever, or repair work done of some sort. And that was brilliant. We got on like a house on fire. And we used to watch the racing on the television in the afternoon and have only little bets, but see who was going to win the report.
Nice.
Far better than that other one.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm there for a week, and then I'm discharged. And the poor wife had to come out, because my daughter then, she wasn't very old. We were talking about 80, and she's born in 79, so she's not very old. Anyway, we leave. I remember the journey home was dreadful because I hated every bump in the road. It was, you know, your legs so tender and sore in the kneecap area, and everything that came.
Yeah, you could feel it as you were going across.
Yeah, but anyway, so I convalesced, and of course, and then I started for real, and that was at Milton Mowbray, which is 10 miles away roughly, and I was there for 3 weeks. And I more or less had a free hand, really. I'd go out, and really weird situation, though, being out in uniform, being responsible, in a responsible position, and in a community, and walking around, and people would like to come and talk to you, of course, for all sorts of reasons. And I didn't mind that. I mean, and that is the thing I feel that we've lost, because the Bobby on the beat is worth his weight in gold, as far as I'm concerned. There's so many things you see. Even now, you know, you don't get out the habit. I mean, I walk down the town, and I see things happening. I think, oh, I wouldn't, if I was in uniform still, I'd really like to know what's going on there.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
some of the things you see are blatant, and other things you think, oh, that's not, you know, a bit suspicious. But of course, they're far and few between now, and I think that the public is really suffering for that, because you know, you've taken away that communication, and I say a Bobby on the beat, got to know everybody, got to know the local criminals and the local, and you had your own. You used to have, it was accepted. I mean, I knew you did it, but you used to have your own tea spots. So you have a friend or somebody you sort of got to know may have a shop or a premises, and you'd pop in and have a cup of tea with them, you know. Yeah, it was all community stuff. But
yeah, and I guess by doing that, you would pick up, you know, valuable pieces of information about things that were going on.
All sorts. Yeah, some people would tell you things, didn't think it was much to them. It might be a lot to you, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was sort of thing. But that was 3 weeks at Milton, and then they said, well, we haven't had a probationer down at Oakham. Now I'm living in Oakham at the time, and they say, would you like to go to Oakham to finish off your probation? Because probation period is 2 years. So obviously you've got somebody behind her there.
Yeah, I know. I've got this.
Hello.
Come here, then. Let's have a look. See if the camera picks you up. There it is.
Hello.
Sorry, Brian. This is Penelope. She snuck in.
Oh.
Hey, do you want these headphones? You can say hello. No, listen. No.
No.
No. Okay, look, there's Brian. Look, you see him.
Hello.
You can say hi. He's saying hello to you.
Hi.
You gonna wave?
Are you shy?
Are you shy? She's being shy. Right, baby, are you gonna go downstairs? Because you're distracting me. I'm doing podcasts with Brian. Yeah? You gonna go downstairs and have a chocolate? Okay, go find Mama. Okay.
Lovely, she's lovely.
Right, you get down there 1 second. Whoa, watch that. No, that's okay. Sit down there. Okay, bye. tell mummy I said you can have a chocolate. Okay, bye. Sorry about that.
That's right. Lovely little girl.
Yeah.
You say Penelope?
Penelope, yeah, Penny, yeah.
Oh, lovely. Oh, nice,
yeah,
nice.
she snuck in about 10 minutes ago or something, and she's just been potting around.
I just happened to see, I could see it because I know you've got a screen thing on the back, and I could see this blurred outline of somebody, you know.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, lovely. How old is she?
She's 2.5. Yeah,
2.5.
she'll be three in June. Yeah.
Oh, when in June?
7th.
Oh, right. My wife is the 4th.
Yeah.
It's her 70th, so she's a little bit older than Penelope.
Yeah. Yeah, 2019 she was born. Yeah.
Ah, brilliant. Ah, lovely. Yeah. Yeah, no, you must be very proud.
Yeah, I am. And we've got we've got a younger one as well called Annie.
Yeah, about 10 months, huh?
Yeah, 10 months, yeah. I
Is
think
that a boy?
Another girl.
Another girl.
Yeah, Annie.
Oh, Annie. Oh, right. Oh, too.
Named after my grandma.
Oh, right, great. No, tough time really. Terrible Tuesday, you call it, don't they, as well?
Yeah, sometimes she can be. Yeah, she can be a bit of a nightmare.
Oh dear. I don't envy her, but I do in a sense. But you know,
yeah. She's very cute, very cute.
Yeah.
Where were we then?
Yeah, so no, we just I would say 3. Hang on. Excuse me. Bit clogged in the throat today. 3 weeks in Mount Mowbray, and they decided they wanted me to go to Oakham, which I mean, very pleased about because I live there, and I went to Oakham, and one of the things that I'd like to say before I go any further is, out of all the training that the police force give you, and they teach you a lot of self-defense, and you would never stop training. You never stop training, really. You was always training all the way through the career. They always updating you and different things and different moves and all. But despite all that, doing all that training, doing all those self-defense situations, and having sort of certain equipment to defend yourself with, of course. And in my early days, all it was the peg, which is your staff, you know, and that was really it. But what I wanted to say was, you never really know how you as a person are going to act when you confront violence, because it's a, you know, most of the people that join the police force are reasonable, decent people.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they're not villains. So you don't know how you're going to react, physically and mentally. And I found over the years that sometimes I was obviously scared, and we did things in numbers if we could. But because we're talking about a rural area, you know, people say, "Oh, it never happens there." Oh, yes, it does. Yeah. And the thing was, you were the front line. When I was on nights, if they sent me somewhere, I could guarantee the rest of my shift might be doing other things. And yes, they might know what I'm doing, and I might need some assistance sometimes. And we had a special code that we'd call down the radio if we did. But in the city, when you called that code, you'd have, them days, you'd have 20 or 30 bobbies come around the corner to help you out. In the sticks, nothing. Yeah. That's where you had to learn to use your mouth. Yeah. And get to reason with everybody and sort of take the heat out of things if you could. Well, sometimes you couldn't, but it was a very rare occasion. That was a very rare occasion. And most of the time, you got people around by sort of reasoning with them. And, you know, and then when the cavalry arrived, then you could perhaps finish the job off. But you wouldn't want to put yourself in a position where you have to go into a violent situation when there's nobody else to help you out. Yeah. You know, because not every time you're going to win. So, yeah, so I just wanted to say that because I never knew what I was going to be like until I actually faced that sort of thing. And, you know, I found I learned by trying to reason with people, and you can't always reason with everybody because, I mean, if they're drunk or drugged up, then of course that reasoning has gone out the window a little bit, but there's still some there, and you just use what you can, and you use, you know, learn to use it. And so that's what I did. And I say people used to say, oh, you know, out in the sticks, and we had big areas. I mean, big areas to cover. It won't happen there, but when I read, I'll tell you about some few things later on. You'll find out it really did.
Yeah, I guess, you know, wherever there's people, you know, every now and then there's going to be trouble. So
exactly,
yeah.
More people, more trouble.
Yeah,
that's what I always say. Yeah, so when I got to Oakham, I was on a shift, a sergeant. He was not a bad chap, but he didn't really know how to handle a probationer. Of course, I'm now 30. I'm not like an 18-year-old, and I've seen a bit of life already. And you know, he's I don't think he really knew how to handle that. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't nasty or horrible, but he just didn't sort of know how to do or what to do with me. So it's a novelty, a complete novelty to me. I'm walking around my hometown as it was then. I'm going home after 8 hours. I've just spent the last 11 years hardly ever been being at home. 9 months a year, out of the year, I'd be away on the ship. You know, we'd have brief encounters, maybe, my wife and I, in between, but no, when I was away on the ship, I was away. And even when I was back in the country, I'd probably be down in Cornwall. And we're living in the Midlands, and, you know, never the twain shall meet. I had to get, I had no driving licence.
Yeah.
That was why, when I was coming out of the Navy, I did the EVT course, which is the extra vocation training, which I did at Liverpool, as I mentioned before, to get my driving licence so I could drive and drive in the police. So, you know, there I am walking around my own town, trying to remember I've got a uniform on because it's quite difficult sometimes. I don't know why, but anyway, so, and they used to, in the 80s, they used to let you walk home if you wanted for lunch. Obviously, you got a radio on, so that I'd walk home for lunch, and if anything happened, of course, if I was near enough, I mean, I'd make my way. But of course, I was foot patrol, and the others, because I'm a probationer, the others have got cars. But anyway, anything that was near to me, they'd send me. But they stopped it all of a sudden. They said, no, we want everybody to eat in the canteen.
Yeah.
Nobody's to go home. Nobody at all in the shift. You can't go home. You've got to have your lunch all together so we know where everybody is and we can operate from there. Well, there was a bit of an uproar. Oh, I upset a lot of people, that did. And I thought to myself, I'll do that if you like, because after 8 hours, I'm still going home.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
After all those years I've been away, they didn't mean a thing to me. But I respected what they were, you know, because they had always done it. It was a change, wasn't it? People don't like change. So I respected that, but it didn't mean anything to me at all. All I did was take a sandwich in, make my way to the canteen, have my food, and back out again. I was simple enough. I say after 8 hours, I was going home anyway.
And was that, you know, that change of pace, like being able to go home after those 8 hours, you know, how did that make you feel?
Well, it was wonderful. You know, I mean, we were starting to get to know each other, really, my wife and I. I mean, we'd been married 8 years and really hadn't sort of, oh, well, obviously we did know each other, but I mean, it was sort of a day-to-day situation, you know. I mean, we'd never spent that long together. And it was totally different. I mean, it was wonderful. Apart from being in a uniform, of course, and having a responsible job, the downtime was great. You know, of course, we'd friends with other police officers or friends with her colleagues and all that, and you know, it was great. So, no, I can't explain how ecstatic I felt working in the same place and going home after 8 hours after doing all those hours and years and months away, and you know, it's just wonderful. Well, it was shift work, mine as well, because I mean the shifts in the Navy were horrendous, but you weren't going anywhere in the sense if you were at sea, you didn't have to travel anywhere. So that sort of wasn't too bad because, you know, you did work long hours, you worked hard, but you had nowhere to go. So this was different. And the shifts we did in the police were always changing because you've got a federation in the police. You had nothing in the Navy. You did what they told you. But the federation, if you got a gripe or you got some problem, or you could approach the federation and they'd have a look at it for you. So
yeah, and
it's like a union, really.
Yeah, like a union. Yeah, I was just going to say.
So that you had that to fall back on, but even so, I mean, shifts. I did shifts for many years, but in the police force, they were always changing the shifts to try and accommodate the change of the different areas, and we'd do 2 to 10, or 2 till 10 in the afternoon, 10, 6, that was nights, and we used to do a week of nights, and normally a week of each shift pattern. And the week of nights, well, I got used to them, but it was hard going, really. Never
having to change every week. That, I guess that'd be pretty difficult, wouldn't it, when it comes to making that swap at either end of the week?
Yeah, well, it was. We used to have a few days off in between. I might have 1 or 2 days off. But say, for instance, when you when you came on to nights, you do a whole week of nights. Excuse me. You do a whole week of nights, and then you come off on the Monday morning at 6, and you'd be back on again at 2 in the afternoon. So you'd only got the 8 hours between, but you'd do 2 till 10 in the on that shift, and then you'd have 2 days off. So you knew when you come back, you was going to have 2 days off. But it was hard going because you'd just done a week of nights. You've got to swing yourself around again, go to work in the afternoon, and do 8 hours to 10 o'clock at night. So it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
And
how did the day shift and the night shift differ? Like, was the night did you find the night shift boring, or was it just as exciting, or was it more exciting because you're dealing with a different crowd of people?
Yeah, they both had their ways, really. I'd say the night shift in the 80s, yes, it could be a little boring because there wasn't quite so much moving about as there is now. I mean, when I was at Milton Mowbray, I did a set of nights before I came over to Oakham. In the Vale of Belvoir there, we had a point you could sit up and look across the whole of the Vale of Belvoir, and if there was anything moving after midnight, that was something you really wanted to have a look at. But now, non-stop, people are around all the time. So you could have some excitement in the night, particularly when you had alarms that went off in factories or houses or wherever. We had a code for that. So if that came out, that code, you'd know it was an alarm, possible somebody on the premises. And when you went, you didn't know that somebody was or wasn't there. You'd have. Go on.
I was going to say, would you have a partner, like, or would you be alone?
No, that was the thing was. Let me jump forward a bit from the beat from Oakham. When I had finished my probation, they put me on a Panda car in the Uppingham area, which is another small town compared to Oakham, smaller town, but in that area, in a huge area. And it was about 20 odd miles of a main road that came into it. And we had the notorious area for black spot area for road traffic accidents, as they were then, and now called road traffic collisions. And I think the reason they changed it from accident to collision because some bright spark decided that if it's call it an accident, it can't be anybody's fault.
Yeah.
So I think it was the technicality there that somebody got off in court, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm only guessing.
More than likely.
But yeah, so now they were always RTAs when I was in the police, but then they changed them to RTCs later on. So let's say you had all those things to cope with, but these alarms, I mean, they'd go off, you would go, I mean, you had an area car, you had the sergeant's car would be about somewhere, but they may be in far flungs of the county when things, dealing with other things. So when you go, you're on your own. So you get to the factory or whatever you're going to, and if there's a window open, you know there's a problem. So I mean, obviously you're safeguarding yourself. You're not going gung ho at it because you're trying to safeguard your safety, really. So anyway, it didn't happen very often. Most of them were false alarms. There was only one time when I went to a golf course. It was about midnight when this thing went off. I went to the golf course and went to the main reception area. And as I got close to the area, the doors flung open and two blokes came straight out at me. And of course, I go to get my peg to try and protect myself. And one went that way and the next one went that way. So I would say, which one do you want? You know, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So fortunately enough for me, though, I recognised the second one.
Right, okay. Yeah, so you
I
could follow
wasn't going to break my neck trying to catch him because
yeah,
I knew him. And we ended up 2 o'clock in the morning at his place. And I knew his dad actually as well. But not as a friend, but, you know, not as a criminal either, but I knew him. And anyway, he didn't want it, this lad, and we took him in, and eventually he said, well, I'll be here. I knew I sort of fell foul when I saw you when I was come running out, you know.
he wasn't clever enough to cover his face, you know.
No.
Yeah.
So he come. Well, I suppose they probably had a few beers or I don't know, drink or drugs or something. Anyway, so but anyway, the other one got away with it because he never would name me, and I didn't know.
Okay. So were they there to steal anything, or they were just causing havoc?
Yeah, they'd attack the bar and the safe, but they'd never got in the safe anyway. They're just a couple of idiots, really. But,
yeah.
But anyway, so that was the nearest I ever came to a sit. Well, that was the only time I ever found anybody on the premises when I was called to it.
Yeah.
But,
I think a lot of what I've seen police having to deal with over the past sort of like 10, 15 years is you always have like a strong police presence around pubs and clubs in towns, you know, like Blackpool or Burnley, Manchester, wherever you happen to be, and they have to deal with all of the, you know, there's up north. There's quite a few fights break out. I don't know why it's like down here, but did you ever have to sort stuff like that out?
Yeah, because Oakham was a county town, and they never had a nightclub, and then all of a sudden they have a nightclub. And when I say nightclub, I think it probably chucked out about 2 o'clock, I think.
Yeah.
But we had the same problem. We had to sit up on it because they'd had so much problems, and they come out. Of course, they just don't want to go home; they want to fight. And that was the hardest part, really, because your shift might not be nights; it might be 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Right? So you're going to finish at 2, but you get somebody comes out there and they want to fight, and there's all problems hell let loose. You've got to deal with it. You end up arresting somebody. We had to take them then all the way to Leicester. So you were offered to, but you're not anymore.
Yeah.
Because you end up going to the police station in Leicester where we had to take them, sitting in what they called the chute with a few others, waiting for you and whoever you're with to be processed so you can then deal with them and then charge them if you're going to charge them, or bail them, or whatever you're going to do with them. And then, of course, that takes time. So your 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. would end up 4 p.m. to about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Or even sometimes, thank you.
Oh, you got a top up. Nice. Lovely. That's service, that is.
That was Jill.
Yeah.
Yes, she got me a coffee, thank you. So yeah, so it was a case of hard cheese on you, really, but it really shattered you, you know. And of course, you know, we're talking about the violence, you know, and you just grapple with somebody on the floor, and you know.
What kind of strategies would you have in place for dealing with that sort of thing? So would you let the fight proceed and let them tire each other out and then grab them, or try and break them up and grab them straight away?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, you wouldn't want to see anybody that was innocent getting hurt.
Yeah,
you know, and you of course you look at the situation and you try and read it, and sometimes you know who started it because you've been watching it. So you might say, well, we'll leave that guy alone. We'll concentrate on sorting this guy out first, and perhaps this one here doesn't really want to fight or doesn't want anything to do with this one, but he's got caught up because, you know, he thinks he did something. You know what it's like, you know, all that distortion with alcohol and drugs, he just completely gets distorted. So you would have the strategy of ensuring that the people that were innocent were safeguarded, and trying to take out what you would say, to take out the heat of the situation at the time, which may be one person or maybe two people, and once you've got rid of that problem, then the rest of it calms down. And a lot of them didn't want to join in or jump all over you as well, because I mean they knew you were doing a job. It wasn't personal, never was personal. I never had anybody that I could say was an enemy, and I arrested hundreds, you know, over the years, and I never had a bad word said about me from anybody, because I treated them as fair as they wanted to be treated. You went in, if you go in at a high level to deal with somebody, then you could end up with egg on your face because you've not read that situation properly, and then you've got to come down. But if you go in at a low level and come and rise to the situation, and if you have to keep rising to the situation, and you've got to win because you've got the uniform on and you've got to sort the thing out. So if you do that and you have that attitude towards that, then 9 times out of 10 you come out okay. But I've seen, you know, the odd 1 or 2 police go in a little bit high, and you think, well, I wouldn't have started there, and then of course they have to come down, and it makes them look a little foolish. But no, I mean, I wouldn't say I was perfect in any means, but at the same time, if you do start at a low level, you can always rise it. But if you're right at a high level, then you've got to come down.
Yeah, it's a complicated job, isn't it? Like really complicated, and you know you're dealing with human emotions and and it's a hell of a job, really. I mean, it's I was glad I only did 22, to be honest. I mean, 30 years is a long time, and over the years there was when I first started, people that had been in for quite some time, they were finding little niches for them, little office job, or, you know, and if they'd done their fair share on the streets, and you know, it does wear you out. It's, you know, no doubt about it. And that's why I used to try and keep myself so fit, you know, and try and counteract that. But over the years, those little niches and that, they all disappeared. So everybody was on the streets, and now, of course, you can have somebody on the street who's 60 in the uniform, and doing the same sort of thing, you know. So it was, I've seen so many of my colleagues, or I haven't seen them, but I mean, I've heard, and I get all the information from the force headquarters, pass away in their 70s and earlier, you know, and they say that because of all the shift work and the aggravation you have to deal with and all this, and over 20 or 30 years, it all builds up. And of course, I mean, I know we all die at different ages and all that, and I know it's all for different reasons, but that job, I suppose, doesn't really help either. Yeah, all of the stress, all of the things you've seen and you have to deal with, and
I mean,
what you put your body through doing those different shifts and stuff.
I mean, when I was at say when I was at Oakham, I'd be walking half the night. I mean, what they used to call shaking hands with door handles and all that sort of thing. I'd be looking after the premises and checking they were okay, and you know, and that could be a little bit boring. I know, but at the same time, if there was something going on, they in the cars would come and pick me up because they wanted a backup and they wanted somebody else to help them out. So I'd be picked up. I mean, say for instance, one night, area car chap, he's on his own. He should be double crewed, but he was on his own before, for whatever reason. So he comes into town, picks me up, and says, "I want to go out to the A1." He said, "I've seen a car that I know is responsible for what do you call it? They were saboteurs anyway. They were cutting across the field to an airfield, and they were sabotaging things." So, so it was that sort of situation. Anyway, he said it was in a lay-by. He said, "No, I just want to check it out." He said, "I knew you were close, so I'll pick you up. We're going to have a look." So we get out there, and we're looking at the car, and this chap arrives, all upset and worried. And he's got a torch in his hand, and he said, "Oh, can you help me? Can you help me?" And we're saying, "What's the matter?" "It's my mate. He's fell over the bridge." Fell over the bridge. Yeah, he's fell off the bridge. He's down there on the road. So we're thinking, where's he on? And he's so excited. I mean, well, I say excited, you know. I mean, he's upset, fraught. And it's his car we're looking at. Okay. So what had happened was they'd run out of petrol. It was an activist car, according to what we were told when we checked it out. But by the by now, because he's telling us he's run out of petrol. There's a petrol station across the other side of the A1. But to get there, they've got to go into the centre reservation and then over the other side to the petrol station to get some petrol to bring it back. So his young friend, who was only 16, I think, he's got a can. He goes into the centre reservation. Now, where that was, it was a parapet of a bridge, which was holding the road that was going up underneath. He didn't realise that. He vaulted it and went straight down the gap in the middle. 30, 40 feet drop. So then we go, we take the guy whose car it is, and then we're on the other side of the A1, so we've got to go up and come back down again. And then we go down onto the road underneath the A1, and there's this poor lad.
Was he done? I mean,
I'm not going to go into detail, but he wasn't very nice.
Yeah.
But he's still alive.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And we need help, i.e. ambulance. But right there is a black spot. So I had no authority to drive a vehicle, but because of the situation, he started first aid on him, my colleague, and I drove backwards to where we'd gone in the area car, which I found was a nice car actually, but it was, I went backwards to where I could get a signal and then tell them what had happened, and they bring the ambulance out. And the guy died eventually. He had about 7 or 8 operations to try and save him, but he's only 16.
Wow.
All that sort of thing. And that affected me quite a bit. And I remember with my daughter being so young, I got this thing about them leaning out the window, you know, and I was sitting down one evening in our kitchen, the other place we used to live at, and I could have sworn somebody just flew by the window, you know, dropping to the ground outside. That's the way it sort of affected me, you know.
Yeah.
And that took me a long time to get over. And there wasn't so much this counselling about as there is now, and you know, all this mental health. And nobody sort of mentioned that. It was a stiff upper lip job, really. But I remember that particular incident. That was nasty, because he's such a young lad as well, and whatever he was up to was immaterial. I mean, you know, he paid the price, and so that affected me, and all those sort of things. That was just one incident, you know. There was lots of them, and I mean the road traffic accidents, I like to call them. There were some horrible sights, of course.
Yeah.
Some hideous sights, you know, and I wouldn't like to repeat them. But you dealt with it, you got on with it, and you had a job to do. So, you know, you thought about it after, if you like.
Yeah, I guess, you know, by having the context of it being part of the job, you're able to compartmentalize it and kind of not let it affect you too much.
No, that's right.
I think if you were to dwell on stuff like that, it would upset you a lot.
Yeah, it did. Something that it didn't bother me at all. Other things, you know, perhaps even little things sometimes would play on your mind a little bit. But of course, there was a lot more to come for me. I mean, although I joined in 81, in July the 10th, 1981, they had the riots in Leicester. Now, that was a spin-off from the riots that started in April in sort of Brixton and all that. And that was primarily, that was the black British youth against the police.
Yeah.
And that was a horrible time for everybody. And we was going backwards and forwards every day to Leicester, to an area in Leicester where the main riots were. And in them days, this actually changed the face of the police, really. All you had was a reinforced helmet which had cork inside it. So it just
Yeah.
looked like an ordinary helmet, but it was sort of reinforced. And you had a plastic visor that fitted on the front of your face, but there was a hole or a slot there that fitted onto the end of the peak of the helmet. So you'd put that into the slot, put the thing around your ears, and you had this very flimsy plastic visor, hardened helmet, your staff or your peg, and they had shields, and you have a shield. So there we are, and I've only been in a year. Here I am, standing in this street in Leicester with these Molotov cocktails flying out of nowhere. I mean, you've got the sodium lights of the street because you've got these flares coming at you from, and they're smashing in front of you. And we have no protection in the sense of fire suits or anything like that. We've only got our uniforms. We've got the shield, yes, and we've got our peg and all. Nothing to help us, you know, do the job properly, really, I suppose. So they were burning cars, smashing places up, throwing these Molotov cocktails at us. And then if we had chance, we'd split from the from behind the shields and try and grab somebody that was doing that to you.
Yeah.
Wasn't easy, but you might have half a dozen of them, and then all of a sudden they'd turn tail. And then we'd chase them, and where we chased them, we had to, we might be more badly by then, it might be about 25, 30 of us that come together to chase. But where they'd go, because I mean, they knew the place better than us.
Yeah.
Where they'd go, they would disappear under these high-rise flats, and where the underneath of the high-rise flats were, there were steps down, and at the top of the steps there was all these bollards to stop other cars or perhaps, you know. Of course, when you're in a mob, a dark blue mob running, you can't see the bollards.
No. Yeah.
Whap.
Yeah.
So, and also we had to be careful because they were leading us down there because there was people throwing stuff out from the flats. So you'd have stuff, you know,
coming from above as well.
Coming from above
and
as well as in front.
The shield that you had, was it a circular shield, not like the big rectangles that they have?
Some had circular shields. I think the officers would have the circular shields, but we had I think they're about 5 foot something or other.
Yeah.
The ones you see, they weren't easy because to handle, because it gave you a pain in the arm after a while, because you had a handle up there and one down there like that.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to lift it off the floor to move forward. If you were static, you could drop it and you could get behind it. But to keep yourself safe, you had to lift it above your head and then move forward. So your feet were vulnerable to the Molotov cocktails and your trousers and everything. But that position, after a while, got your shoulder.
Yeah, I actually tested one recently. I went to a careers fair not far from here with some of my students, and the police were present, and they brought out all their equipment because they wanted to be better than the army and the fire brigade and stuff like that. So they brought everything that they had that was great, and they gave me a riot shield, and I had a female officer. She whipped out the baton and she started whacking it. Like I've got a video. I'll attach it to this. Yeah. So yeah,
we have lovely equipment there. And of course, that day, that 1981, 10th of July, that was the July fortnight when all the factories closed and people went on holiday. So they picked their time to do it, because there was not only all that going on, they were looting everywhere as well. And so we had to deal with all that. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking to myself, what have I joined? I mean, this is only a year after I left the Navy, and I'm thinking, well, do I need this?
Yeah, it's not really. It's not really. It's a lot to deal with, isn't it? Like, you know, you've gone from the Navy where you know that there's going to be some sort of action, but you're there saving people, to like being on the front line of basically a war where you're like ill-equipped, going up against people who you are in essence like meant to protect and to look after, but they're just they're acting out. So it's very very, very difficult.
They become the enemy all of a sudden. So and it was a bad time, really. I was saddened in some respects. It was happening, but of course you just have to get on with it. And so they asked me if I wanted to be on a police support unit, which I was going to have to be anyway after my probation. But of course, they shouldn't be able to let you be on one until your probation is up, and I'd only done a year. So I mean, I was a fit lad and all that, and I said, yeah, okay, might as well get it over and done with. Sort of might as well join now as be press ganged into it later. And so I joined the PSU. But that meant that you went around your normal daily life in the police, but at any time, if there was any problem anywhere in the country, you could go.
Right. Okay.
Which I did a bit later on.
Yeah, and in the 80s, there's some turbulent times like in the United Kingdom, weren't there?
Yeah. We got to get to the miners' dispute, which I was really involved in as well. But with the PSU, you also had to do a lot of training. So you'd go to a certain disused airfield or whatever used, some hangars or whatever, and you'd do a lot of work on there, and you'd have the angry mob, but they always used to throw wooden bricks at you. It wasn't, anything worse than that. It didn't want to hurt you, of course, because you're all the same. So, and I remember the worst part was doing the stair work, because you had to use your shields in a different way, of course, and you're trying to get up the stairs and you're covering each other in a certain way. And of course, they're throwing all this stuff down, so it's banging down on you. And I mean, although it was only wooden bricks, it was still quite frightening. Yeah. And, you think, imagine something a bit heavier and you wouldn't be able to hold it. But I never had to encounter that, thankfully enough. But you still had to do a lot of training.
I mean, at least you had that training just in case.
But we get to 1982 and I have to go and have another cartilage out.
Oh, no. Same knee or
no, other one.
Other one. I bet they loved you, didn't they? They were like, this guy, he's going for these little holidays.
Yeah, I've done a load of running, of course, as you know, and I've done a lot of competing and all that. And of course, I just wore my knees out a little bit, that's all. But so I get to 1982 and I've got to have another cartilage out. Oh, blimey. Well, actually, I had it clipped. I only took about 2/3 of it out. So I've still got a third left. And that's always been the best knee. And that's the left one, but the right one's not very good at all. But anyway. So so I'm getting a bit of a crock by this time, and I'm only 32. But so I had that out, of course, and then back again. So and that's when I went on the Panda car and did let's say the huge areas, and you were on your own most of the time. But what else came after that?
So you just told us about the riots.
Yes, I know about the riots, but I'm thinking of something significant, and I think we really could move on to the miners' dispute.
This is something that because of my age, I don't know a lot about, but I've seen bits and pieces in the media and on documentaries and stuff. Are you able to give us some sort of context as to what caused it? I know it's Margaret Thatcher and closing down the mines and this sort of stuff, but are you all right to just talk a bit about that?
Yeah, I mean that's basically what it was, really. I mean, it was purely closing the pits and of course, not only with the pits, goes the communities as well.
Yeah,
and it was the narrowing of all their work life and their communities and their pits, and then of course Arthur Scargill gets involved, the union, and they just don't want to take it and decide the only way out is violence. I mean, I think it was bad and awful time for everyone on both sides, really. I mean, I know you see a lot of the pictures and videos and that, and they say, oh, police brutality and all that, but I mean, it was brutality on both sides, I would have thought, and you can't really say that's just one-sided, and it was unnecessary on both sides, but it happened, and we were the more disciplined side and we had to deal with it. But I think it was just purely closing down all those pits that caused it, and it lasted, the one I was on, well, the only one really, from March the 5th, 84 to March the 3rd, 85. And we were doing Derbyshire and Leicestershire pits, when I say doing, we were going out there to protect the pits. And in the early days, there was a lot of violence. And then in Derbyshire and Leicestershire, it seemed to quieten down a bit. But my day consisted of getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning, going from here to Melton Mowbray with a police vehicle, picking up others, and then going out to whatever pit we were going to go to, either Derbyshire or Leicestershire, doing a 12-hour shift. And you learn a lot about the pits. We were there, you know, people, and they used to have these, I remember I always wanted one, I never got one. Those lanterns they used to use with brass, you know, lovely looking thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, I never did that.
So when you say you were protecting the pits, was it you were stopping the workers from going in to do the work, or going in to finish them?
Protecting the workers.
Oh, protecting the workers from who?
The people that were striking.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. So the people who carried on working would be regarded as scabs, and they were and they would be there'd be violence towards them because they were seen as not part of the union or part of the brotherhood. Okay.
And that's right. And they use that word scab an awful lot.
Yeah.
I
I only picked that up from like Billy Elliot or something like that. Because I think that's set in the same era up in like Tyneside or somewhere like that.
Because of the situation, I mean, we're there because of somebody's human rights to work, really. I mean, we're only protecting their rights. We're not taking sides, but it's something we have to do, they had to do. So, but I say the day was so long, 2 o'clock in the morning, out to the pit by about 4, you know, do about 12 hours. They used to feed you as well, of course, which was, they used to get some good meals. And then, of course, you had to do everything in reverse, come home, drop those off, come back down here. The time I got back in, it was about 6, maybe 7 o'clock in the evening. I'm more or less going to bed straight away because I'm up at 2 o'clock.
To do it again.
And that was 7 months. Mind, I'm saying the pay was good. I mean, because you're doing so many hours.
Yeah.
I mean, when something happens like that, I mean, they've got to pay it as well. So, I mean, I wasn't complaining about that, but it was really exhausting. But at least, in our pit, so there wasn't, as the couple of months went on, as it got longer, it was much more quieter.
Yeah. So what was the objective then with the Tory party and with Margaret Thatcher? Why did she shut them down? Like, surely that seems like a massive industry and a massive portion of the economy to just close. Like, it seems crazy. Was it environmental impact or like some legislation from Europe or something?
Yeah, probably the European side, I would have thought, but I don't think we'd ever know the real reason. I mean, it was people's livelihoods at the end of the day.
We could probably, I mean, now we have technology where there's you can generate heat by feeding coal to these certain types of bacteria rather than burning it. And you can power the plants that way. So might be a good idea to start getting those getting them open again. And there's tons of it under this island, isn't there, where we live?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing with technology and science as it evolves. We find so many different ways of doing things, and what we did then, we realised wasn't quite as effective. But if we do this, it's much more effective, and it changes everything. And they're always finding out new ways of doing things, which is wonderful. I mean, you don't want to be static in life, do you?
Yeah.
But that day and age, I mean, of course, it was upset a lot of people, and of course, we read about it quite often that even communities, even now these days, are not together because of what happened. From the people that wanted to work or the people that were striking, and they all fell out.
They haven't recovered, and also there's still a lot of animosity and hate towards Margaret Thatcher or that government or even the Tory party in general from the families and communities that were affected by that.
Yeah, of course, as a police, we are only there to serve the government of the day.
Yeah.
So we have no opinion about it when we're doing it. We might have your own opinion, but we did what the government wanted us to do. So, I mean, personally, I felt quite sorry for us and them because it was such a I felt almost a silly position to be in, really. You know, there must have been a better way to handle it, but that was it, and that was part of history. Back to the PSU, because I said when I was training for them, you could go anywhere. I can't exactly remember. Well, I've got a good idea why we went, these people we went to, but let me put it this way. They asked us to go to Toxteth in Liverpool. Well, they didn't ask us, they told us. So we all bus up to Toxteth, about 3 miles out of the Liverpool. There's a group of people, and now I can only assume, this is about 1985, I can only assume it's the people that want to work, who are protesting that they want to get back to work. Because as it got into 1985, as it got into sort of January, February, the strike is waning a lot. It is a lot less support, and just a lot of people want to get back to work because they've got families, of course, and everything. And I think this is the reason we're there, is because these people who want to get back to work are protesting, and with placards and all this sort of thing, that they want to go back to work. And we, as a PSU, have got to support them in the sense of protecting them to walk down from where they were, which is about 2 miles out of Liverpool, to the Liver buildings, which was their destiny, not destiny, their goal, to get there and make more protest, really, in a peaceful way. They wanted a peaceful way. But of course, the other side, the ones that are going to be saying scab, scab, scab all the time, they're there. It's a horrendous situation, because we are now almost like piggy in the middle, if you like, such a kind of phrase. And we are lining them either side, and we're walking with them as fast as they want to walk. And we've got all these people on the sides of the road shouting and abuse of all sorts. And they also have horses, police horses, that are trying to control the crowds. And at one point it got really nasty, and there was quite a big group of lads who were just out to have a fight, really. And that's when I realised how effective the horses were, because they would line these horses up and then inch way into the crowd, and then they would have to disperse because they couldn't handle with these horses. And that would take the heat out of the situation, like I said before, disperse them, and then we'd be okay. So we managed. I mean, the tension got more and more and more as we got closer and closer and closer to the Liver buildings. So we get down to the Liver buildings, and all hell let loose. It was unbelievable. Anything that could be thrown at us was thrown. Not only just at us, but them as well.
Yeah.
And we were right in it, right, absolutely right in it. And we had to retreat. And I remember running up this pathway to this hotel, running through the double doors, and a few of us just to recover, and then running back out again.
Just like grab a little bit of breath and then get back out there.
Yeah, it was horrendous. And the thing was, because we were a visiting PSU, we were the Liverpool police, we didn't have any protection. We didn't. We did only what we had was, a peg, and I don't know whether CS spray had come in that time. But anyway, because CS spray was quite effective. That was the other time I mentioned. One time when I was in the Navy, they made you go in and test the CS gas,
that's right,
respirator. Well, this is my next encounter with it. Is when the CS spray came out. They said, "Oh, we can't force you," because unlike the Navy, he said, "You're doing it." The police say, "Well, would you like to test it, have some idea what it's like?" And I said, "Well, I have done it before, but it was a long time ago, so yes, I'll give it a go." So they lined us all up against the wall, sprayed this CS gas in front of us. Wow, well, of course it chokes, And I mean, I had to stand out into wind for about 15 minutes before I could even consider blinking, seeing out of sea. And it was something I wouldn't want to do too often, but there is 6%, apparently, allegedly, there is 6% of the population that it doesn't affect.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, so just immune to it,
Yeah. So you wouldn't want to be up against a 6'9" chap who's going berserk coming at you and you spray him and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
But anyway, so yeah, apparently so. Yeah, there's one or two that don't not affected by it.
Yeah, speaking about the horses, yesterday I saw a video that was coming out of Canada. You know, they've got troubles over there right now. And,
Oh yes.
They had mounted police, and it looked to me like they were just trampling the crowd, which seems a little bit different to how, you know, what you see over here. You know, where the horses, you know, they tend not to like trample people.
No.
But yeah, those horses are huge, aren't they? Especially bred.
Yeah.
Yeah, just giant, you know, giant beasts. And now they've got all they even they have armor as well.
Yes, breastplates and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, things have moved on so much since. I mean, I say that riots in 1981 that changed the face of the police because they became more paramilitary.
Yeah,
they had proper helmets with big thick visors that you put down. They had fire suits that they put on, and they had different shields they wore. They used, and so all that changed. So they became much more paramilitary after that than they did when we first started, when we had that silly little visor and your staff, you know, although you had the shield, I know, but so that really changed the face of it. Yeah, but those horses were worth the weight in gold in some respects. We never had any in Leicestershire. We always used to have somebody or another force bring them in if we needed them, because of course football days in the 80s were a bit hairy as well.
Yeah, like Millwall fans and just everywhere really.
Yeah, exactly. And I used to have to go to football every Saturday that I was on, and I hated it. I don't like football anyway. I've never been a great fan of it. And they used to stick you in the cops, and they used to put you right in the middle of the crowd. And I had a little bit of a panic attack at one time, and I just had to get out of there. But I only had it once, but I felt so vulnerable. It was unbelievable. But it was a silly thing to do, really, but they put you right in the middle. But when the visiting teams were coming to the football, they would have what they called the snake, and they'd pick them up off the train, and then bring this snake with all of them being escorted up to the stadium. And then inside, of course, there'd be fights break out, so you'd be ever chasing and trying to sort that out.
Yeah.
But the police, you see, that used to walk around the inside, they were paid by the FA. I mean, they would help out if they needed to, but they were actually nothing to do with the police, the PSUs over there. But it was after the game that was the problem, because you'd have the snake being taken back to the station, of course, to get the train, and it's then that the other people were, or the other supporters were trying to get at them.
Yeah, because
we're quite successful with it.
Yeah, because then you've got the result of the game, and if it's a bad result, then those away fans who've travelled to that town, yeah, they're gonna have a bad time trying to get away. Yeah, I used to live in Burnley a long time ago, so I've seen plenty of action around Turf Moor there. Yeah. Especially if it was like a derby game between Blackburn Rovers or something like that coming over. Yeah.
I remember one time we weren't on the snake, but we were up the top of a hill blocking the road, and the snake goes by, and they see us, and they break away, and a couple of hundred start running towards us. You think, "Oop, here's my peg. Come on, yeah. That's all I got." and they got so far, and they stopped and laughed. They were trying to, you know,
right, yeah, trying to see what you're going to
worry us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was quite happy that they were laughing. But yeah, so that was the football in them days. But again, it's something you got, you know. Another little story about the football is we just come out of the game, and they used to have police dogs as well that used to turn up if they were having a real bad time. And it was this one lad, poor lad, in the middle of the road I saw, a bit further up, and another lad had him. He was kicking him in the head, and obviously I run off towards to try and stop this lad being injured anymore. And as I'm running, all of a sudden, I've got my coat on. Yeah. All of a sudden, there's this tugging at the back. And I thought, what's going on? And and this chap says, stand still, stand still. And it's a police dog biting me.
Yeah, he's got confused and he's taking you on.
So I had to stand still. Of course, I lost the guy that had been doing the damage to another one because I had to stand still, and the dog handler was going for something else. So, but I managed to get the lad who had been injured off to out in an ambulance. But yeah, so
yeah, I remember up in Burnley, I've seen a police dog take down a guy in the middle of the town centre before. Just ripped his old pants off, like went straight through his jeans and took the guy to the ground. Yeah.
Well, they're very effective.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a police dog called King, local police dog around here, and the handler, he was another Brian. I found that my name Brian must have been very popular when I was born because after shift we're called Brian. But it used to get a bit confusing. But anyway, he was Brian, and if we needed anything, he'd come out and give us a hand. This King was a long-haired Alsatian, so he'd get called to a alarm ringing in a factory, say, or something like that, or anything that he needed to go to. And this particular day, it was a factory that he's covering with his dog. So he gets to the factory, and the windows open at the front. Now, most people, when they burgle somewhere, they're looking for an exit as well. So you're bound to know there's something open at the back. So lets the King off the lead, shoves him through the window, goes round the back. It's a big factory, so it takes him a while to get round the back. As he turns the corner, he sees a window is open. By the side of the window is this lad up against the wall, and King's laying over him like that.
Yeah.
Because this bloke's terrified. So he calls the dog off and arrests the guy, puts him in the car, gets in the car, and is halfway back to the police station. He thinks, oh, something smells a bit round here.
Yes, the guy.
He worried that bloke so much that he'd sort of done a whoopsie.
Wow.
But he looks a horrendous dog. I mean, because their long-haired Alsatians look a lot bigger than they are, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
yeah, but he was about a good 6-footer, and he was
those teeth as well. Well, yeah, actually thinking about it, when I was 16, I was going out with this girl called Sarah, and her dad was a security guard, and he had a white Alsatian, and this dog was very well trained, and I had like a new pair of jeans on, and just for a joke, he went, "Get him," and the dog just took like my jean leg off. I was lucky that I didn't get bit.
Yeah.
And ripped through these jeans, and I was like, what's just happened? And her mum sewed them back up for me, but I was like, bloody hell! Never messed with that dog. Yeah, I think that was a warning. Like, I got to look after his daughter.
Yeah. So, oh dear. Well, they were very effective, I must admit, and the horses as well. But I want to move on, if I can, to 1987. I've always been very interested in crime, and whilst I've been in there, and I had a lean in towards wanted to be on CID, but it was a bit of a closed shop then, and it was difficult to get on. But I still felt as though that was where I wanted to go, where I wanted to specialise in. I say it was so difficult to get on, and openings weren't a bit far and few between. So we're in 1987, and I get a job, which is TWOX in the local area, which is taken without owner's consent. And these cars are turning up all over the place. No pattern to them at all, really, but they're coming thick and fast over a fortnight. We have 7 TWOX on my area. So the detective inspector of Melton said, if you have a look at this and you do a good job, I'll consider your application. So I said, okay. It was a bit like a red rag to a bull, that was. I thought, well, try and get this one done then. And it was just pure hard slog work, really, in a sense of a lot of stuff is mundane when you're doing house to house. You know, you're trying to find if there's any witnesses to anything, and this case was going to be solved by finding somebody had actually seen something. So I get the job, 7 TWOX, and I knew where the last car had gone through from. So I start there. And the first day I was knocking on loads of doors, asking anybody that had seen the car or anything, nothing. Second day, bingo. The bloke said, yeah, he said, I've seen that car. And he said, I saw the chap who was driving it. He said, no, I thought he doesn't look old enough to drive that car. In fact, I think I know where he lives. Well, that was great. So I said, well, can you show me? So he said, yeah. He said, I'm not sure the actual house. He said, but I know it's the street. He said. So he took me to the area. So anyway, a couple of doors later, I'm at the right place. I spent 3 hours. His mum and dad were so pro-police. They were so good to me and wanted to get their son sorted out. I actually had a bacon sarnie while I was there. Nice. So I thought, well, you know, we're talking to him. He's only a young lad. I mean, I'm not going to take him in because there's no point. But I got 6 of the cars out of him that he'd twocked. One of them he wouldn't have at all. And I said, well, look, every time you've taken these cars, you've been off school. Surely if I go to the school and say, were you here at this particular date, and you're not, it's got to be you. Can't be anybody else, surely, can it? So I'm not sure. He said, I think I was at school that day. Okay, leave it with me. So I had to go all the way to the school.
Yeah.
Had to check the register. Had to get a statement. And yet he wasn't there. Come back to his house. Not another bacon sarnie, but, you know, back to his house and said, well, look, oh, yes, I remember it now. He said, I remember it. So that was all of them cleared. So do all the paperwork, crime all the twocks, and I do a little report at the bottom, and I say to the inspector, dear sir, when do I start?
Yeah.
I know it was cheeky. Anyway,
yeah.
if you don't, sometimes it helps.
Yeah, definitely.
So, that got me on, and that was that job.
Nice. So how was the kid stealing them? How he just worked out a way of
he probably. I mean, maybe some of them were a bit sort of the owners were a bit lackadaisical, maybe left them open, and he learned a way how to start them. And he was a good driver actually, but he was only 16, 17 somewhere. No, I think he was 17. About 16, yeah.
Yeah, so he wasn't out like joyriding or damaging them. He was just wanted to nick them and go for a ride and then drop them off again.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. That in some ways that was almost refreshing compared to the days that came after that, because they'd nick them later on in life. They'd nick them to burn them out.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't get your car back because it was burnt out. But he was just doing it because he liked driving cars.
Yeah.
And he wanted to try this one out and try that one out, but he'd just leave them abandoned, you know. Either they may have found a key, they may have left a key in, I don't know, but sometimes it wasn't, and he'd get it started anyway. But he'd just leave them, and he wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't even steal stuff from them, you know. So it was weird. But anyway, that was his. But at the same time, he was my meal ticket as well.
Yeah,
as it turned out.
So that so then with the when you started, how did that differ from doing the previous police work?
Well, the CID was wonderful. I always wanted to be a detective, really, from the start, but a totally different way of life in the police force, because of course you're not in uniform, you're in civilian clothing. Much more freedom, to the sense, you know, I mean, it was a done thing that you went to a pub in the evening and saw people that might give you some information, or you created people that you knew would give you information, so you had your contacts and all this sort of thing. But you could go and get in a car and go anywhere and do anything, you know, within reason, of course. Yeah. But I mean, you were, as long as you were getting the job done and your workload was being done properly, they didn't care how you did it, obviously within the law, but I mean, your way of doing it, I'm saying your style of doing it, and your investigatory side was purely up to you. I mean, you might do it in twos, or you might do it on your own, depends on what you were doing. But it was a different world, different life. I mean, I had to go and buy a lot of not suits, but I had some jackets and trousers and shirt and tie, of course. So yeah, so it was a totally different way of life, and I enjoyed it really so much that I did the next 11 years on there on CID, and in that 11 years we had all sorts of things happen. But a couple of things I like to mention is, are you all right for time, by the way?
Yeah, I'm okay. We've done we've been going for about
2 hours.
Yeah, we've been going for like over 2 hours. Yeah, I'm all right for time.
Well, I can finish this side if you want. You know, the police side, and then we can do.
And then like pick up the CID next time.
Or we could finish the whole thing if you like. The CID, so we can finish the police side if you want.
Okay. Yeah, that's
and
fine.
And then we could do talk about the prison service and the magistrates if you wanted after that.
Yeah, let's do that.
We could clear that bit. But so what I was saying before with the Navy is so much fun bits that happen and so many different aspects of it and so many different angles to come from. Within the police, you of course, and particularly if you were doing a particular job, I wouldn't say it's repetitive, but because every job's different, but it's all the same sort of job.
Yeah.
So, but in the 80s, when I joined the CID, what they used to do was they would form murder squads. If you had a murder which is in your area, you would form a squad from different departments, from different CIDs departments. Excuse me. So you would go around, they would send a message out to say, we want you, like me, and somebody else maybe, depending on the size of your department. Some were so small you could only perhaps take one.
Yeah.
Some were big, you can take a couple more. And you'd form this squad and you'd stay together and you would do the job that you were there for. And it was a murder squad. And however long it took, until the money ran out maybe, but I don't know. But it was a case of staying together and getting the job done. And they used to use Holmes, a computer system, which was after Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, nice.
And that's feed in all this information, and this computer would spew out all these questions. So the questions, it was like a bottomless pit really, because it would never stop. You'd feed in something, that'd give you a load of questions, you feed it back in again, that'll give you another load of questions, but at least you could iron certain things out. It was quite useful. But what it did was, when you were in a squad, you were always working in twos, and you would have a specific task. When I was there on the murder squads, we were always taking statements. So one particular nasty one, there was a chap who was in his flat and they broke in and they set fire to him. And he was taken to hospital, survived for a couple of days and then just died because he was so burned. But so because he was in the hospital and the treatment there, we spent 3 weeks in a hospital taking statements from doctors. Wasn't that easy because they all want to talk in technical terms. So you've got to try and make the statement so a layman could read it and understand what they're on about. But that's what we did for 3 weeks. And we were together with that one. And they charged 2 with it and they were convicted. But we stayed with them and stayed as a squad until all that was done. And so there was several murder squads, but that was a particularly nasty one. But the one that was very close to home was it 92? I think, yeah. Was the you could see it. You can say see it. You can read all about it on murderpedia.org.
Okay.
Because I just checked today, see if it was on there, see what I could say about it. So it's a young chap. Well, so not that young really, but he's a son who's been adopted, and his parents, he doesn't get on well at all with them. But they're creatures of habit, and this is a village just up the road here. They're creatures of habit, and they don't do a lot together. But the father goes to the pub lunchtime, he comes back, he goes to lunch, he goes to the pub in the evening and comes back. His wife is involved with voluntary stuff, so she goes off and does her thing. So they're doing their own thing, really. But they're, say, creatures of habit, so all the village know what they're up to and when they're there and when they're not there. So the son is there, and he's now, people are saying, well, where's your mum and dad? And he's saying, well, they've gone off on holiday together, or they're doing it. And he was telling different people different stories. There's a bit of a Walter Mitty character.
Yeah.
And obviously people got suspicious. And they thought, well, this isn't right at all. We haven't seen him for days. So they bring the police, and we get all these reports through. And the long and the short of it is, my boss said to me, Brian, he said, get up to the bungalow where they were. He said, and arrest him for a double murder. Oh, okay, that doesn't come up very often.
Mm.
So I grabbed another one, a sergeant as he was, and we went up in a police vehicle. And unlucky for me, he'd gone, and he was gone, and he'd gone to Stamford in Lincolnshire, and he was with his young son. So we put out what you might call an all-points bulletin.
Yeah.
And a Stamford bobby picked him up, and he was arrested. So obviously now it's murder inquiries. No bodies. Don't know what's happened to him. And obviously he's not giving us any detail. So I'm on the case. It's our case because, of course, it's our area, but of course we've got a lot of other people. They're forming what I was saying about squad. They're coming to us, and now they're part of our squad. And we're dealing with this prospective double murder, but still got no bodies. So in the end, what they did was they put over the peninsula, where this village is, they put a grid, and they searched each grid one at a time through this wood called Amley Wood. And the people would move forward slowly with sticks and all that, checking things. And all of a sudden this chap thought it was a big mound there with leaves and twigs all over it. And he sort of flicked away the soil, bit of cloth, bit more cloth. And what he'd done is he'd murdered his father when he came back from lunchtime drink, but he'd also murdered his mother before that. She was in the bath. So they reckon he used, I don't think they ever knew exactly, but they reckon it was a wooden stake mallet. And he battered her to death, and then he battered him to death out by the garage, and then he cleaned up. He did a good job, but of course, you don't appreciate DNA is marvellous. I mean, it was in its infancy then, but they were finding tiny little blood spots. You could even see them with the naked eye, you know, they're fine in this bathroom where they'd done her in. And of course, there was where the garage door was, where he'd done his father in, there was little blood spots all over there as well, the garage. So, and DNA was really something that really cracked that case. And they could tell you that he took these bodies and dropped them in this wood, and the DNA in the car could tell you that he'd gone across a certain field and he'd even parked it a certain way because of the seeds all in the wheel arch and everything.
Yeah.
So anyway, now we've got the bodies, and the long and the short of it is he was charged with a double murder, and he's still serving, I presume. And he was classed as a bit of a psychopath, I think.
Yeah, certainly sounds like it.
Yeah. So it was sad, really, in the sense that they'd give him, you know, he was adopted, and they'd give him a decent life. But of course, I don't think they appreciated him as much. And I think it probably mentally it played on him a lot.
Yeah.
But even so, you know, it was bad all round. But
yeah, maybe he already had issues from before he was adopted.
I would have thought so. Yeah. And they came out as he got older. But he was a right Walter Mitty character. I mean, he told all sorts of lies, if you like, and stories to other people. But after 6 weeks, they said to me, I was going to have to go anyway, but they're very polite about it. And they said to me, Brian, we've got nobody on division doing the divisional work. Would you like to go back and pick up all the divisional work that needs to be done. So I said, well, I've been on 6 weeks and I really don't enjoy it. But he said, well, it's not a request really, but would you?
Yeah.
You know, I understand what you're saying, boss. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So off I go back. Actually, although it was sad to come away when you're halfway through an investigation, it was also a brilliant time for me, because being in the office on my own, I had the pick of everything that came in, because there wasn't anybody else to do it.
Yeah.
So I could take on anything I liked, which wasn't always the case, because of course there was 3 or 4 of us. We'd have to share the work out. And if you happened to be not there when it was shared out, you wouldn't get the good job. So one particular day, I'll just mention this one. I'm sitting there and the phone goes, and it's a woman in an antique shop in Pimlico Road, I think it was, somewhere around there. And she's been offered a statue, and it's the title of it is 2 Cherubs Dancing. But she knows it's stolen because all the registered antiques dealers in the country, I don't know if they still have it, but then they had a Trace magazine, and the Trace magazine had all the stuff that was stolen. So just for their info, in case somebody offered it to them. Well, this is a year after this thing's been stolen. And she's on the phone and she says to me, oh, I've had this chap in trying to sell me this 2 Cherubs Dancing. And I've said, yeah, I'm interested, I said. And I've told him to come back at 5 o'clock this afternoon. What can we do about it? And she's talking to me because, of course, it would be under our details because he's stolen off of us. So, of course, that's London, and I'm stuck up here, and I'm thinking, yeah, good. What am I going to do about it? So I said, okay, well, thank you very much. Leave it with me. Now it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So I rang.
Time is against you.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, rang, and it worked out very well in the end. But I rang whoever covered it in London, and I spoke to the flying squad, and they said, "Oh yeah," he said, "we've got a couple of chaps that are not doing too much in a minute." He said, "I'll put you on to them." So I spoke to them, and they were as good as gold. And I explained the situation, and I said, "This bloke's coming back at 5. She shuts just after 5, but he's going to bring this thing in, and obviously it's stolen," and told them the details. And, "Oh yes, okay, fine. Yeah, we'll help you out." So there I am sitting in my office. They're now sitting in a car round the corner from this antique dealer's, and she's in the antiques shop. So she keeps ringing me. "Oh, he's not turned up yet." Now it's like 4:45 now. "No, okay, well, yeah, just give me a bit. Okay. No, I'm getting on to them. He's not turned up yet." So that's how it goes on. 5 o'clock comes, she rings up. "I want to shut the shop." "Oh, can you just give him another 10 minutes? Give him another 15 minutes. How's that, 15 minutes? "Oh, okay then." So I speak to them because they're getting a bit fed up as well, because they've been sitting in the car for 2 hours. So I'm saying, "Look, lads, I'm sorry, but can you just give us another 15 minutes? We'll call it a day." "Yeah, okay, no problem." He turns up at 5:10.
Nice.
What a shame. So in they come.
Yeah.
They said to us, what do you want me to do, or what do you want us to do with him?" And I said, "Well, the job's on us. If you would obviously arrest him, recover the property, put it in storage, give him a cursory interview, and bail him back to me." So this is what happened. He's arrested. They get the stuff, take him to the station, give him a cursory interview, send the tapes up to me so I can listen to what's been said. And they give him about a 3-week bail, quite a longish bail. And they said to us, the crux of the matter, what he was saying was that he'd bought it from a bloke in the Nottingham Fair, and that was his, that was his defence.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So I knew that was probably what he was going to stick to. So he turns up, answers his bail, as good as gold. I interview him. He comes out with more or less the same story, may elaborate a little bit more. And in them days, before I say that, this is the worst part really for him. He comes with a receipt, and he says, "This is the receipt I got from this guy in the Nottingham Fair." Okay. What's he look like? Oh, you know, average height, average build, average looks, you know, Mr. Average. Okay, well, we should be at tracing with, you know, what you're telling us. Thank you for that. So, so in them days, if somebody produces something like that, what you do is you ask them, you see what's written on the receipt, and you ask them to write what's on the receipt 12 times, right?
Yeah.
Uppercase, lowercase, and then 12 times. There's a reason why you did 12 times, is because at the end of it, you're starting to fall back into your own handwriting if you're trying to disguise anything. So somewhere along the line, your handwriting comes out. So I get him to do this 12 written, a couple of lines from the receipt. And I look at it myself and I think, well, it's a bit similar to me. So I said to him, you know what, I understand what you're saying, but this handwriting now, I'm looking at it, it looks very similar. He said, well, this is what it is. I got it from this guy. I said, okay, fair enough, fair enough. So I then have to bail him. He goes off, and I'll give him another 3 weeks bail, I think, because what I've got to do now is I've got to take this handwritten stuff that he's produced, and then I have to send it off to a handwriting expert.
Yeah, get it tested.
Yeah, the handwriting expert will look at it, analyse it, come back with a big report. And you're really, really interested in the final paragraph. It might be about 6 or 7 pages full of this thing. And, you know, most of it's, I'm a clever dick, I've done all this, I've got all these qualifications, you know.
Yeah.
But on the bottom paragraph, if it says, I have ruled out the likelihood of this person or any other person being involved in the making of this receipt, that's the way of saying he did it. They can't say he did it because they weren't there, but they say, I've ruled out the likelihood of any other person being involved in the making of this receipt. That's the same meaning, really. And you got him. Once you got that, you got him. So in he comes, still with all this rubbish he wants to tell me. So I say, right, here's the receipt. Here's the report. What are you going to say about that? Well, okay, yeah, I did know it was stolen, but I didn't steal it. Well, okay, fair enough. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Well, you know, obviously didn't want to tell you, but now you've got me. So I said, okay, if you didn't steal it, you must have known it was stolen. Yeah, I knew it was stolen, and I was trying to get rid of it for a friend. Okay, so when they say that,
yeah,
then you've got them really. But because he is a handler, he could also be a thief. So you get 2 out of that, really, because you could charge him with the theft with an alternate charge of handling. So I charge him with the theft, charge him with the handling, put him before the court, and he put his hands up for the handling. Now people think handling stolen property isn't as bad as thieving it, but they frown upon it in the courts, and it's just as bad. It carries just as bad a penalty. I don't know. I don't think he got prison. He might have done. I don't know. I don't really know what happened to him. But it's a lovely little job, you know. And that was one of many. And of course, I used to get. I used to put all these things on the board because I had so many. I'd write them up on the board, and they're all capers. And this one was called the Dancing Kid Caper. You know, so I'll put that up there. And the 2 cherubs dancing.
Yeah, it's a nice little mystery, isn't it? It's a nice little mystery, that one.
Yeah, so it was good. And but that sort of handwriting situation was wonderful, you know. But I say, all you wanted to look at the bottom paragraph and you got it back just to see what they said. But yeah, so that was, I mean, those times then, because I was on my own and I had so much to go with, that I had a lovely time, really, in the sense of having some really good jobs, you know. And then of course you still sure you're all right because it's 12:30.
Yeah, that's all right. Unless you
No.
get off.
Well, I wanted to try and finish this if I can.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I wouldn't want to rush it either. But, so that's 19, or into the 90s anyway. 1992. So we had the murder squads, and 1992, we have a museum burglary. And our local museum is sort of burgled, but there are many museum burglaries throughout the country. And it's obviously the same gang or connected with. And I come into work one afternoon and to get the report on my desk that this museum, our museum's been burgled. They've gone in through the front door, they've gone straight to where they know they want to steal this stuff, smashed the glass, taken it and disappeared. Alarm goes off, yes, but because they know what they want to get, they're in and out before anybody gets there. Of course, as I said before, rural, you know, might not have anybody really close at hand to get there anyway. So they've gone in, they've taken a load of Anglo-Saxon brooches, which look like crosses, about 7 or 8 of them, and a gold asp ring, which is, they've all been dug up in a local area in 1949. And they're all pagan jewellery. Yeah. So they know what they want. They've got a buyer for it, probably. They've been in, stolen it, and they're gone. So, of course, it's media is all over it. So I'll get to work, I'll get the job, and then all of a sudden the BBC turn up, the ITV turn up. So I'm giving a BBC interview, I'm giving an ITV interview, and then the radio turn up. So I'm doing a radio interview as well, all on the same day. And BBC were fine. ITV was a bit, he was a bit grumpy. I don't know who it was, but anyway, the radio guy was lovely. And of course, once I got to know what the job's about, I'm reasonably articulate and I can tell them exactly. And it just, one take was all we needed. So what we're going to do about it. Okay, so I have people from other counties ring me up and say, well, we've got a museum burglary, we've got a museum burglary, you've had a museum burglary. Let's form, guess what? A squad. Yeah. So, okay, so we've got about 7 counties. So we form this squad, and that starts me going everywhere, because we're as a team, we're going everywhere. Because when I say everywhere, we're going, other people have got information about their museums. I haven't got any information at all at this stage, and I'm going this way for them, and we're doing warrants on places, finding stuff, getting stuff back, you know, and it's all going great guns for them, but I've got nothing, absolutely nothing. And I'm thinking, well, this is great fun, you know, I mean, we're having a good time here, but I'm getting stuff back for the museums and that, but I haven't anything for mine. And then all of a sudden, I have a breakthrough, and I can't remember exactly how it came about, but I had some information in relation to the ring. And they said that the ring was in an antique shop in Cambridge, okay? And the chap had it last week, okay? So I grabbed somebody else who was passing by, a colleague, and I say, you know, I asked my boss, can I take him with me? Yeah, just get some civvies on, off we go. So he gets some civvies on, off we go, straight down to Cambridge, to this antique dealer, walk in, okay, well, I've got this information, you've had this gold asp ring, and it's stolen from a museum burglary from us, blah, 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 blah. Yes, he said, you're right, I haven't got it. What do you mean you haven't got it? I sold it. Well, here you go, a load of waffle coming out now. So I said, yeah, no, I sold it. He said, but I do know who I sold it to. Oh, well, that's good. Where is he? He's in Germany. Oh, okay. So he said, well, I can get it back. All right. So, okay, so, right. I said, right, how long is it going to take to get back? So he said, oh, about 3 or 4 days. I said, well, I'll give you 4 days and I'll come back and I'll pick it up. So we go back again 4 days later, walk into the shop, and I say, is it here? No. Well, where is it? Well, it's not turned up. I thought, oh, this is it, another load of waffle coming out there.
Yeah, here we go.
And we hadn't been there 10 minutes and the courier came in with it.
Oh, right.
So there it was in this box, this lovely gold asp ring, and it fitted my little finger perfectly. So that's why I kept it for safety. It just crammed onto my finger. And we came back triumphant. Obviously took a statement from the guy who owned the shop and whatever. And I went Obviously, that went on from there a bit before I say that bit. So I've got property, so we're still going, and then things are coming to a head really, because I mean, it costs a lot of money doing all this.
Yeah.
My boss is getting a bit, bit itchy feet, don't want to be on there much longer. And I get information about where these brooches may be in an antiques fair. So it's in London. So we go off down to London, and the same guy that I grabbed before, I thought he was quite good, so I had him back.
Yeah.
And off we go, and down to London. And there's this beautiful antiques fair in a basement of a hotel. And there's all these antique dealers. And I mean, this is only information, I know, but it's strong information. And so we speak to the hotel, and they say, oh, well, we'll set you up in a room, and you can do what you like with it. So, okay, so give me a room. And then one by one, we speak to these antique dealers in the room. And apparently the one that we would have an interest in had already disappeared and gone back to Amsterdam. So that was it really. We couldn't go any further. And the only thing was we were in contact with Amsterdam. We put them on Interpol, and lo and behold, many years later, well, 5 or 6 years, one turned up in London, and they got that one back. But before that, of course, I had to go back triumphantly with this gold ring and give it back to the museum.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so that was a wonderful. And the whole job in the end was cured. I mean, it was detected, because the guys that were involved in it, one of them was arrested, and they admitted to the museum burglary. So eventually we cleared it all up. And that was a job that took some time and places to go, and everywhere we went, and something back for me as well. So that was great.
Was it a team? Was it a gang of criminals, or just one guy?
Yeah, it was a couple of gangs really, and it was what they do is they visit the museum. Yeah, they were going for perhaps Anglo-Saxon jewellery or pagan jewellery or anything like that. They knew there was a market for. They'd probably have dealers already lined up. So they'd visit as a visitor, know where it is, know what sort of alarm system I got. And with our one, it was just a case of if you could get to the case, smash it, get out as quick as possible, you were clear. Of course, they changed it all now, but yeah. So that was brilliant, and that was 1992, I think that was. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good story. That was nice.
Yeah. Well, lots of things like that, I mean, there were all sorts of capers, as I call them, as I say.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I guess that kind of thing is better than much better than a road traffic accident, or better than a murder. You don't want to see stuff like that. But like a caper where you're after a gang, or you're after a thief or something, that's that's exciting.
I must admit, I mean, you get your nasty ones like you do anywhere in life, but majority of the time people will realise you were only doing a job, and it wasn't personal, and it was personal. You wanted to get them, yes, and I was desperate to get hold of the people who did the museum burglary. I'm desperate to get something back, but it's because I'm doing that job, and I'm so keen about it, and I wanted to do it, and I always wanted to be on CID, and here I am, and it's my job, and I want the best out of it, and I wouldn't stop until I got something. And so, like we said earlier on, when that teacher said, plays hard, works hard, and that's me. I don't know any different, really.
So does that conclude the stories of the police?
It does really, in a sense. I came out the last couple of years because I want to go back into uniform, because the trouble with being CID, you had so many court cases and you had so many appearances at court that you get a backlog, really. So it was a case of once you come out in uniform, and they said, well, come back in uniform in. I was only a DC back to a PC because I tried my sergeant's exam a couple of times, but the thing was I was doing something I loved.
Yeah.
if I passed for a sergeant, I had to come out to CID, I had to go into a custody suite situation, and I didn't want that at all. So I'd rather be doing something I loved as opposed to be, you know, another rank up. So I left it. But when I came out after that and went back in to uniform, they said, well, you look after the local crime. So guess what? I had more capers, you know.
Yeah.
I had an office with boards with all stuff written on it, capers, and I got arrested. So, oh, it's great, you know. So and then I got to a point where I thought, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
It's nearly my time to go. I think I'll apply for the job I've seen in the file preparation unit. And the file preparation unit was in a station at Leicester, police station at Leicester. So I applied and got it, and it was great. It was only two of us. There was only two police officers there. All the rest were civilians. And the reason we were there is because in them days, I don't know whether it's different now, only police officers could take statements. So we're there to take all the statements that need to be taken, because the file preparation unit is just that. It's preparing somebody's file for a job they've done, making sure they've got everything in it that needs to go before the court. So if you've got statements missing, we're the guys to go and get it. If you want pocketbook entries for them, we're asking them for it. So we're preparing that file for Crown Court or for Magistrate's Court, mostly for Crown Court.
My younger sister actually does that job up in Burnley right now. She prepares all the files. And
does she? Oh, yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I mean, they were all civilians apart from us. The guy I used to work with, guess what? His name was Brian as well. Oh, there's a lot of Brian's.
A lot of Brian's in the police force.
It was, yeah. So his name was Brian. And he was, I think he retired just before me. And I said, what are you going to do, Brian, when he retired? He said, oh, I'd like to go and sit on one of them big mowers and cut grass.
Yeah, that's not bad. Like, that's all right.
Said, I just want to go and cut grass. Okay. But I never stopped. I just went from one thing to the other. Of course, the next thing I go to is the prison service, where we can cover that.
Yeah,
you know.
And we'll pick that up. We'll pick that up next time.
Yeah, I mean, I think another session perhaps will cover the both really, because and
Awesome.
and so I retired 2002 from the police force.
Yeah, wow, that's a long stint. Yeah, 2002. 22
Yeah,
years.
so 22 years, but I say it would be normally 30 years for a pension, but of course that pension, right, that saved me really. That 1975 they came out, transfer of pension rights, and the boss I had in charge of me in the Navy was very good. I mean, he said to me, look, he said, I know these have just come out. He said, not long ago, a few years ago, he said, I'll make sure that it's done correctly, and I make sure the paperwork comes to you and you sign it. And that's exactly what happened. I come out of training, paperwork turns up, I've got 8 years and 21 days transferred over. And the 21 days didn't come into the other end. So I was actually 3 weeks short of 22 years. Because of the 21 days, I got 8 years and 21 days. So yes, but anyway, it was either way, it was a full pension.
Nice.
So yeah, brilliant.
Very good. Yeah. So thank you so much for that, Brian. That was another fascinating chapter. You know, I really enjoyed that and listening about those capers. So yeah, so we'll pick it up next time. Next time you're free, and we'll move on to the prison service and the magistrates.
Okay. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is going back to the police force for these two stories. And I joined it, of course, in 1980. And within those 2 years, you had to do a continuation course. And my continuation course came in October of 1981. And I had to go back to Brighton on Dunsmore, which was the police college. And it was more marching, more inspections, more class work. But after the first week, it was only 2 weeks, it was 6 classes, I think. After the first week, they gave everybody a topic on a particular part of crime. and you hadn't a choice, they gave it to you. And I got robbery and blackmail. And they asked each class at the end of the second week if they would put somebody forward to represent the class and give their lecture on whatever topic they had to the class, the rest of the classes in a theatre. So they chose me. I was a bit reluctant, but I thought, oh, well, you know, and nobody else wanted to do it anyway. So anyway, so I've got robbery and blackmail. Now, before I go on, I must mention when you, one of the things that you're taught about is HGVs, which is heavy goods vehicles. It's a very tedious subject, and you've got to be a particularly right sort of person to enjoy it. But if you wanted to be traffic, then you needed to know about HGVs. But there was so much European legislation that went with it, and tachos, and oh, you know, it was a minefield. You had to know about it as an ordinary police officer, but if you wanted to go and specialise, then of course HGVs were for you. But everybody hated it. I can't remember anybody really liking it, and but they had to put up with it. So if you remember that,
they've got like weight limits as well, haven't they? And,
yes, yeah. Oh, there's all sorts of things, yeah. But so if you remember that, this comes in part of the story. So so I'm chosen to do this robbery and blackmail. So I do a little bit of studying, I put some things together, and I thought, well, I don't really want to make it the same as everybody else. They were going to come into the front onto the stage and talk about their lecture or produce their lecture to the rest of them. And I thought, well, no, I think I'll be a little bit different. I'm going to come from the back. And it wasn't a big theatre, it was only a small theatre. I'm going to come from the back because I knew there was a back door. And I thought, well, to liven things up, I need a gun. We're talking about 1981. And I'm doing a police college. They have guns, but with blanks. That's fine, that's what I wanted. So I asked if I could use a gun, and it was quite a heavy handgun. So they gave me a handgun. And I said, well, I need some blanks in it. So they put blanks in it. And then I thought, well, I'll come in the back door. I'll listen at the back when my name's called out. Nobody's gonna, they're all watching the front, and I'm going to come shooting through the back door. And I asked one of the police women that was in our class if to sit on the outside of a row and with a handbag on the shoulder. So the idea is I come bursting through the door. I've got the gun in my hand. I'm going to take 2 rounds off, bang, bang. That'll scare everybody. Yeah. Go to her, grab a bag, jump onto the stage, and then I've also got a mask on, right? I've got a monkey mask on. So I thought, I know what's going to happen. When I pull that monkey mask off, they're all going to go, ah, as if they're scared of me, looking like I am. So I thought, I hope that's what is going to happen anyway, but it'll liven things up. So we get to the lectures. There's a chief superintendent sitting and taking the lectures and, you know, observing them. So anyway, I'm 4th on out of 6. So I get round the back, I've got my mask on, gun in hand, and I'm ready to go. So I'm listening at the door, and my name comes out, and I forcibly open the door. But what I didn't realise was the chief superintendent's right behind it.
Oh, no.
So he went flying. So in I go, and I'm saying, oh, sorry, sir, sorry, sir. But I'm trying to shoot this gun off, which didn't work. So I'm going bang, bang. So I grab this woman's handbag. She screams, of course. I run onto the stage with this mask on and rip the mask off. And everybody goes, ah, like that. That's all I was going to do. So I give a little pause. I said, right, HGVs. And of course, everybody fell about laughing. And the superintendent was just about picking himself off the floor. So I carried on, I did the lecture, and they only gave you 20 minutes, so they stopped you. I was near to the finish anyway. Yeah. They gave you 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes, they stopped you. So we get to the last night, and they're giving an award out for the best lecture and the best topic. And the chief superintendent gets up and he said, well, I don't know whether to say what a prat or well done to this bloke. He said, He said, knocking me off my feet and onto the floor. He said, but the award goes to PC 683 Smith, which was me from Leicestershire. I actually won it, and it was a £3 book prize.
that was worth knocking your boss down for.
I thought I never had got a chance of knocking him on off the seat onto the floor. Yeah, so it was great. It just the timing was perfect, you know. Yeah. I said its gun was annoying because it didn't go off, because that would have been quite loud.
What happened? Was the safety on or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they said it should have gone off, but it didn't. I mean, it clicked. I'm going bang, bang.
Yeah.
Grab this, and of course she was going to scream anyway, because that was what she was supposed to do. So they say jump on the stage. I've got a gun in one hand, monkey face on, handbag in the other. Rip me out. Think of right, HGVs. I mean, it just couldn't have gone down any better. But he obviously made an impression on the chief superintendent, because he gave me the prize. So
that was brilliant.
So, yeah.
Well done. Yeah, well done. That was that's some smart things.
It was a different way of doing it.
Yeah, definitely.
I was lucky, I suppose. I got robbery and blackmail, because had I got something else, it might not have been able to do that quite so wonderfully, you know. But anyway, yeah, so it worked out all right. So that was that one. And then I'd like to just mention about it was 1985, and it's just the end of the miners' disputes, and we're back on division, and I'm round here in Oakham, and 2 RAF camps in Rutland, one Cottesmore and one North Luffenham, and they've both got bowling alleys, and they say, would we like to put a team in, so to play every Wednesday? So, well, when I was in the secondary school in Essex, the early 1960s, it was all the rage. 10-pin bowling became all the rage, and we used to walk up from the school and play 10-pin bowling one afternoon, and I thought it was great, you know, and I used to enjoy it, and I used to be quite reasonable at it. So anyway, they said, well, would you like to put this team in? So we scratched the team together, and we played every Wednesday. And one Wednesday we'd play at one RAF camp, the next Wednesday we'd play at the other RAF camp. So we were doing a whole season, and we were doing quite well. We were sort of middle of the table. And then they decided that they're going to have a Rutland Open Handicap Championship. So I thought, well, I might as well have a go at that. So it was over 2 weeks. First week, I was off work anyway, so that wasn't any problem. And 4 games, there's only 4 lanes in these places, so they're not very big. So 4 games, and at the end of the first week, I was in the lead. Second week, I'm at work, and I'm 2 till 10. So I have to ask if I can have 4 hours time off. That's fatal, really, because if you ask for 4 hours time off, you know, 9 times out of 10, you're guaranteed that you're going to get something just as you're going off for 4 hours. You know, something's going to happen. But I was in a panda car, as they call them, and I was in the local area. And fortunate enough for me, there wasn't a great deal happen. And I spent all afternoon saying, I will win to myself. And I was singing it whilst in the police car and psyching myself up a bit.
Yeah.
And I was drinking then. I arranged a chap to be at the bowling alley, and he was a beer runner. So I got off work, dived up to the bowling alley, and everybody else had finished. They knew I was coming because I've got to do my session, but they didn't have anybody to bowl me against me. So they got some quite good bowlers that were, because they had Tri-Nation here, and there were some Germans here. They got some Germans to bowl against me, and so there's a team against me, and we're doing the 4 games. At the end of the night, I got the highest game, the highest series. I won the handicap tournament, and I got all my money back, which was £40. I got a shield, which was one for me to keep for the year, but I didn't get one for myself, which was a bit annoying.
Yeah.
So I became the Rutland Open Handicap Champion, and I represented the county for about a year. We used to get time off from work and go to London and get expenses as well, you know. So it was brilliant, and I used to bowl for the county.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it was something I never ever thought I'd do, but it was just when that last evening when I was bowling, I was so psyched up.
Yeah.
All I could see was these 10 pins at the end of the alley. I couldn't see anything else, or just like darkness around me. And all I was getting was a beer, have a beer, then bowl and
super focus.
One game I was really focused, and I had strikes all bar one frame. All the rest were strikes. And on that one frame, I started coming out of this focus and started questioning myself. I left 3 up and got the spare, but the rest of it completely, I went back into it again and it's completely striked all the way out. So that was the highest game and the highest series, which was 3, and say the tournament as well. But no, so it was just something I'm quite proud of, really. But I couldn't bowl now because my knees aren't that brilliant. But
yeah, well, they've got they have those things that I use for my daughter. They're like it's like a little scaffolding ramp or something. Yeah, you could still go. You can still give it a bash. And,
yeah. Well, I say my knees. I probably could get away with it, but
yeah.
I could never do spin bowling. I was always a straight bowler. So I've seen them when they used to show it on telly. It doesn't seem to be on there so much now. But when they spin it, I mean, because the last 10 feet is dry, they oil the rest of it. So when they spin it, the ball stays straight until it bites on that dry bit and then shoots inside. Well, I did try. I tried all sorts of things to spin it, but I was never good enough to spin it. So I just kept to the straight bowling, and it worked for me.
Yeah, I love bowling. I took my daughter Penelope bowling for the first time about a month ago. She loved it. She loved it. Yeah, she's so excited. It didn't matter if she even hit a pin or got a ball or whatever. She was just the act of picking the ball up, or like me helping her place the ball on that rolling the slope, and she'd just push it and she'd be like, yay, like mad for it. Yeah, she's loving it.
Oh, gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, we love it. I love bowling. That's so good.
Yeah, I still do, but I haven't done a lot of bowling for quite some time now. But you know, I enjoyed it at the time. I actually got my own bowl, or ball as you might call it, and I had that for quite some time. Then I gave it away.
do you ever do you know, the bowls like on the green? Do you ever do that?
Yes.
Do you do that? Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that as well. I did that for a couple of seasons. In fact, when I was stationed out at Uppingham in Rutland, I used to play for Uppingham, and we used to play indoors in the winter. They've got still quite a good couple of rinks indoors, and we used to play outdoors in the summer, and I quite enjoyed it. I've done recently last year.
That's quite difficult, isn't it? That game. There's a lot to it.
It's quite technical.
Yeah.
If you're just playing one against one, I used to like it. Prefer it the best, really, because you had 4 balls each, and you could 3 balls each one. You could position them better. But if you're in a team, if you've got 4, you have 12 balls altogether with 4 threes, and it gets a bit, congested up the other end. And I never used to like that, because I knew where I wanted to put it, but there'd be others in the way, which is obviously the name of the game. But with a 10 pin, you've got nothing in front of you apart from the pins.
Yeah. Yeah. Our local bowling alley has just been refurbished as well. And it was like the first time we went there, it was about a year and a half ago. Well, it was a bit grubby. It was looking, worn down, like it hadn't been, hadn't had any attention for ages. And then I thought, I'll just take a risk. Went in, didn't know it was refurbished. And I was like, whoa, it looks amazing. They redid the whole bar, like everything, all of the seating area where the bowls are. All the balls are super clean and waxed as well. So they really it's called Strikes in Kings Lynn. They really did.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Is it off the side of the road, sort of
it's
sort of sideways onto the road, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like it's near a Tesco, and there's like there's a petrol station. It's just like behind the petrol station. Yeah.
How many lanes they got there?
20, I think.
Have they?
Yeah.
Quite big.
Quite big, quite a lot. Yeah, I think
20 or more than 20. They're all on one side. There was another bowling alley that I used to go to up in Preston, and that had like maybe 20 on one side and 10 on another side. So they had like cheap nights there. So like I think it was a Tuesday or a Thursday was it was like a quid or £2 a game, and so it used to get packed on those nights.
Imagine, yeah, blimey. Oh yeah, good. No, I think it's a lovely family game, really. Like you were saying, taking children, you know. I mean, they really enjoy it. And you put those roller things on, they roll it down, and the bars down the side so they don't go in the gully.
Yeah, I need them.
When Jill tried it, my wife, she let it go backwards. She slung her arm back and it ended up under somebody's chair. Not the best thing to do.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if I've done that, but I've definitely I've had a few sort of like slips. Maybe my toe's gone over the line and I've hit the wax with my foot and like kind of slipped and the ball's gone like into the next not out of mine and over into the left lane.
Well, I could only get 3 steps in. You usually do 4. But
yeah,
I could only get 3 in, but it seemed, again, it worked for me. It was just a style, you know, but I could only ever get the 3. 4 was too much for me. But, it worked. But now, perhaps I'll play again, try it sometime, but I don't know whether I'll get away with my knees. My right knee's not so good now because it's okay. I mean, I flit about and I'm walking okay, but any pressure on it, or the fulcrum, if you change the fulcrum on it, you know, it really gives me a bit of jip. So, but try it.
You'll be all right.
Yeah.
You can give it a go. See how you feel. Just take it easy on the first one.
We wanted to get 200 a game though. That's the trouble. Remembering the old days.
Yeah. It'll come back to you, won't it? It's just like riding a bike.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope so. Well, I'll give it a go. Do you want to move on to the prison service?
Yeah, let's find out about that. So, what was your role there in the prison service? Were you an officer or like a guard or?
No, excuse me. I was never in uniform.
Yeah.
I was always part of the administrative side. Excuse me, my voice is going this morning.
Have you got a water there? You got a drink?
Yeah.
You'll have to ask Jill. Jill, get us a brew.
I know. I'll tell her in a minute.
Yeah.
I was never in uniform, but I was part of the prison service, but as the administrative side. So I didn't want another uniform really. I saw an advert in the paper because when I left the police force, it's almost being like naked really, because they take your warrant card off of you, and it feels really strange, and you can't really. Not that I ever abused the warrant card, but it was always a good way of getting to the truth when people were not, finding out things. But there I am, sort of 51, and I don't know really what I'm going to do. But that was when I saw an advert in the paper for a job at the local prison, which was Stockholm Prison, and about 10 miles from where we were. And I thought, well, I'll give it a go. I'll come up for an interview if they want me. So I applied. I went for the interview, didn't get the job. I think I was not qualified enough to do whatever they wanted me to do. And I can't even remember who it was now. And then about 3 weeks later, they gave me a call and said, oh, there's a job here that you might be interested in. And it was procurement. And I didn't know what procurement was.
Yeah.
But it's, to me, it was three clerks rolled into one. And I was responsible for the victualling of the prison, the uniforms, and the transport. And it could be a bit of a nightmare, especially the uniforms, because people always used to give you the wrong sizes and you get them through and then they didn't fit them. So you'd have to try and get them back, and you had to keep it, make sure you was on top of the transport to get it serviced and all this sort of thing. And the victualling was fairly straightforward, but of course there was different types of people there that had different, you had to have, cater for their taste, so you would have different types of meat and all this sort of business. It was, it was quite involved, but it really wasn't a job that I thought was good for me, but
Yeah.
it was a job. And then the pay wasn't too bad, and the people were lovely. I mean, we had some good laughs, you know. We used to have some real good fun in the office, you know, in between doing the work. And I was very happy there, but it wasn't the sort of job I want to do for too long. And I thought, well, after about 18 months, I thought, well, I'm getting a bit stale with this now. I've done it for so much time, and I really don't know what to do. And I think, well, I'll move on. I'll go somewhere else. And I said, well, why didn't you try finance? Oh, finance? Me? Finance? Well, ex-copper? Yeah, you can give it a go. Okay, so I did. So I did that for another about 12 months, 10 months, 12 months. And it was that was okay. You know, we had a good office, and we had a good laugh. And I really enjoyed the people. And of course, being in the prison, they've always got things going on. They used to organise all sorts of things, you know, not just for the inmates, but for the staff. And we used to have some nights out and all this sort of thing. And I was quite happy there. But I thought, well, no, it must be something else to life. And I really don't want to be here too long. And I've been here for about, you know, a couple of years or more. So I thought, I mean, this is because I came out of the police force, of course, in 2002. So we're getting towards 2004 now. And I thought, well, it's time for a change. So I said, no, I'm leaving. So I put my leaving notice in, and I actually left. And I had no idea what I was going to do. But I did have a job offer. It was connected with the police, and it was going around part of the police service, but as a civilian, but going around to pick up or to get all the statements for things that are outstanding.
Yeah.
And I was always quite good at statement taking, but it had moved on a little bit since I'd been there. And they were doing it live, if you like. You had a computer, and you'd be listening and typing, and you'd type the statement up, and it'd all be signed electronically, and you'd send it off. And I thought, well, no, I'm never going to be able to keep up with that. You know, I might be able to get one statement done a day if I was lucky. But I'm never a typist, and you know, I certainly couldn't say I'd be able to keep up with the workload. So I thought, no, I won't bother with that. So I'm sort of high and dry, really. I've left. I've got no idea which way I'm going and what I'm going to do. Seeing nothing that would interest me. And then the prison ring me up and say, there's a job here which we think would be suitable for you as ex-police. And I said, oh, what is it? And they said, well, it's pin phone monitoring. And I said, well, what's that? And I don't know if you know anything about the pin phones.
Is it the phone that the prisoners use inside? Is it when they communicate through the glass with visitors, or is it the one where they can call out to the public?
Yeah, you're right. The pin phone system is it's probably changed a lot now anyway. But then they had a phone, depending on the size of the wings, they would have so many public phones in the wing.
Yeah,
and they can make calls on those phones to their relatives or friends or whatever. But to use it, they had to apply and tell you who they were ringing. And the person you were ringing had to be, or supposedly should be, vetted, so that we knew who it was, and they would then have so much money to use the system, and then they could use the pin phones whenever they could. So that was the pin phone, and monitoring it. That on each wall, by the side of the phone, it says this phone call is recorded and may be listened to.
Yeah.
And that's where I came in, because I'm there. They said, if you come for an interview, you know, there's 2 or 3 for the interview, but if you come for an interview, we'll see how it goes, if you fancy it. So anyway, I went up for the interview and I got the job, and it was the best job I ever had.
Yeah,
it was absolutely fantastic. It was a very regulated job. It came under the Communications Act, and I was inspected twice a year by a chap called David Gower, nothing to do with the cricketer. And he came up to inspect all the books, make sure everything was done properly. And the idea was that it's full of rules and regulations, I say, you have to adhere to, and it came under this Communications Act. And the idea was that I had the power to listen to people making phone calls on all my technology I had in front of me. I could select anybody I wanted, listen to the conversations they've made, but I had to have a reason. And those reasons were on forms. So the wings, it was targets and nominals. So if somebody was giving had a problem, or they had a problem with somebody on the wing, they would put them forward to become a target, and then you form nominals from the targets. You would then have loads of different people you could listen to, and you could listen to all their conversations to any particular person at any one time, either live or recorded.
Yeah.
Well, because live's difficult, I could never really say I listened to anything that much live, because it wasn't, you couldn't pick things up. So what we'd do, so the way it worked was, you would have, say, 8 targets produced from the wings or whatever, and I could produce targets if I picked something up going on. And I could fill out the paperwork, have it signed up, and then that paperwork gave me the opportunity to listen to them for a month. After a month, it was reviewed, and if they had nothing to, I had nothing to say about them, then they would put to one side. That was finished with them. But if there was something going on, we would review it, and then we had to sign it up for another month. So I'd have all this going on, listening to people. I was in a cupboard, would you believe? It was a converted cupboard in the middle of the prison, which they call the centre. And I never liked being there, because if there was a riot, you're completely cut off.
Yeah.
And you'd lose all your files and everything. But it was a very secretive job. I was on my own. There was only 3 people that knew what was going on most of the time. That was the governor, the security governor, and me. But we would get together when we needed to. And I was a little bit like a dog with 2 tails. I'll be in there listening, and I'll pick something up. Now, I first had to listen and learn a load of different type of language to what I was used to, because it was all terminology they were using. Was actually, some of it was Elizabethan. There was an article about it. But the terminology, not only the prison slang, but also their terms for different things, was completely alien to me. So it took me quite some time, but I used to write them all down as they cropped up and work out what they meant. And so I got on top of it anyway. So I would be in the office all day, have a short break for lunch, and I'd be having to catch up with all these people that had made these conversations, which are targets or nominals, and find out anything going on. Well, we found out an awful lot. Coded messages were the way they went with what they wanted. And say, for instance, a simple one like, if you were not too bright, you'd pinch somebody else's coded message and use that. So some of them cropped up from time to time.
Yeah.
But a simple one would be like, they had visits Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays and Saturdays, I think. And you might be listening to one and they say, oh, you're bringing Mother up on Wednesday. Well, Mother wasn't there. I mean, she wasn't coming up. So Mother meant drugs or something like that. So they would become a target. They would become, the visitor would become a target. And of course, the prison officers had the ability to strip search when they arrived. So that's simple things like that. But it got a little bit more sophisticated when you got 2 people that have worked out codes together. Because if you and I worked out coded terminology between us, just our coded terminology, not somebody else's coded terminology or something else that had been used before, then that was a bit difficult. But when you're listening to conversations, if you listen, I mean, when I first started, I used to have to listen intently, and I used to come back home, I could hear all the voices in my head. You know, it was like, you'd bring it home with you, you know, and I thought, I'm going mad. But no, I mean, it was because I had to be so intense with it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'd listen to people, and if you're listening to conversations and you think something's not quite right, people will give themselves away eventually, but you have to wait for a long time, or you may have to listen to several conversations before you pick up on what that is. And they may slip a word in, or use a term or a phrase, or, you know, whatever. And you think, well, why was that? And so once I started getting into it, I thought, well, there's got to be a reason for why they say that, or why they did that, or why and you can, and the inferences they used to give, and the way they'd say something, and sometimes their nervousness in their voices, you know, and you knew there was something, but you wouldn't know what that something was. So I'd go back a long way to all the other conversations, and I'd work my way forward, and then eventually I would find out what I believe it is. I wasn't always right, but a lot of the times I was. And if I found out what was going on, whether they were planning something, whether they're going to get drugs in on the visits, whether they're getting mobiles in, whether they're going to be, and that was just for the prison. There was a lot of conversations that involved stuff on what they called the out, which was outside.
Yeah.
And they would be organising somebody to be assaulted, or you know, organising something to be stolen, or even a burglary or whatever, because they were a gang leader or whatever, you know. So, I mean, mobile phones were the scourge, because, of course, if mobile phones, which were a few in the prison, of course, you weren't party to what the conversations were with mobile phones.
Yeah.
So you would, but then you would also, because they use mobile phones partly, and then use the system, you could sort of almost fill in the gaps sometimes. You knew that there'd be something going on, and you knew that they must have a mobile phone. And when, for instance, one chap was inferring that he's going to ring somebody at lunchtime, well, it wasn't inference that he wasn't going to be using the pin phone system. And of course, I just I tell the prison officers, they go down to the cell, wait outside, listen to his very quiet voice, burst in, and there he is with it up to his ear, you know, job done. So all that sort of thing, you know, and it was a marvellous job. I mean, I'm sort of skimping it a little bit, because I've written a lot about it, really, but I mean, I could talk about it all day, but it was a marvellous job. But for me, it was ideal, because I had to do a security report to go with what I believe was happening. So we had all these forms that I would have to fill out. Now, it was all handwritten. So not only during the day would I be listening to loads, and I don't know, 50, 60, 70 calls in a day, I was also doing a lot of security reports. And the security reports were written in a sense of, if you picked it up and you read it, you knew exactly what's going on. Because I had to relay it and say, well, I believe so-and-so has done this. They were talking to them. And this wording means that, and this is what's going to happen. And so you would see, yes, Brian has given me this report. I understand what he's saying, and he believes this is what's going to happen. So what are we going to do about it? So I say, I used to be like a dog with two tails. I never did care about not having a window in my office, because I was so busy. I couldn't care less. But when I had something going on, I'd rush out into the centre, and I'd wave me place. So I've got something going on there, and we get together. And depending on what governor you had, is what they did. But the first governor, he'd say, right, let's have a meeting, and we'd have an instant meeting. And he'd say, right, he's on the bus out of here this afternoon. He's going that place. We'll send him there, and then we'll pounce on this one. And so they'd sort it out, and in the afternoon it was sorted. And they were brilliant. I mean, the thing was, they relied on me quite a lot, and they believed in me so much. It was a bit of a pressure on me, really, sometimes, because you didn't want to get it wrong.
Yeah,
say I'm not infallible, and I read things sometimes, and it wasn't quite right. There was something there, but it wasn't what I believed. But 90% of the time, I got it right. So but I say that the pressure on me sometimes, but they were lovely. I mean, I was part of the security group, and I was parley to a lot of information that a lot of other people didn't have. And we kept it very tight. Sometimes there's only 3 or 4 of us that knew what was going on. And then they'd do the job, get the results, and it was fantastic. It was like your students, getting the result you want. And it was like that. I mean, I was so pleased.
When you would find a code, how would you record that? Like, how would you keep a record of the meanings? Did you have a computer or a database that you would put them in? Or?
No, we had the machinery I had was a bit like a computer. It was you could do all sorts of things with it. I could listen mostly to the recorded side, because I say if I listen to the live, you go, oh, what was that? And because you can't do anything about it, so you wait till it's recorded, and you go back and listen to what was that made your ears prick up. So when I learnt about all the different terminology they were using and all the coded terminology that they were using sometimes together, the ones that I say when it became sophisticated is when 2 people worked out a different type of coding, but there were coded messages, I say, that people used along the line because they couldn't think of one themselves. So I wouldn't have to write those down because I knew what they were. But if it was anything that was really sophisticated or something I needed to record, I'd put it on a notepad and I had it on a note, because we didn't really have the technology wasn't quite as good as it is now. So but for the way I wanted to work, I wanted to know exactly where it was and I could put my hand on it. So I put it in a notebook.
Yeah,
so
it's probably quicker, wasn't it? And then there was no chance of it getting corrupted or anything.
And I had over 100, and if I needed to, I could shred it. And I had over 100 different codes and sort of things I needed to keep on top of. And I did that for 7.5 years. And the thing was that, you know what it's like, things change, new brooms, new security staff. And anyway, on what was it, 2007, 2008, sorry. In 2008, I've been doing it for about 4 years, and I say we'd had some really good, I'm not just blowing my own trumpet, because the security team were really, really good. Had I not got that security team behind me, we would not have got the results we did, because they were as keen as I was. You know what it's like. Sometimes you can be keen and others aren't. But they were as keen as I was, and they wanted to get the results, and they got the results. So it was 2008. Jill's out shopping, and I come back from work on a Friday night, and I actually used to go down the gym after work and then come back, so it wasn't that late. But anyway, she was out, and the post was on the mat, and picked the post up, and I thought, oh, it was very official, and there was an envelope with a crown on it. So I opened this thing up, and I nearly fell on the floor, and it's telling me I've been put forward for an MBE.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, quite. I thought, this is a joke. Somebody's making, it's a bit of a spoof, this. I mean, I thought, A, is for another Smith. B, somebody's trying to wind me up. And then I look at the paperwork a bit clearer, and I think, well, no, it's got stop and prison on there. I mean, it can't, it's all headed, and no, it must be me. So anyway, I read it about 10 times. make sure I got it right. And it wasn't much difficult about it. But anyway, and I'm thinking, surely not. Anyway, Jill comes back from work, from shopping. And I said, right, I want to tell you something. Sit down on the settee now. Just sit down. So she sits down on the settee, and I said, look, this is what they say. I've been put forward for an MBE. And she goes, oh, no, really? Oh, no, really? That's all I got out of them. So the thing was, if you were going to accept it, you had to fill in certain bit of the paperwork, and tick the certain boxes to say, yes, I accept it. Because some people didn't want it, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I had to put it, and I was so nervous about ticking the wrong box. I just made sure that Jill checked it, make sure I ticked the right one. So we send it off, and that was the Queen's birthdays honours list of 2008, and so that was awarded to me in 2008 in the Queen's birthdays honours list. But they said you mustn't tell anybody until it's published.
Yeah.
Well, it's so difficult. I mean, we told the immediate family because I thought, well, blimey, but going back to work, you think, well, these are the people that put me forward.
Yeah.
I'm like, how can I not, I don't know. Anyway, I kept it as quiet as I could possibly. And the year goes on, and I got the invitation to go to Buckingham Palace on December the 2nd, 2008. Nice. So we can only have 3 guests, so which is ideal because I have my daughter, my son, and my wife, of course. So we came together as a family again. Yeah. And although my daughter was married then, and she had, I think Jack would have been, wouldn't he? Anyway, she had children, and my son is a little bit younger, so he wasn't married. But anyway, we came together as a family again, and it was great. So when I was at work and I could tell them when it was published, and they said, "Oh, well, we didn't know whether it worked. We put those reports in months and months ago, blah blah." Okay. One of the people asked me what we were going to do, and I said, I'm not going to do this twice. So I'm going to make sure I make, do everything I could possibly do and afford. And I said, I've actually, because I know when I'm going to London, I've actually got tickets to see The Lion King.
Right, nice.
In the evening. And she said, this is the woman I'm talking to. She said, I've got a friend who's one of the directors of The Lion King. She said, I'll give her a ring. So she gave her a ring. The next day she sees me. She said, when you go to see The Lion King in the evening, she said, just go to the stage door, mention who you are, and she'll come and get you and take you around the back to show you all the stage and everything around the back. And that's what happened.
Nice. Yeah.
But of course, we haven't been to the palace yet. So on the day before we go down, I thought, well, I'm not going to mess around with trains or
on the day. Yeah.
So I got a friend who's got a luxury taxi service, and he said, well, I paid him, but he said, I'll take you down and I'll pick you up. So I booked into one of the Hilton hotels. We had rooms at this, I can't remember which one it was, but anyway, one of the Hilton hotels. And he drove us down. And so there was no hassle. I mean, he goes in, and he was going in and out of London every day, so he knew exactly. And we got to the hotel and booked in. And then we went off around the London having a look at the sites all together as a family. It's really weird. It was like having your kids back,
Yeah.
Although they're not kids anymore. And the same one's married. So we went to St. Paul's, because at St. Paul's, in the crypt, there is just off the crypt, there's a chapel, and it's an honours chapel. And that means that any offspring of mine could get married at St. Paul's.
Oh, right. Yeah, nice.
But I say one was married and the other one, it would be too expensive anyway, but that was what was, offered. You could, as a member of, or having an honour, you could have your children get married in St. Paul's. So we had a good look around there and took in all the sights, came back, had a lovely meal, went to bed early because we thought, well, we've got to be there for 10 o'clock, I think it was, the next morning. Got the taxi organised by the hotel, And next morning we have a nice breakfast, all our finery on, of course. We'd all bought something new. I had a new suit. And you could have a lounge suit or an evening suit or whatever, so I had this lounge suit. And we get in the taxi and off we go. So we get to the palace, and there's loads of people outside the entrance. And of course, what they do is they congregate to see who's famous that turns up.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to bother me. So we get out of the taxi and we've got all our paperwork and all our passes and all that, and they check them all out. And then they get us all together. And I'll tell you who was there that day, Des O'Connor. He's not long died, but he was getting a CBE, I think. But anyway, I don't know if you know Des O'Connor.
Yeah, I remember Des.
So we get us all together, and they march us across into the back of the palace where the quadrangle is. And there's a nice big door off the quadrangle, and you go through the door and then into this wonderful hallway with this fantastic staircase to your left. And on the staircase are all these guards in their uniform and all that, you know, standing there for you. Oh, not just for me, but for everybody, you know. And so we go in, and you mustn't take anything with you. So you've got to deposit everything at the door or in this reception area. And we go up the staircase. Halfway up the staircase, the staircase splits left and right. They are going to go off. I say they, my family are going to go off to the ballroom where the presentations are going to take place. And I'm going to the picture gallery. So I then go off to the picture gallery, which is a lovely place, fantastic pictures and, you know, so much history in it as well, to meet the other recipients of the honours. Because we were so early, I didn't know this at the time because they'd left me, but in the ballroom, they got front seat. So although I only saw let me say this before I say that, they had more time to see it. The people that were, or the person that was going to give me the honour, they saw them much more than I did, because they were there all the time. And on that day, there was 97 recipients of an honour, or some sort of, it wasn't all honours, you know, there was other awards as well. So anyway, we're in the picture gallery, and I'm chatting to one or two, and there's some police in there as well, so obviously have a chat with them. And there's a big screen, a CCTV screen, and I realised that the person who's giving the honours out on that day is the Queen, because I didn't know it was going to be Queen, but because I was brilliant to me. I mean, I wanted the Queen, and she's doing it. So as they took about 6 or 7 of us away and walked us all the way through the palace, the rest of us in the picture gallery could watch them on TV. So they gave us a brief before we started to know exactly how you're supposed to do it. And it was reasonably simple, but of course, when you get a little bit nervous, it doesn't come that simple sometimes. But I wasn't that too bad. I wasn't too nervous. But so my time comes, about 7 of us walk through the palace, and we're admiring everything as we're going through, and we end up at the side of the ballroom. So looking into the ballroom, all the families, about 300 of them altogether, are sitting in rows of seats, and you're square onto them there. And the Queen's over on the right-hand side, and she's on a 6-inch dais. And she's got the yeoman of the guard. She's got her own personal guard, which were Gurkhas at the time. And she's giving the awards out. So you stand there, you've got a little chap at the doorway where you're standing, and you're waiting for your name. And as soon as your name's called, you move forward. And as you move forward, you go in a straight line, and you meet the equerry, and you stand right by the side of him. It was a male at that time, right by the side of him. And then he makes sure that when after your name, they say why you're getting it, what service you're getting it for. And mine was services to Stockholm Prison. So once I hear that, I then move off of him. And then if you didn't hear it, it'd give you a nudge. But I was okay. So I've gone from there to the equerry, and now I move forward until I'm in line with the Queen. And I had to turn to face her and walk towards the dais and stop at the edge of the dais, right in front of her. And they said to us, you could start with Your Majesty, but if you prefer ma'am, we've got to be rhyming with spam. So you have to say ma'am, not anything else, not ma'am. You can use that right the way through. She wouldn't be bothered. But I said the best way to do it is start with Your Majesty and then use ma'am for the rest of it. So, okay, so I get there. But she's got, and I know it's a little thing, but what I was impressed with, I was still taller than her when she was on this 6-inch dais, and I'm not that. But what I was square onto her really. What I was impressed was she had no gloves, and she shakes your hand, and then she asks you the questions. Now she's had a bit of a briefing, but I thought, well, I didn't really want to talk purely about the prison service because I've been in the, the Navy before, and I wanted to know a bit about my background as well.
Yeah.
And I know I didn't have long, so I said, well, she said, well, what do you do in the prison service? I said, well, I'm part of the security group, and I monitor phone calls to see what's going on, and if there's anything untoward, I have to report what I found, and the prison deals with it. And she said, all right. And I said, well, I haven't always been doing that. I said, I was in the, the Navy before that, and then I was in the police force after that, and then of course I'm now working for the prison service. And she said, oh, you're still at it then? And she was 85 then.
Yeah.
I thought, yeah, that's great coming from her because she's still at it as well. But,
yeah.
And then when she's had enough of you, she, because I mean, she can't take too long because you've got all those people to get through. I suppose it's about, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes. And she shakes your hand, and as she shakes your hand, you've got to move backwards. So she shakes your hand, you step back, and you bow, turn to your right, off you go. She's already put your gong on, as they call it, because you've already got that pin on your lapel, so that she's pinned that on. So off you go, and you go around the back of the ballroom, and there's a chap takes it off of you, puts it in the box, and here's the box.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Right. And inside, now this isn't exactly how I had it because it was on swing, but I made it into cord, but I've still got the ribbon, and there is the MBE.
Wow. Yeah. Hold it closer if you can. Yeah. Beautiful. Wow.
So I had it made into court because that's court. When you see swing is when it's just the ordinary ribbon and the medals swing backwards and forwards. But I always thought it looked much more neater that way. So it's called court. So, but I've still got the original ribbon, of course. But that's the yeah.
So which was a prouder moment, getting the MBE or winning the bowling championship?
Oh no. The bowling is insignificant.
Yeah. Wow, what an amazing experience.
Yeah. Well, I was gobsmacked from beginning to end, really. I mean, I had no idea I was ever going to get it. Nobody ever hinted about anything. I saw that on the mat, the letter on the mat that time, and I thought it was a bit of a spoof or a bit of a joke, and then realised it wasn't. And of course, we had all those months that I had to keep quiet, and then of course go, and that was, the pinnacle of it all. I mean, it was just so wonderful. What I would say is, though, that there's lots of people that are deserving of awards out there, really. But if you haven't got the good bosses or the people that don't think about things or are not putting you forward for any rewards, they become the heroes of society, which have not been, not been awarded for it. So I all praise to the prison. I mean, I know we'd had some wonderful results and we had some cracking results. I mean, just before I finished, there was I'll mention that in a minute, but there was a drugs one going on, and 4 or 5 people involved in that. But anyway, that was brilliant, and we finished off. So when you go outside, before you go outside, when you've had your medal given to you, they escorted you back to the back of the ballroom, and you could sit there with the other recipients and the other families and watch the other people coming in and getting theirs. But I think it was only about 6 after me anyway, because I was quite down on the list. So I sat there, and of course it finishes, and then they all get up, God Save the Queen, all the rigmarole of people leaving, and she leaves with her 2 Gurkhas, and they were strange really, because they were going like 10 to the dozen while she's doing a couple of steps. They were doing tiny little steps. It was really weird. And then the yeoman of the guard, which of course the oldest ones in the world, the yeoman of the guard, and they go out, and then of course we all follow. Because when you get outside, you've got all the pictures to be taken. And I'll see if I can get one on my phone.
So did you, when you were there, did you have any food? Was there any food or drinks provided, like at the palace?
Yes, in the picture room, there was some food, some nibbles, and drink, but no alcohol, of course.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, some of them get a bit blotto, you know.
Yeah, that's the last thing Her Majesty wants, isn't it?
So yeah, yeah, no. Let me see if I can get to. I'm just trying to find one of the pictures.
So yeah, Jack's never mentioned that before. So I had no idea.
I was hoping he hadn't.
Yeah, so I had no idea that you were an MBE.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, I'm just hoping. Oh, here it is. I've got this one, which is actually me. Can you see that, or is it too dark?
Yeah, we can make. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
She had a green dress on.
Yeah. Lovely stuff. Yeah, that's very cool.
So, yeah, I was hoping he hadn't mentioned it, because I thought it'd be, nice if you know now as opposed to.
Yeah, that's like it's a beautiful capstone for your career, isn't it? Up to that point.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It was after that, being at work, and then carrying on, it was like a bit of an anticlimax after that.
Yeah, you kind of think like, what's next? What can I do next? And then,
yeah. So that, and you also got, they gave you, that's a still I've just showed you out of a DVD.
Yep.
You had to buy it, but they offered you a DVD of the experience and 4 stills that you could have from the DVD of you with the Queen. So of course I wasn't going to say no. I mean, I wasn't going to possibly come this way again.
Yeah.
So I had all of it, and I had all the pictures done, and you could send the pictures to your hotel. So they sent them to my hotel, and in the evening when we got back from the Lion King, we could see them. They were in our rooms, ready to look at. But the DVD is really good. It's not just me. It's made like a documentary, and
of like the whole event.
Yeah, and it's people go in, and then they've got snippets of people in, like in the picture gallery, and they've got show pictures. I'm there talking to somebody, and then they're looking at somebody else, and then they show you the briefing that they give you and all this sort of thing, and then the Queen speaks over it as well, and it's a really nice little documentary. And you get to the point where you see me at the door, I come, stand before her, and you see me talking to her, pinning it on, and it's brilliant. So, but I say it's a lovely keepsake, and it's not just all me, it's all about everybody and the day, and a nice little documentary, really.
That's awesome. You should feel very proud about that. It's
it's just something I've been very proud of it, and I do wear it when I can.
Yeah. So when are you allowed to wear it?
Well, I suppose. Go on.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, is there any regulations where you're not going to wear it every single day, but like, are there special events where you would be sort of requested to wear things like that?
Yes, yeah. Every year, I've got an old friend. He's 92. He was born on Armistice Day, so every year we do the parade, and we lay a wreath at the local cenotaph in Oakham, and of course you're allowed to wear all your medals then, so I can wear it then, or anything official. I used to wear it in the magistrates when I got sworn in and all that sort of thing. So any official thing. I mean, I could wear it every day if I like. I wander around the streets in it. Yeah. But you wouldn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's yours, isn't it? So
yeah. So yeah, and it's the only medal I've got, because in the Navy I was always sort of one step behind when I left the 2 years after I left the Navy, of course, we went to the Falklands War,
Yeah.
which would have been a, well, I wouldn't want to have been in it, but I mean, I would have got, if I'd have survived, I'd have got a medal for that. But so the MBE is the only one, but to me, that's enough. And I said to my dad as well, because when he was alive, he had the medals from the war, and he had the 3 medals that they give you. And I said, look, you never wear them, you know. You never. He said, oh, he couldn't be bothered because they didn't want to go to war, of course, you know. And I know I'm digressing for a minute. But anyway, I promised him that I would one day wear his medals at the London Cenotaph and march with his medals. And I'd wear my, you know, he only just knew about my MBE because he died not long after. And so that's what I did. And I wore it because you can wear, your medal goes on the left and everybody else's medals goes on the right. So my dad's on the right, mine on the left. The Fleet Air Arm, which I was obviously part of in the Navy, they were marching and they were leading that year. So I went up to London, had his medals, had my medal, and we marched past the Cenotaph. So that was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'd fulfilled my promise. And I've worn them a lot of times since. I always wear them on this, you know, the Armistice Day and the laying of the wreath and all that. And any official occasion where medals should be worn, I will wear my dad's as well as mine. So
yeah. And do you get similar sort of medals in the police force as well? What do you get them for? Is it for acts of bravery?
You can get some acts of bravery. You get the Queen's Gallantry Medal, which was actually some of the police in the Buckingham Palace at that day, they were getting the Queen's Gallantry Medal. So, but I was always a bit miffed. There's a bit of a sore point with me because I was in the police force 21 years. Well, no, let's put it this way. I was in the police force 3 years short of 22 years, right? Now, they never gave a good conduct and long service medal to anybody in the police force less than 22 years. So I asked if I could have my medal. When I was leaving, my date, I say, was 3 weeks short of 22 years. And they said to me then that you couldn't have the medal until you'd done 22 and a half years. Well, after what I'd been through over those years as a police officer, I didn't want to go and do another 7 months just to get a medal.
No.
So I left and I was 3 weeks short of 22 years. I still got a full pension because, of course, I'd had that transferred over from the Navy. So, but I wasn't going to stay on for another 7 months with the possibility of getting a medal. So I left. And then years go by and they realised that the police force were wrong. They were giving everybody else got a good conduct and long service medal 20 years after they've been in 20 years. So they've changed it now to 20 years. So I said, well, can I have a medal then?
Yeah. They said no. they didn't retrospectively give me one.
Last November, Armistice Day, I was in the Church of England having the service before we go and lay the wreaths. And I was sitting right by one of the assistant chief constables. And I knew her from when she was a young slip of a girl when she joined the police. And she remembered me. And I told her a story about being short of, and she said, oh, she said, that's terrible. She said, you think they give it? She said, let me have a look into it. So bless her, she looked into it for me, but it was out of her hands because the Home Office make the decision. And they still said no. So it's a bit of, 3 weeks is a bit silly. If it did it for me though, then they'd have to do it for everybody else. So.
Yeah, it'd be like added cost, won't it? And then they won't want that.
Yeah. So we carried on and with that job for another 3 years, just about 3.5 years. And in those 3.5 years, it's all the same. There was lots of things. I mean, the sad part was that the staff were sometimes a bit vulnerable to being coerced into helping the inmates, particularly the civilian staff, not so much the uniform staff. But one, for instance, I picked up, he was a target from the wing, this chap, and he put now that was naughty really, because he put this name down and a telephone number, and it's supposed to have been a friend, and it obviously hadn't been vetted properly. But I picked it up purely by luck really, but I was listening to his conversations anyway. And he's talking to this woman, and it gets a bit lovey-dovey, and he's not asked her for anything, he's not asked her to do anything, and they're talking about, but the conversation's a bit weird, you know, and you think, well, what they're talking about, it sounds like we're talking about they've seen each other and then now they're talking on the phone. So it was very subtle hints, but they because when people, I say again, when they start getting a bit excited and they've been on for a while talking to each other, the guard goes down a little bit and they forget themselves, and they might say the odd word that they felt as though they shouldn't have done. Of course, and that's where I came in and pick it up, and then I worked out anyway. I'm sure she's a staff member. So I put it all down on the report, go out, talk to the security team. We have a meeting, and I'll tell them the reasons why. And I can't say who it is, but it's a staff member. So they go away, and then they look up, because it was a working prison, because it's category C, so they've got, you know, they've got jobs and education and all that sort. So they looked at everything he did, and they narrowed it down to one person. Now this is where it became a bit awkward for me, because I've listened to several phone calls of this person's voice and what they're saying and what I think is going on. But listening to a voice and actually talking directly to somebody is sometimes a little different. You've got the body language obviously to deal with, but also you've got the technology might not sound quite as good as it does on a voice when you're talking to them in front of you, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So they said to me, right, we're going to bring this woman up to the centre, and we're going to bring her up and tell her that we've got some updates on security that we want to run through with her. And when she comes in, can you engage her in a bit of a conversation and make sure it's her? And then when she comes into the office, you just give us a ring and say yes or no. So she came into the centre. I started talking, you know, general chit chat. And initially I thought, I was a bit concerned whether it was or it wasn't. But the reason I was a bit concerned is because you don't want it to be true. I think in the back of your mind, you don't want it to be true. So you'd rather be wrong than be right.
Because you know what the consequences are going to be for that person.
Exactly, with a staff member particularly. So anyway, I thought, no, it's definitely her. So she goes into their security governor's office. I walk into my office, pick the phone up, ring him. Yes, put the phone down. 10 minutes later, she comes out, all a bit tearful. They take the keys off her, escort her out of the building. She's gone, finished, sacked. She can appeal, of course, you know. And that's it. And then when I went to see him, I thought, well, hope something sort of more, not just taking my word for it, you know, something came out of this. And I said, well, what happened? And he said, well, she came in, I confronted her straight away, and she confessed it, just like that. So that was it, job done. So I had been right. And, you know, again, I was pleased I was right.
So because it was category C, the prisoners had a bit more freedom inside to move about a bit, and then they like developed this relationship and tried to carry it on. Exactly. And of course it had stopped it and nipped it in the bud, because he hadn't got round to the point of her bringing something in, of course, and that was what he was leading to. And it would no doubt would have gone on to there, but anyway, it was illegal to do it, so she was gone. So and then in that last few years we had I mentioned the prison liaison officer, and the prison liaison officer had an office next door to me, and I had 3 prison liaison officers while I was there. Knew all of them, worked with all of them, so there was a good rapport between us, because, you know, we knew each other quite well, whoever it was, and they were there really to pick up things that were being done on the outside. Of course, they could organise things if there was assaults on the inside. They would have to, people would be arrested even if they're in prison, of course, and they'd be interviewed. But
generally, majority of the time, it was all for the outside situation. And of course, you did pick a lot of stuff up, and you picked a lot of stuff in relation to assaults and abuse, and so it was something that the police would be needed to be involved in. And of course, with the police liaison officer, although it might not be our county, he would be the one that's liaising with the other county and sorting the job out and getting it organised and whatever. And one of the ones that I was quite proud of actually was, I don't know if you ever remember this, it's not that long ago, but if I said 15 years, it must be a good 15 years. There was a Goose Fair murder, and it was a young girl coming back from the Goose Fair in Nottingham, and she was involved in the crossfire of two gangs, and she was shot and she died. Well, in the prison at the time, they had the leader of one of the gangs, and he was giving a lot of things away in a coded terminology, and he was organising things for his gang to do and all this sort of thing. And it came to the point where they knew this gang had something to do with it, the police, but they didn't know what. And from what we gleaned from everything that was said, and this was several months that I followed it, we got all the information that the police would ever need. They came and charged them, and they were put before the court, and they were convicted. I didn't have to go. I was pleased I didn't have to go, because I never showed my face to anybody, if I could help it. And yeah, so that was to me, the prison service, or the prison played a big part in that murder. And although there was a lot of stuff as well that the police had and I wasn't party to, or they'd made a lot of investigations, but as far as I was concerned, big part of that operation was to do with the prison service, or the prison. And so I was always pleased that we had a good result on that one.
Yeah, that's it must be like, in one way it's like super rewarding knowing that you've made a difference, but I guess in a situation like that it's tricky because something bad has already happened, and you kind of, yeah, more of like it's then seeking justice, isn't it, rather than interfering.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
or interrupting. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and then it was nice to dot the I's and cross the T's, really, because they knew there was something, they were involved in something, but they couldn't pinpoint it. And there was also one on the run, and I managed to get the mobile phone number to give to the police, and they traced him in London. So that was good.
Yeah, that is clever. Yeah, they use the the mobile spots, and when it pings up in the location, oh man, they've got you.
Yeah,
they know exactly where you've been.
I know.
Yeah,
it's clever, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. Yeah, it's really amazing. It is amazing, like how it works. Yeah, I've seen some things online with the police arrested this guy because his I think his ex-wife was murdered. He had an alibi, but the phone that he had pinged up, on a mobile receptor not too far away from where she lived.
Right.
So then it went blank. So he turned it off, but not far away enough for it to not lead to anything. But I think in that instance, the police didn't have quite enough on him. It was almost like circumstantial, and he was just like, no comment, no comment, no comment, like all the way through the interview.
Usual routine,
yeah, it went to court and he got off because they couldn't prove it without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, well, it's amazing. I mean, it was good technology then, but I'm sure it's a lot better now. But so we get to the last few months, about 6 months before I'm going to finish the job completely. And I was always worried about being in the centre, as I said before, you know, because there was only one way out really, and if that was blocked off, you'd had it. And of course, I used to have to run the gauntlet a little bit when I left work, in the sense that they always had, the time I left work, there was always the cleaners, and I used to know one or two of them from my past customers, so I had to try and avoid them. I never wore any badges to say what I did, and so anyway, it was a bit not a very nice time for me to do that. But so anyway, the last 6 months they said, well, we're moving lock, stock and barrel. The centre is still going to be the centre, but we as the security team are going to operate from the admin side of the prison, which is on the front. So you went through the chute, as they called it, up the stairs, and there were all the offices upstairs. And mine, I actually had windows for the first time. I could see what was going on. Not that I say I wasn't that bothered, but anyway, yeah, it was nice. So moved all the equipment. I set it all up again, got it up and running, no problem. And for the last 6 months, I was in this huge office, all on my own, and it was absolutely wonderful. But because, as I said, you know, the old broom, new broom syndrome, and new security, a new way of doing things, new technology coming in that they wanted to apply different ways and all that all together. And I thought, well, I always wanted to retire at 60, and I was now 60, and I had the opportunity to put in for redundancy. So I did, and I got it. So about 5 months after that, I finished and said goodbye to them, and got paid for going as well, really, if you like.
Yeah, that's cool. So then how did you go from there to your next role?
The Magistrate. Yeah, well,
so did you obviously, like, did you have to do any special studying, or, you know, like, did you have to pass the bar or anything like that before you get to that point?
No. What happened was, when I was doing that job in the prison service, there was always a magistrate that used to come, and he was on the IMB. I've changed the name now. I think it's Independent Monitoring Board. But he was a member of that, and he always used to pop in the office, and we always have a chat. We got on quite well, and we used to have a cup of tea with me or whatever. And many years now, that was something I always wanted to do, to magistrates. But for many years, I'd not thought about it, because when I first joined the police force, they said you could never be a magistrate. And then over the years, they changed it. They said after 5 years after you retire, you can apply to be a magistrate. But joining the prison service, that barred me. I couldn't apply whilst I was working for the prison service. And officially, I had to be retired or moved on from that job 2 years before I could apply. So he came, and I was, say, a couple of months before I finished, and he came to the prison and we had a chat. And I said, well, look, I'm only 61 in October, and I was finishing in November. I said, you know, I've still got time to apply for the magistrates. What do you think? He said, yeah, by all means. He said, if you want to have, he said, it's a long process, and he said, you go through a lot of rigmarole, and, you know, it's quite drawn out. But he said, by all means, he said, but don't leave it to 2 years. He said, look after 1 year when you've retired and see if they're recruiting. And if they are, then start the process. He said, because once the process is finished, your 2 years will be up. So I thought, okay, so magistrates are lay people. And the lay magistrates, they have 3 sitting on a bench in a city court or a local court. And
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Sorry.
Sorry. Was that Siri?
Yeah. It picks up sometimes on my voice for some reason. I have no idea why. So anyway, year goes by, and I think, oh, I better check, see if they're recruiting. So there's yes, I look on the their recruitment drive website, and they are recruiting for Leicestershire, and the recruitment finishes in 3 days' time. So, oh blimey, I better get my act together here.
Yeah, bit of pressure there now.
Yeah, a bit of pressure there. So sent off for the forms, and they have an enormous amount of forms, and you had to have 3 referees. But that was okay because I didn't need the referees right there and then.
Yeah.
I could do the forms and get the referees afterwards. So they all duly arrived, these forms, and I start filling them in. And same process really. I fill them in and Joe would check them because I didn't want to miss anything with it being 3 days. So we sat there one evening. We started about 6 o'clock. We were there till midnight, and double checking. Sent them all off electronically, and that was the end of that as far as I was concerned. And then it must have been, I don't know, a couple of months probably. I got a letter to say, would I like to go for an interview? And then you go. I had to go to Leicester City Court and face this panel. Oh, excuse me, face this panel of about 3 or 4 people, a good 4 people, yeah. And they really want to see, they're testing you to see, have you got the, the experience and the competence and whatever to become a magistrate. And they ask you all sorts of questions and quiz you on all sorts of things. And the interview went down, I wasn't, you never know with interviews, do you, really? Sometimes when I've been interviewed, I think, God, that's terrible. And it's not so bad. You find out it's not been so bad. It was a bit like that, really. I came back and I thought, well, I've done my best anyway, and left it at that. And if you didn't do any good on the interview, or you didn't show your competence, competencies that they require, then they didn't ask you back. But about another couple of months go by and I got another letter to say, would I go for the second interview? So I thought, well, the first interview must have been okay. So we go, and we go along to the second interview. On the second interview, they ask for, they give you scenarios, and you have a set of, this was then, I mean, it's probably changed a bit because I don't know, I mean, that side was a while ago. I'm talking about 2013, 14. So, but anyway, on the second interview, they gave you a page full of scenarios, and there was all sorts of situations that you may come across, or you may encounter, or you may have to make a decision on. It was a decision-making situation, really, but there wasn't any right or wrong answers. They wanted to see how you looked at it, how you applied your logic and your thoughts, and what you would come up with. And that was basically it. So they sat me in a room for 20 minutes. It was freezing. It was middle of winter, that's why. I went by train, and it was freezing. I got round to the city court, and because it's the evening, there's nobody else there, of course, apart from the staff that it needed to be. They stuck me in this room with no heating, and I'm bloody perished. I'm going through all these scenarios. So anyway, we go into the interview, and they go all through these scenarios, and I'm telling them, I'm thinking, well, this is not going too bad, or is it? I'm doing as best I can, and obviously applying everything, logic and all that. So at the end of the day, they don't tell you anything. They just say, well, thank you very much, and off you go.
Yeah.
So off I go. And before I left, I said, just one thing I'd like to say. I said, I came, it was perishing when I came. He stuck me in an office where it was freezing cold, and he gave me the scenarios. I said, well, sorry about that. But I thought, well, I've got to say it anyway, because I didn't think it was fair. But anyway, so I leave, and weeks go by, and quite a few weeks go by, really, and get another letter. So I thought, well, this is the result. So we're in the kitchen, Jill and I, and say the post comes, and I know it's from them. So I said, right, look, we'll pick we'll open the letter. I'll read it. We'll have a good laugh, and I'll throw it in the bin, because I said I'm sure I didn't make it.
Yeah.
So open it up, read it. I made it, and they offered me a position on the bench, and yeah, so it was brilliant. So that was, I started actually in November of, so this is how long it is. I started in the November or December of 2012. I then started doing the interviews in 2013 and going through the whole process. And we're now September 2013. I've been accepted. I've now got to go to be an inauguration, swearing in. And that didn't come round until November. So I have to go to Leicester City Magistrates Court with the others that have been successful. And there wasn't that many, and they don't take a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people apply. So, you know, I was probably one of about 15, 20. And we go to do 2 oaths. That's one to the allegiance to the Queen, and the other one is to a judicial oath to uphold the law and all that sort of business. So you have to stand up and you recite these to the Lord Lieutenant, it was, and he was he then. He obviously listens to it, and you know, and then you have food and drink. So and that was in the November, but I didn't actually start sitting until 2014, January 2014. So
yeah,
the whole process has gone from like December of 2012, and there we are in 2014. And of course, I'm in my 64th year then, although it's early because I've only just had my 63rd in October of the last year. I'm now into my 64th year, and it's my first sitting. And my first sitting was almost the same day or date as I had actually joined the Navy and left it, and that was January the 13th of those 2 dates, and this is now January the 14th, and that was my first sitting. So I first sat at Loughborough. You could sit then at the city, Leicester City, Loughborough, Leicester Crown, which was very interesting. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later, and Hinckley. So you had those courts to sit at. Hinckley was only open for another year, 14 months after I started, and they shut it because they've shut a lot of courts over the years. But I did sit there, a long way for me to go because it's 50 miles from me from here.
to get to Loughborough.
Yeah, so it's a 100-mile round trip. No, to get to Hinckley.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the other 2 were about 30 miles. So they were all distances, you know, there was nothing near, I mean, because there was nothing in Rutland. All the courts were closed, so I had to go to Leicestershire. And I was an magistrate's adult court. They did offer me, did I want to go to the family court, become a family magistrate or a youth magistrate? And I said, no, I'm quite happy with it at the moment as I am. So I stayed in the adult court. Magistrates in the family court did lots and lots of sittings, and you'd have horrendous bundles of information to read prior to going to sitting. And so I didn't really want that too much. I didn't want to be too committed with it at the time, although I was committed, you know, as much as I could be with the adult court. But I thought, well, give me time, I might want to, and also, of course, to go for the chair. And when you let's go for the routine. So I'm going to court for the first time. I always travelled by car. The odd occasion I went by train, but I always travelled by car. And the city, Leicester City, have got an underground car park. Not a very big car park, but you can often, most times you find a space quite easily. You've got to be there for 9:30. You're 3 of you that come together. You go into the assembly room to begin with, and you've got a list of all the courts that are on that day, and it could be 10 of them. And you're on the list somewhere for a particular court. And it could be anything from traffic to trials, to video links for whatever, Court number 1 was the busiest because that was overnight. Overnight bail, you know, people have been arrested. It was a bail court basically, so you'd have to listen to everything and then make a decision whether they're going to get it or not, or give those reasons why they weren't, or impose conditions. So it was quite a busy, very busy court, number 1. But we all took our fair share in number one court. But so you didn't know what you were going to be on until you got there, really. And then once you found your name, you signed in. And then 9:30, just after 9:30, you go to the court that you were in. And then you would be in the retiring room. And there you would meet your other 2 colleagues. And some people you knew, obviously, and other people you'd never seen before. But at the end of the day, you'd know them. And then you would have the legal advisor. The legal advisor is there in the court. She's a solicitor, and they are there to guide you through all the legalities of the things that are coming up or to do with that case. So you would have at 9:30 or just after 9:30, you would have a briefing in the retiring room with the legal advisor, who would then run through all the cases for the day, any problems, any hiccups, anything that has been set back or we may have to not deal with today and set another date and all this sort of thing. So you have a whole lot, you go through a whole lot before you start at 10 o'clock. And then at 10 o'clock sharp, you would start the court. Sometimes you were a bit delayed because some of the advocates hadn't got it together properly and they just needed a bit of time for this, that and the other, so you would allow that. And of course, you would have to retire again. But when you're ready and you go into the court, of course, all of the court rises because you walk in. It's not because of you, it's because of what we stand for. We are, you know, we are the law. We're upholding the law. So they're rising because of what our office that we hold. That's what I'm trying to say. It's our office that we hold that they're rising for. It's not because of, so everybody rises, you know, all rise and that sort of thing. And so you go in, everybody sits down, and then you'll run through your list. You'll have the first case on. They'll come in, the defendant, or if you're in court 1, they're behind a screen, handcuffed generally, and then you'd run through everything that's to do with that case. And all magistrates deal with guidelines. We have guidelines that cover everything really, but mostly everything. Sometimes something crops up that you don't have some guidelines for, and then you've got your legal advisor and you discuss which avenue you could go down and whatever. When I first started, the guidelines were very, very big, thick, heavy book. And it was a hell of a thing to cart around. And then they brought out a smaller version. So that was a lot better, but it was easier to use, but it wasn't quite as comprehensive as your big book, but it was generally, it was quite good to use. After about 2 years, the iPads came in. So it all went on iPads. Not as easy to see or read as turning over a page, you know, and having it all laid out before you. And you had to sort of scroll around a bit and move to another page. But there it was. They came in, and you know they're here to stay. And we didn't have our own iPads, because when you got to court, you'd sign out an iPad, and it'd be your iPad for the day in that particular court, because they're all court related, you know. And so you'd be there dealing with the case. I quite used to like trials. You needed to have a good notebook and note everything down, and you know, you were going to be asking questions. The wingers wouldn't speak. If whoever was the chair of the day, they were the mouthpiece for us. So if I wanted to ask a question, I would have to lean towards the chair and ask her or him, can they ask this, or why did they say that? And, you know, just to clarify, it was a clarification basically. And so that's the way you would operate. So I say with trials, it was quite a lengthy job. You'd be there sometimes 2 days, maybe 3. But it it was an interesting thing to do, I always thought, because you had so much to take in, you had so many different witnesses to listen to, and you know, you had to really make your mind up at the end of the day. And of course, when you were in a position where you wanted to retire for whatever reason, whether it was to give your verdict or discuss something, you just retired. And once you retired, everybody stood up, you walk out, you go into your retirement room, probably get a cup of coffee as well, and discuss what's going on. And then that's when you individually, because you're all equal, but individually you gave your reason, what you thought, and applying your guidelines and what you believe had happened, and what you thought the punishment should be. And then the majority was ruled. Sometimes there was only two of you that believed that, and the third one didn't, but you would iron it all out together. But when you went back into the room and gave your verdict, you are that was the verdict. So you know, and that's where it stayed. The legal advisor had no dealings with making any decisions. She or he were there purely to guide you through those legalities that you needed to know about, and correct you if you were going off at a tangent. You know, you can't do that. Not that happened very often, but you know, if she or she was there to run the court, really, but you as the magistrates are there only purely, I mean, to make that decision. You're on your own. The three of you don't have any other help. Nobody's there to help you, so you've got to make those decisions.
And when you were in that role, did you have a uniform? You know, would you wear the wig and gown? Or, no, nothing like that. That
was all Crown Court.
Okay.
Crown wears wigs. No, we would wear nice suits.
Yeah.
And the ladies would wear well, whatever.
Like some sort of business dress or something.
Yeah, make it business-like anyway. But I mean, men really haven't got a great deal to choose from, have they? It's always suits, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a suit, isn't it? That's it. That's all we've got.
Yeah, so
that's all right.
I had about, well, I still have. I had about 4 or 5 suits in the end. So I'd be Palace suit, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was always well-dressed suit and everything, collar and tie.
I've seen that capes are making a comeback. So you know, in like the Jack the Ripper days, people would wear like top hats and capes.
Right.
You know, yeah, they're trying to bring capes back. So you might see guys down in London wearing these capes soon over their suits. You know,
right.
Yeah, never know. They keep popping up in like fashion magazines or on the internet.
Yes, yeah. Oh, blimey. Yeah. I've seen a lot of women wearing sort of capes.
Yeah.
But like ponchos more than anything.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of them lately. I'm thinking they must be in fashion, but I didn't.
Yeah, these are like they're like not like superhero capes, but more like those ponchos. So they're like business attire ponchos that would match a suit that would go over it to protect you from the weather.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I suppose. Well, but funny enough, the police used to wear capes years ago.
Yeah, with the
a little story. I remember one story. A chap told me, he said, "Oh, he had a pint of beer under his cape." But the sergeant turned up when he was on the beat. I mean, he had a pint of beer. He said, and he had to stuff it up under his cape while he was talking to the sergeant. But the sergeant never knew. And when he'd gone, he finished his beer.
That's brilliant.
So, yeah. So, I'm sort of. That's a bit of a nutshell for the magistrates. There was a lot more to it. You never stopped. You never stopped learning, or you had to be taught many times for various things. You know, different legislation that come out, all sorts of things, and the way they approach things. It was always changing. It was always constantly changing. So you were always doing courses, and you would have to go to the city court to do it. And the actual training, would you believe, was only 3 days.
Wow, yeah, that's pretty short.
Yeah, 3 days, yeah. But you would do 3 full days, but that was just the initial training.
Yeah.
And you would have everything there that you needed to start doing the job, and then you built on it from there.
I was going to say, I guess because the processes and the system is, you know, it's been there for a very long time and it's so embedded and perfected. It's kind of maybe easy to hand over to a new person, especially when you've got support like the legal advisor, and you know, it's all very, the system is, you know, it's a well-oiled machine, isn't it? So
yeah. So once you've done those 3 days training, say, of course you had your guidelines, and then you were always doing courses, but at the same time, the guidelines were the things that actually guided you to where you wanted to be. But making the decisions weren't always easy, of course, like any other decision, and you are dealing with somebody's life, and the circumstances. You know, you don't want to. You would make an honest and fair and proportionate decision, and that was the way you looked at it. Yeah, obviously it would be fair, it would be proportionate, and the decision would be, you know, all those combined with your
So when you make that decision, are you encouraged to do it dispassionately, like you're meant to take emotion out of it and just look at all of the facts? Is that how you would do it?
Yeah, you would. You would try not to get involved emotionally. You know, particularly with the children involved and all this sort of thing. But you would just look at it as fairly as possible. And I say it had to be proportionate. You wouldn't hit somebody ridiculously for one thing and then the same thing for another person lightly. You know, it would all be proportionate. So you would keep a level head. You keep a level head and do the right thing. As far as you were concerned, you're doing the right thing. And then if the 3 of you agreed, which most of the time you did, then of course that was 3 people that were true and just, and they were there to uphold the law and give that sentence. And some of it was easier than others, of course, you know, because if you like with traffic, you've got set sentences. You know, if you for speeding and all this sort of thing, you would have set sentences. When I say set sentences, you mean if you're doing a certain speed over the speed limit, then you slotted into a category.
You
know, A, B, or C category. In which case you would be fined a certain amount for A, a certain amount for B, or a certain amount for C. And then, of course, it was point system. You would have points awarded, and then depending on what traffic offence you were dealing with, the points may be greater or lesser. And so you had a complete guide with traffic. Or although you would deal on traffic court, so you would deal with a lot of people in the day. You could deal with, I don't know, 50, 60 people in a day, because it was not fairly easy, but it was a lot quicker process to weigh people off to give them the punishment. If they wanted to go to trial, of course, then they went to trial. So they may appear and say, I want to go to trial, then you would set a trial date. And then, of course, you'd be listening to it might not be you, but somebody would be listening to the trial related to that offence or that they're going not guilty on. So.
And then did you ever have any situations where it was really difficult? When you were the 3 of you in the retirement room, did you have any cases where you would have any instances of like raised voices or like, you know, or any arguments about the projected outcome of a case?
I wouldn't say no. You've got some situations where, you know, one of your colleagues might be more adamant about something than you are or the other person is. So, but no, I mean, you were there to be level-headed, and you dealt with it between you. And I wouldn't say nobody ever fell out.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be something a magistrate would want to do or would be expected to do. You know, I think whatever stumbling block you may have come up against in the retirement room, that stumbling block was always overcome before you went to the to give your sentencing. So yeah, it was done amicably, you know, and you wouldn't fall out or shout at each other. Yeah, sometimes you had to be a little bit careful with with your discussions, because some of the retiring rooms were pretty close to the court. And if you were talking about something else and somebody said something funny and you laugh, it gets back to the court.
And
They
then
think
it echoes. Yeah, they think
you're making fun of something. So you have to be a bit careful. But normally the legal advisors say, oh, you know, make sure you keep your voices down because we can hear you in court.
Yeah.
And so you didn't want them to hear you discussing about the case either. So
yeah, it's very I guess how were you feeling when, you know, like in the first couple of weeks of having that job and being in that environment? Because it's a very I'm not sure about the environments that you worked in, but some of the courtrooms that I've seen, like I've been to Lancaster Castle, and there's a courtroom in there, and the chap explained that, you know, these things were designed to intimidate. Yeah, you know, the way you have the judge or the magistrate up like on a higher level, and they would bring the prisoner up from down below, and you know, all of these different things which were quite theatrical. Is your experience different to that kind of thing?
Yeah, it was. I mean, the bench itself is higher, so you're right with that. We are higher. We're looking down onto the court.
Yeah,
the advocates are down in front of you. Your legal advisor is facing away from you because they're obviously controlling the court and bringing in the people and generally running it in a sense. So I think for the first 5 or 6 months, it was, I wouldn't say intimidating, but it certainly awe-inspiring, if you like. It was something I had to sort of get used to. You think, oh, blimey, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm the one making the decision now. It's the best place to be in a court, of course. You know. You haven't got any worries as such, but you're still got to come up with a good sort of.
Yeah.
No, it was something that took me a while to get used to, but in the end, it was a privilege to be there.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we're talking about 700 years of history as well in their present form. I mean, they go back to 1100 and something, but 1300 and something or other, Magna Carta and all this. They sort of, in their present form, they've got really good 700 years worth of history. So I was proud really to be something I'd always wanted to be, and always was going to be fair and right with everybody, you know, like we all are, or we all should be in that role. But I was able to do it to the best of my ability, and I just took it very. I mean, it wasn't like being in the Navy and having a good fun, and you know, you had to be a bit serious about things.
Yeah,
so,
it was a much more serious role because you're dealing with lots of different, you know, complex situations in people's lives. Like
particularly families. I mean, I never went down that route, but particularly with families. I mean, they'd have 2 or 3 days worth of sitting, and you know, it's always very complex and very sad. Some of it, you know, you could be taking children away. You know, so you know, from their parents I'm talking about. So, you know, it was always a role that I could have done, but I didn't really want to do it. And if I'd have had more time, I probably would have done it, or given it a go anyway. But no, I stayed in the adult court in the end, and they said you needed to be in at least 5 years before you could go for the chair.
Yeah.
So I felt competent enough to go for the chair, but of course I only had 7 years altogether, because you had to retire at 70. Now they've just brought in this very year, you can go to 75.
Yeah, so you're thinking of going back, right?
I have reapplied, yes. I've done all the necessary paperwork. I'm waiting for my DBS, which is another one, which is probably about the 10th one I've had in my entire working life.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I've got to wait for the DBS to come back. And I had to go online and show, instead of sending the identification off now, they come online and you've got it and you put it up to the screen and they check it and take a photograph of it. And that was the end of that. So at the end of this month, I will know.
Yeah.
I'm not holding my breath because, of course, there's a lot of people in front of me. I've been retired now for 14 months, is it? Somewhere around there, 15 months maybe. So there's a lot of people in front of me that retired less than that. And I don't know. We'll see. They did say that if they can't get you into the Leicestershire side, they'll look at other counties to see if you would be willing to take up a post in another bench. Cambridgeshire might be a possibility because Peterborough is not too far from me. But anyway, I'll wait to see what they say. But I would say I'm not. It's one of those situations where they give you the opportunity to ask for your old job back, and if you don't, you think, well, even if I don't get it, 3 months or 3 years down the line, I'll be thinking, oh, I wish I'd have done that, you know. Because especially if you come across somebody who says, oh, I got back in, you know, and you think, well, if they got back in, I could have got back in. But anyway, so I thought, well, if it doesn't come to anything, at least I've asked for it back. So I'm not going to cry over it if I don't get it. But if I do, brilliant.
If you don't get it, what's next for you, Brian? What are you going to do?
I've no idea. Never did know what I was going to do. Well, I've of course, before we finish that, though, I'd just like to mention a couple of things. I was also a mentor and an appraiser. A mentor is what it says. When you first join the magistrates, you have a mentor for a year. And in that year, you have to sit 6 times together. And in those 6 times, they are putting in paperwork about you. You are filling in paperwork and forms and whatever, and saying how you feel as though you went that day and whatever. So 6 times in 1 year, you sit with your mentor. That is a must. Sitting wise, you only have to sit a minimum of 13 days a year or 26 half days. I never did half days because I got so far to go to court. What do I want to go there for a half a day for?
Yeah.
They're nearly phased them out now. There's not many people that sit half days. But when I first started, you got the mentor. You had 6 occasions throughout that year that you sat with them, and at the end of the year, they signed you off, if you like to say, put it like that. Yes, they made the grade. There's all the forms you had to send in, and then they got checked and marked and everything, and then you were on your own. But you had that mentor for a year. So I became a mentor, and I had somebody under my wing for the year, and I did exactly the same with them as I'd had done to me, you know, with all of the sit-ins and everything. And after every sit-in, you would discuss how it went and what pitfalls you thought and how you felt about it and what you feel as though you could have done better. And it was always being tested on your decision-making and on your reasoning, of course, because you had to be competent, and that's where the appraiser side came in. And I also was an appraiser because magistrates then, I think they've slightly changed it, but the average magistrate got appraised every 3 years. So every 3 years, you would sit at a court with an appraiser as one of the 3. And the appraiser would be there checking what you're doing, how you're coping, what decisions you're making, etc., etc. And they had lots of forms to fill in to show that they were competent, the person they were appraising was competent or not. And if you felt as though they weren't competent, they needed a bit more training, then you would have to put, there's a ice cream man out there. If you needed more training, then you had to, if you felt as though they needed more training, then you put them forward to have a bit more training about particular something. Most people were okay, the odd one or two needed a little bit more training, but yeah, especially when iPads came in, because it was magistrates, a particularly older person in the community, because they've got the more time to do the job. They're trying to make it a bit more widespread now, with not only being a bit more diverse, perhaps, but also being a bit younger. But of course, the trouble is, you're talking about companies, people working for companies like yourself. You know, you say, oh, you know, I'm a course director at a college or whatever. I'm a magistrate. I want to sit 13 days a year. they're saying, well, we can't let you go that day, you know. So it's difficult. But people like us that are retired, of course, we've got a little bit more time on our hands.
Yeah, that was getting back to a question that I was going to ask you, like about your colleagues or your peers. Would you always work with the same two people, or would it vary? And
No.
would they be mostly men, or would they be men, women, and like similar ages to you? What sort of range are we talking?
Yeah. The average age for a magistrate, I think, in Leicestershire was 52. There were quite a few of them, like myself, that were retired. You would never, when I say never, I sat with, it was really strange because I had 23 people in my class. When I say my class, when I joined and when I trained, there was 23 of us. I sat with 5 of them a few times, saw a few others that were going to the same court that were sitting in another court, you know, in another courtroom, and the rest I never saw. So it's really strange. So you out of the 23, I probably sat with 5, saw 10, never saw the rest. I don't know. Some of them didn't go on for too long because of the problems they were having. They perhaps resigned. But even so, you know, they just sort of disappeared. Really strange. So because the turnover in courts with the people appearing and the magistrates, you would not generally get the same people twice, but if you did it long enough, yes, you would come across the same people. So some people, I think the most I ever sat with one person was about 4 or 5 times. The rest of them were either new to me, we didn't know each other, or they were actually new magistrates. They were, you know, or they were older magistrates, a lot more experience than me, coming up to retirement, this sort of business. So it was quite a mix. It was 52% of them are women in Leicestershire, but depending on the court, they never liked, I don't think they could do much about it in the end, but I don't think they liked, they didn't like all women courts and they didn't like all men courts.
Yeah.
But sometimes you didn't have a choice. But it wasn't very often you didn't have a man or a woman on the bench.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can end up with all men, and sometimes you can end up with all women. So they did try to avoid that, and 99% of the time they did, but there was the odd occasion that you didn't. But of course, you're being honest, truthful, and just, and you're doing your job, and you know, man or woman, it wouldn't or shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
but,
so I asked you before, like, what's next for you? So do you think maybe
yes.
Do you fancy doing something in like local politics or town crier, or you know, something? That's what I'm thinking, like something.
Your voice isn't good enough for that.
Yeah, but they don't go for a few hours. They only do like a short burst, don't they? Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I mentioned it a while ago, but I've been doing school appeals panels.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's quite interesting because you are 3 again. You sit. It's like a sitting. Generally, they all obviously congregate in Leicester in the Glenfield county offices. But with COVID, of course, it's still been on iPad, and you are making decisions on whether the child is going to go to that school that they've applied for and didn't get. And of course, that's where the appeal comes in, and then you're listening to the admissions officer. You've got all the paperwork days before you actually do the sitting, as they call it. Although I'm sitting here on my own, but I'm listening to everybody. So you've had all the paperwork, but then you're now listening to the admissions officer saying why they believe the school is prejudiced if you let this pupil in or pupils, and then of course you then make a decision to say yes or no that the school has been prejudiced against. If it has been prejudiced against, then that's the end of stage 1. If you think it hasn't been, that's the end of it completely, because then you have to allow the appeal. But if you believe the school has been prejudiced against, or would be, for putting this, letting his child or children in, and then that's stage 1 finished, and then you go on to stage 2. And then, of course, you're listening to what the parents are going to tell you. And all the time you're asking questions from the admissions officer, from the parents. And at the end of the day, you're the ones to make the decision. You have to give your reasons individually, and because you have a legal clerk in that as well. But you have to give your decision individually about why you believe they should or they shouldn't. And then, of course, it's the same as in the court, really. If it's 2 against 1, then the appeal goes is upheld, or you know, you can't uphold the appeal. Sorry, if it's 2 against 1, then you can't uphold the appeal. But if you all believe it should happen, then the appeal was upheld, and the child goes to the court. So that's an interesting role, but it's one that can take up a lot of time as well.
So do you find instances where the school has acted in a prejudiced way?
Not necessarily the school. I mean, there's lots and lots of rules and regulations to it, but no, I don't think that you're trying to, because you have the school report, you were trying to see by what that school report says, if that child went to the school, then that school would be prejudiced against purely because of the numbers in that particular form, or you know, particularly with infant class sizes. You're very rigid on infant class sizes because it's got to be 30, so you've got not a lot of wriggle room there. So it's not so much, it's really applying those rules and regulations to see whether that would the school would be prejudiced with that child, and then making that decision. But there is there's quite a lot of training you go through for it.
Yes, it sounds complicated.
Yeah, it's not straightforward, but at the end of the day, you're making the decision. So you know, you take everything into account, and of course they have a right to appeal against your decision as well. So they can take it to I think it's the ombudsman, I think. But so anyway, that's that. And of course, I've also got the youth offending side that I'm doing at the moment. So that's not been as busy as I would have liked. I've done all the training. In fact, I've done 2 sets of training. But that's where your youth is coming from the youth court. Yeah. Where they appear in the youth court, they give them a sentence. It might be for something that's quite serious. But instead of sending them to prison, they give them another opportunity, and they send them to the youth offending panel, which is, again, 3 of you. And you talk to the youth or child, and you've got, again, lots of rules and regulations in related to that. And at the end of the day, you're working out a 3-month contract, which is legally binding. And they have to do what's in the contract, or what we decide is going to be in the contract, and what they want to do comes into it as well. And that is on the initial meeting, and then you have a meeting. Depends on how long the referral is, because it could be 3 months to a year. But you have the initial meeting where you iron that all out, and you get the contract up and running and signed, and then you have further meetings to see how they're getting on.
Yeah, so they've got like specific conditions that they have to meet.
Yes. Yeah. If they don't, or they won't, or can't, you have the ability to send them back to court. So it's in their interest, of course, to adhere to the contract.
So you said that you've not been as busy as you liked with that. Yeah. Is that a good thing though? Hopefully that means there's less crime, or could it be that perhaps the crime is more serious and there's no chance for them to go to you?
No, I think it's probably COVID more than anything. There's been no youth really that have been dealt with in youth court for whatever reasons. Ever since I've done 2 sets of training, I've only started dealing with 1 youth, and that was I went to the initial, and even then I was only an observer. But I went to the initial meeting, The contract was drawn up, and I've got to go back for a follow-up meeting next month. Well, no, May, that's right. So it's something that is interesting. You need to do a lot of training for. You're the ones that are making up the contract, and you're putting it all together. But of course, it's the youth that's responsible for keeping that contract. So, but it may improve now with us going back to almost normality.
Yeah.
But it could be that there isn't as many youths coming before the court as well. But I don't know the facts and figures, so I couldn't really say.
Yeah.
But I know it's COVID, the main problem that slowed it down. So you get a backlog, like I do in all the courts. They have a huge backlog of people that they should have been dealing with and can't because of COVID. Of course, in the COVID times, they went down to two magistrates. Makes life difficult because, of course, if you don't agree with your fellow colleague there,
you're stuck. Yeah,
you've got to try and iron things out a bit. But when it's three of you, of course, it's either 2 on 1 or all together.
Yeah, I wonder why they changed it down to 2.
It was just purely because of
the backlog.
distancing. Yeah, no, it was for the COVID. They took it down to 2 because of on a bench. There's not a great deal of room.
Right.
It was distancing really,
oh, okay.
and they had to take as many out of the court as possible. So they had to make it, only really bare minimum essential people that should be in the court.
Yeah.
Because you have all courts have got public galleries.
Yeah. So how are we doing with the stories? Is that it? Have we done everything?
Well, I was just going to say, those things are keeping me busy at the moment, but I don't want to do those for the rest of my life. Obviously, probably couldn't. But in the meantime, I've been taking a lot of courses. I've done a lot on the, I think I mentioned this some time ago as well, neuro-linguistic practices. I've done a master's on that, which is only a diploma, but I've done life coaching, CBT practitioner. I've got them written down here. Modern applied psychology, hypnotherapy practitioner, conversational hypnotherapist, fitness trainer. Well, I haven't done that yet. I'm just going to about to start doing that one. I always wanted to be a personal trainer because I always loved doing all the, I keep myself really fit and do a lot of exercise. And I always wanted to be a personal trainer. So I'm doing a fitness trainer diploma, and British Sign Language, which I thought would come in handy.
Yeah, so you're not stopping. You need like another 60 years. Like,
yeah, I could do with a few more, but
yeah,
I don't think I'll get them. But yeah, so I've done all those, and I say, well, the fitness trainer I've got to do, but the NLP is fascinating, really. I don't know if you know anything about it, but if you want to look up and read a little bit about it, it's quite fascinating. And I've done a master's with that, so I could set myself up my own business, really, but I'm a bit nervous about doing it, to be honest.
What would you do? What would that be in like coaching or neuro?
No, in having patients, if you like.
Yeah.
People who've got things like phobias or things that the NLP could deal with, and we'll obviously be charging them. But I don't know. I'm a bit apprehensive about it. I feel as though, yes, I could do it, but there's something holding me back. I think, whether it's age or whether I think, well, the legalities that may come into it, I don't know, litigation and all that, I don't know.
Like, how would you carry out that practice? I mean, you could probably do it like this via Zoom, or if you prefer to do it in person. Is that the thing that's putting you off? They're doing it in person. Is it because like a stranger would have to go to your house, or would you have an office or something?
Yeah, all those really. I haven't got an office. Well, this is the only place I can really. So that puts me off. I would really need to have somewhere really nice to have somebody to turn up, and I don't really want people in my house either.
Yeah. Maybe
So,
maybe that's it. Maybe that's the thing that's,
yeah.
you know.
Those combinations, I think, stopping me. I think I'm competent enough to do it, and I've done the training, but I just haven't got the.
I wonder if your local council has got like a business centre where you could rent an office for an hour or for a day. Probably got some facilities like that, and then you're on neutral territory. It's got security. You've got a reception and all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, I think neutral territory is a good thing as well, for them and me. Yeah, but it's a possibility. I might have a look at that, because there are. I know there's a physiotherapist that rents a room out in the doctors. It's their own business, but they rent the room there. You know, but you need enough sort of clients to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, you'd be out of pocket. But yeah, that sort of thing. But it's just one thing. The other thing as well, because anything that crops up that I feel as I'd like to have a go at, I will do. Yeah. But it needs to be something that is related to me. You know, I wouldn't want to work in a shop or something. I mean, because people go back, 70s, people are going back and doing things all over the place, you know, and I don't really want to sort of do something that would be not challenging, if you like.
Yeah. Well, we had up at the Blackpool Odeon, there was a lady there who was she was like retirement age, and she used to you know, take the tickets and do that, you know, and tell people what screen they're going to and stuff like that. So yeah, there's always, and I'd always see like you know, loads of retirees in like charity shops and stuff like that. But you know, after a lifetime of work, there's, you know, you can still, if you've trained in a particular thing, it's not automatic that you have to go into the service industry or you have to go into retail.
No.
Like, yeah, like I think what you're doing is, you know, it's good. You're continuing on with that same sort of path. And
yeah, it's the same vein, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it put in the skills that I've acquired to good use, really, particularly with the not only with the schools appeals, where you're sitting and making all those decisions on the things that you're listening to and taking in, but also on the youth offending, because of course that's as a follow-on from the court.
Yeah.
And so it's something that, you know, the applications are there from no, let's forget that bit. I'm talking rubbish here, sorry. Cut that bit.
That's all right. So like if you were to like summarize your life, like you know, what would you say? What would be like the lessons that you've taken that you could pass on to people listening?
Well, I think don't always judge the book by its cover, which is one thing. I mean, always have a bit of patience with people, try and find out what they're all about. I think people are too easy to judge. I mean, I know judge is a funny word to use considering what I was, but anyway, you know, I think if you the actions of the person are not always the person themselves. If you look a little deeper and understand why they did that sort of thing, and you know, it makes life a little more understandable if you understand other people. I've struggled all my life trying to understand people, and I'm sure we all do the same, but you know, I never stopped trying. And I think that, you know, you've got to have a bit of patience. It's like being married 50 years. I mean, it's 50 years we've been married this year.
You have to have patience for that.
So I think, and for me personally, I've just sort of worked hard and played hard. That's what somebody put a label on me when I was 8 years old. I've always given my best. I expect the best from other people as well. But I'm not, you know, I don't get mad if they don't give me the best, but I try and get the best out of them. And I think it's, you know, it's having that bit of understanding about people and a bit of patience, and it goes a long way.
Yeah.
And I hope I've applied it most of the time.
Yeah, mate, you've done very, very well. You know, you MBE, like a career that spans like a lifetime in varied but similar, like sort of service roles. It's your life is being about protecting other people, hasn't it, all the way through? Like
Yes,
that's the trend, isn't it?
yes. I mean, apart from the Navy, which was the fun days, if you like, of my life, because I was obviously a lot younger.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, without you, like you were still there fulfilling a role to make sure that if anybody got taken off by a wave, you go pick them up.
Yeah, which we did.
Yeah, that geezer, that geezer who let the beer go.
It's been an experience, and the whole thing really, and it's also been based on something I never really knew where I was going in the first place. I've never had burning desire to do anything particular, and like my wife was teaching for 30 years, and when she retired, she went back and she did another 10 years because she was a music teacher. I mean, that's all she ever wanted to do in life. Yeah. I mean, I've never had that burning sensation that I've got to do this particular thing. Magistrate, yes, I always wanted to be a magistrate, and I fulfilled that. But I mean, it wasn't something I was clambering over to get to. It was just something that happened to come along at the end. You know, I've got nothing against people who want to do the same job all the time, but I had no idea what I wanted to do most of the time.
Yeah, I think that's true for a lot of people these days now. Like, you know, I would say 99% of all the kids that I speak to who come through the classrooms, they haven't got a clue. Like yeah. I mean, a lot of the time, I mean, we're in a very specific field of computing. Sometimes they get shipped to us because they get it sold as being IT or ICT, but when they actually arrive and it's computer science and maths and programming and stuff like that, they're like, I think I'm in the wrong place. Like, I need to go. So a lot of them go on to other things. But yeah, you get a few who go all the way with it. But yeah, even me, you know, when I was like in my teens, I would ask my uncle or ask my dad, like, you know, my uncle was a decorator, my dad was a chef. I'd say, you know, oh, should I be a decorator? You know, I help him out. Should I do this? No, don't be a decorator. Should I ask my dad, should I train to be a chef? No, don't ever train to be a chef. So I was left thinking, well, what am I going to do? So same for you, same as you in a lot of ways. I just knew that I liked computers, and I always thought I wanted to be an animator, or, you know, I was good at drawing as a kid, so I was kind of leaning towards that, and I just saw that computers might have been my way to do that. But yeah, I just kind of I've found teaching and found that I like that, and I'm you know, I'm good at that, and the kids love me and stuff. So it's you know, I like doing that, but I love doing this as well. I love doing podcasts, and that I've started to get a real passion for meeting people and listening to their stories, putting them together, getting them out there. And
yeah, good.
It's like I can feel that this is what I want to do, like, you know, like longer term. Can
you make that a career?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, you can make a career out of it, but I think it takes a lot of work. You know, one of the most successful people in entertainment or in media right now is Joe Rogan, and he signed a massive deal with Spotify to take his podcast over there. It was like more than $100 million, and he gets more than 100 million or 50 million downloads a day, like of episodes. Wow. And he's like statistically, he is getting more views than all of the TV news broadcasts and shows put together, which is crazy. But I think he's just like a rare gem, that fella. But yeah, you definitely can make a career out of it. So yeah, hopefully.
Because my Jack's sister, Abby, she's doing like this. There's a lot more to it than I'm going to mention because I don't know too much about it myself. But she's doing this sort of streaming, and she helps people with gaming and all that sort of thing. And
yeah, so that's kind of similar as well. You can make a lot of money from that as well, especially if you're a young lady, like, because guys who like gaming and they like to see girls. So yeah, they, you know, they can get a big fan base, and yeah, they make a lot of money from it, from the revenue from advertisements. They get like a cut of that.
She's got about 1,000 followers now, I think,
Wow.
around her. But she was thinking about bringing in some Audible books, reading some books and that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't know too much about it. My son, because he moved over to Nottingham, she came up to stay with my granddaughter, and we went over to see him, and we had the day there. And he knew a lot more about it than me when she was talking about it, and it was quite eye-opening, really, because we were a little bit worried about her just sitting in the bedroom all day, sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
But when he broke it down, it's quite an involved thing, really, and it's quite a lot. And of course, as you say, there's some money to be made, and she's making a bit of money, not a great deal, but she's making a bit of money.
Yeah.
But
there are people who can make a massive living out of playing games or being a YouTuber or being a podcaster. There's like all of these new digital industries that have popped up, and yeah, people can really stand out and make a name for themselves. And
sorry a minute.
You're right.
You all right? I'm going to say hello to Paul.
Well, I didn't like to interrupt.
That's all right. Hi, Jill.
I don't want to interrupt the flow that you're getting, all right?
The flow's going. I've flown.
You've flown.
Yeah, I think I think we're at the end. I think we're at the end now.
As you can see, we both have the humour, all right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm sure we wouldn't be together.
Yeah, it's perfect having you here. You know, because
perfect. Can I just say perfect?
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, it's perfect having you here, because I feel like we're almost at the end, aren't we, Brian? We've covered a lot of ground and stuff. So I just want to say thank you to you, Jill, for letting me steal him for so many hours, and providing the tea and stuff like that.
You are very welcome, right?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just worried about you and your family.
Yeah.
Brian gets into the flow. It's wonderful.
I haven't been flying too well today.
Have you not?
No, you have. You have.
No, yeah.
Well,
you have.
I'm using it a bit. I mean, voice was a bit funny.
Oh no.
Have you seen the time, Brian? You've been flowing pretty good. Like it's 1 o'clock now.
Okay. Anyway,
it's lovely to meet you as well.
Yeah, you too. You look wonderful.
I said to Paul, when
I'm the boring one. I just carry on teaching, all right? That's all I've ever done.
They've just asked her back.
Yeah, I've just
paid.
Yeah, because the government, even though I'm even though. Yeah, because the government are paying, aren't they, to help year sixes and in junior school, primary schools to catch up.
Yeah.
And I didn't ask, and they just sort of rang up and said, would you be happy to do that? Yes, please.
Yeah,
so
brilliant.
I'll start on Tuesday again, so that's
really nice. Paid.
Yeah.
But you have to be a bit careful, otherwise they hammer your pension. So
yeah, I know.
You have to keep under the.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's paid.
I know.
And Paul's a course director as well.
Course director like Adam.
Yeah. In computing at a college. I teach your Jack.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
no, I know.
No, we know. Yeah.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah. Jack.
Yeah. Did he ever tell you I did in COVID? I did hello, welcome. I'm Jill. Welcome to Grandma's Cookery School.
No, you didn't. Oh my God, you're amazing.
Oh, right, yeah.
They had each week you put on made a dish with them.
Yeah.
With them sitting or standing in their kitchen.
In their kitchen. Yeah. I just did it on Facebook because I just thought, because they're of the age they are, you always think, well, like we were with grandparents. I mean, you'd go, I don't really want anything to do with my grandparents, do you? So I thought, to keep that open, I thought, I'll do something like that. And they loved it, didn't they? They were really keen. And I mean, they have said, should we do it again? And I haven't gone on yet.
Well, there
good.
was a reason, though, wasn't there? Because I mentioned to Paul about Naomi's condition.
Yeah, I know.
So we did. There was a reasoning behind that, because we thought, if they know how to cook some dishes, if my daughter's mental health deteriorates and she ends up back in the mental home again, then at least they can look after themselves.
Well, I mean, we'd set it up anyway, hadn't we, beforehand? Because I was doing cooking and things for them and putting things in the freezer, you know, when she was in, because she was quite in for a few months, wasn't she, at one point? But it meant that, you know, we could sort of balance things and still, it sounds a little bit, I suppose, selfish, but we wanted to keep a little bit of our side going, but we wanted to care about them. So it was a bit complicated, wasn't it? We sort of managed anyway, didn't we? I know, because you know, we didn't want our grandchildren going off anywhere. We wanted them, you know, cared for and thought about, and you know, generally talking as well. It's so important.
Yeah, definitely.
And listening.
Yeah, you know, well, Jack is a great communicator. He's a lovely lad. You know, he's very intelligent, and
you have to say that, because
I don't though.
No.
I would tell you, if he was a moron, I'd be like, nah, he's a moron. But no, he's not.
Me?
No, he's not. He's really, really good, and he's a pleasure to know and to you know, to have in the class, and he's popular as well, and yeah, he's doing really well.
Nice.
And he's got one particular friend, hasn't he?
Connor.
Yeah, he's got got a good friend in Connor, and you know, they're always scheming and coming up with business plans for themselves. So I think they've been buying or getting hold of computers, like old computers, and doing them up and reselling them. So you know, they're getting into that. They've got that entrepreneurial mindset. Yeah, so I think he's made a really good friend there. So that's good.
Well, Dad doesn't often tell you much, does he?
No.
Unlike our son, he tells you everything.
He does. He keeps asking me. He's like, "How's it going with my granddad?" Like, oh yeah. Every time I see him, every week, he's like, "How's it going? Are you done? You got much more to do?" And
they have lovely bear hugs, which I feel very emotional about. You know, when they meet up, it's really lovely, and you know, because you know, in our era, it was, you know, frowned upon.
Right.
Have a good hug or anything.
We shook hands.
Yeah.
At my last college, we would hug all of the students, but here, like, you literally hands off, like you can't touch any student.
Yeah, but listen, I mean,
safeguarding, but
yeah. But I mean, what with COVID?
Oh yeah.
But also, in the teaching area, you're not, you know, you'd sometimes touch a child, you know, and say, "Oh, you've done really well," and "Oh, that's brilliant."
Yeah.
No, you have to stand back a bit, because you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, having computing students, they, you know, sometimes they have an aura around them where you don't want to get too close. They don't leave their rooms, they don't wash, you know, they wear the same clothes for months on end. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they wouldn't have got away with that in the Navy.
No.
If you had anything like that about you, you was thrown in the shower.
Yeah, I got to tell you, there's I'll edit this bit out, but there's some kids like make the whole 6th floor smell.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I hate it. I can't stand that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a little bit is year 6s, you know, with the hormones changing and things.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of that in your classroom when it got warm weather. And you used to think, oh, just get back and
have a shower, clean off.
Shower. We had a bit of that, especially with the feet as well and the underarms.
Yeah.
When you live so close proximity in the Navy mess decks, anyway, you know, 3 bunks high all around, 30 or 40 people, where you probably wouldn't keep 3 pigs. You know, you needed to have hygiene. I can assure you that.
Definitely.
I can't imagine.
And so, hence, from there on, Jill will tell you, if I get one whiff of that, I've had it. It's me. And of course, the other thing is as well is it's all life experiences. But I mean, one time I dealt with a rapist of his.
Oh no!
It was his. It was his niece.
Beautiful.
And she was 9 years old, and he'd raped her. And we get to this place, and the place was a tip inside, and there's this little girl on this settee, poor little girl. Anyway, what I'm going to say was I dealt with him, and from the beginning of the day to the end of a long day, we got dealt with everything, charged him, put him before the court the next day. I was with that bloke for a year, for hours and hours and hours, and he completely stunk to heaven.
Yeah.
It was, the stench was, it was gagging.
Yeah,
And I
horrible.
had to deal with him all the time. So from that day, well, not just that day, but from my Navy days and all those experiences, well, I don't like any of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't understand how people let themselves get that way. It's weird.
No, no. Well, I do.
Anyway,
Yes.
getting back to you two. So you've got your wedding anniversary coming up in July 22nd, yeah?
Yeah.
If we're blessed, yes.
Yeah. So,
If we can stay together a bit longer.
so yeah, massive congratulations to both of you for that. That's
Thank you,
beautiful.
thank you. I take it.
And Jill, are you proud of him? Everything that he's done in his life, like, it's amazing. I've gone through it from the beginning to now. Yeah.
Of course I am.
Yeah.
Well, especially, you know,
I'm
'cause-
proud of you as well.
oh, you did? Well, thank you. Because, you know, when you think of what his bringing up was like, I mean, a lovely family, but not education. You know,
Yeah.
and by his and his dad, which we really got on well with. I mean, it was lovely. But in that era, it was get out to work.
Yeah.
You know, it was so different to my bringing up. And you know, and that was different as well, because, you know, in the sort of 60s, girls were expected to be, you know, working in an office or hairdressers. But I was lucky. I had the backing of my parents to go on and educate. I know, and I was really lucky. But no, it is utterly amazing, isn't it? That
Yeah,
somebody
it is.
that's had nothing at all and no qualifications, which you can't do without nowadays.
Yeah.
You know, he's gone on to do all these amazing things.
Do you want me to pay you now?
I'm looking forward to some more dresses and shoes.
No, it
Really
is to go through you know, like, full careers in all of those different places. So like Navy, police, prison, and then magistrates, like, just phenomenal, like, all the way through. Amazing. Well done,
Yeah.
Brian.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you so much for sharing it with me. I'm going to do my best to put it all together into. I'm going to do two things that I was thinking of. For people who like short bursts of content, I'm going to make like small episodes, you know, for each story or each section of stories. I'll put them in order, and then I'm going to put all of it together in one giant one. It'll be my longest video. And yeah, and then, if you know, people can just sit there and enjoy the whole thing. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do in
Or
the
not.
2-week break.
Well, not
Yeah,
yet.
well, we'll see. Hopefully, it's there's enough content there that somebody is going to have an interest in one of those different things. So
Mm.
yeah, it's wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you. Thank you. I mean, thank you for
It's your time as well. my
putting up
goodness.
with me all these hours.
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
Honestly, I haven't had to put up at all. Like, I've enjoyed every single minute of it. I really have, and it's been wonderful, like, listening and getting to know you, and, you know, listening to your experiences. It's helpful, and it's a pleasure, because you're such a good storyteller. And, you know, if it was me sitting here, I'd be like umming and ahhing a little bit and not being able to recall details. But you knew everything. Like, there was no, you had it all laid out, like, you know. So yeah, it was perfect.
It was just I don't know whether you could take this, but it was just a little story at the end of the Magistrates.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine, of course.
No. We did. Ada Summers was the first female magistrate 100 years ago, and they decided they wanted to put a play on. They asked if people wanted to do the play, and I volunteered. And for about 3 months, we did rehearsals in the Leicester City courts every Saturday. And I drive over there, and I played the prosecutor. And when it came to the play, we were in the town hall at Leicester. And in the town hall, it's got a wonderful old courthouse, all oak, a really old-fashioned courthouse. The defendant was a professional actor. I played the prosecutor, and I had quite a few lines, and we had to do it 3 times in the day. So there was about 6 or 7 of us. We had the bench, and somebody played Ada Summers, of course, and we had a great time. And Jill came and watched it for one occasion. The only thing I would say, on the second act and second time we did it, I forgot my words on one occasion. I started, oh dear, that was horrible. That was like being in no man's land. I recovered all right, but but I did forget my words. But yeah, so that was to celebrate. It was a complete celebration, not only just that, but other things. But it was a celebration of 100 years of lady magistrates. Yeah. And doing it in there and being the prosecutor and standing up and all those lines. It was wonderful, and people came and saw it, and so there you go.
It was very good. It was very good. Yeah.
And Jill, you're a music teacher, is that right?
Yes, well, music was my main subject.
So
but of course, as a primary school teacher, you teach everything. And
yeah, that's true.
Have a love of all sorts, but yeah, music was my subject.
So what's your main instrument? Do you play piano? Or?
No, not really. No? I'm a singer.
Okay, all right.
But I play guitar, and I do play piano, but not terribly well nowadays.
Okay, so have you ever done any singing in shows or been out on the stage or?
Well, I'm also a military wife because of Brian in the Navy. So I'm part of the Military Wives Choir connection, which is really important. So we've sort of sung in Peterborough, and we're hopefully about to sing in Lincoln. Lincoln's the cathedral.
Yeah. Tell us all about it. So if you've got an event coming up, you can
yeah. No, we have lots of events, but I can't remember them all at the moment.
Okay.
But they're mainly around this area.
Yeah.
But I have been lucky, and I've sung for Radio 2 up in Salford, and there were only 9 of us, and we were sort of representing the Military Wives Association. So we were very lucky there. I was invited to do that, so that was really nice. With Laura Wright, who's quite a renowned singer, more sort of operatic type thing, but she's associated with us now as military wives. So I've done all sorts of things. But I mean, my main focus when I'd retired, I just used to do choirs and orchestra. So that was what I used to do, and very luckily I was paid for that as well, so it was really good. So even after I'd retired, I was doing that. And then of course COVID came along, and singing was frowned on because of the air that we were expressing. So I mean, just awful it was. So lots of lovely singing. I still love my singing. It's really nice. Yeah.
I did a bit of singing as well.
Yes, you did. That was a miracle.
I always wanted to be in a male voice choir. And they had occasion a couple of years ago or more, 3 years ago. They wanted to form a male voice choir for Prostate UK, and it was to do with the charity. So we all came together. There was about 40 of us in the end, wasn't there? And we learned 9 songs, and we did them in the 2 different theatres, and it was wonderful. And then they made another choir out of it, but it was a mixed choir, and it ended up, it was only 6 men, and all the rest were women. So we sang we sang at a cathedral with Peterborough and as well. But in the end, I thought, no, I'll put my voice back in the box now. I've had enough. So Jill's marvelous. She's been singing for many years now.
So what have you 2 lovebirds got planned for the weekend?
This weekend?
What are you doing? Is it nice there where you are?
I've kidded her up to go to. She doesn't like going to the see a film.
Okay. What film are you going to go watch?
Well, she says she doesn't like, particularly when it's weather like this, she doesn't like being stuck in the cinema. But I saw that it's not a new film, but The Duke. Do you know that one?
Okay, I think I've seen the.
It's 19. I can vaguely remember it because it's 1961, I think. And the chap who's an old age pensioner then he steals a painting.
Right.
A really important, very valuable painting. And the actors are Jim Broadbent and Ellen Mirren.
Yeah.
Two good actors and actor. Nobody says that actress anymore. I don't know why, but anyway. Anyway,
equality. Yeah, equality. It's just
yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, you'd be proud to be an actress and be, I don't know. Anyway, so it's only an hour and 35, so that's what we're going to see tomorrow, 10:20.
Yeah.
Lovely. What about the Batman? Have you seen the trailer for that? Are you into anything?
I like it. Jill doesn't.
Yeah, it was really good. It was quite violent. It was a bit different to the other Batman films that have come before.
Yeah.
It was more of a very dark noir detective piece. So yeah, worth a watch. Like, it'll keep you on the edge of your seat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian took me, when we were going out, before we got married, Brian took me to a really quite horrific film.
Oh, well, I didn't know it was going to be horrific. Soldier Blue. Have you ever heard of it or seen it?
I've heard the title, yeah.
Okay.
That was horrific.
And I couldn't bear it. I ran out. That sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But I just hated it because it was so violent.
Yeah.
And it was to do with the American, wasn't it? Soldier Blue.
There was a lot of slow motion with the violence as well.
Yeah.
So it slowed down the bullet going into the person.
Was it a Civil War film or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, are you still there, guys? Oh, I think I've lost you.